Amidst the mystical realm of the Xianhua world, Chinuan traversed through dimensions, forging an indelible bond with the system. Faced with external perils, he resolved to adopt a prudent approach, opting to remain within the sanctum of the Holy Land to accumulate merits. A millennium later, Chinuan ascended to become the unparalleled celestial emperor, reigning supreme over the cosmos, revered by myriad clans across the celestial firmament. On a fateful day, numerous formidable factions encroached upon his sanctuary, intent on annihilating the primordial Holy Land. The junior sectmaster, kneeling outside the forbidden grounds, beseeched Chinuan to emerge and rescue the Holy Land from impending doom. Chapter 1. The emergence of the celestial emperor. Young disciples plead for salvation. In the grand cosmos of Xuanyu, encompassing 3,000 Tao states, the imperial state, and the primordial Holy Land, the atmosphere brimmed with tension. A grave adversary approaches our gates. The Holy Land teeters on the brink of annihilation. I, disciple Jiang Tej, humbly implore the venerable ancestor to arise from seclusion. With earnest pleas, we beseech our forebear to show mercy, to deliver the Holy Land from peril, to restore our honor and exact vengeance for our wrongs. In the vast expanse of the primordial universe, within the realm of the Taichu Sacred Land, an urgent cry echoed. A formidable enemy approaches, and our sanctuary teeters on the brink of annihilation. I, Jiang Tej, beseech our revered ancestor to emerge from seclusion. Please, venerable ancestor, bestow your mercy upon us, rescue our sacred ground from peril, restore its honor, and avenge our grievances. Jiang Tej, the current ruler of the Taichu Sacred Land, knelt outside the forbidden zone, his forehead striking the ground repeatedly as he fervently pleaded. His visage bore the marks of frustration and despair. Once, the Taichu Sacred Land basked in unparalleled glory, a legacy birthed by an exceptional quasi-emperor from the ancient era, thriving for over 1,000,000 years and commanding respect across epochs. Yet, in the last millennium, its fortunes waned, each generation faltering more than the last, its territory shrinking to a mere shadow of its former self, its repute long diminished. Numerous factions lurked with predatory intent, eager to carve up the remnants of the Taichu Sacred Land. Had it not been for the untimely demise of the old sage, would a mere whooshing mountain dare to threaten us? Jiang Tej murmured, his countenance a portrait of anguish, despair glimmering in his eyes. The old sage had been the last divine protector of the Taichu Sacred Land, wielding the quasi-emperor relics left by their ancestor, which had afforded them a semblance of defense against encroaching foes. Recently, the old sage sought to seize an opportunity to transcend to a higher realm, longing for another millennium to safeguard their sacred land. The entire community had held hope for his success, only to be met with a devastating revelation. The old sage had been slain by a prodigy from an unparalleled sacred domain. This news spread like wildfire, igniting the ambitions of countless predators, with Wuxing Mountain merely being one among many. With divine beings among their ranks, the Taichu Sacred Land stood no chance against them. Even if they managed to fend off the initial onslaught from Wuxing Mountain, they would inevitably be overwhelmed by a coalition of other forces, leading to their utter obliteration. Ancestor, do you hear my pleas? Ancestor, please save our sacred land. The anguish in Jiang Tej's voice echoed, filled with an insatiable yearning for salvation. The old sage had once confided in him about sensing an unparalleled aura emanating from within the forbidden zone, suggesting the possibility of their revered ancestor still being in meditation. How fervently Jiang Tej wished for this to be true. With the impending catastrophe threatening the very existence of the Taichu Sacred Land, and feeling powerless to alter its fate, he had resorted to kneeling in supplication. This posture of desperation had persisted for 3 endless days, yet the forbidden zone remained silent, and despair began to seep into Jiang Tej's soul. He resolved to wait for another half hour. If silence persisted, he would be left with no choice but to resort to his final measure, igniting the divine fire. Jiang Tej had reached the 9th level of the celestial realm, tantalizingly close to divinity, yet unable to cross that threshold. Should circumstances prove dire, he would forcibly ignite the divine fire, stepping into the realm of the divine to battle for the survival of his sacred land. Such an act would demand a great sacrifice, granting him but a year of life at most. Even if he manages to protect the Taichu Sacred Land this time, a year later, he will perish, and the sacred land will inevitably be divided and obliterated. As time ticks away, Jiang Tage grows increasingly despondent, murmuring softly, "Is there truly an ancestor guarding the forbidden area?" The former Holy Lord had probed the place numerous times, and Jiang Tage had also ventured within on several occasions, yet no discoveries were made. He had long prepared himself psychologically. A calamity of monumental proportions was about to descend, and Jiang Tage found himself powerless to resist. Thus he placed his hopes in the ancestors, kneeling outside the forbidden area, fervently pleading for their emergence. Within a cave deep inside the forbidden realm, Chinuan, adorned in resplendent robes, opened his eyes, witnessing a myriad of terrifying visions. The dissolution of star seas, the ebb and flow of the heavens, and the tumult of chaos. At last, invincibility is within my grasp, he murmured to himself, his visage filled with profound emotion. A millennium prior, he had traversed to the heart of the Chinuan great universe, the 3,000 Tao states, becoming an ordinary disciple of the Taichu Sacred Land. Subsequently, he activated a system that granted him the potential for ascendance. Ordinarily, he would be the favored child of destiny, destined to overshadow all prodigies and traverse the realms with ease, drawing the affections of countless divine maidens and royalty who would follow him to the pinnacle of power. However, the system did not grant him immediate invincibility, and the Taichu Sacred Land had fallen into decline, rendering the outside world fraught with peril. Therefore, he resolved to proceed with caution. After considerable contemplation, Chinuan chose to enter seclusion, biding his time within the sacred land until he could emerge invincible. The vast expanse of the 3,000 Tao states was teeming with formidable beings and lurking dangers. Regardless of one's prowess, as long as one was not invincible, death could strike at any moment. In the Chinuan great universe, the cultivation realms are delineated as follows: true power, sea opening, essence manifestation, true martial, celestial, divine, divine sovereign, divine king, sage, true sage, sage king, great sage, quasi-emperor, and emperor. Upon his arrival in this realm, Chinuan was at the true power stage, and the outside world posed countless threats to him. After a millennium of diligent practice, he had quietly ascended to the emperor realm, achieving invincibility. In any given era, only one emperor may arise. Emperors command the cosmos, reigning over the heavens and earth, revered by myriad races of the universe, truly invincible both above and below. Typically, transcending to the emperor realm necessitates overcoming the emperor's tribulation and merging with the source mark, thereby becoming a unique and supreme being. Yet, Chinuan's situation was exceptional. With the aid of the system, he could ascend to emperor without undergoing tribulation, even without merging with the source mark. His path transcended all cosmic paths, a singular force surpassing myriad others. His strength eclipsed that of any emperor who had previously integrated their source mark. If he were to boast, he could rightfully claim the title of Heavenly Emperor. While emperors may have adversaries, the Heavenly Emperor stands truly unmatched. We're supreme weapons and the mightiest of forbidden zones in the presence of the Heavenly Emperor, but mere trifles. Yet I wonder how the outside world fares. Chinuan rose, preparing to venture beyond the forbidden area. To ensure his seclusion remained undisturbed, he had cast seals to isolate himself from the outside, allowing him to focus on cultivating towards invincibility. He recalled an instance when he had broken through to the great sage realm in a moment of joy. He had inadvertently leaked a trace of his aura, which was sensed by the Taichu Holy Lord, who was also in seclusion at the time. Chinuan quickly reigned in his aura, continuing to remain hidden. A great sage could not yet dominate the 3,000 Tao states, nor could he conquer the Chinuan great universe. He needed to persist in his seclusion until he could emerge invincible. Beep. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the Emperor realm. The sign-in task has concluded, and the main storyline has entered its second phase. The system's prompt echoed in Chinuan's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. The system tasks have a second phase? A new main storyline task has been released. Please check it at your earliest convenience. Soon, another prompt followed. With a flicker of thought, the system panel materialized before him. Task requirement: forge the most powerful sanctuary across the multiverse. Task description: the host has ascended to the Emperor realm. You are tasked with revitalizing the long-fallen primordial sanctuary into the mightiest force across the multiverse. This task is extensive and time-consuming, divided into numerous phases. Each phase completed will yield substantial rewards, and fulfilling all phases will grant an ultimate reward. The current phase task has been refreshed. Would you like to view it immediately? No. Chinuan responded without hesitation. What a joke. I'll just become an emperor. Why should I work for you? I am truly invincible. The notion of phase rewards or ultimate rewards held little allure for Chinuan. The system was momentarily taken aback by his words. You've just become invincible, and you wish to slack off? Come on, that's not how this works. What must the host do to engage in the main storyline task? The previously cold mechanical voice now bore a hint of endearing confusion. With the arrival of a new main storyline task, surely a novice gift package should be in order? Chinuan asserted with a sense of entitlement. As you know, I've just attained the Emperor realm and lack a suitable Imperial weapon. With a sly smile, Chinuan continued, how about this? I won't make things difficult for you. Just provide me with some celestial gold, and I shall forge my own weapons. What do you say? To have a steed run swiftly, one must first feed it well. He initially contemplated requesting an unparalleled Imperial weapon, but upon reflection, he decided that celestial gold would be more beneficial. Forging his own Imperial weapon could perfectly align with his unique path. Chapter 2. The System of 3 Woolly Sheep. Ants come knocking. What kind of celestial gold does the host desire? The system replied with a weary expression. I wish for the chaotic celestial gold, mythic azure gold, cosmic blue gold, indestructible scarlet gold, primordial purple gold, eternal orange gold, ethereal white gold, immortal black gold, primal green gold, and celestial tear gold. I require all 10 varieties, each in sufficient quantity to forge an unparalleled Imperial weapon. After a moment of contemplation, Chinuan articulated his grand ambition to create a weapon of extraordinary power, perhaps even a celestial artifact. Very well, the system responded after a brief pause. Let us collaborate with pleasure. A smile graced Chinuan's face. Host, you may now review the tasks. The system's voice seemed to carry a hint of exhaustion. Absolutely. Chinuan replied with enthusiasm. He had just secured the chaotic celestial gold, ethereal white gold, and mythic azure gold among the 10 varieties. With a mere thought, the main quest of the second stage materialized before him. Quest name: Forge the strongest sacred land of all realms. Quest requirements: the host is to recruit and cultivate talented disciples, continually strengthening the Taichu Sacred Land, developing it into the mightiest among all realms. Quest description: for each talented disciple recruited, the host will receive a corresponding recruitment gift pack, details available upon request. Intriguing, Chinuan murmured, proceeding to examine the details. The system categorized talents according to their potential. Those with sage potential were classified as 1-star talents. True sage potential as 2-star talents, sage king potential as 3-star talents, great sage potential as 4-star talents, quasi-emperor potential as 5-star talents, emperor potential as 6-star talents, and those with immortal potential as 7-star talents. If a 1-star talent were recruited, the host would receive a 1-star recruitment gift pack, guaranteed to include a sage summoning card, 2 divine king summoning cards, and other rewards distributed randomly. Recruiting a 6-star talent would yield a 6-star recruitment gift pack, containing a guaranteed emperor summoning card, 10 quasi-emperor summoning cards, with additional rewards given at random. A 7-star talent would come with a 7-star recruitment gift pack, ensuring 1 true immortal summoning card, 10 emperor summoning cards, and more randomly assigned rewards. Furthermore, all summoned champions would be utterly loyal to Chinuan, willing to undertake any task, even the most perilous, without hesitation. After perusing the details, Chinuan found the prospect of working for the system rather appealing, truly delightful. Yet, he pondered, does such a thing as immortals truly exist? It seems they belong to the prehistoric era, doesn't it? Chinuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. It was said that in the prehistoric age, the path to immortality had not yet been severed, and traces of immortals lingered within the cosmos. Practitioners who reached the pinnacle of human existence had the opportunity to ascend to the celestial realm. However, throughout history, from the mythic era to the present, the zenith of the Chinuan universe has been the Emperor, unparalleled in the world, reigning over an era. No immortals exist in this world. The thought of recruiting a 7-star talent ignited a fervor within Chinuan. The guaranteed acquisition of a true immortal and 10 loyal emperors as subordinates was indeed an extravagant prospect. The 7-star recruitment gift pack was simply astonishing. System: how can I determine the star rating of a genius? Suddenly, Chinuan pondered a question. Rest assured, host, I shall provide you with a pair of illuminating celestial eyes, capable of dispelling all illusions and perceiving all mysteries. It will allow you to detect the cultivation and hidden abilities of any being, as well as their talents and concealed gifts. You truly are a capable system, quite impressive. A smile graced Chinuan's face as he effortlessly acquired a formidable reward. Just as he was about to break the seal and step out, he paused and asked, so, must I scour the entire universe for talented disciples? If so, that would be quite exhausting. Chinuan expressed, perhaps it is best to forego this task. System: you are not merely a big brother. You are a revered elder. Why resort to such despair at the slightest disagreement? The system felt utterly drained and hastily explained, please rest assured, host, this system will automatically scan the universe for geniuses at regular intervals and guide you to their locations. If you wish to obtain more rewards, you may actively seek out talented disciples. Now that is more agreeable. Chinuan received a satisfactory answer and finally waved his hand to unlock the cave seal. In an instant, he heard a sorrowful and anguished voice emanating from outside the forbidden area. With a sweep of his divine sense, he discerned a middle-aged man clad in the robes of the supreme sanctuary, kneeling outside the forbidden zone, murmuring in despair. Disciple implores the ancestor's mercy. Save our sanctuary from peril. After listening for a while, Chinuan's smile vanished, his expression turning icy. He had just emerged as the heavenly emperor and had yet to celebrate, yet an insignificant creature dared to approach, seeking to annihilate his sanctuary. If the supreme sanctuary were to fall, how could he complete his main quest? This is intolerable. I shall see who dares to covet the supreme sanctuary. Chinuan coldly muttered to himself and stepped forth to the forbidden area. Outside, Jiang Taichu, the supreme lord of the sanctuary, felt the time was ripe and wearily rose. Preparing to depart, he intended to settle his affairs and, with great resolve, ignite the divine flame to protect the supreme sanctuary at the cost of his life. Just then, a transcendent voice echoed in his ears. "Young man, where do you think you are going?" Jiang Taichu was taken aback, and then joy surged within him. The ancestor truly resided within the forbidden zone and had heard his plea. Jiang Taichu promptly turned to look back. He beheld a towering figure standing at the mountain's peak, wearing a gentle smile as he regarded him. It was a young man in splendid robes, with a countenance like jade, strikingly handsome features, sword-like brows, starry eyes, and a noble nose, exuding an otherworldly aura, reminiscent of an immortal descended to the mortal realm. Disciple Jiang Taichu pays respects to the ancestor. Jiang Taichu immediately bowed deeply, showing utmost reverence. With his cultivation at the 9th level of the celestial realm, he could not discern this person's level of power, indicating that he was at least a deity-level ancestor. Previously, the deity-level Supreme Lord had searched the Forbidden Zone numerous times without uncovering this ancestor's presence. Thus, this ancestor's cultivation was likely beyond the divine realm. The thought filled Jiang Taichu with increasing astonishment. With the presence of this venerable ancestor at the divine or even divine sovereign realm, the activation of the Quasi-Emperor weapon could undoubtedly repel the encroaching forces of the Five Elements Mountain and restore the unparalleled reputation of the Taichu Holy Land. Jiang Taichu, as Chinuan pondered, he realized he had no recollection of him. He must have joined the Taichu Holy Land during Chinuan's millennia-long seclusion. Time in the mountains is timeless, and a millennium has passed in the world outside. How have things changed? Chinuan inquired. A millennium of seclusion? Jiang Taichu was profoundly shaken. To be able to seclude oneself in a forbidden area, one must at least possess divine status. This ancestor was already a deity 1,000 years ago, and upon emerging, he still appeared youthful, indicating a significant advancement in cultivation and unfathomable depth in his realm. Jiang Taichu felt increasingly assured and hastily reported the significant events that had transpired in the Taichu Holy Land over the past millennium, as well as some major occurrences in the 3,000 Dao states. After listening, Chinuan's expression remained unchanged, betraying no sign of joy or anger. Ancestor, the Five Elements Mountain is about to invade. I implore you to wield the Quasi-Emperor weapon to confront the enemy. Jiang Taichu respectfully pleaded. Chinuan raised an eyebrow. A mere deity dares to threaten us, yet requires the use of a Quasi-Emperor weapon? Ancestor, the Holy Land possesses but this one Quasi-Emperor weapon. Jiang Taichu replied with a troubled countenance. Over the past 10 millennia, the Taichu Holy Land has experienced continuous decline, unable to retain numerous divine weapons, holy artifacts, vast territories, or resources. In order to survive, the Taichu Holy Land has had to cede divine weapons, holy artifacts, territories, and resources to allied factions, securing their support to endure until now. Currently, the Taichu Holy Land is left with only one Quasi-Emperor weapon, a treasured legacy left by its founding ancestor. A pivotal artifact for suppressing the Holy Land. It must not be relinquished under any circumstances. Otherwise, the Taichu Holy Land would cease to exist as such, diminishing to an ordinary sect. Just as Chinuan was about to speak, a resonant shout suddenly echoed through the Taichu Holy Land. Jiang Taichu, surrender the Quasi-Emperor weapon, or today shall witness the extermination of the Taichu Holy Land. Jiang Taichu's expression shifted slightly. The Five Elements Mountain has come knocking at the door. Chapter 3. Deities no more than ants, an instant annihilation beyond the sacred land of Taichu. A venerable elder clad in black stood amidst the heavens, exuding an overwhelming divine authority that resonated throughout the very fabric of existence, echoing within and beyond the sacred land of Taichu, reaching countless miles in all directions. This was a formidable deity. The sacred land of Taichu was destined for calamity. A divine being had descended, yet Taichu found itself devoid of any divine ally, facing only the path of annihilation. This entity was one of the peak lords of the Five Elements Mountain, rumored to have ventured into the realm of deities for several decades, possessing unfathomable strength and mastery over the forces of creation. The current lord of Taichu, Jiang Taichu, remained within the realm of mortals, unable to wield even the emperor's weapons, rendering him incapable of contending against such a divine presence. For 1,000,000 years, the sacred land of Taichu had reigned supreme in the royal prefecture, yet now it was being oppressed by a force like the Five Elements Mountain, on the brink of destruction, a sight both pitiful and lamentable. In an instant, numerous powerful beings were stirred, casting their gazes toward the unfolding scene, engaging in fervent discussions. None stepped forth to offer assistance. Even those with the will found themselves powerless. Beneath the divine, all were but ants. Even a formidable being of the mortal realm could not hope to stand against the divine. To resist such a force was a folly of the highest order. At this moment, despair enveloped the sacred land of Taichu. With the elder sage deceased and the current sovereign yet to ascend to divinity, the arrival of a god, indeed, more than one, left Taichu with no means of defense. Should they falter, the entire sacred domain would face obliteration. Mother, are we to perish? A cherubic boy with wide, innocent eyes gazed up at his mother. Not at all, we shall survive. The Lord has ventured into the forbidden grounds to summon the ancestor. Surely, he can save our sacred land, and we shall all endure. A beautiful young woman donned in moon-white robes held the boy tightly, stifling her tears as she offered him solace. As a disciple of the late elder sage and the junior sister of the current sovereign, she was privy to many secrets of the sacred land, including the possibility of the ancestor's presence within the forbidden grounds. Yet, deep down, she understood the faintness of this hope. Her master and elder brother had sought the forbidden grounds numerous times, yielding no discoveries. There was no ancestor in seclusion within. Is this the deity of the Five Elements mountain? Chinuan's gaze pierced through the void, beheld the black-clad elder beyond the sacred land, reporting to the ancestor. Indeed it is, Jiang Tej responded respectfully, elucidating. The Five Elements mountain has risen as a significant force in the royal prefecture over the past millennium, harboring multiple deities. It is said the most formidable, the mountain lord, has ascended to the realm of divine sovereignty. This individual is the Water Peak Lord of the Five Elements Mountain, known as Hu Jinxiu, who attained divinity over 2 decades ago and now stands at the 4th tier of divine beings. The 4th tier of deities? Merely ants, Chinuan chuckled softly to himself. Not only was this Hu Jinxiu of the 4th tier inconsequential in his eyes, but even the mountain lord of divine sovereignty was but an insect before him. With a mere snap of his fingers, they could be extinguished. His eyes glimmered slightly as he activated the Eye of the Broken Illusions. And before him materialized a virtual panel visible only to him. Name, Hu Jinxiu, gender, male, identity, Lord of Waterpeak. Wuxing Mountain, age, 1,624 years, qualification, average, physique, mortal, cultivation, 5th heaven of divine realm. Techniques, Yuanjiang divine art, water god's finger, 9-fold wave breaking slash. Glancing at the information panel, Chinuan mused to himself, this broken illusion celestial eye is quite useful. Activating the broken illusion celestial eye, he directly acquired all manner of information about the target, name, gender, identity, age, qualification, physique, cultivation, techniques. No concealed information could escape Chinuan's discerning gaze. Jiang Tej claimed that Hu Jinxiu was at the 4th heaven of the divine realm, yet the information panel revealed him to be at the 5th heaven, indicating that Hu Jinxiu had recently experienced a breakthrough or was deliberately concealing his true cultivation. However, while he could deceive others, he could not elude Chinuan's scrutiny. It is reassuring that the ancestor can handle this. The primordial Saint Lord, Jiang Tej, sighed in relief. This ancestor spoke with great authority, referring to a 4th heaven deity as mere ants, suggesting that the ancestor's cultivation must be at least at the divine sovereign level, perhaps even a peak divine king. With such an ancestor safeguarding the sacred ground, the primordial would be without worry. Yet, who could this ancestor be? Jiang Tej pondered. Throughout the history of the primordial sacred land, every ancestor who entered the forbidden area for seclusion had a name, a face, and their circumstances were well known to each generation of saints. None had recorded any ancestors in seclusion during the era of the former saint. This ancestor before him was evidently not among those recorded. Could they be a contingency left by a past saint? To enter seclusion for even a single instance could span millennia. How ancient must this ancestor be? Jiang Tej, will you still stubbornly resist? You have 3 breaths of time left. If you do not surrender the quasi-emperor weapon, I shall enter and annihilate your entire primordial lineage. The voice of Hu Jinxiu, Lord of Waterpeak, reverberated through the heavens, shaking the very earth. His aura surged, divine might radiating like abyss and prison, suffocating all beings beneath the divine realm. A divine sword materialized above his head, its brilliance illuminating the vast expanse, exuding an unfathomable power. This was a divine sovereign weapon, immensely more powerful than an ordinary divine weapon. After the demise of the former primordial Saint Lord, the primordial sacred land was left without support. Even if there remained a quasi-emperor weapon, none could wield it. Wuxing Mountain had set its sights on the quasi-emperor weapon of the primordial sacred land, and Hu Jinxiu volunteered to ascend upon it, seeking to seize the weapon, which would be a remarkable achievement. If possible, Hu Jinxiu preferred not to engage in a direct confrontation, fearing that Jiang Tej might resort to a desperate act of igniting divine fire, which would complicate matters significantly. Numerous forces were eyeing the delectable prize that was the primordial sacred land, all eager for a taste. Should he fail to secure the weapon swiftly, the arrival of other powerful factions would render his task of seizing the quasi-emperor weapon exceedingly difficult. The most effective strategy was to exert pressure, compelling Jiang Tej to relinquish the weapon. Without the quasi-emperor weapon, even if Jiang Tej ignited divine fire in desperation, he would be unable to fend off the covetous gaze of various forces. Observing the formidable black-clad elder in the heavens, Chinuan felt a sense of embarrassment on his behalf. During the reign of the semi-emperor, he did not dare to act so recklessly. Now, having attained the status of the heavenly emperor with unparalleled strength, he allows himself a modicum of audacity. How dare a mere deity be so bold? Chinuan raised his right hand and gently flicked his fingers. Boom! The divine sword of the god's sovereign level shattered in an instant. Simultaneously, the figure of the old god in black exploded, his corporeal form and primordial spirit annihilated, reduced to ashes, utterly dead. Such insignificant ants dared to utter hubris. Chinuan sighed softly. Witnessing this terrifying scene,
The primordial Saint Lord Jiang Tej was left dumbfounded. He realized he had gravely underestimated the prowess of this ancestor. A mere flick of the finger could obliterate a divine weapon. A flick could vanquish a deity. This level of power was far too formidable. Even the god sovereigns could not achieve such feats. It would require a supreme god king at the very least. Ancestor, are you a god king? Jiang Tej could not restrain his curiosity. Chinuan shook his head slightly. Jiang Tej swallowed hard, waves of emotion surging within him. The ancestor was, in fact, a sage. After 10,000 years, the primordial sacred land had finally produced another sage. Heaven does not forsake my primordial. Jiang Tej's previously anxious heart found tranquility. A sacred land, truly worthy of its name, must have a sage to oversee it. With a sage wielding a semi-emperor weapon, even the great sages would tread carefully. A sage possesses a lifespan of 5,000 years. The ancestor could protect the primordial sacred land for millennia, allowing ample time for its revival and resurgence. In an instant, Jiang Tej contemplated myriad thoughts, his eyes unknowingly glistening with moisture. Over the years, he had endured immense pressure, nearly reaching his breaking point, teetering on the edge of despair. Now, with the dawn of light and the emergence of a sage ancestor to suppress the chaos, the primordial sacred land would have a shield against the storms ahead. Chapter 4. The invincible ancestor assists you in ascending to great heights at this moment. The atmosphere within and around the Taichu Holy Land was ablaze with excitement and speculation. A peak master from the Five Elements Mountain, wielding a divine weapon, unleashed his formidable presence upon the Taichu Holy Land, only to meet an abrupt demise, disintegrating into ashes. With even his divine weapon shattering into fragments. The suddenness of these events left everyone astounded. Aside from the Holy Master Jiang Tej, no one understood the cause of this calamity. Why did a divine being perish so unexpectedly? Why did the divine weapon explode? Was it the action of a hidden powerhouse from the Taichu Holy Land? Or had a passing great practitioner intervened, executing the divine being from the Five Elements Mountain? What on earth transpired? Heavens, a divine being has inexplicably perished. Could it be that a concealed powerhouse from the Taichu Holy Land struck? Unthinkable. To eliminate a divine being and obliterate a divine weapon with such stealth, one would at least need to be a divine king. The Taichu Holy Land has not fallen to such depths. Where could such a pinnacle divine king arise? The death of a divine powerhouse from the Five Elements Mountain would undoubtedly incite a storm of vengeance. The imperial province would soon be drenched in blood. Onlookers, strong figures gathered around, were rendered speechless, their faces etched with disbelief. Before their very eyes, an unparalleled powerhouse had silently annihilated a divine being and instantaneously shattered a divine weapon, an act of sheer terror. While a minority believed it was a hidden expert of the Taichu Holy Land who had acted, the majority were skeptical, preferring to believe that it was another great practitioner who had intervened. Perhaps Jiang Tej had offered the quasi-imperial weapon to an unparalleled holy land or an indomitable lineage, summoning a sage to act. From a distance of hundreds of miles, several divine beings observed this scene, equally shaken, their scalps tingling with shock. The divine beings of the Five Elements Mountain had gained an initial advantage, arriving at the Taichu Holy Land first. But it was a calculated move allowing Hu Jinxiu to test the waters, probing the depths of the Taichu Holy Land. If the Taichu Holy Land had no hidden cards, they would swiftly descend and divide its spoils. They had assumed that the Taichu Holy Land harbored some secret, at most a single divine being. Yet they were astounded to discover a pinnacle divine king. While others remained oblivious, these divine beings understood all too well that the Taichu Holy Land lacked external support. Jiang Tej had firmly retained the quasi-imperial weapon, not offering it to any supreme power. The one who executed the divine being from the Five Elements Mountain was undoubtedly a powerhouse of the Taichu Holy Land. How could the Taichu Holy Land still possess a pinnacle divine king? No one could provide an answer to this question. Yet all these divine beings understood that the plan to divide the Taichu Holy Land was no longer viable. They would need to deliberate carefully and even prepare for possible retaliation from the Taichu Holy Land. Their respective factions could not withstand the wrath of a pinnacle divine king. As the onlookers departed, news of the incident at the Taichu Holy Land spread like wildfire throughout the myriad domains of the imperial province, stirring a tempest of reaction. Mother, could it be that the ancestor has intervened? In the Holy Land, a boy looked expectantly at his mother. She had mentioned that the Holy Master went to the forbidden area to summon the ancestor. And then the divine being that had come to attack the Holy Land perished indeed. The beautiful young woman spoke with unwavering certainty, yet her heart was beset with apprehension. Was there truly an ancestor guarding the forbidden area? Had the Holy Master indeed summoned the ancestor? Within the sacred land, there exists a venerable ancestor of unparalleled divine prowess. A cascade of questions surged within the heart of the enchanting woman as she gazed towards the forbidden area, attempting to glean some insight. Alas, the distance was too great, with mountains and seas obstructing her view, rendering her unable to perceive the scene within the forbidden domain. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to compose herself, preparing to inquire of Brother Jiang later. At that moment, the voice of the Holy Master, Jiang Tej, reverberated throughout the entire sacred land, echoing endlessly. The deities of the Five Elements Mountain have dared to oppress our Taichu Sacred Land, and they have been vanquished by the hand of our venerable ancestor. Instantly, The entirety of Taichu Sacred Land erupted in fervor. All disciples stood tall, their despair and frustration dissipating, igniting boundless fighting spirit, resounding with cries of the ancestor is invincible. Each person understood that with a supreme divine monarch safeguarding them, Taichu's sacred land would rise anew, dominating the myriad realms of the imperial province and instilling awe across the heavens and the earth. The mere thought of a venerable ancestor filled the beautiful woman with uncontainable joy. In that moment, she recalled her deceased master, pondering that had the old holy master delayed and not seized the opportunity, perhaps when the ancestor emerged, circumstances would have unfolded differently. As one of the 3,000 Dao provinces, the imperial province sprawls across vast expanses, dwarfing the combined magnitude of hundreds of star realms. The entire imperial province is divided into myriad domains, with Taichu's sacred land once occupying a fifth of it during its zenith, yet now reduced to less than half a domain, teetering on the brink of obsolescence. The core dojo of Taichu's sacred land lies within the Taishin domain, nestled in the majestic Taichu mountain range, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, with jagged peaks piercing the clouds, exuding magnificence, and suffused with rich primordial energy. Adorned with auspicious colors and radiant light, where celestial birds and divine beasts dwell, resembling a paradise on earth. Standing atop the principal peak, Chinuan had comprehended the illustrious past and present of Taichu's sacred land, declaring, "Our Taichu's sacred land shall be revitalized." He aspired to transform Taichu's sacred land into the mightiest sanctuary across the myriad realms. With the venerable ancestor present, our Taichu's sacred land shall undoubtedly regain its former glory. Jiang Tej exclaimed with fervor. Chinuan nodded slightly. What shall our venerable ancestor do about the 10 sects, such as the 5 Elements Mountain and Zhuhua Cave, that have wronged us? Jiang Tej inquired. After the demise of the old holy master, these 10 formidable forces had collectively besieged Taichu's sacred land. And this score must be settled. Over the years, these 10 powers had encroached upon many of Taichu's sacred land's territories and resources, contributing significantly to its current plight. Annihilate them all. Chinuan's eyes gleamed with a hint of murderous intent, reverberating throughout the vast cosmos. Is the venerable ancestor intending to assault the strongholds of the 5 Elements Mountain and Zhuhua Cave? Jiang Tei's heart surged with excitement, his blood boiling. Chinuan cast him a sidelong glance, replying nonchalantly, "You shall go." There was no need for the heavenly emperor to intervene with such trifling factions. "I shall go?" Jiang Tej was struck dumb, as if struck by 5 thunders. Venerable ancestor, these factions possess considerable depth, with several deities and even divine sovereigns stationed therein. I have yet to attain divinity. I fear I cannot accomplish such a grand endeavor. After a while, Jiang Tej finally stammered. If it were possible, he would undoubtedly wish to ascend the 5 Elements Mountain and Zhuhua Cave to exact vengeance for Taichu's sacred land. Yet he was self-aware enough to recognize that going would be tantamount to courting death. Perhaps the divine monarch? Chinuan remarked indifferently. Jiang Tej found it somewhat challenging to grasp the thoughts of this venerable ancestor, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. A supreme deity's effortless subjugation of the 10 major sects was undoubtedly within reach. However, the ancestor was reluctant to intervene personally, and there were no other powerful beings at the divine king level within the Taichu sacred land. Very well then. A faint smile graced Chinuan's face. He had previously utilized the broken illusion celestial eye to perceive Jiang Tej, gathering all pertinent information about him. Name, Jiang Tej, race, human, gender, male, identity, current holy master of the Taichu sacred land, age, 198 years, qualification, superior, physique, sunlight spirit body, cultivation level, 9th heaven of the celestial realm, techniques, Taichu Sutra, Taichu Heavenly Blade, Star Crushing Fist, Sun Great Seal. 42 more techniques available for detailed viewing. It must be said that Jiang Tei's qualifications were commendable. His physique, at least, was of a spiritual nature. Although he had not reached the level of a one-star genius, he was not far from it. Achieving the 9th heaven of the celestial realm before the age of 200 showcased his potential to become a supreme deity. Therefore, Chinuan resolved to lend him a helping hand, facilitating his ascent to greatness and the attainment of supreme deity status. He aimed to cultivate more strong individuals for the Taichu's sacred land to fight on its behalf, without burdening this heavenly emperor with every trivial matter. Chinuan had no desire to remain a mere caretaker indefinitely. Chapter 5. The Stellar War Body, the Divine King in White, Jiang Tei's ancestor. Our holy land has no divine kings, lamented Jiang Tej, the primordial holy lord, with a furrowed brow. If there were still divine kings within the holy land, they would not have to endure such hardships. According to the ancient records of the Holy Land, the last divine king perished 7,000 years ago. Over the past 10 millennia, the primordial Holy Land has seen a decline in prowess, with successive holy lords' cultivation diminishing from sage, divine king, divine sovereign, to deity, ultimately reaching the realm of celestial beings. There is no further decline possible. Should Chinuan not emerge, the primordial Holy Land would face annihilation. Then let us create one. Chinuan replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Create a divine king? Jiang Tej was momentarily taken aback, stammering, "Ancestor, how long would that take?" While there were some promising talents within the Holy Land who might ascend to the divine king realm, such a feat would require time, opportunity, and very soon. Chinuan mused briefly before providing a precise answer, in just 3 breaths. Jiang Tej was once again astonished. To forge a supreme divine king in 3 breaths? Am I hallucinating, or have I misheard? Jiang Tej, Chinuan suddenly called out. Disciple is here. Jiang Tej snapped back to attention, responding with utmost respect. As the primordial Holy Lord, you have diligently served and made significant contributions to the Holy Land. Your heart is evident, and your aspirations are clear. Chinuan began, his voice resonating with authority. Jiang Tei's mind raced, sensing a revelation. Could it be that the monumental task of creating a divine king was to fall upon him? As he contemplated this, he heard Chinuan's next words, confirming his suspicions. I bestow upon you the cultivation of a divine king, and grant you the unique physique of the stellar war body. I hope your resolve remains steadfast as you continue to serve the Holy Land. As the words fell, Chinuan waved his hand, and several orbs of light merged into Jiang Tei's being. Boom! A surge of violent and terrifying energy erupted from Jiang Tej, soaring into the heavens, climbing higher and higher, shaking the 8,000 realms and startling the powerful beings of myriad races. After half a breath, Jiang Tej ignited his divine fire, breaking through from the 9th heaven of celestial being to the realm of deity. Moments later, he leapt from deity to divine sovereign. His cultivation continuing to ascend, his aura swelling further. After another breath and a half, Jiang Tej transcended to the divine king realm. His divine might resonating throughout the vast cosmos, shaking the very foundations of existence, his fearsome presence sweeping across the heavens and the earth. At that moment, the myriad realms of the Emperor Province trembled, countless powerful beings gazing towards the primordial Holy Land in the Taichu region with expressions of disbelief. How could the recently emerged Supreme Divine King be followed by another, freshly ascended Divine King? When had the once declined primordial Holy Land amassed such profound depth? Soon, factions from all corners of the Emperor Province dispatched their strongest to the Taichu region to investigate the extraordinary events unfolding, seeking to unravel the mystery of what had transpired. A tempest quietly swept across the myriad realms of the Emperor Province, and all understood that the primordial Holy Land was on the cusp of resurgence, poised to reclaim its former, immortal glory. Within the sacred realm of Taichu, Jiang Tej, having completed his breakthrough, awakened with profound clarity. He immediately performed a deep bow, his forehead nearly touching the ground, and respectfully declared, Disciple Jiang Tej humbly thanks the ancestor for bestowing the path. Previously, Jiang Tej had been incredulous. Who in this world could cultivate a divine king in such a brief span? Even the great emperors of old could not achieve this. Yet, the ancestor had accomplished it. The promised 3 breaths of time were precisely fulfilled, neither more nor less. Jiang Tej felt as though he were caught in a dream. Just 3 breaths ago, he was at the 9th level of the celestial realm, troubled by his inability to break through to the divine realm. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had ascended to the divine king realm, not merely stepping into this tribulation, but standing at the pinnacle of the divine king domain, a truly exceptional divine king. He was but a step away from the realm of the saints. Even if this were akin to pulling seedlings to hasten growth, Jiang Tej would willingly accept it. Not only had his realm elevated him to the apex of the divine kings, but the ancestor had also granted him the supreme special physique known as the galactic battle body, which surpassed his previous solar spirit body by countless magnitudes. With the galactic battle body and his unparalleled divine king cultivation, Jiang Tej brimmed with confidence, daring even to engage with a saint. At this juncture, another thought crossed Jiang Tej's mind. Was the ancestor truly merely a saint? What the emperors could not achieve, the ancestor accomplished effortlessly. To create a divine king endowed with a supreme physique was nothing short of miraculous. To casually bestow the top-tier special physique galactic battle body was a mythic feat indeed. Go forth and obliterate the 10 sects, thereby proclaiming the might of Taichu. Chinuan casually gestured, seemingly unconcerned. For Chinuan, cultivating a divine king was no arduous task. After a millennium of signing in, he had amassed numerous rewards. Merely producing a divine king fruit or a divine king pill would easily elevate Jiang Tej to the status of an exceptional divine king. The galactic battle body, too, was a special physique acquired from his past sign-ins, a top-tier physique that Chinuan deemed unworthy of his attention as he possessed even more formidable physiques. Jiang Tej waited for a moment, noticing that the ancestor had no further instructions and hesitated to speak. Chinuan cast a glance in his direction and inquired with a smile, Are you not eager to annihilate the 10 sects? Why have you not set forth? Jiang Tej found it somewhat difficult to articulate his thoughts, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Ancestor, the disciple lacks a suitable weapon. Throughout the entire sacred domain of Taichu, apart from one quasi-imperial weapon, there were no other divine or sacred arms available. As an exceptional divine king, he could not possibly wield a weapon suited for the celestial realm. The quasi-imperial weapon, meant to safeguard the sacred land, could not be easily removed. If lost, the sanctity of the land would be compromised. Thus, Jiang Tej sought the ancestor's blessing for an appropriate weapon. If the ancestor could bestow a supreme physique, surely there must be divine or sacred arms available as well. With a flick of his hand, Chinuan summoned a bronze cauldron with 3 legs and 2 ears, emanating a terrifying sacred might that stirred the heavens. This sacred king weapon, the Xuanhuang Ding, shall be bestowed upon you, Chinuan declared. Gesturing as the Xianhuang Ding sword before Jiang Taichu, "Thank you, ancestor, for bestowing this sacred weapon," Jiang Taichu exclaimed, once more bowing deeply in gratitude. With his unparalleled cultivation as a divine king, he wielded the sacred king weapon to its fullest potential, thereby elevating his combat prowess to new heights. He believed that, in this moment, he was not inferior to his sage. Soon, Jiang Taichu traversed the void and departed. In the vast expanse of the royal region, one of its domains is the Five Mysterious Domain, where the Five Elements Mountain is situated. As one of the preeminent forces that have risen in the royal region over the past millennium, the Five Elements Mountain has become a colossal entity. Rooted in the Five Mysterious Domain and radiating influence over 36 surrounding mysterious domains, its power ever growing. The Five Elements Mountain is also a principal force in encroaching upon the primordial sacred land, with the two factions separated by merely dozens of mysterious domains. The master of the water element Peak, Hu Jinxiu, ventured to the primordial sacred land bearing a divine sovereign weapon, while the remaining high-ranking members of the Five Elements Mountain awaited his favorable news. Alas, what they received instead was a dire report. The master of the water element Peak was slain on the spot, and the divine sovereign weapon was shattered. The loss of a deity in a divine sovereign weapon was a tremendous blow to the Five Elements Mountain. The other four Peak masters were filled with fury, clamoring to muster the full strength of their sect and unite with the other 9 major sects to march against the grand mysterious domain and annihilate the primordial sacred land. However, the master of the Five Elements Mountain intervened, cautioning that the situation regarding the primordial sacred land was shrouded in uncertainty, and they must refrain from rash actions. Was the formidable being who vanquished Hu Jinxiu and destroyed the divine sovereign weapon truly from the primordial sacred land? If that supreme divine king were indeed a hidden powerhouse of the primordial sacred land, the Five Elements Mountain must exercise even greater caution. Despite having broken through to the divine sovereign realm, he was still far inferior to a divine king. After much contemplation and discussions with several other deities, the master of the Five Elements Mountain reached a decision to send emissaries to the eternal Taoist lineage, the Five Elements Palace, seeking assistance. Once reinforcements arrived, they would join forces with the other 9 major factions to jointly invade the primordial sacred land, determined to obliterate it. The 10 major sects had long encroached upon the primordial sacred land, their grievances running deep. If they allowed the primordial sacred land to recover and grow powerful, they would inevitably face retribution. It was better to strike preemptively. "Master, could the primordial sacred land initiate an assault upon us?" One Peak master suddenly expressed concern. The master of the Five Elements Mountain surveyed the other Peak masters, noting the worry etched upon their faces, and smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. Even if that formidable being is from the primordial sacred land, they would not dare to provoke us at the Five Elements Mountain." Upon witnessing the calm demeanor of their leader, the 4 Peak masters felt a sense of relief. At that moment, the void tore apart, and a golden pathway of light traversed space, descending upon the Five Elements Mountain. A figure clad in white, crowned with a bronze cauldron, stood majestically above, gazing down upon the Five Elements Mountain. It was Jiang Taichu, the white-clad divine king. His terrifying divine prestige radiated across the heavens and the earth, shaking the 6 realms and compelling all beings to bow in submission. In that instant, chaos erupted within the Five Elements Mountain. Chapter 6. The Decree of the Celestial Emperor. A cataclysmic onslaught today. The Five Elements Mountain shall be obliterated. Jiang Taichu, adorned in a stunning white robe, with the profound and yellow tripod suspended above his head, reverberates through the vast cosmos, his voice echoing across the myriad realms of the imperial province. For millennia, the Taichu Sacred Ground has endured relentless oppression from various forces. But today it finally stands tall and proud. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Henceforth, the Taichu Sacred Ground shall truly rise, asserting dominance over the myriad realms of the imperial province, instilling awe across the 3,000 Tao states, and reign over the universe in all directions. The profound and yellow tripod hovers in the heavens, exuding an aura of profundity and brilliance, showering the surroundings with countless auspicious lights. The overwhelming sanctity permeates the land, suppressing the entire Five Elements Mountain, its grandeur resonating throughout the imperial province. A momentous upheaval. At this instant, all major forces within the imperial province are gripped by terror, their senses tingling in astonishment. The Taichu Sacred Ground has just birthed an unparalleled divine monarch, and now it dares to confront the Five Elements Mountain. Could this be the commencement of a vengeful journey? Is the Taichu Sacred Ground not wary of being besieged by all factions, facing imminent annihilation? Moreover, the Five Elements Mountain is not to be trifled with, as it is intricately linked to the formidable and enduring Tao lineage, the Five Elements Palace, which reigns over the 3,000 Tao states. Does the Taichu Sacred Ground not fear retribution from the Five Elements Palace for its audacious actions? Atop the main peak of the Five Elements Mountain, the mountain lord trembles, exclaiming, "Did you not say that the Taichu Sacred Ground would not dare to strike at our door?" The other peak lords are equally shaken. The figure clad in white above the heavens is terrifying beyond measure, his aura surpassing that of any divine being among them. The mountain lord shoots a glare at him, his spirits plummeting. He had never anticipated that his boastful words would so swiftly backfire, leaving him feeling as though he were about to be struck down. With no time for explanations to the other peak lords, the pressing matter at hand is how to confront this crisis. A supreme divine monarch has traversed the void from the Taichu Sacred Ground, exuding an overwhelming and boundless might, intent on annihilating the Five Elements Mountain. This mountain represents his life's work, and he must preserve it at all costs. But how? He has just barely ascended to the divine sovereign realm, merely at the first level, far inferior to a divine monarch. The Five Elements Mountain lacks a more powerful divine monarch, yet it does possess a sacred weapon. Will it suffice? With his thoughts racing, the Mountain Lord retrieves a token, the control emblem for the mountain's protective array, and promptly activates it. The protective array of the Five Elements Mountain is of a high grade, a divine monarch-level formation. Even a supreme divine monarch's assault can be repelled for a brief moment. Having completed this, the Mountain Lord finally exhales in relief. With the protective array buying time, it is sufficient for the reinforcements from the Five Elements Palace to arrive. When that time comes, it will be the outside divine monarch who faces death. Mountain Lord, that is Jiang Taish, suddenly exclaims one of the peak lords. What? Jiang Taish? The Mountain Lord and the other peak lords swiftly gaze towards the sky, their expressions turning ashen. Earlier, they could not discern his features due to the sacred light enveloping him, and they had not considered Jiang Taish, who had merely been at the celestial being realm half an hour prior. Now, with the sacred light dissipated, they see clearly the visage of the white-clad divine monarch in the heavens. It is indeed the supreme master of Taichu, Jiang Taish. A collective gasp escapes the lips of the Mountain Lord and his companions, their faces painted with disbelief. How can this be possible? How could Jiang Taish possibly be an unparalleled deity? He is merely a minor figure of the celestial realm, yet to even step into the divine domain. If Jiang Taish were truly an unparalleled deity, the Taichu Sacred Land would have long since risen, and the 10 major sects would not dare to oppress it. Yet, the evidence is irrefutable. Jiang Taish stands in the heavens, emanating the terrifying aura of an unrivaled deity. In an instant, numerous speculations flashed through the minds of those present. The hidden powerhouse who subdued Hu Jinqiu and shattered the divine weapons might very well be the sacred master of Taichu, Jiang Taish. Previously, the Taichu Sacred Land had exuded a divine aura that astonished the world, suggesting that a formidable being had stepped into the divine realm. Could that be Jiang Taish? Regardless, the white-clad deity Jiang Taish's presence over the Five Elements Mountain heralds a calamity for them. The master of the Five Elements Mountain cast a glance at the various peak masters, observing their expressions of fear. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, "Do not worry, my fellow gods. Our mountain's protective array is no trifling matter. Even if Jiang Taish unleashes his full strength, it will be no issue for us to hold out for a quarter of an hour. I have dispatched someone to the Five Elements Palace for assistance, and they will surely arrive within that time, marking the end for Jiang Taish." Upon hearing this, the peak masters finally felt their anxieties ease. Indeed, they were not fighting alone. The Five Elements Mountain was backed by the immortal doctrine of the Five Elements Palace, a force that commanded respect across the 3,000 states. Any powerful figure emerging from there could easily suppress the myriad realms of the imperial state, making the task of defeating the white-clad deity Jiang Taish seem trivial. Boom. Just as these thoughts crossed their minds, the white-clad deity Jiang Taish unleashed a terrifying aura, wielding the Chinuan cauldron to strike at the Five Elements Mountain. An infinite cascade of Chinuan energy descended, transforming into a radiant beam that severed the protective array of the mountain. They could not withstand even a breath of time. The dreadful Chinuan radiance swept across, reducing the vast expanse of the Five Elements Mountain to ruins, with countless cultivators perishing in an instant, utterly powerless to resist. Even the four peak masters at the divine level were no match, being obliterated into ash by the Chinuan light. Bang! The master of the Five Elements Mountain was sent flying for tens of thousands of miles, crashing into an ancient divine mountain. As the dust settled, his face bore a look of incredulity. The strength of the white-clad deity Jiang Taish far surpassed his expectations, as he had obliterated the great power of the Five Elements Mountain, which commanded 36 Xian domains, with a single blow. Had he not summoned his sacred weapon at a critical moment, exhausting his divine powers to resist, he too would have been reduced to nothing, although he had fortuitously survived. He was severely injured and lacked the strength to continue fighting. Whoosh! The white-clad deity Jiang Taish crossed tens of thousands of miles in a single step, standing above the heavens, gazing down upon the master of the Five Elements Mountain, and calmly declared, "Today marks your demise." Coughing violently, the master of the Five Elements Mountain clutched his chest, spitting blood as he fixed his gaze upon the white-clad deity, roaring, "Jiang Taish, do you not know that I hail from the Five Elements Palace? If you dare to harm me even a hair, can you withstand the wrath of my master?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Taish raised an eyebrow, momentarily hesitating on whether to slay the master of the Five Elements Mountain. The Five Elements Palace was an immortal doctrine. Although its history was not as ancient as that of the Taichu Sacred Land, it had endured for several 100,000 years. Most crucially, the Five Elements Palace had once produced an emperor. In the medieval era, the Five Elements sovereign attained enlightenment, reigning over the vast cosmos and commanding myriad celestial races, thereby establishing the immortal lineage of the Five Elements Palace. Even at the zenith of the primordial sacred land, none dared to challenge the might of the Five Elements Palace. Now, the primordial sacred land has fallen to its nadir. Should it provoke the Five Elements Palace, it would likely face utter annihilation. Although the sovereign has been deceased for several hundred millennia, the profound legacy he left behind for the Five Elements Palace is unparalleled, further fortified by the supreme imperial weapon that governs fate. Having slain the master of Five Elements Mountain and incurred the wrath of the Five Elements Palace, could the ancestor withstand the retribution? Jiang Tej pondered this and concluded it was unlikely. Without the sovereign's presence, the supreme imperial weapon remains the most formidable force. The ancestor's cultivation is unfathomable, yet no matter how powerful, he cannot rival a sovereign. If someone were to ascend as an emperor, it would undoubtedly become known throughout the universe. Such a feat could not be concealed. Even if the ancestor were to reach the quasi-emperor realm, he would still be unable to withstand the onslaught of the supreme imperial weapon. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Tej solemnly inquired, "Who is your master?" "My master is the Saint of Kuntai," declared the master of Five Elements Mountain with pride. Jiang Tej's heart sank. If the master of Five Elements Mountain's mentor were merely a divine sovereign, Jiang Tej would have struck without hesitation. Out of respect for the ancestor, the Five Elements Palace would likely refrain from troubling the primordial sacred land for the sake of a mere divine sovereign. However, the master of Five Elements Mountain's mentor is a saint. Saints possess immense power and hold significant positions within the immortal lineage. To slay a disciple of a saint would undoubtedly provoke a fierce retaliation from the Five Elements Palace. With this realization, Jiang Tej resolved that for the sake of the primordial sacred land and the ancestor, he would spare the master of Five Elements Mountain. But then, at that moment, the voice of the ancestor echoed in his mind. In an instant, Jiang Tej's expression hardened with unwavering determination, and he struck without hesitation. The ancestor commanded death, and thus he would deliver it, creating chaos as he did so. The Five Elements Palace was merely a fade. The ancestor would shield him from the consequences. Jiang Tej raised his hand and unleashed a punch, obliterating the bewildered master of Five Elements Mountain. The profound yellow radiance cleaved down, extinguishing both the master as soul and corporeal form, leading to his demise. Finally, Jiang Tej cast a glance at the ruins of Five Elements Mountain before traversing the void, departing for his next destination, Jihua Cave. News of the primordial sacred lord's ascension to the pinnacle of divine sovereigns, the destruction of Five Elements Mountain, and the death of its master swiftly spread across the myriad domains of the imperial prefecture, igniting a tremendous upheaval. A tempest of blood and carnage was about to engulf the entire imperial prefecture, instilling dread in all powerful beings. Chapter 7. The First Disciple. The mightiest physique of myth, the Taichu Holy Land. Standing atop the majestic Taichu Peak, Chinuan gazed into the depths of time, witnessing the unfolding battles across the Wushuan domain. A worthy talent, he mused. Although Jiang Tej's cultivation was modest, his strategic vision, unwavering determination, and decisive actions in eliminating the ignorant lord of the Five Elements Mountain demonstrated his potential. With a mere utterance of slay, Jiang Tej resolutely subdued the foolish opponent. The annihilation of the 10 sects served as a test laid before Jiang Tej. Should he prove satisfactory, Chinuan would continue to nurture him. As the invincible heavenly emperor, Chinuan possessed unparalleled means to elevate Jiang Tej's cultivation, despite the latter's merely superior aptitude. Talent, after all, does not dictate destiny. Even those of ordinary potential can rise to unparalleled heights and overshadow the ages. Withdrawing his gaze from the horizon, Chinuan surveyed the entire Taichu Holy Land, contemplating whether any remarkable talents resided within its confines. The system urged him to recruit disciples of genius to fortify the Taichu Holy Land, aspiring to transform it into the most formidable sanctuary across the realms. With the system currently offering no guidance, he would need to embark on his own quest for talent. The simplest method of investigation would be to explore the Taichu Holy Land itself. However, given its current state of decline, it seemed unlikely that any exceptional individuals would be inclined to join. Did the Taichu Holy Land harbor the disciples he sought? As these thoughts lingered, Chinuan activated his divine eyes, scanning the entirety of the Taichu Holy Land, where no being could evade his scrutiny. The Holy Land boasted 108 principal peaks, each symbolizing a unique heritage, and governed numerous subordinate peaks teeming with life. As he swiftly surveyed the expanse, his brow furrowed in concern. Not a single star-grade genius appeared to meet his criteria within the vastness of the Taichu Holy Land. A few possessed superior aptitude and the potential to ascend to God's sovereign or God King, yet none fit his specific requirements. He pressed on with his search. Upon casting his gaze over the third peak from the bottom, a spark ignited in his eyes. At last, a discovery. A subtle smile graced Chinuan's visage. Atop that peak stood an enchanting young woman, her graceful figure radiating an extraordinary aura. In her hand, she guided a clever little boy. The treasure Chinuan had found was none other than him. Name, Yunji Shui, race, human, gender, male, age, 6 years, status, core disciple of the Taichu Holy Land. Talent, 3-star genius, physique, dormant solar divine body, one of the universe's supreme physiques. Once activated, it will attract the favor of the solar path, becoming its cherished disciple, and upon perfection, Rivaling the Great Sage. Cultivation. 5th layer of the Sea Opening Realm. Techniques. Taichu Scripture, Solar Divine Light. Extreme Yang Great Hand Seal. Click to view the remaining 4 techniques. A 3-star genius, Chinuan used, finding it acceptable. According to the system's classification, a 3-star genius possessed the potential of a Saint King. Typically, one could begin cultivation at 4 years of age. Yet Yunji Shui had progressed to the 5th layer of the Sea Opening Realm within a mere 2 years, indeed showcasing commendable aptitude. His physique surpasses his innate talent, though the solar divine body remains dormant. Within the vast expanse of the Chinuan universe, numerous unique physiques exist, classified by ancient sages into 5 tiers based on their manifestations throughout history. The 5th tier comprises various spiritual bodies, abundant in number and varying in strength. Even the weakest can rival deities upon perfection, while the strongest can contend with divine kings. The 4th tier consists of relatively rare royal physiques, whose perfected forms can match that of saints and true saints. The 3rd tier encompasses some of the universe's most extraordinary physiques, such as the solar divine body, lunar divine body, 5 elements sacred body, and star river battle body, all of which possess combat prowess akin to sacred kings and great saints when fully realized. The 2nd tier holds even fewer physiques, each legendary in nature, capable of reaching the strength of quasi-emperors or even half-step transcendence upon completion. The 1st tier comprises mythical physiques, with only 9 known throughout the ages, appearing only once every million years or so. These 9 mythic-level physiques are revered as the 9 most formidable in the universe, including the primal sacred body, 6-path immortal body, chaos body, and innate sacred body Tao. Any one of these physiques, upon reaching full maturity, possesses astonishing combat power, capable of rivaling the supreme beings of the forbidden zones and reigning over myriad realms. If perfected, they may directly ascend to the status of an emperor, surpassing even the exalted transcendent forms. Should one attain the path of emperor, their might would be unparalleled, rendering ordinary extreme path practitioners mere shadows. Even those who have traversed far along the path of longevity would pale in comparison. Chinuan possesses one such mythical physique, capable of suppressing myriad paths, with combat strength vastly exceeding that of other mythical physique emperors. Hence, he is rightfully called the Celestial Emperor. Gathering his thoughts, Chinuan patiently surveyed the remaining aspects, yet found no further star-level geniuses. With a gentle lift of his right hand, he summoned Lin Shurin, a beautiful young woman engaged in conversation with her son, Yunji Shui, within the palace. Suddenly, she felt the world shift, the very fabric of space transforming. Before she could react in astonishment, she found herself atop Taichu Peak, facing a figure clad in feathered robes, resembling a celestial being, exuding an unfathomable and supreme aura. Lin Shurin's mind raced as she quickly deduced that this must be the ancestor summoned from the forbidden grounds by the Holy Master. What could be the purpose of their sudden relocation? With curiosity in her heart, she bowed deeply, her tone filled with utmost respect. Junior Lin Shurin pays her respects to the ancestor. Chinuan turned to regard the beautiful Lin Shurin, his gaze settling upon her son, Yunji Shui. Despite Lin Shurin's beauty, Chinuan was not swayed. He was no mere rogue. As the invincible celestial emperor, he could summon countless authentic holy maidens, divine maidens, and princesses at will. I find this child to possess potential worthy of cultivation. I wish to take him as a registered disciple. What are your thoughts on this matter? Chinuan stated with an air of nonchalance. Indeed, it was merely a registered disciple he sought, as he deemed Yunji Shui's potential insufficient for becoming a true disciple. According to his standards, only a 6-star genius would qualify as a direct disciple. However, if a named disciple excelled and broke through the shackles of potential, there existed a glimmer of hope for their formal recognition as a direct disciple. Lin Shurin gazed at the youthful visage of the elder, whose ethereal beauty resembled that of an immortal, momentarily taken aback, pondering how remarkably young the elder appeared. She did not doubt the authenticity of his prowess. The ability to effortlessly transport them to Taichu Peak already signified the elder's unfathomable cultivation level. The elder's benevolence assuredly meant that Yunji Shui would be willing. As Lin Shurin spoke, she gently tugged at Yunji Shui, urging him to bow in reverence. The elder was undoubtedly an exceptional divine king, and the opportunity for her son to be accepted as a named disciple was a tremendous fortune that must be seized. With a series of resounding knocks, Yunji Shui, inspired by a surge of fortune, promptly knelt before Chinuan, offering 3 deep bows. Disciple Yunji Shui pays homage to the esteemed master. Observing the clever and perceptive boy bowing in respect, a smile graced Chinuan's face. For at that very moment, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring a disciple. The 3-star disciple recruitment gift pack has been credited. Please check it. Chapter 8. Nirvana Emperor Dan. The embryo of celestial artifacts. One cannot help but wonder what rewards the 3-star apprentice recruitment gift pack may yield. Chinuan felt an undeniable curiosity within. The 3-star apprentice recruitment gift pack guarantees a Saint King summoning card and 6 true Saint summoning cards, with additional rewards being random. According to the rules, these random rewards could be rather meager, perhaps yielding pills or martial techniques of the true force realm, or Conversely, they might be extraordinarily valuable, possibly bestowing a 9-turn immortal pill, supreme immortal scriptures, or a summoning card for an immortal being. System, open the 3-star gift pack. Ding. The 3-star gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the guaranteed reward. 1 Saint King summoning card and 6 True Saint summoning cards. Congratulations to the host for acquiring weapons. 3 Great Saint weapons, 9 Saint King weapons, 20 True Saint weapons, and 64 Saint weapons. Congratulations to the host for receiving Dragon Veins, 99 Dragon Veins, Imperial Grade. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pill, Nirvana Emperor Dan, which allows the host to directly undergo nirvana and live a second life, augmenting the combat power of the first life, reigning supreme over the heavens and eternity. Congratulations to the host for receiving the treasure, Embryo of Celestial Artifacts. When incorporated into weapon forging, this embryo elevates the weapon's rank to that of a celestial artifact, possessing unparalleled might to disrupt the balance of yin and yang, suppressing all realms. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the technique, Taiwan Scripture, an imperial scripture created by a human saint emperor known as Taiwan during the chaotic ancient times. Renowned for its unmatched offensive capabilities, undefeated throughout his life, and capable of sweeping through the cosmos with awe-inspiring power. After all the rewards had been credited, Chinuan could hardly contain his astonishment. Previously, he had little motivation to recruit disciples or develop a sect, merely acquiescing after taking advantage of the system a few times. This time, after accepting a 3-star genius as a named disciple and receiving the 3-star apprentice recruitment gift pack, he had not harbored high hopes for exceptional rewards. After all, the 3-star gift pack was of a relatively low tier, with the guaranteed reward being merely a Saint King summoning card, leading him to believe he would not receive anything particularly enticing. However, upon revealing the results, Chinuan realized his earlier judgment had been profoundly mistaken. In addition to the guaranteed Saint King summoning card and True Saint summoning cards, he had received a staggering 96 various Saint weapons. This was akin to wholesale distribution. The Imperial-grade Dragon Veins were even of some utility to him as the Heavenly Emperor, with the system generously awarding him 99 such veins. Not to mention the Nirvana Emperor Dan, which stood as the pinnacle of Imperial-grade pills, rivaling celestial pills in quality, having just ascended to the rank of Emperor. Should he refine the Nirvana Emperor Dan and achieve a second life, his combat prowess would soar exponentially. At that point, he would indeed be worthy of the title of Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, the supreme treasure embryo of celestial artifacts was precisely what he needed. He had been contemplating whether to forge 10 types of celestial metals into his lifebound celestial weapon. Now he could proceed with absolute certainty of success. While other formidable beings crafted supreme imperial weapons, Chinuan was set to forge unparalleled celestial weapons. As for the final reward, the Imperial Scripture Taiwan Scripture also held significant value for Chinuan. Although he possessed his own supreme Imperial Scripture and had no immediate need for the Taiwan Scripture, he could impart it to his named disciples. In Chinuan's eyes, the treatment of named disciples, while not on par with that of direct disciples, would still be commendable, as imparting an Imperial Scripture was standard practice, and the benefits provided would surpass those of the Imperial offspring from immortal lineages, long-lived families, and supreme holy lands. It appeared that he ought to be more proactive in recruiting disciples in the future. Chinuan mused quietly. The Samsung Apprenticeship Package offers a plethora of generous rewards. One wonders what treasures lie within the 4-star, 5-star, 6-star, and even 7-star packages. The 7-star Apprenticeship Package guarantees a true celestial summoning card, 10 Emperor summoning cards, and numerous other random rewards that seem almost otherworldly. In an instant, Chinuan regained his focus, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to Lin Shirin and her son, Yun Jishui. With a gentle motion of his hand, Yun Jishui, who had been kneeling, found himself rising involuntarily, standing respectfully beside the beautiful woman. "My disciple, are you aware that you possess a unique constitution?" Chinuan inquired with a smile. "I have a special constitution?" Yun Jishui was taken aback, his large eyes darting to his mother, who had never mentioned such a thing. Lin Shirin promptly spoke, "Ancestor. It seems that Jishui possesses the extreme Yang King body, yet for some reason, it has remained dormant. When her son was born, she had conducted tests and discovered that his constitution was indeed extraordinary, aligning with the characteristics of the extreme Yang King body. Despite employing various methods and seeking the assistance of the Holy Master Jiang Tej, she had been unable to activate it. Thus, she refrained from informing Yun Jishui, lest he feel disheartened. Yun Jishui, clever and perceptive, quickly grasped his mother's good intentions. "My disciple is not the extreme Yang King body. Rather, he is the solar divine body," Chinuan explained with a smile. The solar divine body. Both Lin Shirin and Yun Jishui were left in a state of astonishment. The revelation a delightful surprise. They had believed the extreme Yang King body to be exceptional, capable of rivaling saints and true saints upon completion, sufficient to instill awe across the myriad domains of the imperial region. Little did they know that Yun Jishui was a solar divine body. This was a top-tier constitution in the universe. Once perfected, his combat prowess would be comparable to that of a Saint King or a great saint, commanding respect even from the mightiest of powers. While Yun Jishui reveled in his newfound identity, Lin Shirin's expression turned somber. "Ancestor, It is said that to activate the solar divine body, one must possess solar divine water. She finally understood why her son's constitution had remained dormant. The methods they had employed were designed for the extreme Yongqing body, and naturally, they had no effect on the solar divine body. Solar divine water. A legendary among the 10 divine waters, had once been found in the peak of the Taichu Holy Land, but now it was nowhere to be found. Did this mean they were to experience a fleeting moment of joy? Do not worry, I possess it, Chinuan reassured, stroking Yun Jishue's little head as he retrieved the solar divine water from his palm. This was an award from his previous sign-in, left unused and gathering dust. Now fortuitously coming to fruition. Yun Jishue's eyes widened in awe as he gazed at the glowing orb in his master's palm, where the divine water flowed, drawing him in with an irresistible allure. At that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind, consumed the solar divine water. Master, I truly desire it, Yun Jishue implored, his eyes never leaving the precious liquid. This is for you, Chinuan replied with a smile, administering the solar divine water to Yun Jishue. In an instant, a resounding roar echoed as if a switch had been flipped within Yun Jishue, his aura surging dramatically, his cultivation level rising alongside it. In the celestial dome, an extraordinary vision materialized. A magnificent primordial star emerged, identified as the Sun Star, surrounded by a myriad of twinkling celestial bodies, all venerating the Sun Star. The stars encircled in reverence. The majestic Sun Star radiated divine light, as solar brilliance cascaded from the heavens, descending into the being of Yun Jishue, causing his aura to swell exponentially. After a brief moment, all phenomena vanished, and Yun Jishue's aura returned to tranquility. Chinuan cast a glance at Yun Jishue, and discerned that his physical form had augmented over 100-fold in mere moments. His cultivation transcending from the 5th level of the sea-breaking realm directly to the 1st level of the Chinuan realm. Disciple expresses profound gratitude to Master for bestowing this fortuitous blessing. Yun Jishue bowed respectfully to Chinuan. Without the solar divine water granted by his master, activating the solar divine body would have remained an unattainable dream for him, leaving his future bleak. You are my disciple. Such a blessing is but a trifle, Chinuan remarked with a smile, raising his hand to assist Yun Jishue in rising. Chapter 9. The 4 Great Sword Classics of the Universe. The Sword Technique of Pacifying Chaos. Disciple, you have now activated the Solar Divine Body. I shall impart to you the Taiwan Sutra. I hope you will diligently cultivate it and not tarnish my reputation in the future. Chinuan gently stroked Yun Jishue's head and directly transmitted the supreme text, the Taiwan Sutra, into her mind. The Taiwan Sutra. Upon hearing these 3 words, Lin Shirin, standing nearby, immediately displayed an expression of profound astonishment. As a cultivator of the celestial realm and an elder of the Taichu Sacred Land, Lin Shirin was well-versed in many matters, and she had undoubtedly heard of the illustrious reputation of the Taiwan Sutra. It is said that in the distant and tumultuous era known as the primordial chaos, the universe was engulfed in chaos, and darkness reigned supreme with the emergence of a dark sovereign, stirring a terrifying upheaval across the cosmos. In that perilous time of survival, a peerless prodigy of the human race was born, whose talents transcended time and space, sweeping away all foes, subduing myriad races, and restoring order from the chaos, ultimately achieving the status of emperor, thus earning the title Tai Wang. The Tai Wang was one of the numerous sacred emperors of that chaotic epoch, unmatched in combat, undefeated throughout his life, and he pushed through the 10 directions of the universe, instilling awe from ancient times to the future. He was the most powerful sacred emperor of the entire era of primordial chaos. Ancient records state that in his later years, the Tai Wang transformed into a war immortal, wielding the Tai Wang sword to cleave through time and space, venturing into the immortal path, and it is suspected that he has already ascended to the immortal realm. The Taiwan Sutra is the emperor's scripture of the Taiwan, regarded as one of the most powerful scriptures throughout the ages, also known as the Sutra of Pacifying Chaos. It is said that the Taiwan Sutra not only serves as an emperor's scripture, but also encompasses many of the Taiwan's supreme martial arts, including the sword technique of pacifying chaos, which is recognized as one of the 4 great sword classics of the cosmos. Lin Shirin gazed at the young elder not far away, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration. At that moment, her reverence for Chinuan reached its zenith. This elder, emerging from the Forbidden Land, possessed unfathomable cultivation, likely an ancient being who had lived for countless years. With such an elder at the helm, the sacred land would undoubtedly experience a resurgence, rekindling its former glory, bestowing upon her the solar divine water, one of the 10 divine waters of the universe, imparting one of the strongest emperor scriptures in history, the Taiwan Sutra, and even sharing the sword technique of pacifying chaos. The depth of this elder's foundation was truly remarkable. It was an immense fortune for Jishui to be able to take this elder as her master. Lin Shirin repeatedly echoed this thought within her mind. After a moment, Yun Jishui regained her composure, her small face beaming with joy as she bowed once more to Chinuan. Expressing her gratitude, disciple is deeply grateful for Master S bestowed teachings. She had inherited the Taiwan Sutra and understood that she had received an unparalleled opportunity. This was not merely an emperor scripture, but it also encompassed supreme martial arts such as the sword technique of pacifying chaos. At this moment, Her master loomed in her heart with an immensely grand and towering presence, though she was merely a named disciple. Her master had granted her the solar divine water to assist in activating her solar divine body and had imparted the strongest emperor scripture, demonstrating profound affection. I must strive diligently in my cultivation to prove myself and become Master's true disciple at the earliest opportunity, Yun Jishui resolved firmly in her heart. Chinuan nodded slightly, waving his hand as 3 luminous orbs flew before Yun Jishui. Curiously regarding the 3 shimmering orbs, Yun Jishui inquired, "Master, what are these?" "A gift to welcome you, my disciple," he replied. Chinuan smiled slightly. Taking the initiative to elucidate the contents within the 3 luminous orbs, the one on the right contained a sacred weapon known as the Mixed Heaven Bell, which one could barely wield upon reaching the celestial human realm. Sacred weapon. Lin Shirin and Yun Jishui were taken aback. The Taichu Sacred Land had long been devoid of sacred weapons, with even divine arms being exceedingly rare. It was astonishing that the ancestor master would bestow such a treasure. On the left was a true sacred weapon called the Solar Battle Garb, which could be donned. I have subtly applied my methods. Should you find yourself in mortal peril, the garb will autonomously activate to ensure your safety, Chinuan continued. Another true sacred weapon, the Solar Battle Garb? The mother and son were momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by disbelief at such fortuitous circumstances. Taking a few deep breaths, they managed to compose themselves and turned their gaze to the orb in the center, wondering if it was a sacred king weapon. The central orb contained a grand sacred weapon known as the Supreme Shin Furnace. Once you attain the sacred realm, you will be able to unleash its full potential, capable of vanquishing even true saints, causing sacred kings to retreat in trepidation. For his disciples, even the nominal ones, Chinuan was generous in his rewards. The 3-star disciple package revealed numerous treasures, of which he had taken the lion's share, leaving only a mere fraction for his disciple, Yun Jishui. Yet, this fraction was already a top-tier reward within the universe. Which nominal disciple could cultivate one of the strongest imperial scriptures, the Supreme Emperor Scripture? Which nominal disciple could practice one of the 4 great sword techniques of the cosmos, the disorderly sword technique? Who else could receive a sacred weapon, a true sacred weapon, and a grand sacred weapon upon merely becoming a disciple? Only Chinuan could be so magnanimous. Hiss. Lin Shirin and Yun Jishui both inhaled sharply. A grand sacred weapon, which even the immortal Dao lineage would treasure, was bestowed so casually. Was this truly the treatment reserved for nominal disciples? Yun Jishui even began to suspect he was the ancestor's illegitimate son. Otherwise, why would he be treated so favorably? Disciple, I shall now impart my teachings to you. Pay close attention. Chinuan began to expound upon the cultivation system, sharing his experiences and elucidating the Supreme Emperor Scripture and other mystical doctrines. As the Heavenly Emperor, his teachings were profound and insightful, effortlessly addressing any queries that Yun Jishui might have. Yet, as these scenes unfolded, Lin Shirin felt a pang of envy towards her son. To be a disciple of the ancestor, such treatment was indeed extraordinary. How she wished she could also be a disciple of the ancestor. Alas, her aptitude was too lacking. The ancestor did not favor her. Otherwise, if both mother and son were under the ancestor's tutelage, it would certainly be a tale worth telling. Meanwhile, as Chinuan imparted his wisdom to Yun Jishui, the Taichu sovereign, Jiang Taish, was busy traversing the void, moving through the myriad domains of the imperial region to annihilate various formidable factions. This day was exceedingly gratifying for Jiang Taish, avenging grievances and settling scores, leaving a trail of decapitated foes and rivers of blood. However, for the major factions within the imperial region, it was a day filled with terror and trepidation. The name of the white-clad divine king, Jiang Taish, resounded throughout the myriad domains of the imperial region, even spreading to the 3,000 Dao states. He was a true harbinger of death. Emerging from the Taichu Sacred Land, within a remarkably brief span, the formidable entity swiftly vanquished the 5 Elements Mountain, the Jiuhua Cave, and the Tianchuan City, among other prominent powers. Such illustrious achievements could silence even the most obstinate of infants. Across the vast expanse of the imperial prefecture, myriad forces exist. Yet, those worthy of recognition typically harbor at least one divine being within their ranks, thereby earning the distinction of a major power. In this realm, 5 dominant hegemonic forces reign supreme, encompassing the sacred lands, grand sects, and ancient nations, namely the Sichuan Sacred Land, the Beichen Sacred Land, the Kaiji Shan, the Piamiao sect, and the Qinglong Ancient Nation. Each of these sovereign powers has produced unparalleled quasi-emperors, their renown once reverberating across the 3,000 Dao states, with an unfathomable depth of heritage, remaining unyielded through the ages, as each generation consistently boasts at least one sage safeguarding their legacy. Originally, the Taichu Sacred Land stood as a hegemonic force within the imperial prefecture, but its decline has rendered it lesser than even the most ordinary of major powers. Beyond the 5 hegemonic forces, the imperial prefecture is home to 72 significant factions, including the 5 Elements Mountain, Tianchuan City, and Jiuhua Cave, all of which claim their place among these ranks. Within these factions, a minimum of one divine being resides, with many hosting multiple deities, and even divine sovereigns and kings. Despite the strength of the 9 major forces comprising the 5 Elements Mountain, Jiuhua Cave, and Tianchuan City, which collectively boast dozens of divine beings and several divine sovereigns. They were effortlessly annihilated by the white-clad divine king, Jiang Taizhe, in an astonishingly short time. As Jiang Taizhe traversed the void towards the 10th major power, the Flame God sect, a palpable atmosphere of dread enveloped the various factions of the imperial prefecture, each beset by trepidation. The 10 sects, including the Five Elements Mountain, had been the primary aggressors against the Taichu Sacred Land. However, numerous other factions within the imperial prefecture had also targeted the Sacred Land in the past. During its zenith, the Taichu Sacred Land commanded nearly one-fifth of the imperial prefecture's territory, yet now it occupies less than half of the Xin domain. The territories it once held now seized by rival forces. Before long, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, heralding the destruction of the Flame God sect at the hands of Jiang Taizhe. Thus, the 10 sects were extinguished. The entire imperial prefecture trembled, as countless factions quaked in fear, recalling the terror once wielded by the Taichu Sacred Land. A withered camel is still larger than a horse. When the Taichu Sacred Land exacts its iron-fisted vengeance, who among the myriad forces of the imperial prefecture can withstand its wrath? Even the 5 hegemonic forces stand on high alert, apprehensive of an impending assault from the white-clad divine king, Jiang Taizhe. While these hegemonic powers do not fear Jiang Taizhe, they remain wary of the hidden might that once emerged from the Taichu Sacred Land, likely a sage of considerable power. Chapter 10. The plea for the ancestor's emergence is the most prudent decision. The white-clad divine monarch, Jiang Taizhe, now commands respect across the 3,000 Dao states, instilling trepidation in all who behold him. This harbinger of death has truly gone mad, daring to annihilate 10 sects without fear of the formidable powers that lie behind them. Such audacity is unfathomable. The Five Elements Mountain is backed by the immortal Dao lineage of the Five Elements Palace, while the Jiuhua Cave is supported by the esteemed Seven Tribulations Mountain. The Tianwan city is sheltered by the Sichuan Sacred Land. Provoking these 3 colossal entities guarantees the annihilation of the Taichu Sacred Land. The Taichu Sacred Land has languished for far too long. Its desire for revival is understandable. Yet such aggression is misguided. This path leads only to ruin. The obliteration of the 10 major sects by the Taichu Sacred Lord has stirred a tempest across the myriad realms of the imperial province, prompting endless discourse among countless powerful figures. No one harbors optimism for the Taichu Sacred Land. It is widely believed to be merely experiencing a fleeting resurgence before its inevitable demise. After all, the Taichu Sacred Land has antagonized forces it should have avoided. Its fate seems sealed, and no one can save it. Even the Seven Tribulations Mountain and the Sichuan Sacred Land, both sovereign powers of the imperial province, could easily extinguish the Taichu Sacred Land, not to mention the even more formidable immortal Dao lineage, the Five Elements Palace. The Seven Tribulations Mountain, one of the dominant forces in the imperial province, extends its influence across 1,400 mysterious domains, its reputation resonating throughout the 3,000 Dao states. At this moment, the high-ranking members of the Seven Tribulations Mountain have convened in the main hall, utilizing a celestial eye formation to scrutinize the battlefield and deliberate on strategies. Esteemed colleagues, the Taichu Sacred Lord Jiang Taizhe has acted recklessly, indulging in wanton slaughter and obliterating 10 sects, thereby severely disrupting the order of the imperial province. How shall we address him in the Taichu Sacred Land? Spoke a black-robed elder, his voice heavy with righteous indignation. The other elders exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. They understood that this elder's words, albeit noble in tone, masked his ulterior motives. The Jiuhua Cave, one of the subordinate factions of the Seven Tribulations Mountain, fell under his purview, responsible for acquiring the quasi-imperial weapons of the Taichu Sacred Land. Should they merely stand by and witness the resurgence of the Taichu Sacred Land? Elder, please remain calm, interjected the leader of the Seven Tribulations Mountain. If we do not eliminate Jiang Taizhe now, what will remain of our reputation? The fourth elder retorted, unwilling to relinquish his ambitions. He had invested considerable effort in the Jiuhua Cave, and its leader was a prized disciple he favored, destined, at the very least, to become a divine monarch, perhaps even ascend to sainthood. Must I reiterate my words, fourth elder? The leader of the Seven Tribulations Mountain fixed his gaze sternly upon the fourth elder, compelling him to bow his head. As the head of a great sect, he possessed profound power, standing on the precipice of semi-saint strength. Aside from the ancient ancestors who secluded themselves in the forbidden grounds, he was the mightiest among them. Seeing the fourth elder relent, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed the leader's eyes as he continued. Jiang Taizhe's transgressions will surely attract the attention of the Five Elements Palace to deal with him. We shall observe the unfolding events. Had the Taichu Sacred Land only offended the Seven Tribulations Mountain, we would have to intervene personally. However, the situation has changed. They have also aroused the ire of the Five Elements Palace. The Taichu Sacred Land has suddenly unleashed its profound depths. It would be unwise for the Seven Tribulations Mountain to test its might recklessly, risking unnecessary losses. Allowing the Five Elements Palace to take the lead in addressing this matter is undoubtedly the wisest course of action. The Five Elements Palace represents an eternal lineage, and the Taichu Holy Land is unlikely to match its prowess. The Seven Calamities Mountain merely needs to intervene at a pivotal moment to tip the scales and annihilate the Taichu Holy Land, thereby preserving its own illustrious reputation. This sentiment was echoed by the elders, who unanimously endorsed the leader's approach, asserting that summoning the ancestral powers should not be a frequent recourse. This is indeed the most prudent strategy. A similar scene unfolded within the Sichuan Holy Land, where the depth of the Taichu Holy Land's foundation remained uncertain, cautioning against rashness. The Sichuan Holy Land preferred to refrain from drawing attention, leaving the Five Elements Palace to take the lead. Simultaneously, across other regions of the Emperor's domain, the North Star Holy Land, the Misty Sect, and the ancient Azure Dragon Kingdom monitored the developments through the Celestial Eye Array. This matter bore little significance to the three dominant forces, who had no intention of intervening but were keen on observing whether the Taichu Holy Land could endure through this turmoil. Suddenly, the five dominant forces trembled in unison, witnessing the emergence of a formidable presence in the Emperor's domain through the Celestial Eye Array. A scene of carnage unfolded. A figure clad in white stood resolutely atop the ruins of the Flame God's sect, emanating an overwhelming aura of divinity that reverberated across the realms. Behind him manifested a terrifying vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, where numerous remnants of deities and divine sovereigns struggled, seeking to consume Jiang Tai's primordial spirit. Dare mere remnants cause havoc? The white-clad god King Jiang Tai scoffed as he summoned the Holy King weapon, the Xianhuang Ding Slash. The radiant glow of the Xianhuang Dao swept through, obliterating the horrific vision, disintegrating all divine remnants without granting them the chance of reincarnation. Today, I release the pent-up frustrations within me. It is utterly exhilarating. Jiang Tai howled in triumph, his aura intensifying as he broke through his previous limitations, ascending to a higher realm. At that moment, a gentle holy light enveloped him, illuminating the heavens and instilling awe throughout the myriad worlds. He had entered the semi-saint domain, only a step away from becoming a saint and embarking upon the sacred path. Could he truly elevate his cultivation further? Jiang Tai was astounded. He had initially believed that the ancestral gift of the Star River battle physique would propel him to the pinnacle of divinity, rendering further advancement impossible. To his surprise, within a short span, his cultivation had indeed ascended. What did this signify? The ancestral bestowal bore no adverse effects. He had acquired an unparalleled and fortuitous opportunity. Pleading for the ancestral emergence was indeed the wisest decision of his life, Jiang Tai murmured excitedly within. After collecting his tumultuous thoughts, he surveyed his surroundings, ultimately extinguishing the desire for further conquest, deciding to temporarily retreat. Just as he prepared to traverse the void, a frown creased his brow, sensing an aura of sanctity, suggesting that a saint was poised to descend upon the Emperor's domain. Jiang Tai felt no fear. Rather, he welcomed the prospect of engaging in battle with a saint. Possessing the universe's supreme physique, the Star River battle physique, having ascended to the semi-saint domain, and wielding the Holy King weapon, the Xianhuang Ding. What could a saint possibly threaten him with? A surge of sacred might suddenly descended, tearing through the void. An overwhelming aura of divine power sweeping across the heavens and the earth, causing every being in the myriad realms of the imperial province to tremble in fear. A figure clad in azure stepped forth from the ethereal passage, formally arriving in the myriad realms of the imperial province. The terrifying sacred presence rendered countless beings breathless, even instilling a sense of dread in the five dominant powers, who were observing from afar through the celestial eye formation. This was indeed a saint. The azure-clad saint's gaze fell upon the white-robed divine king, Jiang Tai, scrutinizing the profound yellow cauldron atop his head. In a calm voice, he inquired, "Is it you who has slain my disciple?" Not long ago, he had received news that the primordial saint master, Jiang Tai, had unleashed a massacre in the imperial province, annihilating the Five Elements Mountain. The Kuan-Tai saint was filled with rage. The once mighty primordial sacred land had fallen to such depths, yet still lacked the self-awareness to provoke the Five Elements Palace, thereby challenging the dignity of the immortal Tao lineage. Thus, the Kuan-Tai saint immediately traversed the void, hastening from the Five Elements Palace to the imperial province. His purpose was twofold: to avenge his disciple, the master of the Five Elements Mountain, and to uphold the authority of the Five Elements Palace. No one was permitted to provoke it, and those who dared to do so would face death. "He deserves to die," Jiang Tai remarked, unaffected by the saint's imposing presence. He had already discerned the identity of his visitor, the master of the Five Elements Mountain, the Kuan-Tai saint from the Five Elements Palace. Outrageous! The Kuan-Tai saint seethed with anger, raising his hand to strike at Jiang Tai. His palm overshadowed the sky, encompassing a radius of millions of miles, infused with the essence of the five elements, ever in flux, shaping a world of its own. "You, a mere divine king, dare to provoke a saint? Who grants you such audacity? Come forth. Today, this saint shall defy the saint," Jiang Tai bellowed, launching a fist toward the Kuan-Tai saint. As he unleashed this punch, its brilliance illuminated the 10 directions of the cosmos, dazzling and blinding like a radiant star, its might reaching an unprecedented apex. Chapter 11. Chinuan strikes. A single finger slays the saint. Boom. The five elements' great hand seal collided with the starry fist. Divine light surged across the heavens, transforming the world into a vibrant spectacle. The dazzling radiance was blinding, rendering the myriad beings of the realms unable to open their eyes. The five elements realm overshadowed the sun and the moon, suppressing the universe, while the chaotic essence of the five elements disrupted the balance of yin and yang. swiftly eradicating the resplendent and vast stars, bearing down upon the white-clad divine king, Jiang Taish. Did the divine king dare to challenge the heavens against the saints? Such audacity is laughable. Below the saint, all are but ants. The Kuntai saint stood tall in the ninth heaven, his garments billowing, exuding immense divine authority, as profound as a chasm, shaking the 6 directions and 8 realms. Although the primordial saint had stepped into the semi-saint domain, he was still far from being a true saint. Within the Northern Star Holy Land, the Northern Star Sovereign gazed upon the images reflected by the celestial eye formation, shaking his head with a sigh. While the assertion that all beneath the saint are ants may be somewhat biased, it remains true that a top-tier divine king striving to confront a saint faces insurmountable challenges, save for the likes of a youthful emperor. In the ancient Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Sovereign spoke, a glimmer of regret flashing in his eyes. The outcome was evident. The white-clad divine king, Jiang Taish, was still considerably weaker than the Kuntai saint of the 7th heaven. The leader of the Misty sect also offered his judgment, expressing skepticism regarding Jiang Taish's prospects. The 2 dominant forces, the Sichuan Holy Land and the 7 Calamities Mountain, shared a similar sentiment. Though Jiang Taish possessed great strength, he was merely a semi-saint. How formidable could his battle prowess truly be? He had yet to step into the forbidden domain and could not even confront a 1st heaven saint, let alone challenge a 7th heaven saint. In a direct confrontation, Jiang Taish felt the stark disparity in power. He hastily summoned the Xianhuang Cauldron, a sacred king artifact, unleashing the Xianhuang Dao light, which ultimately annihilated the 5 elements' great hand seal. This level of strength was certainly not that of someone merely entering the saintly realm. Jiang Taish mused. If facing a 1st heaven saint, he believed he could prevail, and perhaps even challenge a 2nd heaven saint. But the hope of confronting a 3rd heaven saint seemed dim. The Kuntai saint, having established his name long ago, had traversed the path of the saints for centuries and likely stood above the 3rd heaven saints. Against such an adversary, he feared he would not be able to withstand the onslaught. Yet, Jiang Taish remained undaunted. Which family lacked a saint? His ancestors were at least saints. In his perspective, his ancestors possessed transcendent abilities, likely standing above the saints, possibly even true saints, or even sacred kings, with the potential to be great saints. As for aspiring to a higher realm, such as quasi-emperors, he deemed that excessively unrealistic. As Jiang Taish's thoughts wandered, the Kuntai saint coldly snorted, launching another assault. Every movement was imbued with sacred techniques, showcasing unparalleled might and expressing the full extent of a saint's formidable power. Jiang Taish, striving with the Xianhuang Cauldron to fend off the attacks, summoned boundless Xianhuang essence to block the overwhelming sacred techniques, displaying an air of invulnerability. Did he truly believe that wielding a sacred king artifact would allow him to flaunt his prowess and contend with US saints? Preposterous. The Kuntai saint activated a sacred king artifact, his battle strength soaring, exuding a presence more potent than many true saints. With a single strike, Jiang Taish, along with the Xianhuang Cauldron, was sent flying, spitting blood and suffering significant injury. Indeed, it seems this is not feasible, Jiang Taish thought with a bitter smile. Both parties wielded sacred king weapons, while he was merely a half-saint. The opposing side was a seasoned saint, and the disparity in strength was immensely pronounced. With this strike, I shall take your life. The Kuntai saint continued to channel the sacred king weapon, launching a second strike at Jiang Taish, intent on utterly annihilating him. Jiang Taish took a deep breath, resolutely deciding to confront the Kuntai saint head-on. The Stellar River Battle Body, activate. He roared within, fully unleashing the Stellar River Battle Body. In an instant, the heavens echoed with a thunderous roar, the firmament dimmed, and darkness enveloped all realms. Soon after, countless great stars emerged in the celestial dome, cascading endlessly, coalescing into a magnificent river of stars that illuminated all worlds. Celestial stars, myriad laws of the stellar river. Empower my being, kill, kill, kill. At this moment, the stars of the cosmos trembled in unison, and an infinite river of stars poured forth brilliant starlight into Jiang Taish, causing his aura to surge dramatically. His combat prowess soared. He ascended directly from the half-saint realm into the realm of the saints. 1st heaven of saints, 2nd heaven of saints, 3rd heaven of saints, 4th heaven of saints. In a mere instant, Jiang Taish possessed the strength to rival that of a 4th heaven saint. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the Xianhuang Ding, unleashing boundless Xianhuang radiance that collided with the Kuntai saint's attack. The heavens and earth were engulfed in cataclysm. A vast expanse of void was obliterated. The terrifying might surged beyond the domain, annihilating over 100 great stars into ashes, reducing them to cosmic dust. As the brilliance faded, the Kuntai saint's expression shifted slightly. The white-clad divine king Jiang Taish was unexpectedly still alive, albeit with some minor injuries. Upon careful scrutiny, the Kuntai saint's demeanor grew cold as he spoke icily. Well, what a primeval sacred lord. What a white-clad divine king, to possess the stellar river battle body and unleash the power of the 5 bands. But do you truly believe this will allow you to survive? Utter folly. In the next moment, the Kuntai saint's aura surged, activating the power of the forbidden domain. Though he lacked the power of the 5 bands, the 3 bands were still at his disposal, causing his strength to skyrocket to perfection among saints. augmented by the sacred king weapon, rendering his might terrifyingly supreme. The Kuan-Tai saint launched another strike with the sacred king weapon. Jiang Tai's expression changed abruptly. This blow was far more fearsome than the last, and he was uncertain if he could withstand it. Within the primeval sacred land, after the teachings concluded, Yuan Jishui suddenly pondered a question and respectfully inquired, "Master, do I have any senior brothers or sisters?" He surmised that there likely were none, since the master was the ancient ancestor of the sacred land, who had been in seclusion in the forbidden area. It seemed improbable that he had the opportunity to accept disciples. "None," Chinuan replied, shaking his head. Just as he thought, Yuan Jishui immediately beamed. "Then I must be the eldest senior brother? Half of one, perhaps," Chinuan replied after a moment's thought. If Yuan Jishui were a direct disciple, he would indeed be the eldest senior brother. However, as a nominal disciple, he could barely be considered half an eldest senior brother. Half an eldest senior brother is still an eldest senior brother. Heh. Yuan Jishui grinned brightly. Lin Shirin cautiously stole a glance at the ancestor, relieved to find him unperturbed. She genuinely feared her son's indiscretion might provoke the ancestor's wrath, which would lead to dire consequences for them all. Chinuan smiled silently, suddenly raising his brow. He had left a contingency for Jiang Tai, and at this moment, sensed that Jiang Tai was facing a life-and-death crisis. Chinuan gazed towards the direction of the Yin-Shin domain, his sight piercing through the void, where he beheld the Kuan-Tai saint rising to unleash a Saint King weapon to eradicate Jiang Tai. Raising his right hand, he extended his index finger and gently prodded at the space before him. The finger pierced through the boundless void, directly descending upon the Yin-Shin domain, shrouding the threads of fate and suppressing the passage of time and space, causing everything to come to a standstill. The Kuan-Tai saint's assault was instantaneously obliterated. In a state of sheer terror, the Kuan-Tai saint felt a chilling dread surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. As he attempted to resist, he discovered himself utterly immobilized. He could only helplessly witness that finger, resembling white jade, traverse time and space, descending toward him. The Kuan-Tai saint struggled desperately, yet it was futile. He could not escape the fate that awaited him. In that moment, he heard a voice, seemingly emanating from the very source of time and space. "To oppress the weak with the strong shall be punished." With a thunderous crash, the obscuring finger descended, and the Kuan-Tai saint was instantly obliterated, both body and spirit annihilated. Chinuan withdrew his finger, and the frozen time and space of the Yin-Shin domain resumed their flow, as if nothing had ever occurred. Yet, at that moment, the entire imperial province erupted in turmoil. The once mighty saint of the Five Elements Palace had been slain by an invincible finger. What a terrifying spectacle! A finger that could slay a saint. What an awe-inspiring and formidable power. The demise of a saint, especially one hailing from the immortal lineage of the Five Elements Palace, swiftly reverberated across the 3,000 Dao prefectures, igniting a tremendous uproar. The 3,000 Dao prefectures trembled. The Five Elements Palace was engulfed in fury. Chapter 12, sweeping across 3,000 Dao states. The second disciple. In the briefest span of time, the tempest has swept across 3,000 Dao states, igniting an overwhelming tumult. In this era, prior to the birth of the great emperor and the seclusion of the quasi-emperors, the sages stand as the paramount forces, exerting their influence over the 3,000 Dao states and instilling awe throughout the cosmos. The Chongqing family, the indomitable Dao lineage, the supreme sacred grounds, the ancient dynasties, and the eternal royal clans are among the exalted powers that boast numerous sages. Apart from them, only the sacred grounds, grand sects, ancient nations, and timeless royal families possess sages of their own. It is fair to assert that each sage is renowned, carrying a distinguished name and significant reputation throughout the 3,000 Dao states. Now, one sage has met his demise, and in a most peculiar manner, he was pierced to death by a mere finger. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this sage hailed from the indomitable Dao lineage of the Five Elements Palace. A confluence of factors has culminated in this extraordinary upheaval. Before long, intricate details of this event permeated the highest echelons of various powers and exalted forces, scrutinized by numerous formidable beings. The once declining Taichu Sacred Ground has experienced a sudden resurgence, reminiscent of a revival, possibly heralding a renaissance. At its core is an ancient ancestor who has emerged from a forbidden realm, shrouded in mystery. No one knows his name or the depth of his cultivation. However, three significant events are closely intertwined with this ancestor. The divine presence of the Five Elements Mountain has suddenly perished, leading to the demise of the Taichu Sacred Master, Jiang Tai, who, originally at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, knelt outside the forbidden ground for 3 days and nights. In one moment, he ascended to the apex of the divine king level, obliterating 10 sects and subsequently entering the realm of the semi-saint, earning the title of white-clad divine king. He has now acquired the supreme physique of the galaxy battle body, wielding the power of the 5 bands, capable of contending against sages. The Kuan-Tai sage of the Five Elements Palace activated a forbidden domain, wielding a sacred king weapon, capable of subduing even true sages, yet fell victim to a mere finger from afar. Various factions are fervently pursuing leads from these 3 events, striving to unveil the identity and cultivation level of the Taichu ancestor. Speculations abound, Some suspect that the Taichu ancestor is a sage king from 100,000 years ago, lingering until now, having used quasi-emperor weapons to slay the Kuntai sage. Others conjecture that he may be a great sage from ancient times, endowed with such transcendent abilities. Still, some assert that this ancestor is the peerless quasi-emperor who founded the Taichu Sacred Ground, having remained concealed in the divine source until now. Intent on competing for the imperial throne, in an instant, rumors swirled and opinions diverged. Yet, the upper echelons of the top-tier and exalted forces are acutely aware that the last rumor is unequivocally false. Their respective records clearly document that the unparalleled quasi-emperor perished over 1,000,000 years ago. The notion of a great sage from ancient times also lacks credibility, as the Taichu Sacred Ground has only produced 3 great sages, all of whom are well documented and long deceased. As for the sage king from 100,000 years ago, it seems improbable, yet there remains a sliver of possibility, regardless of the true identity or cultivation level of this ancestor. It is believed that the truth will soon come to light. Yunzhou, one of the 3,000 Dao states, lies several Dao states away from Huangzhou, more vast than Huangzhou, comparable to 1,000 boundless star domains. This region falls within the jurisdiction of the indomitable Dao lineage's 5 Elements Palace. The entirety of Yunzhou is governed by the 5 Elements Palace, with countless forces within its domain adhering to the palace's commands, intricately connected with its influence. The influence of the 5 Elements Palace is confined to a single Dao state, yet its reach extends to the surrounding Dao states, with aspirations to penetrate even further territories. Thus, the emergence of the 5 Elements Mountain in the imperial state. At this moment, the 5 Elements Palace convenes a high-level meeting to deliberate on how to address the audacious Taichu Sacred Land. What are your thoughts on this matter? The Lord of the 5 Elements gazes thoughtfully, surveying the numerous elders with an expression as tranquil as a still pond. While the leaders of the major sects are merely half-saints, the masters of the 5 Elements Palace, as an enduring Dao lineage, are true saints, indeed, top-tier saints, possessing the cultivation of the 9 heavens of sainthood. In a relatively peaceful era, only saints typically remain active as the ostensible strongest, while greater beings such as true saints, saint kings, and grand saints often seclude themselves, striving for breakthroughs to higher realms, or are sealed within the divine source, awaiting the opportune moment to emerge. Elder Kuntai, a member of my 5 Elements Palace, asserts that the ancestors of the Taichu Sacred Land have acted recklessly, slaughtering and challenging the dignity of our esteemed palace. They must be eradicated. However, despite our strength, we are currently incapable of dealing with the Taichu Sacred Land, as stated. One elder spoke up in agreement. Indeed, it is time to summon the esteemed elders, even the ancestors, to demonstrate to the world that the 5 Elements Palace is not to be trifled with. One by one, the elder-level saints voiced their intentions to quell the Taichu Sacred Land. A mere declining sacred land, even with the emergence of a Saint King ancestor, would not be worthy of the 5 Elements Palace's regard. Should we declare a pursuit for their demise, we shall assuredly succeed. Very well. I shall now enter the forbidden ground to seek counsel. The Lord of the 5 Elements immediately rose and vanished from the main hall, entering the sacred confines. As an everlasting Dao lineage, the 5 Elements Palace possesses profound depth. On the surface, it boasts over a dozen saints, while secretly harboring numerous formidable beings. According to established customs, once a master or elder breaks through to the realm of true saints, they are automatically elevated to the status of supreme elder, no longer managing mundane affairs, thus dedicating themselves entirely to seclusion within the forbidden ground. Should a supreme elder transcend to the grand saint realm, they ascend to the rank of ancestor, arranged in a sequence such as the 3rd ancestor, 5th ancestor, 18th ancestor, and so forth. In the imperial state, within the Taichu Sacred Land, the white-robed divine king, Jiang Tej, returns from traversing the void, igniting a fervor throughout the entire sacred land. As countless disciples swell with pride, in the midst of the throng's worship, Jiang Tej promptly ascends the main peak of Taichu, only to find 3 individuals present: the ancestor, his junior sister Lin Shirin, and his nephew Yunji Shui. Although Jiang Tej harbored doubts, he refrained from voicing them at that moment, and instead bowed respectfully to Chinuan. Proclaiming, disciple Jiang Tej pays his respects to the ancestor. Though the ancestor had not formally accepted him as a disciple, Jiang Tej regarded him as a revered mentor, filled with boundless respect and admiration. All that he has achieved thus far is a blessing bestowed by the ancestor. Rise, Chinuan said, raising a hand. A gentle breeze lifting Jiang Tej to his feet, as he smiled and remarked, "You have performed admirably this time." Indeed, Jiang Tej possesses remarkable potential. During the annihilation of the 10 sects, he demonstrated decisive resolve and unwavering determination, subsequently breaking through the shackles of his potential to reach the realm of half-saints. All of my current accomplishments are gifts from the ancestor, Jiang Tej humbly replied. Chinuan nodded slightly. You should be acquainted with them, correct? I have taken Ji Shui as my named disciple. Chinuan casually mentioned the situation. Jiang Tej suddenly understood. No wonder the mother and son were here. He felt delighted for Lin Shirin and Yunji Shui, as being valued by the ancestor was an immense blessing and boundless fortune. However, it was regrettable that his own aptitude seemed too poor to catch the ancestor's eye. Otherwise, why would the ancestor not accept him as a disciple? Even being a named disciple would suffice. The more Jiang Taizhi pondered, the more discomfort he felt, unable to resist the urge to request. Might the ancestor accept me as a disciple? If I could study under the ancestor, I would willingly face fire and water for you. Dedicated and without a hint of complaint. Accepting Jiang Taizhi as a disciple, Chinuan's gaze flickered, contemplating that it might not be an unreasonable idea. Previously, Jiang Taizhi's aptitude had been too low. He was not even a star-level genius, which had deterred Chinuan from considering him. Now, however, Jiang Taizhi possessed the stellar war body and had shattered a potential shackle, perhaps transforming into a genius? With this thought, Chinuan activated the breaking illusion Celestial Eye, once again perceiving Jiang Taizhi's information. Name, Jiang Taizhi. Race, human. Gender, male. Identity, current Holy Master of Taichu Sacred Land. Age, 198 years. Aptitude, 2-star genius. Physique, stellar war body. Cultivation, half-saint. Techniques, Taichu Scripture. Taichu Heavenly Blade, Collapsing Star Fist, Great Solar Hand Seal. 42 remaining techniques. Click to view details. A glance revealed that Jiang Taizhi's personal panel had undergone a remarkable transformation. After breaking the potential shackle, Jiang Taizhi had directly ascended to a 2-star genius, with the potential to break through to the true saint realm on his own. Logically, this met the standards for accepting disciples. System, if I were to take Jiang Taizhi as a disciple, would I receive a reward? Chinuan inquired. As long as the disciple is a star-level genius, whether innate or acquired, the host will receive a generous reward package upon accepting them. Upon hearing this, Chinuan felt assured. Indeed, a person's aptitude is not fixed. Even if their innate talent is low, with significant opportunities and fortunes, they can enhance their aptitude and become a genius. Meanwhile, Lin Shirin and Yun Jishui looked on eagerly, both hoping that the Holy Master Jiang Taizhi would successfully become a disciple. With the ancestors' blessings, the Holy Master would undoubtedly soar to great heights. Seeing your sincere heart and devout pursuit of the path, I shall accept you as my named disciple. Are you willing? Chinuan said with a smile. I am willing. I am willing. Jiang Taizhi immediately knelt down, bowing 3 times with a resounding thud. He still felt as if in a dream. He had truly become a disciple of the ancestor. Upon accepting Jiang Taizhi as a named disciple, a system prompt echoed in Chinuan's mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully accepting a disciple. Reward, 2-star disciple acceptance gift package. Would you like to open it now? Chapter 13, The 4 Phases of the Heavenly Prison and the Extermination Formation. The Might of 10 Celestial Emperors. System, activate immediately. With fervent enthusiasm, Chinuan silently recited. The 3-star disciple recruitment gift pack had bestowed upon him the Nirvana Emperor Pill, the embryo of a celestial artifact, and numerous other treasures. Although the 2-star disciple recruitment gift pack was somewhat inferior, he anticipated it would still yield satisfactory rewards. Ding! The 2-star gift pack has been activated. Congratulations to the host for receiving the guaranteed rewards. 1 true saint summoning card and 4 saint summoning cards. Congratulations to the host for acquiring weapons. 2 Holy King weapons. 6 true saint weapons, 12 saint weapons, and 50 divine king weapons. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the formation, the 4 phases of the Heavenly Prison and Extermination Formation. A top-tier Imperial formation, once established, can generate 4 Imperial beasts, capable of severing the heavens and earth, suppressing time, exterminating immortals, and serving both offensive and defensive purposes. Note, this formation requires endless primordial energy for activation, otherwise, its power will plummet. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Dao technique. 1 Chi transforming into 9 heavens, a supreme celestial art that allows the user to manifest 9 incarnations, each possessing identical power to the user, and can reverse the casting, with the 9 incarnations returning to the true self, resulting in an instantaneous 10-fold increase in strength, making the user invincible in the world. In an instant, all rewards were received, leaving even Chinuan, the celestial emperor, somewhat envious. How delightful! The mere 2-star disciple recruitment gift pack yielded such a plethora of treasures. While the summoning cards and weapons held little significance for Chinuan, the latter 2 rewards were undeniably invaluable. The 4 phases of the Heavenly Prison and Extermination Formation. 1 Chi transforming into 9 heavens. Each one could ignite the vast cosmos. It was no exaggeration to say that not only the immortal Dao lineages, but also the esteemed beings from the Forbidden Zones would vie for them fiercely. The 4 phases of the Heavenly Prison and Extermination Formation is a top-tier Imperial array. Once deployed, provided with sufficient energy, it can give rise to 4 Imperial spirits, equivalent to 4 flawless emperors. Who could withstand the might of 4 emperors in action? An era produces but a single emperor. Yet Chinuan would have 4 to guard his domain. Henceforth, none would dare to breach the primordial sacred land. The 4 phases of the Heavenly Prison and Extermination Formation requires boundless energy for sustenance, and thankfully, I possess 99 Imperial Dragon Veins. Chinuan silently rejoiced. 99 Imperial Dragon Veins are more than sufficient to ensure the flawless operation of the 4 phases of the Heavenly Prison and Extermination Formation, allowing it to be activated at all times. In comparison to the 4 phases of the Heavenly Prison and Extermination Formation, Chinuan favored 1 Chi transforming into 9 heavens even more. This supreme celestial art could significantly enhance his individual might. By employing one chi transforming into 9 heavens, he could manifest 9 true selves, summoning the power of 10 celestial emperors. Who in the world could rival him? Furthermore, he could reverse the casting, causing his strength to surge tenfold instantaneously, dominating both heaven and earth, shattering the realms, and reigning over eternity. In a fleeting moment, Chinuan gathered his thoughts, smiling as he gazed at Jiang Taichu, who knelt before him. Disciple, rise. A gentle breeze caressed, and Jiang Taichu involuntarily stood upright. Thank you, master. Jiang Taichu bowed respectfully, his face brimming with reverence and admiration for his master beyond measure. Chinuan nodded slightly and said, Taichu, come closer. Jiang Taichu immediately approached with the utmost respect. With a gentle demeanor, Chinuan placed his right hand upon Jiang Taichu's head and said, Disciple, I bestow upon you the Taiwan Jing, which encompasses the formidable Pingwan sword technique among other supreme doctrines. I hope you will diligently cultivate it. In an instant, Chinuan infused the Taiwan Jing into Jiang Taichu's consciousness. Jiang Taichu promptly closed his eyes to absorb the profound insights, and after a brief moment, he opened them and respectfully bowed, exclaiming, Disciple is deeply grateful for the master's gift of wisdom. The immortal graces my crown, bestowing upon me the gift of longevity. With the acquisition of one of the universe's most potent imperial scriptures, the Taiwan Jing, Jiang Taichu's future appeared to be a smooth path, and the prospect of achieving enlightenment and immortality no longer felt like mere fantasy. Furthermore, with the Pingwan sword technique and other supreme doctrines at his disposal, his combat prowess would surge, enabling him to traverse the forbidden realms further. Even if he could not yet rival the youthful emperor, he was confident that he would not fall far behind. Furthermore, I shall grant you a grand sacred weapon and a sacred king's weapon to ensure your safety. Chinuan declared, waving his hand as 2 luminous orbs floated before Jiang Taichu. Disciple is profoundly grateful for the master's treasures, Jiang Taichu said, bowing once more. At that moment, Jiang Taichu felt a profound sense of happiness. The experience of being so intimately cared for was exquisite. His master had bestowed upon him divine king-level cultivation, granted him the unparalleled physique of the Xinghe battle body, endowed him with one of the strongest imperial scriptures, the Taiwan Jing, provided him with one of the 4 great sword scriptures of the universe, the Pingwan sword technique, along with a grand sacred weapon and 2 sacred king's weapons. Truly, the finest master in the world. Watching this scene unfold, Lin Shirin felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Her son, Yinjishui, had become a named disciple of the ancestor, and Jiang Taichu had also earned the same distinction, while she remained unrecognized. She longed for such nurturing from the ancestor herself. Having toiled alone to raise her son, she wished to be cherished as well. Regrettably, the ancestor did not regard her. Otherwise, Lin Shirin would have readily offered herself as a concubine, willing to serve as a non-status maid for the ancestor. Unbeknownst to Chinuan, who was oblivious to Lin Shirin's thoughts and had no interest in them, he turned to his 2 disciples, Yinjishui and Jiang Taichu, and thoughtfully stated, Since you have become my disciples, there are certain matters I must now disclose to you. Jiang Taichu and Yinjishui felt a jolt of anticipation. Was the master about to reveal some hidden secrets? Ancestor, I shall take my leave now, Lin Shirin said, though she too was curious. Yet, she was aware of her own standing. She was not a disciple of the ancestor, so what right did she have to listen? There is no need to depart. Chinuan gestured dismissively. What he intended to share was not an extraordinary secret. Lin Shirin breathed a sigh of relief, her heart brimming with joy. Observing the eager expressions of the 3, Chinuan mused, My surname is Qin. And then? The trio was momentarily bewildered, awaiting further elaboration. Was the matter that the ancestor master wished to share simply his surname? After a brief pause, Chinuan continued, Now that I have emerged into the world, I shall revitalize the Taichu, leading the sacred land to rise. However, there are matters that require my attention first. Master Ancestor, please proceed. The 3 responded in unison, their hearts racing with curiosity about what the ancestor intended to convey. I will redefine the positions and benefits within the sacred land, integrating the Taichu Sacred Land. Subsequently, I need you to widely open the mountain gates, recruit powerful individuals, and gather disciples to strengthen the sacred land. Chinuan elaborated thoughtfully. What reforms does the master envision? Jiang Taichu inquired respectfully. Chinuan laid bare his thoughts, outlining his vision as follows. Within the sacred land, disciples are classified into 5 categories: outer sect, inner sect, heavenly gate, true transmission, and holy son, holy daughter. Those in the true force realm and the sea-breaking realm belong to the outer sect, while disciples in the barrier realm and true martial realm are part of the inner sect. The heavenly gate is reserved for those in the celestial realm, and upon achieving divinity, one becomes a true transmission disciple. Attaining the divine king realm allows for competition for the titles of holy son and holy daughter, with 10 positions established for each, to be renewed every century. Disciples of varying ranks reside in different locations, enjoying distinct cultivation resources and benefits. Notably, even the least privileged outer sect disciples receive more cultivation resources annually than the inner sect disciples of supreme forces like the longevity aristocracy and the undying Tao. In terms of management, the sacred land is organized with positions such as ancestor, supreme elder, holy master, elder, and steward. Stewards are divided into 3 tiers. First-tier stewards must be in the Divine King realm to manage the Heavenly Gate. Second-tier stewards require the Divine Sovereign realm for the inner sect, and third-tier stewards need the Divine realm for the outer sect. Elders are also categorized into 3 levels, with first-tier elders needing the Holy King realm, second-tier elders requiring the True Saint realm, and third-tier elders needing the Holy realm. The Supreme Elders are divided into 2 grades, with second-tier Supreme Elders at the Great Holy Realm and first-tier Supreme Elders at the Quasi-Emperor realm. Those who achieve the Emperor realm may become ancestors. As for the Holy Master, Chinuan decided that only those in the Great Holy Realm could assume this role. Although Jiang Tej lacks the requisite cultivation, he may retain the position temporarily until a suitable candidate is found. This is Chinuan's conception, characterized by high standards and stringent requirements, modeled after the most powerful forces across the myriad realms. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tej, Lin Shirin, and others felt utterly overwhelmed, rendered speechless by the shock. They desperately wished to inquire how he could entertain such an outrageous idea. Given the current state of the Taichu Sacred Land, such reforms are entirely unfeasible, primarily due to the shallow foundation of the Sacred Land, which fails to meet the standards set by the ancestor. Chinuan, perceiving their thoughts, smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I am fully aware. Just follow my instructions. After a prolonged hesitation, Jiang Tej could not help but voice his concerns. Master, setting aside the issue of candidates, the Sacred Land lacks sufficient resources to support this. In his view, the framework established by his master was excessively ambitious, with stringent criteria for candidates and overly generous benefits. If implemented, the Sacred Land would collapse within a day, leading to its bankruptcy. Do not worry, my disciple, Chinuan replied nonchalantly. Having accumulated some wealth over a millennium, he was confident that the Sacred Land could sustain itself for at least 8 to 10 years. As for future resources, the solution was simple: compel other forces to pay tribute. The Taichu Sacred Land must expand, ultimately encompassing the entire imperial state and even multiple Dao states, radiating influence across 3,000 Dao states, reaching the vast universe and the myriad realms. Those who comply will offer tribute, while those who resist will be annihilated, allowing for the acquisition of their amassed fortunes over countless years. Chapter 14. The 99 Emperors and the Supreme Immortal King Master. The reforms in the Holy Land are overwhelming. We lack sufficient manpower, Jiang Tej sighed. Within the Taichu Holy Land, there were numerous cultivators, numbering over 10,000, yet their realms were predominantly low. Currently, the Holy Land boasted 7 beings of Celestial Realm, 24 in the True Martial Realm, over 300 in the Chinuan Realm, and thousands in the Sea-Breaking Realm, with the remainder being in the True Power Realm. Among them, only he, the Holy Master, and his master could be regarded as formidable. According to his master's reform plan, the original elders and stewards of the Holy Land would be transformed into disciples. However, there were no other divine beings or holy beings within the Holy Land, which implied a lack of elders and stewards. As for the position of the Supreme Elder or Ancestor, Jiang Tej had long ceased to harbor such vain hopes. The requirements set by the Ancestor were exceedingly high. Only a great sage or a quasi-emperor could attain the title of Supreme Elder, while only an emperor could become an Ancestor, an utterly ludicrous standard. I have a few subordinates. For now, they will suffice, Chinuan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tej's face brightened with anticipation. Are there still formidable beings under the Ancestor's command? I wonder what their realms are. I hope they are not below the divine level, for that would suffice to manage the Taichu Holy Land. System, utilize all summoning cards, Chinuan silently commanded, then snapped his fingers. In an instant, numerous figures materialized upon Taichu Peak, each emanating an overwhelming aura. The divine might surged across the heavens. Jiang Tej, Yunji Shui, Lin Shirin, and others were all taken aback, unable to believe their eyes as they beheld 12 formidable figures. These beings were undeniably, at least saints. Jiang Tej was astounded. He could sense an intense divine might radiating from them. All genuine powerhouses of the Holy Path. 1 Holy King, 7 true saints. For saints. Jiang Tej was baffled as to why there were more true saints than saints, but he cared not to ponder. His mind was a blank. Overwhelmed by the grandeur of the scene, tears streaming down his face. How many years had it been? The Taichu Holy Land had not witnessed such a gathering of saints, true saints, and holy kings in over several tens of thousands of years. With these powerful beings present, the Taichu Holy Land was destined to rise. We pay our respects to the Master. The 12 strong figures knelt simultaneously, bowing to Chinuan. Is this sufficient? Chinuan's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, it is more than enough. Jiang Tej nodded vigorously. According to his master's classification, these 12 strong beings perfectly aligned as 1 first-class elder, 7 second-class elders, and 4 third-class elders. Lacking stewards? No matter, as long as the news spread. With such a multitude of holy path powerhouses and residents, recruiting divine beings, divine lords, and divine kings to bolster the Holy Land would be a simple task. The rise of the Taichu Holy Land begins today. Jiang Tej envisioned countless scenes in his mind, depicting the revival of the Taichu Holy Land and its glorious, immortal future. In an instant, he conceived a developmental plan for the Holy Land. The first step, comprehensively reform the Taichu Holy Land, as per his master's design. The second step, recruit talents from the 3,000 Dao provinces, welcoming strong beings to enrich the administrative hierarchy of the Holy Land. In the third step, the gates of the Taichu Sacred Land will be opened widely to recruit disciples across the vast regions of Huangzhou and the 3,000 Dao provinces. Upon the completion of these three steps, if the Taichu Sacred Land undergoes a period of development and consolidation for a century or a millennium, it shall possess an unparalleled depth of heritage, unmatched even by the great sacred institutions. It will ascend to become the foremost power beneath the supreme forces. Jiang Tej had never contemplated transforming the Taichu Sacred Land into a supreme power, as it seemed nearly impossible. Supreme forces are the legacies of ancient and contemporary supreme beings, each wielding extraordinary weapons that govern fate itself. Without such imperial treasures, the Taichu Sacred Land is destined to remain incomparable to these supreme powers. But is there truly no hope? Jiang Tej instinctively cast his gaze upon his venerable master, whose towering and majestic figure inspired awe. His master commanded numerous formidable beings from the sacred Dao realms, and even those at the sacred king level bowed in reverence, indicating that he was indeed a great sage. Perhaps, in the future, his master could cultivate to the level of a quasi-emperor and, through fortuitous circumstances, ascend to the rank of an emperor? The mere thought of this caused Jiang Tej to catch his breath. Should his master become an emperor, the status of them, the named disciples, and the entire Taichu Sacred Land would undoubtedly rise in tandem. His master was, after all, a great sage. After a discreet explanation from his mother, Lin Shuren, Yun Jishui suddenly comprehended his master's cultivation realm. Instantly, he regarded his master with the utmost admiration and reverence, his worship reaching an unparalleled zenith. Just as Jiang Tej, Yun Jishui, and the others were engulfed in shock, they suddenly realized their master had vanished. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated throughout the Taichu Sacred Land. Jiang Tej and the others looked up and beheld their master standing high above in the heavens, seemingly manipulating something, surrounded by cascading rivers of light. Was that a divine vein? Lin Shuren speculated uncertainly. According to her knowledge, there existed countless spiritual veins in the world, classified into 9 grades. With the first grade spiritual vein being the most powerful, capable of producing boundless spiritual energy, coveted by all major powers, including the great sacred institutions. It is said in legends that above the first grade spiritual veins lies the divine vein, which is divided into 3 grades, extraordinarily precious and exceedingly rare. Typically, great sacred institutions possess only 3rd grade divine veins, with remarkable ones having 2nd grade veins, while 1st grade veins are solely owned by immortal lineages and supreme powers. At its zenith, the Taichu Sacred Land once boasted a 3rd grade divine vein, but now it had fallen into decline, lacking even a few spiritual veins, with the best being merely 4th grade. No, that was the legendary dragon vein, and it appeared to be an imperial dragon vein. Jiang Tej shook his head in disbelief, his expression one of profound shock. Struggling to articulate his thoughts. A dragon vein, superior to a divine vein, it symbolizes supreme forces. Every dragon vein in existence resides within the realms of these unparalleled powers. From what he understood, there are 2 tiers of dragon veins, celestial grade and imperial grade. It is said that once a celestial grade dragon vein takes form and attains enlightenment, it can rival a quasi-emperor. The imperial grade dragon vein is even more fearsome. Upon overcoming the tribulation of transformation, it directly attains enlightenment, comparable to an emperor. Most supreme forces possess only a single celestial grade dragon vein, and those with multiple celestial grade veins are exceedingly rare. The possession of an imperial grade dragon vein unequivocally marks one as a top-tier supreme force. But what was it he was witnessing now? The master above the 9 heavens was enveloped by an array of dragon veins, each one a legendary imperial lineage from myth. 1, 10, 50. Jiang Tej continuously calculated, ultimately discovering an astonishing 99 imperial dragon veins. At that moment, Jiang Tej was rendered numb with shock, disbelief etched across his face. 1 imperial dragon vein has the power to forge the most supreme force. What then of 99? If all were to manifest, it would be akin to having 99 emperors. Such terror. In the celestial expanse, Chinuan was surrounded by 99 imperial dragon veins, radiating boundless celestial light, making him appear as the most exalted and majestic immortal king. Go. With a mere snap of his fingers, the imperial dragon veins descended from the heavens, landing at various locations within the primordial Holy Land, causing an explosive surge in spiritual energy manifold. These imperial dragon veins had already acknowledged him as their master, even if they took form as emperors. They would remain Chinuan's subordinates, their positions adjustable at his will. As the imperial dragon veins integrated into the primordial Holy Land, and the spiritual energy surged exponentially, the Holy Master Jiang Tej stood in a daze, as if his eyes might fall to the ground. Originally, a few spiritual veins existed within the Holy Land, with a spiritual energy concentration over 20 times that of the outside world. However, the arrival of the imperial dragon veins instigated a cataclysmic transformation. When the first imperial dragon vein descended, the concentration of spiritual energy within the Holy Land skyrocketed by 10,000 times. Chapter 15. The Emperor guards the gate. The immortal sweeps the ground. As the second imperial dragon vein descended, the concentration of spiritual energy within the sacred land surged by 20,000 times. With the arrival of the third imperial dragon vein, the spiritual energy concentration skyrocketed to 30,000 times. The fourth imperial dragon vein caused a further escalation to 40,000 times. With each imperial dragon vein that fell, the spiritual energy within the sacred land continued to rise exponentially, showing no signs of abating. Boom, 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 boom. Under the watchful eyes of Jiang Tej, Lin Shirin, and others, one imperial dragon vein after another merged into the primordial sacred land. Before long, all 99 imperial dragon veins had assimilated into the primordial sacred land. At that moment, the entire sacred land erupted in fervor. Every cultivator realized that the spiritual energy had surged dramatically. With just a single breath, they could break through a minor realm. Another breath allowed for yet another breakthrough. In an instant, thousands of cultivators within the sacred land experienced a series of substantial advancements. Good heavens, the concentration of spiritual energy reached an astonishing 100,000 times. Jiang Tej was so overwhelmed that he could barely articulate his thoughts. The primordial sacred land, having integrated 99 imperial dragon veins, boasted a spiritual energy concentration 100,000 times greater than that of the outside world. In comparison, even the most supreme powers were mere trifles. At this moment, the spiritual energy within the primordial sacred land was at its zenith, every main peak and secondary peak. Even the most obscure corners radiated a concentration of spiritual energy 100,000 times greater than that found outside. After inhaling just a few breaths of this energy, Jiang Tej discovered that he had inadvertently broken through, successfully entering the sacred path realm and becoming a local sage. He realized that the fusion of 99 imperial dragon veins not only amplified the spiritual energy concentration by 100,000 times, but also transformed the cultivation environment within the sacred land dramatically. From this moment forth, cultivation within the sacred land would be exceedingly rapid, with breakthroughs occurring as effortlessly as eating or drinking. For within the sacred land, one could distinctly perceive, even visualize, the principles and laws of the universe. The entire expanse was suffused with the essence of cosmic order. The principles flowed like an ocean. The rhythms of the Tao like a river. Cultivators need not strive to comprehend them. The laws of heaven and earth would enter their bodies with each breath, facilitating their breakthroughs. High above in the skies, Chinuan smiled slightly. This was merely the beginning. With a concentration of spiritual energy 100,000 times greater and an extraordinarily conducive environment for grasping the great Tao, cultivators would undoubtedly ascend swiftly, rising to prominence in a remarkably short time. It could be said that within the primordial sacred land, cultivators would face no bottlenecks before reaching the quasi-emperor stage. Even a mere pig, given some time within the primordial sacred land, could effortlessly attain divinity and sainthood. This was the formidable foundation that Chinuan had established for the primordial sacred land. Without such a foundation, how could one aspire to become the most powerful force across the myriad realms? Jiang Tej, Lin Shirin, and the others found Chinuan's reform plan somewhat absurd. Yet Chinuan wished to convey that this was merely a low-tier version, necessitated by circumstance. In his heart, he harbored a high-tier plan. True sages, saint kings, and great sages would merely serve as attendants, while quasi-emperors could be elders, and emperors would hold the position of supreme elders, with immortal beings revered as ancestors. This was the prestige. He did not vocalize his intentions, yet he planned to act accordingly. Now, he has taken the first step. With such an extraordinary cultivation environment, it is certain that the disciples within the Taichu Sacred Land will soon ascend to great heights, mastering profound realms of cultivation. Chinuan surveyed the disciples and servants on Taichu Peak, feeling quite satisfied within. He never intended to serve as a caretaker indefinitely. Now, by summoning 12 saints, true saints, and saint kings, he could delegate the mundane tasks to them, alleviating some of his minor troubles. Not everyone is worthy of the Heavenly Emperor's personal intervention. With Jiang Tej having also ascended to the saint realm, Chinuan planned to appoint him as the temporary leader of the saints. According to Chinuan's design, the future would involve establishing the heavenly court based on the Taichu Sacred Land, with himself as the heavenly emperor. This invincible heavenly emperor is undeniably the rightful sovereign of the heavenly court. Presently, the Taichu Sacred Land remains weak and cannot yet establish the heavenly court. It requires further development over time. If one day the great emperors are reduced to mere gatekeepers of the heavenly court, while immortals are relegated to sweeping the floors. Now, that would be a spectacle. That would truly elevate the status. The thought of such a scene ignited a fervor within Chinuan. To realize this ambition, he resolved to diligently accept disciples, striving to recruit more high-ranking disciples, thereby acquiring the Emperor's summoning cards and the Immortal summoning cards. You all should seize the time to cultivate. Chinuan's voice resonated across Taichu Peak. Jiang Tej, Lin Shirin, and the others exchanged glances, promptly sitting cross-legged to commence their seclusion and cultivation. The concentration of spiritual energy had surged a millionfold, and the natural rhythms of the world were as vast as the sea. They were experiencing this extraordinary cultivation environment for the first time. Precisely when the speed of cultivation was at its peak, Engaging in cultivation at this moment could undoubtedly lead to significant breakthroughs in a short span. Not only they, but all inhabitants of the Taichu Sacred Land set aside their affairs to focus on one singular pursuit: cultivation, cultivation, cultivation. Observing the fervent atmosphere of cultivation enveloping the entire Taichu Sacred Land, a smile graced Chinuan's face. Next, it is time for the second step, he murmured. Over the next 3 days, Chinuan undertook a grand transformation of the Taichu Sacred Land. He first consumed the Nirvana Emperor pill, experiencing a rebirth within a mere day, living out a second life. Generally, the lifespan of an emperor is around 15,000 years. Depending on constitution, cultivation methods, and strength, the lifespan of the first life varies, with very few exceeding 20,000. Chinuan was among that select few, possessing the combat prowess of a heavenly emperor and a lifespan surpassing 20,000 years. Due to the miraculous effects of the Nirvana Emperor pill, the lifespan of his second life could be compounded with that of the first, resulting in an astonishing lifespan of 50,000 years. His combat power also transcended that of his first life, surging dramatically, granting him truly invincible strength. Subsequently, he employed his extraordinary powers to elevate Taichu Peak, transforming it from 100,000 zhang divine mountain into a billion zhang celestial mountain, making it the foremost celestial mountain among the 3,000 Dao prefectures. Only he, this invincible heavenly emperor, could wield such formidable power. Not only did he elevate Taichu Peak, the central celestial mountain, but Chinuan also raised all 108 main peaks, transforming them into divine mountains towering millions of zhang high. He transformed the primordial mountain range with his extraordinary powers. Externally, the mountain range appeared to span over 100,000 kilometers, yet internally it constituted a self-contained space, encompassing an area comparable to half an imperial province, rivaling 300 vast star domains. Within the newly established primordial sacred land, divine mountains stretched endlessly, with countless peaks undulating. Surrounding a majestic mountain that soared 10 million zhang in height, the primordial immortal mountain at its center, 99 imperial dragon veins shifted positions, enveloping the new primordial sacred land and generating an inexhaustible flow of spiritual energy, maintaining a concentration of spiritual essence a million times greater than that of the outside world, where the rhythms of heaven and earth still surged like an ocean. Subsequently, Chinuan established the 4 phases heavenly prison extermination array, enveloping the entire primordial sacred land, rendering it indestructible with unparalleled defenses. 4 imperial array spirits lay in ambush at the cardinal points of the primordial sacred land, safeguarding the central immortal mountain. After completing these arrangements, Chinuan proceeded to modify several towering mountains near the central immortal mountain, effortlessly crafting celestial palaces. The palace of all laws, the palace of all treasures, the palace of all pills, the palace of all weapons. For the time being, Chinuan only constructed 4 celestial palaces. He then meticulously categorized all the elixirs, treasures, weapons, and divine techniques from the rewards accumulated over the past millennium into these 4 palaces. Even the hundreds of divine king weapons, true sacred weapons, and great sacred weapons obtained from the 2 recruitment gift packs were cast within. From that moment onward, these 4 celestial palaces became the supreme treasury of the primordial sacred land, encompassing techniques, treasures, elixirs, and weapons ranging from the true power realm to the quasi-imperial realm, including over a dozen quasi-imperial weapons. Presently, Chinuan possessed no other imperial-grade elixirs, treasures, or weapons. However, he did have imperial-level techniques and divine arts, which he chose not to place in the Palace of All Laws. These imperial techniques could only be imparted to his disciples, particularly those of named status, lest all disciples of the primordial sacred land gain access to such imperial arts, diminishing the value of having talented individuals as his disciples. Taking a deep breath, Chinuan exhaled slowly, relieved that the second step was finally complete. As long as the primordial sacred land operated according to the rules he had established, it would rise in an orderly and systematic manner. With him, the invincible heavenly emperor, providing protection. It would not be a challenge for the primordial sacred land to become the most formidable force across the myriad realms. What should he do next? Chinuan pondered quietly. Soon, an answer emerged in his mind. Expansion. He intended to significantly broaden the influence of the primordial sacred land, ensuring that sufficient resources were available to sustain its operations. After all, the primordial sacred land was about to recruit a vast number of disciples and open its gates to new students. Before proceeding with this, however, he had one last task to accomplish, the forging of his own life-bound celestial weapon. With one final glance at the primordial sacred land, still immersed in its cultivation, Chinuan's figure vanished without a trace. Chapter 16. The Mythical Vermilion Bird. A swift execution of the 7 ancestors. A beam of profound light ascended from Yunzhou, piercing through the void, traversing endless space, and arriving at the distant Huangzhou. The fabric of space was torn asunder, and an elder clad in a feathered robe gracefully emerged, emanating an aura of unparalleled terror. Soon after, 2 more figures appeared, their presence slightly less formidable than that of the feathered elder, yet still exceedingly fearsome. The 3 stood high above the 9 heavens, gazing down upon the myriad domains of Huangzhou, ultimately focusing on a specific location in its central region. The Taishin domain. Is that not the sacred land of Taichu? Inquired an elder of the Saint King realm. As per our plan, the feathered elder's gaze flickered. He did not descend directly. To ensure their success, they decided to enlist a few allies. The once fallen sacred land of Taichu suddenly experienced a resurgence, unleashing an elder of at least the Saint King realm, who subdued the Kuan Tai Saint of the immortal Taoist Five Elements Palace, causing tremors throughout the 3,000 Tao states. The Five Elements Palace would not take this lightly. Upon the entrance of the Five Elements Sovereign into the sacred land, after consulting with the elder and the ancestors, the three ancestors issued a decree for the 17th ancestor to lead 2 elders and 3 powerful quasi-emperor weapons to descend upon Huangzhou, intending to extinguish the sacred land of Taichu. The feathered elder was the 17th ancestor, a being of great might at the 3rd heavenly level of the great sage realm. The 2 elders were each of the Saint King realm, one at the 5th heavenly level and the other at the 7th heavenly level, augmented by 3 quasi-emperor weapons. The assembly was nothing short of magnificent. Such an overwhelming and opulent formation could easily obliterate a mere fallen sacred land, let alone a flourishing major sect. The foundational strength of these top-tier forces is significantly inferior to that of the supreme powers, with the most formidable among them being merely a half-saint sovereign. While secretly possessing just one Saint King would be quite remarkable, many slightly diminished sacred lands often lack a Saint King-level ancestor, relying solely on saints and true saints for protection. The Five Elements Palace mobilizing such a lavish assembly while exercising utmost caution, refraining from directly assaulting the sacred land of Taichu, would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the vast cosmos if it became known. What could possibly instill such trepidation in the Five Elements Palace regarding the sacred land of Taichu? In truth, nothing at all. Their so-called search for allies was merely a ruse by the 17th ancestor of the Five Elements Palace to recruit a few expendable pawns, to serve as the vanguard and gauge the depths of the sacred land of Taichu. Before long, the 3 formidable beings from the Five Elements Palace arrived at 7 Calamity Mountain. The master of 7 Calamity Mountain hurriedly welcomed them, displaying extraordinary deference. For these were 2 Saint Kings and 1 great sage, capable of reducing him to ashes with a mere wave of their hands. What brings the esteemed seniors to our humble abode? The master of 7 Calamity Mountain spoke with a tone of utmost humility, though he wished for otherwise. He understood that offending the Five Elements Palace would mean instant annihilation for 7 Calamity Mountain. Summoned the Qing Song Saint King to join me in the expedition to annihilate the sacred land of Taichu, commanded the feathered elder without an ounce of courtesy. 7 Calamity Mountain and Sichuan Sacred Land wished to play the role of timid turtles, expecting the Five Elements Palace to bear the burden of obliterating the sacred land of Taichu, only to emerge later to reap the benefits? How naive. The master of 7 Calamity Mountain's countenance darkened, harboring deep resentment, yet he dared not show it, instead meekly responding, "Esteemed elder, the ancestor departed from the 3,000 Tao states years ago to explore other star realms, and I have been unable to contact him." The feathered elder's cold gaze bore down upon the master of 7 Calamity Mountain, causing him to break into a cold sweat. "Then let the 2 true saints accompany us. If there are no further objections, then the 7 Calamity Mountain need not exist." The words of the ancestor of feather garments were exceedingly domineering. Regardless of whether the holy king of Green Pine had traveled far and wide, his arrival was merely to seek expendable pawns, with no true intention of annihilating the 7 Calamity Mountain. However, should the 7 Calamity Mountain defy the Five Elements Palace, there would be consequences. The master of the 7 Calamity Mountain, feeling helpless, could only enter the forbidden grounds to report the situation. There were 2 true saints in the 7 Calamity Mountain, yet the Five Elements Palace insisted on taking both, demonstrating an egregious display of power. Upon learning this, the saints and true saints within the forbidden grounds were filled with astonishment and fury, yet remained powerless to act. The Five Elements Palace was excessively overbearing, compelling the 7 Calamity Mountain to dispatch its 2 true saints alongside them. After the 7 Calamity Mountain yielded, the 3 formidable figures of the Five Elements Palace, accompanied by the 2 true saints of the 7 Calamity Mountain, descended upon the sacred land of Sichuan. Following the same method, they threatened the sacred land of Sichuan to surrender its 2 true saints. Before long, a grand assembly of 7 ancestors, comprising 1 great saint and 2 Saint Kings from the Five Elements Palace, along with the 2 true saints from the 7 Calamity Mountain and the 2 true saints from the sacred land of Sichuan, arrived at the entrance of the Taichu Sacred Land. Their saintly presence was overwhelming, akin to a deep abyss or a prison, instilling fear across the regions of the imperial state and even resonating in the surrounding Tao states, inciting a great uproar. Yet, the Taichu Sacred Land remained untouched by these events. Even the might of a great saint could not penetrate the grand formation of the Taichu Sacred Land, disturbing the countless cultivators immersed in their training within. This was indeed peculiar. One of the esteemed elders from the Five Elements Palace spoke, noting that the pressure of his Saint King bore no effect on the Taichu Sacred Land. "It seems the Taichu Sacred Land anticipated our arrival and activated the quasi-emperor formation in advance," another elder from the Five Elements Palace remarked. The 17 ancestors of the Five Elements Palace nodded slightly in agreement. The 4 true saints from the 7 Calamity Mountain and the Sacred Land of Sichuan remained silent. Yet they shared the same thoughts. Otherwise, the Taichu Sacred Land would have trembled long ago beneath the pressure of the great saints. With the arrival of the 17 ancestors of the 5 Elements Palace and the lack of a welcoming response from the Taichu Sacred Land, were they courting their own doom? A resounding voice echoed, reminiscent of an immortal king chanting from the heavens, resonating throughout the imperial state. Yet, strangely, the Taichu Sacred Land continued to show no response. The 17 ancestors of the 5 Elements Palace frowned, and with a cold sneer, one remarked, "Do they believe that hiding within their grand formation and stubbornly resisting will allow them to escape calamity? Such foolish delusion." Then, the 17 ancestors of the 5 Elements Palace turned toward the 4 true saints, calmly stating, "It is your turn to take action." The 4 true saints, upon hearing this, were filled with rage. It was evident they were being used as cannon fodder to exhaust the energy of the quasi-emperor formation. They exchanged glances, torn between rebellion and fear of bringing ruin upon their respective factions. Ultimately, they could only summon forth a great saint weapon, directing their assault towards the quasi-emperor formation of the Taichu Sacred Land. The 17 ancestors of the 5 Elements Palace and the 2 esteemed elders stood ready, each wielding a formidable quasi-emperor weapon above their heads. Unbeknownst to the 7 ancestors, someone in the heavens was observing them, Emperor Chinuan. He had initially intended to forge his own celestial weapon, but upon sensing the arrival of the 3 formidable figures from the 5 Elements Palace, he chose to stay and watch. Chinuan did not rush to intervene. He wished to witness the power of the 4 phases heavenly prison punishing immortals formation. With 99 imperial dragon veins supplying energy, the 4 phases heavenly prison punishing immortals formation could be activated at any moment, maintaining its peak state. Theoretically, the 4-phase prisoner heaven extermination array has manifested 4 emperor-level array spirits, capable of sweeping through all adversaries with unrivaled prowess. The moment of reckoning has arrived. 4 true saints unleash their might, striking with 4 formidable holy weapons directed towards the primordial Holy Land. At that instant, an ethereal figure of the mythical vermilion bird emerged in the skies above the primordial Holy Land, its vast form stretching billions of miles, cloaking the heavens. The world was engulfed in blazing true flames, consuming the void and incinerating all in its path. The mythical vermilion bird radiated an overwhelming aura that reverberated through the ages, its gaze icy and indifferent. With a mere flap of its wings, boundless vermilion flames scorched the heavens and boiled the seas, obliterating all assaults in an instant. Subsequently, the 4 holy weapons shattered, and the 4 true saints were reduced to ashes, unable to utter a single cry. The 17 ancestors of the 5 Elements Palace and the 2 supreme elders were struck with horror, astonished that the 4 true saints had been annihilated in an instant. As they beheld the terrifying vermilion flames surging towards them, their hearts quaked with dread. The 3 formidable figures hastily activated 3 quasi-emperor weapons in a desperate attempt to fend off the flames. In the next moment, 3 anguished cries echoed throughout the realm. Even with the aid of the quasi-emperor weapons, the holy beings of the 5 Elements Palace and the 2 holy kings could not withstand the casual strike of the mythical vermilion bird, being effortlessly reduced to mere dust. After vanquishing all foes, the mythical vermilion bird inhaled deeply, claiming the 3 quasi-emperor weapons, before sinking back into silence. Continuing its watch over the primordial Holy Land and the central celestial mountain, Chinuan witnessed the entire spectacle, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Truly, the mythical vermilion bird, as one of the emperor-level array spirits, possessed the combat strength of an emperor. Given the primordial Holy Land's relative impoverishment, Chinuan had permitted the mythical vermilion bird to retrieve the 3 quasi-emperor weapons to replenish their resources. It was a pity about the 4 holy weapons. Even with the mythical vermilion bird's intention to restrain its power, they were instantaneously obliterated. Now, he could proceed with the forging of celestial weapons without concern. As soon as his words faded, Chinuan's figure vanished. He hoped that upon his return, he would witness a primordial Holy Land transformed beyond recognition. After Chinuan's departure, the entire expanse of the 3,000 Dao regions erupted in tremendous upheaval, sending tremors through all longevity families, eternal Dao lineages, ancient dynasties, unparalleled sanctuaries, and even the ancient royal families of Ur. Even the supremes within the forbidden zones awakened in response. Previously, it seemed as though an emperor had emerged, exerting pressure over the 3,000 Dao regions. Chapter 17, the sovereign confronts the emperor's grave ridge. How dreadful to bully the supreme. In the vast expanse of the Su En Huing universe, there exist 17 realms that no living soul dares to tread. Within these territories reside supreme beings, lurking in slumber, occasionally emerging to incite dark turmoil, plunging the universe into chaos and slaughtering over 90% of its inhabitants. These 17 locations are referred to as the 8 Great Forbidden Zones and the 9 Great Desolate Lands, collectively known as the 17 Forbidden Grounds. There is no fundamental distinction between a forbidden zone and a desolate land. The difference lies solely in their geographic distribution. The forbidden zones are situated in the 3,000 states at the universe's core, while the desolate lands are scattered throughout the cosmos. The site chosen by Chinuan for his training is one of the 9 Great Desolate Lands, the Emperor's Grave Ridge. In a certain desolate starfield of the Su-in-Huing universe, a figure clad in resplendent imperial robes suddenly materializes, descending upon this barren expanse. This starfield is indeed starkly desolate. Qin Shuan's gaze sweeps across the vastness, encompassing the entirety of this celestial realm, for nothing escapes his perceptive sight. Everything within his line of vision is laid bare. While ordinary starfields may contain trillions of great stars, forming resplendent rivers of light that illuminate the cosmos, this starfield boasts merely several million stars, none of which harbor life. The starlight is dim, rendering it a realm of profound silence. As Qin Shuan gazes ahead, he observes an immense mountain range, the very cause of this starfield's desolation. The Emperor's Grave Ridge. It is an extraordinarily vast formation, occupying a substantial expanse of cosmic void, surpassing even 1,000 grand starfields. In the presence of the Emperor's Grave Ridge, the sun appears as mere dust. From an external perspective, the interior of the ridge is shrouded in obscurity. Aside from a celestial mountain that pierces the heavens, nothing else is discernible. What a sight the Emperor's Grave Ridge is. Qin Shuan's gaze turns cold. The forbidden zones within the 3,000 states are somewhat restrained, not encroaching upon the surrounding territories. Whereas the desolate lands across the universe act with utter impunity. They are akin to parasites of the cosmos, perpetually eroding adjacent starfields, siphoning their vitality, rendering entire realms devoid of life, desolate and silent. The true culprits. Let this heavenly emperor unveil the specters concealed within the Emperor's Grave Ridge. With that thought, Qin Shuan steps forth, entering the depths of the ridge. Inside the Emperor's Grave Ridge lies an endless expanse of primordial forests, with towering celestial mountains rising endlessly, creating a majestic and imposing atmosphere, as if one stands amidst mountains and seas. Here, cranes soar, divine birds glide, ethereal melodies resonate, auspicious colors hover in the air, and radiant hues envelop the surroundings, resembling an extraordinarily peaceful and sacred sanctuary. But such as merely a veil to deceive the eyes, shatter. Qin Shuan scoffs coldly, his celestial eyes wide open, beams of divine light illuminating both past and present, directly dispelling the illusions within the Emperor's Grave Ridge, revealing its most authentic visage. At this moment, he stands at the periphery of the ridge, facing an infinite expanse of blackness, earth, lakes, and vegetation, all enshrouded in darkness. Qin Shuan perceives nearly 10 million peaks within the Emperor's Grave Ridge, specifically 999,999 divine mountains, each resembling a dragon's vein. These mountains vary in height, the shortest reaching 100,000 zhong, while the tallest soars to billions of zhong, each exuding an aura of terror that instills awe and trepidation. In most of the black divine mountains, there exists no trace of life, save for a few towering peaks exceeding 5 million zhong in height, where formidable beings reside. These are the beings of the abyss, each possessing immense power, with the lowest among them being of saintly stature. At the very heart of the Burial Emperor Ridge lies an immense, unfathomable pit, which seems to have once housed an ethereal mountain. This brings to mind the site of the Burial Emperor Ridge that Qin Shuan observed from afar, where only a singular mountain ascends into the heavens. Truly wondrous, Qin Shuan murmurs. With hands clasped behind his back, Qin Shuan strides through the celestial expanse, each step transcending infinite distances as he approaches the central pit. The pit is profound, its depths inscrutable, as if it leads to another universe. He senses some formidable auras within the pit, likely the dark sovereigns that lie in wait within the Burial Emperor Ridge. Stop where you stand. Suddenly, a formidable being hovers in the air, its expression cold as it fixates on Qin Shuan, emanating the pressure of a saint. With a snap of his fingers, Qin Shuan does not halt. Instead, the being attempting to obstruct his path is instantaneously reduced to ashes. Boom, boom, boom. Witnessing that the intruder not only refuses to retreat, but audaciously slays their kind, the other abyssal beings erupt in fury, unleashing terrifying auras as they manifest to subdue Qin Shuan. 3 great saints, 9 saint kings, 17 true saints, 38 saints. What an imposing array. Qin Shuan gazes at the multitude of figures blocking his way, a slight smile gracing his lips as he snaps his fingers once more. In that instant, the multitude of great saints, saint kings, true saints, and saints are struck with horror as they realize they are disintegrating, powerless to halt their demise. A swarm of repugnant ants dares to obstruct my path? Qin Shuan scoffs, casually directing a hand towards the left front. A terrifying surge of power erupts, poised to annihilate the entire Burial Emperor Ridge. The supreme formation of the ridge instinctively activates to counter this strike. Yet, how could it possibly withstand? With a mere flick of his palm, Qin Shuan obliterates the multi-layered supreme formation of the Burial Emperor Ridge. From within the central pit, a silver hand emerges, trembling violently hundreds of times before barely withstanding the residual force of Qin Shuan's strike. Friend, what brings you to the Burial Emperor Ridge? An ancient voice resonates. The speaker is the master of the silver hand, currently situated beneath the pit, his right hand still quaking, the entire arm cracked and bleeding profusely. Realizing that the visitor is an emperor, a flawless emperor at that, this sovereign understands that only an emperor could inflict such grievous harm with a single blow. Thus, his tone becomes notably courteous. I seek to borrow from your Burial Emperor Ridge, Qin Shuan replies nonchalantly. Since you have come with a request, why unleash such a massacre? The same sovereign retorts, his tone tinged with barely concealed ire. The beings dwelling in the abyss are the descendants and subordinates of these sovereigns. Even a single one of them could once cause the vast universe to tremble, yet today, this individual has casually slain dozens. Such audacity towards the sovereigns is intolerable. To dare obstruct my path is to invite annihilation. Chinuan's expression remains unfazed, his aura reverting to an unadorned simplicity, as if he were an ordinary person. Friend, you have gone too far. Do you wish to eliminate even me? The sovereign's fury escalates, his tone taking on a menacing edge. Eliminate. The might of Chinuan erupted. The imperial majesty sweeping across the emperor's grave ridge, causing countless divine mountains to tremble, sending ripples through the outer realms, and shaking the entire vast cosmos. Throughout his life, he remained invincible. Who would dare obstruct his path? Death awaited all who stood in his way. Be they deities, saints, quasi-emperors, or supreme beings, even the mightiest of emperors. If they obstructed Chinuan, they would face annihilation. How dare a mere dark supreme challenge him? Do not compel me to reveal myself. The supreme being's roar resonated across the heavens, obliterating millions of stars beyond the realm. The time was not ripe. He wished to avoid premature emergence, as it would deplete his lifespan, preventing him from witnessing the arrival of the celestial path. Should he exhaust himself in a protracted struggle against an unparalleled emperor, unable to swiftly vanquish his foe, he would ultimately be consumed. Who is this formidable figure? In the universe, there has never been an emperor's tribulation. He must be an unparalleled powerhouse who has transcended in the past. He belongs to the human race, likely a great emperor of humanity. Yet, that does not seem right. Had he been a human emperor, we would have recognized him by now. Perhaps he has lived a second life, completely transformed? Regardless, he is not a contemporary emperor, merely surviving like the rest of us. Yet he displays such overwhelming dominance, truly believing we, the emperor's grave ridge, are mere clay to be molded? To offend the emperor's grave ridge, dismissing us with such disdain, warrants punishment. Within the abyss, voices echoed. These were the supreme beings lying in wait at the emperor's grave ridge, engaged in discourse. They were perplexed by Chinuan's identity and intentions. Step forward for battle. Chinuan spoke with an air of tranquility, regarding the supreme beings with indifference. Even with several supreme beings lurking in the emperor's grave ridge, he felt no trepidation. Since you seek death so fervently, I shall grant you your wish. A thunderous roar resounded, shaking the very foundations of existence. Chapter 18. One punch to annihilate the supreme. The tenfold coffin of myth. In the wake of this, a silver figure materialized above the abyss, exuding an overwhelming aura and coldly regarding Chinuan. This was none other than a dark supreme being lurking within the burial emperor ridge. He had persistently pressured Chinuan, compelling him to emerge for a battle. Slaying this human emperor and refining him into an imperial elixir would not only significantly prolong his lifespan but also dramatically enhance his strength. Finally, he had chosen to reveal himself. A smile graced Chinuan's face. Had this silver sovereign remained hidden beneath the abyss, Chinuan would have ventured into its depths himself. The mysteries lurking below were unfathomable, with terrifying energies lying in wait, the source of which was uncertain, whether it was the slumbering supremes or something else entirely. Yet, Chinuan felt no fear. He was invincible. Now, with the silver sovereign's emergence, there was only a path to death for him. I care not which human emperor you were in history. Today, should you dare to tread upon the burial emperor ridge and defend my dignity, you shall perish. The silver sovereign's expression was frigid to the extreme, his words reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Come, test me. Unperturbed, Chinuan replied. A test is but a test. With a disdainful snort, the silver sovereign advanced towards Chinuan, his form growing ever more imposing, warping the very fabric of the void around him. Chinuan remained unfazed, observing the silver sovereign with calm composure, his eyes flashing with celestial runes as he activated the illusion-breaking celestial eyes. Return to the essence, manifest. Chinuan intoned softly, piercing through all illusions, unveiling the true identity of the silver sovereign. Ah, so you are the burial spirit divine emperor from the archaic era, he remarked with a smile. According to ancient records, the archaic era, which unfolded 6 million years ago, succeeded the mythic age. During this time, the first supreme being to attain enlightenment ended the mythic age, heralding the dawn of the archaic era, a figure known as the divine emperor, who initiated the age of the archaic divine emperors. Thereafter, all enlightened beings of the archaic era referred to themselves as divine emperors. The burial spirit divine emperor was among them, active during the mid-archaic period, defeating countless extraordinary talents vying for supremacy and suppressing an entire era. From Chinuan's understanding, the prowess of the burial spirit divine emperor was indeed formidable. He had lived a second life during his reign, a testament to his monumental achievements. However, for reasons unknown, the burial spirit divine emperor vanished, leaving no trace, only to have retreated into the depths of the burial emperor ridge to lie in wait. It is too late. The burial spirit divine emperor coldly scoffed, a murderous intent surging through the ages, shaking distant celestial bodies from their orbits. Now that he had emerged, he was determined to entomb a peerless powerhouse. Burial of the earth, burial of the heavens, burial of the immortals, burial of the Tao. Let it be known throughout the realms, gods, demons, and holy beings. Heed my command. With 9 lives I shall slay my foes and obliterate enemies across the cycles of eternity. Kill, kill, kill. The Silver Sovereign's aura surged exponentially as he initiated his ultimate transformation, returning to the domain of emperors, unleashing his unparalleled imperial techniques. He aimed for a swift resolution, unwilling to grant the human emperor the opportunity for a protracted struggle. Trivial matters, Chinuan declared, raising his right hand and delivering a punch. Heavenly Emperor's fist. The radiance of his fist was blindingly brilliant, illuminating the heavens and ancient epics, casting light upon the vast chaos, and wherever it passed, annihilation ensued. Boom. The Celestial Emperor's fist struck forth, obliterating the attack of the burial spirit divine sovereign. The impact shattered him, piercing through the fabric of time and space, crashing upon the chaos sea, causing an instantaneous cycle of creation and destruction across the myriad worlds. The burial spirit divine sovereign screamed in agony, interrupted at the apex of his ascension, desperately attempting to reconstruct his corporeal form and divine essence to withstand the blow, but to no avail. Soon, the burial spirit divine sovereign met his demise. One punch to vanquish the supreme. The imperial might was unparalleled. All beings within the burial emperor ridge stood in stupefaction, their souls shattered by the overwhelming shock, ensnared in profound terror. What had they witnessed? The invincible, unrivaled burial spirit divine sovereign, who had once swept across the heavens and earth, annihilating all cosmic adversaries throughout the ages, was unexpectedly slain by this mysterious human emperor with a single strike. He was a supreme being. In an era devoid of emperors, the emergence of a supreme would unleash a tempest of bloodshed across the cosmos, with no practitioner capable of standing against it. Yet, now he fell with a mere blow. In this moment, all saints, true saints, kings, great saints, and even quasi-emperors within the abyss felt their hearts crumble, enveloped in despair. Not only they, but even the few supreme beings lurking within the abyss fell into silence. This turn of events was beyond their anticipation and something they wished not to witness. The burial spirit divine sovereign, one of the oldest among the supreme beings in the burial emperor ridge, possessed unfathomable strength, yet he was no match for this human emperor. They had expected the burial spirit divine sovereign to eliminate the encroaching mysterious human emperor or, at the very least, to drive him back, never foreseeing such an outcome. This enigmatic human emperor was overwhelmingly powerful, instilling fear even among the supreme beings. To achieve the pinnacle of ascension and restore imperial might, a supreme requires a moment of time, a vulnerability known to few. This mysterious human emperor seemed aware of this. The burial spirit divine sovereign, on the verge of recovering his imperial strength, was abruptly interrupted and annihilated by a single punch from this formidable foe. The events unfolded with astonishing swiftness, so rapid that the supreme beings could not even shout for mercy, nor could they lend aid to the burial spirit divine sovereign in time. Now, with his demise, their courage was extinguished by the might of this mysterious human emperor. Meanwhile, the vast universe was ablaze with commotion. As Chinuan unleashed his imperial might, it reverberated throughout the cosmos, resonating in every corner, known to all. The populace trembled, questioning the sudden emergence of imperial power. Was a peerless being about to undergo a path of transcendence, or had an unparalleled imperial artifact awakened? Before long, the source of this imperial might was pinpointed to the burial emperor ridge, one of the 9 great abysses of the universe. Various sacred lands, immortal doctrines, and eternal clans activated their celestial life formations in an attempt to glimpse the unfolding events, only to find themselves thwarted, obscured by the sovereign laws of the burial emperor ridge. Subsequently, beings across the universe sensed a wave of imperial might sweeping through the cosmos. Soon after, an unprecedented imperial battle erupted, unleashing a terrifying force that surged from one side of the universe to the other. The imperial battle arrived swiftly and concluded even more rapidly. The universe suddenly trembled, the fundamental laws of heaven and earth surged, and blood rain descended from the skies across various regions of the cosmos. The emperor has fallen. Ancient texts abound with accounts that whenever a supreme being or reigning emperor meets their demise, the myriad pathways of the universe become tumultuous, accompanied by the ominous sign of blood rain. At this moment, countless beings felt a stir within their hearts and minds, speculating whether a mysterious emperor had perished or if a certain supreme being from the burial emperor ridge had fallen. Meanwhile, the myriad factions from the 3,000 states contemplated even deeper implications. Recently, the overwhelming might of an emperor had manifested, shortly followed by the outbreak of the imperial battle at the burial emperor ridge. Could it be that a once mighty extreme power had reawakened to march against the burial emperor ridge? At this moment, the burial emperor ridge lay shrouded in silence, void of sound. Several supreme beings beneath the pit silently observed the approach of the enigmatic human emperor, yet dared not utter a word, as if they were mere phantoms. These supreme beings understood all too well that this mysterious human emperor possessed unparalleled strength, akin to that of a celestial emperor. The celestial emperor had descended. He sought to conquer the burial emperor ridge. With a single punch, he obliterated the divine spirit emperor. One man overshadowed all the other supreme beings. Though they might achieve transcendence and unite in battle, victory would come at the cost of several lives. No supreme being was willing to face death. As Chinuan approached the pit, he stood tall against the heavens, gazing down into the vast abyss below. His eyes were profound, shimmering with mysterious celestial symbols, seemingly intent on unveiling the secrets concealed within the pit. Suddenly, Chinuan could not suppress a gasp of cold air. What had he perceived? His gaze penetrated through the ages, delving into the unfathomable depths of the pit, where he discerned an object that was neither metal nor jade, neither stone nor wood, neither steel nor iron, nor silver nor copper, nor earth nor ice. It was a coffin. The exterior of this coffin was adorned with countless mysterious runes, suffused with the essence of supreme pathways, while black blood oozed forth from within. His gaze pierced through the coffin, revealing yet another coffin inside, and not merely one layer. Under the illumination of the broken illusion celestial eye, he saw layer after layer of coffins. He realized this was the legendary 9-layered coffin, said to be the final resting place of celestial sovereigns, divine emperors, and other extreme powers. Wait, something is amiss. Within the 9th layer, there exists yet another coffin. Chinuan murmured to himself. This is the 10-layered coffin from myth. Chapter 19. The Land of Immortals. The Heavenly Emperor crafts immortal weapons. The 9 heavy coffins of the Emperor, and what are the 10 heavy coffins? Gazing into the abyss of the legendary 10 heavy coffins at the depths of the heavenly pit, Chinuan's eyes flickered, and a terrifying suspicion began to unfurl within his heart. Immortals. Buried immortals. The specifications of the Emperor's coffin are 9-fold. Only the immortal coffin possesses the 10-fold standard. Could it be that an immortal lies entombed within this 10 heavy coffin? Chinuan found this conjecture dreadfully unsettling, even doubting its validity himself. How could it possibly be an immortal? Since the mythic era, the vast universe of Xianwang has seen no trace of immortals. No one has ascended to immortality. And the world is devoid of such beings. It is only in the prehistoric era, before the advent of myth, that fragments of lore regarding immortals are recorded. With the arrival of the mythic age, the path to immortality in the Xianwang universe has been severed, leaving none capable of transcending mortality, let alone achieving immortality. Even supreme beings like the emperors only endure for a mere 10 to 20,000 years. Perhaps only the first celestial sovereign born of the mythic era truly comprehends the secrets of the prehistoric age. Chinuan had once heard a rumor that the first celestial sovereign of the mythic era had survived from the prehistoric age, traversing 2 great epochs, bearing countless secrets. That sovereign single-handedly forged the mythic era, ushering in millennia of resplendent civilization in the Xianwang universe. Some say the Xianwang universe was forsaken, a realm abandoned by the immortals. Hence, the path to immortality remains severed, and for countless years, no one has ascended or attained eternal life. Others assert that a cataclysm in the immortal domain has caused the paths of immortality across the myriad realms to collapse, which explains the absence of ascended beings. Still, others claim that a formidable power manipulates the paths to immortality, residing at their terminus, harvesting all who aspire to ascend. Countless speculations abound, with no one discerning the truth. If indeed an immortal lies interred within this 10-heavy coffin, could it not be an entity from the prehistoric age? Suddenly, a thought sparked within Chinuan's mind. If he could seize this immortal corpse and refine it, might he not ascend directly to immortality, or perhaps achieve it right where he stands? At the very least, his power would surge tremendously. With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Chinuan felt an urge to plunge into the heavenly pit and refine the immortal corpse. Yet, he swiftly severed these malevolent musings, regaining his composure. Such a dreadful temptation. Chinuan's expression turned grave. What lay within the 10-heavy coffin might not merely be an immortal. Even if it were, it could be a malevolent immortal. An evil celestial. Positioned above the heavenly pit, his Tao heart was inexplicably swayed, giving rise to such sinister thoughts. Could it be the influence of that black blood? Chinuan pondered uneasily. Something felt amiss. As the reborn heavenly emperor, invincible across epochs, he was being affected from such a vast distance. How could those supreme beings at the bottom of the heavenly pit remain unscathed? Shifting his gaze from the 10-heavy coffin, Chinuan discovered some divine sources nearby, within which figures lurked. These were the supreme beings lying in wait at the tomb of the Emperor Ridge. He could sense their lifespans gradually ebbing away, indicating they were not truly sealed. For the divine source cannot contain supreme beings, while those below the extreme path can be entirely sealed. The terrifying vitality of supreme beings allows them to refine the divine source autonomously, to seal the formidable practitioners of the extreme path without allowing their lifespan to diminish. One must employ the essence of celestial sources. Should one fail to locate such sources, an alternative would be to self-inflict a wound, thereby sealing oneself within the divine essence. Although this method does not achieve a complete seal, it significantly slows the passage of time for one's lifespan. It is precisely for this reason that some sovereigns, nearing the end of their days, choose to emerge from their seclusion, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed across the cosmos, slaughtering the innocent to absorb the essence of life and replenish their dwindling years. Could it be that the divine essence shields them from malevolent thoughts? Chinuan pondered this possibility, suspecting that the divine essence could not entirely negate the influences of the tenfold coffin, which might subtly affect the sovereign's resolve. Chinuan felt no sympathy for these sovereigns. Their choice to linger near the tenfold coffin was most likely motivated by ulterior motives. His gaze shifted to the depths of the celestial pit, soon returning to the mythic tenfold coffin in search of the origin of the black blood. In a brief moment, he discovered that the black blood was indeed leaking from the 10th coffin, not from its front, but rather from its rear, which explained why Chinuan had not noticed it earlier. He attempted to peer inside the 10th coffin, yet found himself unable to penetrate its obscurity. All that was visible was a vague silhouette, indistinct in size and form. After a moment's contemplation, Chinuan ascended higher into the sky, surveying the entirety of the Burial Emperor Ridge, capturing its topography within his sight. Within the celestial pit, several sovereigns watched this spectacle with wide eyes, none daring to speak or intervene, lest they invite calamity. This human emperor was not to be trifled with. What a grand endeavor, standing high above the heavens. Chinuan regarded the Burial Emperor Ridge with a cold gaze. Was this truly a resting place for the immortal, or a sanctuary for their growth? He pondered this question. The 999 black divine mountains of the Burial Emperor Ridge were all false dragon veins, surpassing the first-grade divine veins, yet falling short of the heavenly-grade dragon veins. Crafted through immense supernatural arts, it was plausible that an unparalleled being had laid these plans countless years ago, aspiring to cultivate nearly 10 million dragon veins within the Burial Emperor Ridge. However, the time had yet to come, hence they remained mere imitations. In essence, the entire Burial Emperor Ridge was a supreme immortal mountain, appearing as it did from the outside, yet fundamentally it represented an imperial-grade dragon vein, potentially even exceeding that classification. This unmatched being intended to nurture nearly 10 million dragon veins from this immortal mountain, with all streams converging into the celestial pit, ultimately flowing towards the silhouette within the 10th coffin. Over ages of planning, was the intention to resurrect the immortal corpse within the 10th coffin, or to cultivate an immortal embryo. Chinuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. According to his predictions, once the nearly 10 million divine mountains underwent transformation into heavenly-grade dragon veins, it could very well propel the Burial Emperor Ridge to unprecedented heights. Subsequently, the myriad creations converging into a singular point would grant that point a miraculous transformation, likely resulting in the birth of an immortal embryo or the resurrection of the immortal corpse. Were they here to seize the miraculous transformation of the converging streams? After a moment's thought, Chinuan suddenly spoke. The sovereigns were taken aback, astonished that this human emperor could discern the profound secret of the Burial Emperor Ridge in such a brief span. Their gaze exchanged a silent conversation, words unspoken, as they chose to remain mute, avoiding any prying eyes of the human race's heavenly emperor that might uncover their hidden secrets. Suddenly, Chinuan erupted into laughter, his countenance radiating sheer delight. He had already gleaned answers from several supreme beings. The unparalleled creation lay before him. To refuse the gifts of heaven is to invite calamity upon oneself. Thus he would graciously accept. Chinuan finally unveiled his ultimate objective for coming to the Burial Emperor Ridge. Prior to his arrival, he had inquired of the system regarding the optimal locations for refining celestial weapons. The system, aloof and disinclined to respond, was met with Chinuan's threats of inaction, ultimately leading to its reluctant acquiescence, revealing a singular location without elaboration. This location was none other than the Burial Emperor Ridge. Initially perplexed by why this place was deemed the prime site for weapon crafting, he now comprehended fully. His success in refining celestial weapons was assured. Yet his ambitions reached far beyond that. He sought more. Should he refine weapons at the Burial Emperor Ridge, seizing the unparalleled creation of this land could potentially elevate his life-bound celestial weapon to unprecedented heights. What did the human race's heavenly emperor aspire to achieve? Could it be that he dared to be so audacious? He actually intends to seize the creation? What a fanciful dream. If the creation of the Burial Emperor Ridge were truly attainable, we would have secured it long ago. The supreme beings engaged in discourse within the celestial pit, speculating on the intentions of the human race's heavenly emperor. Chinuan, however, paid no heed to these ponderous supreme beings, focusing instead on retrieving various celestial metals, preparing to forge his weapons. Among them were chaotic celestial gold, feathered white gold, mythical azure gold, primordial purple gold, and eternal orange gold. My heavens! From whence did the human race's heavenly emperor acquire such an abundance of celestial metals? The supreme beings were taken aback, suddenly realizing the futility of their countless years of existence, having lived in destitution. In their time of ascension, they had traversed the cosmos in search of a mere fragment of celestial metal to forge imperial weapons, expending immeasurable effort. Yet this human race's heavenly emperor possessed a complete set of 10 celestial metals. Each type was plentiful, sufficient to forge 1 or 2 supreme imperial weapons. Such envy was overwhelming. By the name of my heavenly emperor, I command the heavens, all paths shall heed my call, come forth. Chinuan formed a mystical seal, summoning the myriad pathways to descend, melting the indestructible red gold, celestial tier gold, and the 10 celestial metals. He intended to utilize the entirety of the Burial Emperor Ridge as his forge, with the myriad pathways as kindling and the 10 celestial metals as his foundation, aspiring to create the unparalleled celestial weapon of the ages. Chapter 20. The Celestial Emperor's Sword. The Chaotic Cauldron. The Time-Space Bell. The Reincarnation Mirror. Such terror, With the 10 great divine metals for forging, is he truly attempting to create a celestial weapon? The celestial emperor of the human race is exceedingly defiant, actually attracting myriad divine paths. Perhaps he can indeed forge a supreme celestial weapon. This is dire. The celestial emperor intends to use the burial emperor ridge as a furnace, aiming to seize the ultimate transformation. What shall we do? Within the abyss, the expression of each sovereign changed dramatically. Their gaze fixed intently on the enigmatic celestial emperor of the human race, who was forging weapons high in the heavens. The burial emperor ridge possesses otherworldly transformations. It is both a sanctuary and an ascension ground for immortals, brimming with life-sustaining essence. Sovereigns conceal themselves here, prolonging their lifespans. It can be said that the burial emperor ridge is one of the most forbidden places least prone to dark upheaval. Should the celestial emperor seize the otherworldly transformation, the life-sustaining essence of this land would vanish, gravely affecting their longevity, possibly preventing them from witnessing the emergence of the immortal path. At the bottom of the abyss lies the most concentrated source of life-sustaining essence where the sovereigns reside, not only extending their lives, but also deciphering the mysterious runes inscribed upon the tenfold mythical coffin. Once the countless divine mountains transform into dragon veins, and the supreme celestial mountains achieve celestial arteries, with rivers converging to gather at the tenfold mythical coffin, they would be able to seize the transformation and ascend to immortality. Should we intervene? One sovereign spoke, his tone chillingly cold. If the supreme transformation of the burial emperor ridge were to be claimed by the celestial emperor of the human race, their millennia-long schemes would be utterly ruined. Upon these words, a profound silence enveloped the abyss. Are we to merely watch as he snatches away that which is rightfully ours? This sovereign continued, filled with indignation. A deep sigh echoed, as the second sovereign spoke. What can we do? The other sovereigns nodded in agreement. What could they possibly do? They dared to harbor anger, yet remained voiceless. This enigmatic celestial emperor of the human race is overwhelmingly powerful, possessing unmatched combat prowess and unfathomable depth. Even united, they might not prevail, and the cost would be devastating. The cautionary tale of the burial spirit divine emperor loomed large. They had no desire to follow in his footsteps. Let us wait. The burial emperor ridge is the ancient design of a supreme being. I refuse to believe that this figure will passively witness the collapse of his grand scheme. Another sovereign spoke, his tone remarkably calm. The eyes of the other sovereigns brightened, resolving to proceed in this manner. It would be ideal for the enigmatic celestial emperor and the ancient architect of this plan to inflict mutual destruction upon one another. High above in the heavens, the celestial emperor Chinuan was fervently engaged in the forging of celestial weapons. The myriad flames had fused the 10 great divine metals into a singular entity, ever-changing under Chinuan's command, progressing toward the celestial weapon of his vision. Meanwhile, the boundless transformations of the burial emperor ridge were being gradually siphoned by the embryonic form of his celestial weapon, serving as nourishment for the forging. As time elapsed, the embryonic celestial weapon emanated an increasingly formidable aura, radiating immeasurable celestial light, illuminating the 3,000 vast universes. The power of the celestial weapon grew ever stronger, already reaching the level of the supreme imperial weapons, and it continued to ascend. Thus, 10 days and nights passed. Chinuan's weapon forging approached its culmination. The celestial weapon was on the verge of completion, its form having solidified, exuding an invincible might that would resonate through the ages. As long as the embryonic essence of the celestial weapon is integrated, this armament can ascend to the realm of the divine, transforming into a true supreme celestial artifact. Chinuan's gaze swept across the bottom of the celestial pit, lingering on the mythical tenfold coffin and several supreme beings among the divine sources, his heart filled with perplexity. Why had the architect of this eternal scheme not yet revealed himself? Was it due to fear or an inability to manifest? After 10 days and nights of refining the weapon, much of the fortune of the burial emperor ridge had been absorbed. When his ultimate imperial weapon made its final leap to become a celestial weapon, it would further absorb the remaining fortune of the burial emperor ridge. At that time, the fortune of the entire burial emperor ridge would dwindle to almost nothing. No one could tolerate having their grand design intercepted midway. Yet, these past 10 days had been eerily tranquil, devoid of any disturbance. Was he waiting for the most critical moment to strike? Chinuan furrowed his brow. The final step was indeed crucial, but under normal circumstances, it posed little challenge for him. With the embryonic essence of the celestial weapon in his possession, integrating it into the heavenly emperor's weapon would facilitate its ultimate leap, transforming it into an unparalleled celestial weapon. Taking a deep breath, Chinuan retrieved the embryonic essence and merged it with the heavenly emperor's weapon. In the next instant, the heavenly emperor's weapon radiated an ethereal light, emanating boundless brilliance. Illuminating the vast cosmos and dazzling all realms through the ages, its might suddenly elevated to an unprecedented level, shattering certain long-standing shackles, truly befitting the human race's heavenly emperor. The crafted weapon was indeed extraordinary, a pinnacle imperial weapon. This imperial weapon, infused with the 10 great celestial golds, could be deemed the foremost imperial weapon beneath the celestial ones. However, even with the human race's heavenly emperor seizing the fortune of the burial emperor ridge, supplemented by the 10 great celestial golds and the myriad fires, he could not forge the legendary celestial weapon. Wait, what had the human race's heavenly emperor produced? Why did I feel an overwhelming sense of confronting a true celestial being? The human race's heavenly emperor had integrated that item into his heavenly emperor's weapon. What was his intention? That was an unparalleled celestial weapon. The several supreme beings of the Burial Emperor Ridge were momentarily fixated on the human race's heavenly emperor forging the weapon. Their discussions abruptly halted, disbelief etched upon their faces. How had the human race's heavenly emperor suddenly succeeded in crafting a celestial weapon? It was unfathomable. In my name, I forged the myriad paths. Absorb the fortune of the Burial Emperor and create the unparalleled celestial weapon. Manifest. Chinuan bellowed, continuously casting one seal after another, embedding his principles and laws into the celestial weapon before him. This unparalleled celestial weapon unleashed an incomparable suction, abruptly transforming from its previous sluggish absorption to a voracious consumption of fortune. An hour later, the unparalleled celestial weapon reigned in its brilliance, the celestial light subdued, ceasing its absorption of fortune, having been successfully forged. This is my life-bound celestial weapon. Gazing at the unparalleled celestial weapon before him, Chinuan's face blossomed with uncontainable joy. His life-bound celestial weapon possessed 4 extraordinary attributes, earning its title as the foremost weapon in the vast universe. Indestructible, unbreakable, immune to all loss, immortal through all tribulations. After absorbing the fortune of the Burial Emperor Ridge, Chinuan had successfully forged his envisioned perfect celestial weapon. His celestial weapon could be considered 1, yet it could also be regarded as 4. Originally, he could only forge a single form of celestial weapon, but after absorbing the supreme fortune of the Burial Emperor Ridge, he had remarkably forged 3 additional forms. The 4 forms of the celestial weapon are sword, cauldron, bell, and mirror. The celestial weapon can shift between these 4 forms at Chinuan's will, each form being a true supreme celestial weapon, possessing unparalleled power. What shall it be named? Contemplating his supreme weapon, Chinuan ultimately decided to bestow 4 names, each corresponding to the celestial weapon's forms: Heavenly Emperor Sword, Chaos Cauldron, Time-Space Bell, and Reincarnation Mirror. With a wave of his hand, the supreme weapon transformed into the Heavenly Emperor Sword, which he suspended at his waist. Alas, he dared not strike. Chinuan sighed softly. At the final moment of weapon forging, he sensed a certain gaze peering from afar, across endless time and space, fixated on the Burial Emperor Ridge. The entity lurking in the shadows exuded a fleeting yet profound killing intent that shook the ages, ultimately erasing all traces of causality, rendering Chinuan unable to pursue it. He yearned to encounter the formidable force orchestrating events behind the scenes at the Burial Emperor Ridge. As the Heavenly Emperor, he was indeed invincible. Yet loneliness weighed upon him like snow. Chinuan surveyed the Burial Emperor Ridge, now transformed dramatically. After he had extracted a vast majority of its fortunes, little remained, leading to the near collapse of the countless divine mountains within. The current Burial Emperor Ridge appeared desolate, the concentration of spiritual energy greatly diminished, reduced to merely a fraction of that found in the outside world. Glancing at the few supreme beings of the abyss, who dared not voice their grievances, he smiled indifferently. These pitiful survivors were hardly worth considering. Rather, it was the 10th mythical coffin that drew his attention. As he focused on the 10th coffin, he noticed a figure within had opened its eyes, coldly observing him. Fool, Chinuan scoffed. He was unconcerned whether the entity within the 10th mythical coffin was a celestial corpse or a celestial embryo. It was merely a turtle hiding its head. To seize my fortune, you shall surely meet your end one day. A voice, cold and merciless, echoed in Chinuan's mind. With a roar, Chinuan raised his hand and unleashed a punch. The brilliance of the Heavenly Emperor's fist illuminated the ages as it struck into the abyss, colliding with the 10th mythical coffin, causing it to tremble violently and revealing faint cracks. One more word, and I shall descend upon the abyss and obliterate you entirely, Chinuan declared with utmost force. Silence enveloped the abyss. Clearly, the hidden entity was intimidated by the overwhelming dominance of the human race's Heavenly Emperor, no longer daring to provoke him. As Chinuan pondered whether to claim the last remnants of fortune from the Burial Emperor Ridge, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! A 6-star genius detected. Please proceed to recruit your disciple promptly. With one last glance, his figure vanished from the Burial Emperor Ridge. Very well. I shall refrain from depleting the resources entirely. I will return to harvest another day. As Chinuan departed, the supreme beings within the Burial Emperor Ridge finally exhaled in relief. The harbinger of death had finally left. Chapter 21. The emergence of a 6-star genius. Nalan, she comes to annul the engagement system. Where's the so-called 6-star genius you mentioned? Chinuan inquired after traversing vast distances to arrive at the outskirts of the Burial Emperor Ridge. Once he concealed his aura and masked his presence, he posed the question to the system. With the remnants of fortune at the Burial Emperor Ridge dwindling, Chinuan departed with alacrity upon hearing the term 6-star genius. A 6-star genius possesses the potential of a great emperor. With mere nurturing, they could evolve into a youthful emperor, and as they mature, they would become a true sovereign. Such exceptional talent could easily become his personal disciple. Imagine, if all his disciples were emperors, how prestigious would this invincible heavenly emperor be? Of course, Chinuan's desire to take on disciples was primarily motivated by the enticing rewards. Otherwise, he would not even glance at a 6-star genius, let alone a 10-star one. What value do geniuses hold if they have yet to realize their potential? To date, He had only accepted 2 registered disciples, a 3-star genius named Yunji Shui and a 2-star genius named Jiang Tej, both of whom yielded considerable returns. The disciple recruitment package for a 6-star genius guarantees a summoning card for an emperor and 10 summoning cards for quasi-emperors, along with randomly assigned rewards. It was this element of randomness that captured Chinuan's interest. If 2-star and 3-star packages could yield treasures of imperial and celestial grade, what marvels could the 6-star package hold? Just the thought ignited a fervor within him. Host. The current location of the 6-star genius has been detected in the Chinuan Great Universe, within the 3000 Dao states, in the Desolate State. Upon learning the precise coordinates, Chinuan immediately set his plan into motion. A heavenly emperor traversing the cosmos can effortlessly cross countless star realms in a single step. However, he deemed this method too leisurely and instead decided to rend the fabric of space-time, directly arriving at his destination. At this moment, the 3000 Dao states were far from tranquil, though the burial emperor ridge lay distant from the cosmos' heart. The residual waves of imperial might and battles still reverberated through the region. The weight of an emperor's power indeed resonates across the universe, such is no mere exaggeration. The imperial conflict at the burial emperor ridge was swift yet abrupt, catching the various factions within the 3000 Dao states unprepared. Speculations ran rife regarding the identities of the deceased. Was it the supreme being of the burial emperor ridge or a mysterious emperor who intruded upon it? The factions hoped fervently that the fallen was the absolute territory sovereign, while the enigmatic emperor must surely survive. If the absolute territory sovereign perished, the world would lose a source of darkness, sparing countless lives from slaughter. Various supreme sanctuaries, immortal lineages, and ancient dynasties, along with timeless imperial clans, observed the unfolding events, activating their celestial life formations in an attempt to glimpse the happenings within the burial emperor ridge, yet they found nothing. At this juncture, all they could do was pray for the survival of the mysterious emperor. The absence of unparalleled powerhouses attaining imperial status in the present age suggests that this enigmatic emperor must be an ancient extreme power, one whose existence would not disrupt the current competition among the young prodigies vying for the path to imperial ascension. It is precisely for this reason that the various strong factions remained uncertain about who had fallen. An ancient emperor, if they had endured until now, would no longer possess the original marks of their source, rendering them not significantly stronger than a supreme being. Could they truly intrude upon the lair of a supreme being, overpower them, and slay one of them? 10 days and nights passed, during which the formidable power resonating from the burial emperor ridge astonished the heavens and the ages, leaving everyone in bewilderment regarding the events that transpired. It was known only that the enigmatic great emperor remained at the burial emperor ridge, endeavoring to single-handedly subdue the abyss. Amidst the tumult of the imperial battle over the burial emperor ridge, the deaths of the saints from the 5 Elements Palace seemed but a mere drop in the ocean, stirring not even a ripple. The immortal lineage of the 5 Elements Palace lost a grand sage and 2 sage kings, while the top-tier forces such as the 7 Calamity Mountain and the Sichuan Holy Land suffered the loss of merely 4 true saints. In comparison to the imperial battle, such losses were trivial. Even the 5 Elements Palace, the 7 Calamity Mountain, and the Sichuan Holy Land, despite their stature, momentarily diverted their attention from these matters, wholly focused on the imperial conflict at the burial emperor ridge. This was a matter of monumental significance to the very fabric of the universe. Yet, unbeknownst to all, after the heavenly emperor Chinuan subdued the burial emperor ridge and forged his lifebound celestial weapon, he had quietly departed. In the vast expanse of the 3000 Dao states, the wild state and the Qian domain, the wild state is comparable in size to the imperial state, both divided into myriad regions, with the Qian domain being merely one of them, compared to the imperial state. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth in the wild state is relatively sparse and chaotic. The diminutive Qian domain lacks a unified power, various factions abound, embroiled in ceaseless conflict and strife. The Manhwa sect is one of the prominent forces within the Qian domain, featuring a formidable presence with a true martial realm master stationed within. At this moment, 2 figures soared through the sky, heading towards Chinuan City. To the left stood a silver-haired matron, her profound cultivation evident. To the right, an enchanting beauty of unparalleled grace, draped in a moon-white gown that accentuated her exquisite figure, with a slender waist, voluptuous curves, and elongated legs that captivated the heart. "Sierre, have you truly made up your mind?" inquired the silver-haired matron, her tone earnest. "Of course." Nayland, she replied with a radiant smile, affirming her resolve. A gentle breeze tousled her long, silken hair, casually bound with purple satin, exuding an aura of mature allure. Her charming smile revealing a beauty that could rival the splendor of an era. "The Lin family wishes to call off the marriage, in my opinion. It is better to forego the visit and avoid unnecessary troubles." The silver-haired matron nodded solemnly, stating, "You are the most outstanding disciple of our Manhwa sect in this generation. Having reached the Chinuan realm by merely 20, it is laughable that the Lin family would seek to withdraw from the union." "Master, the Lin family is the sovereign of Chinuan City, and it is said they possess true martial realm experts. Shall we encounter any issues upon our arrival?" Nayland, she expressed her concerns. "Do not worry, I am in the true martial realm, and our sect leader is also a true martial realm powerhouse. If the Lin family knows what is good for them, they will not dare to act against us." The silver-haired matron reassured her with confidence. Then that as well. Nalan Shi beamed with a stunning smile. Before long, they arrived at Chinuan City, landing at the Lin family estate. Shortly thereafter, a fierce dispute erupted within the Lin household. Powerful auras reverberating throughout the city. Just retreat from the engagement, as instructed. How dare you come to my Lin family and cause chaos? Are you seeking death? Nalan Shi. You are unworthy of my son. If you are wise, you will acquiesce. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. The Lin family patriarch, Lin Zhantian, spoke in a deep voice. His fierce gaze fixated upon Nalan Shi as his overwhelming true martial realm aura bore down upon her. In recent years, the Lin family has experienced new developments. In pursuit of greater heights, they plan to forge an alliance through marriage with another dominant force from the mystical realm, with the intended groom being their son. An agreement was reached. Once Lin Fan calls off his engagement, the two families would become betrothed, solidifying their alliance. However, they were taken aback when Nalan Shi, lacking decorum, refused to comply and even came to create a disturbance. With this thought in mind, Lin Zhantian decided to teach them a lesson, suppressing the two and ordering them to leave swiftly to avoid tarnishing the Lin family's reputation. How dare you? The silver-haired matriarch rebuked. Your Lin family possesses only one true martial realm expert. Do you not fear the wrath of the Manhwa sect? Indeed, what is the Manhwa sect? At that moment, an ancient voice resonated through the Lin household, instantly repelling the silver-haired matriarch. A celestial being realm expert? When did your Lin family acquire such a formidable presence? The silver-haired matriarch exclaimed in astonishment. An elder clad in green appeared, delivering a devastating blow to the silver-haired matriarch. Do you dare to meddle in the affairs of the Lin family? You seek death. The elder exuded an overwhelming aura of the celestial being realm. Nalan Shi was left dumbfounded by this scene, her stunning beauty paling in comparison. She never anticipated that the seemingly down-and-out Lin family would produce a celestial being realm expert, a strength even the Manhwa sect lacked. It was no wonder the Lin family dared to call off the engagement and seek a union with another dominant force from the mystical realm. They had given birth to a celestial being realm expert. With this realization, Nalan Shi let out a self-deprecating smile. This proud daughter of heaven had indeed been jilted. In truth, she held no affection for Lin Fan. The man she wished to marry would undoubtedly possess the grandeur of an emperor, a dragon among men, a peerless talent destined to become an emperor in the future. However, the Lin family's abrupt cancellation of the engagement had undoubtedly struck her pride and embarrassed the Manhwa sect, prompting her to seek an explanation. Nalan Shi, since you are here and are so unwilling, why not become my concubine? Fear not, I shall treat you well. Lin Fan said with a sinister chuckle, relishing the sight of the once mighty celestial being now reduced to this predicament. Nalan Shi, breathtakingly beautiful, would be more than sufficient as a concubine. He could not simply let her go. He intended to claim this daughter of heaven as a concubine and subject her to his whims. You shall not have me. I would rather die than marry you. Nalan Shi cried out in rage, a tempest of emotion surging within her. You have no choice. Lin Zhantian sneered, raising his hand to strike Nalan Shi, intending to subdue her into submission as a concubine. Despair enveloped Nalan Shi. Who can save me? I will surely repay you. She silently pleaded. Yet she knew it was a futile hope. No one would come to her aid. With the Lin family possessing a celestial being realm expert, they had ascended to the status of overlords in the Qian domain. Who would dare to offend them? Presumptuous. Just then, a voice of utmost authority reverberated, halting time itself. The entirety of Chinuan City was ensnared in a silence that transcended reality. Chapter 22. The innate Tao body of the supreme physique. The invincible physique of the heavenly emperor Chinuan. As the chime echoed, an ethereal wave swept over, unsealing the time and space that enveloped the entire city. A figure appeared above the Lin family, gazing down upon all. Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Lin family? Have you grown tired of living? Lin Zhantian glared at the figure in the sky, his voice laced with fury. This individual possessed considerable prowess, manifesting suddenly without his awareness, and had silently nullified his attack on Nalan Shi. But to presume to instruct the Lin family was a gross underestimation. At that moment, the Lin family's ancestors, including Lin Fan and all the Lin clan members, directed their attention towards the figure in the heavens. The silver-haired matriarch of the Manhwa sect and the stunning beauty Nalan Shi also gazed at the formidable being above the 9 heavens. Could it be that the heavens have indeed heard my call? Nalan Shi felt a surge of joy within her heart. Someone had truly come to rescue her. But who could this person be? Could it be the ancestor of the Manhwa sect? No, she could not recall the Manhwa sect possessing a being of the celestial realm. If not from the Manhwa sect, then perhaps from another faction? The Lin family had already established dominance over the Qian domain. Surely, no one dared provoke them. Could this individual be a formidable presence from beyond, hailing from another region of the desolate continent? As Nalan Shi's thoughts spiraled, she suddenly heard the figure speak. Chinuan paid no heed to the Lin family, viewing their strongest member, merely a being of the celestial realm, as nothing more than a diminutive insect, unworthy of his attention or knowledge. Little girl, I see that you possess a full celestial aura, radiant and extraordinary, with exceptional bone structure and unparalleled talent. You are a rare gem for cultivation. Would you consider becoming my disciple? With your gifts, should you have a renowned mentor to guide you? Ascending to the heavens and achieving divinity would be effortless. Reaching the pinnacle of the Tao and attaining the title of emperor is within your grasp. As he observed Nalanxi's pale visage, Chinuan spoke, his gaze solely fixed upon her. The others faded into insignificance in his eyes. Unworthy of the gaze of the invincible heavenly emperor. Nalanxi was taken aback. This individual sought to take her as a disciple? Not only she, but the silver-haired matriarch and the members of the Lin family were equally bewildered. Was this truly necessary? The silver-haired matriarch opened her mouth but found herself unable to voice her thoughts. Here was someone attempting to claim her disciple right in front of her. She could only restrain her frustration. It was utterly disheartening. Yet, under such circumstances, one must bow their head. With the Lin family in turmoil, they had no choice but to rely on this mysterious powerhouse for salvation. Presumptuous. You, who are so oblivious, dare to disregard the Lin family? Are you courting death? Lin Fan, unable to contain his anger, bellowed, glaring fiercely at Chinuan in the sky. Do you wish to take my wife? I shall end your life today. I care not for your origins. To come to the Lin family and run amok, I shall not spare you. The celestial realm ancestor of the Lin family declared, his aura surging as he prepared a formidable attack, intent on taking the intruder down. If he deemed the Lin family insignificant, today would serve as a warning to others, letting the Qian domain and the desolate continent know of the Lin family's might. Silence. The patience of Chinuan had been utterly exhausted. A man of kindness, he had never wished to take lives recklessly. Why must he be compelled to do so? As Chinuan's voice resonated, the entire Lin family erupted in fireworks. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, Lin Zhantian, the venerable ancestor of the Lin clan, Lin Fan, and all those harboring malice towards Chinuan were obliterated, reduced to mere ash. To Chinuan, these members of the Lin family were inconceivably weak, akin to ants. Therefore he held no desire to engage them. They were unworthy of even a glance from him. With merely a word, he could invoke his power and annihilate them all. In fact, he need not utter a sound. Simply exuding the aura of an emperor would suffice to vanquish them. However, such an indiscriminate assault would encompass the entire 3,000 Dao provinces, even extending to the vast universe of Chinuan, impacting countless lives. Thus, he had been diligently restraining his own energy. At that moment, Nalanxi, the silver-haired elder, and the surviving members of the Lin family stood in stunned silence, their scalps tingling with shock. Merely 2 words had managed to eradicate vast swathes of formidable Lin clan warriors, including those of true martial and celestial realms, superior beings indeed. Was such ferocity truly necessary? What realm did this mysterious powerhouse belong to? Could he possibly be a deity? Senior, what is your true realm? Nalanxi could not help but inquire, her curiosity piqued. Undoubtedly, this individual possessed formidable strength, yet was his bravado not excessive? He claimed he could effortlessly elevate her to divinity, even guide her towards becoming an emperor. Could this man truly be an emperor himself? The thought sent her heart racing. An emperor wishing to take her as a disciple? Such matters are trivial. You need only answer whether you are willing. Chinuan responded calmly. Though Nalanxi was a paragon of beauty, a 6-star genius, Chinuan would not coerce her into apprenticeship. Should she decline, he would depart without hesitation. The line of those wishing to be his disciple could stretch to the ends of the universe. He did not lack for candidates. In his eyes, a 6-star genius was of little consequence. His pursuit was for system rewards, yet he would not become a mere tool for the system that must heed his command, or he would withdraw his efforts entirely. I. Nalanxi glanced at the silver-haired elder, torn with indecision. She genuinely wished to become his disciple. Although uncertain of his true prowess, he was at the very least a deity, and apprenticing under him would undoubtedly yield immense benefits. Yet, she still had her own master. Would it not be improper to pledge herself to another before her current mentor? I shall grant you 10 breaths to deliberate, Chinuan declared with an authoritative tone, as if it were she who sought to become his disciple rather than the other way around. Nalanxi exhaled softly and hurried to consult with the silver-haired elder. Chinuan paid little heed, activating the breaking illusion celestial eye to scrutinize Nalanxi's personal information. Name, Nalanxi, race, human, gender, female, age, 19, identity, core disciple of the Manhwa sect, talent, 6-star genius, physique, innate Dao body, one of the 9 most powerful physiques in the universe. It is a mythical constitution that inherently approaches the Dao, comprehending it as effortlessly as drinking water. It can harness the power of the great Dao, remains unyielding against the oppressive laws of emperors, and stands undefeated in battle. Upon reaching full maturity, it rivals the supreme, and upon perfection, the physical form ascends to that of an emperor, surpassing mere transcendence. Cultivation level, 6th layer of the Gangyuan realm. Techniques, Mingwei scripture, Great Mingwei technique, Moonlight flow. Click to reveal the remaining 18 Dao methods. Background, born into the Nalan family of Chinuan City, betrothed to Lin Fan of the Lin family, orphaned at a young age, and displayed extraordinary talent at 6, she was sent to the Mingwei sect for cultivation. She shone brightly within the sect, rapidly rising to become its most outstanding disciple. Devoted to her path, she aspired to marry a future emperor. Thus, she sought to annul her engagement with the Lin family, only to be ensnared and coerced into marrying on the morrow. Upon reviewing Nalanxi's profile, Chinuan was taken aback. A 6-star genius with an innate Dao body, and yet only at the 6th layer of the Gangyuan realm at the tender age of 19? It was evident that such an unparalleled talent had been squandered. Nalan Shi bore the demeanor of an emperor. And her innate Tao body was one of the strongest in the universe, a true embodiment of myth, yet her circumstances were dismal. This illustrated that without the backing of an invincible emperor like himself, Nalan Shi was destined for a tragic fate. It was said that the fusion of the innate Tao body with the primordial sacred body could give rise to yet another supreme physique, the innate sacred body Tao. Chinuan's gaze flickered. Coincidentally, he possessed one of the strongest physiques in the universe, the primordial sacred body, and had lived 2 lifetimes. With powers that transcended comprehension, he was indeed an invincible emperor. Glancing at Nalan Shi, he acknowledged her exceptional beauty, yet found himself presently disinterested. The notion of the innate sacred body Tao could wait. Women would merely hinder his swiftness in drawing his sword. Soon, the span of 10 breaths elapsed. Nalan Shi and the silver-haired elder had reached an agreement. She turned her gaze towards the supreme celestial king in the heavens, respectfully bowing and stating, "Disciple Nalan, she pays homage to Master." Chapter 23, Invincible Across the Heavens. A millionfold longevity substance. To have the opportunity to apprentice under a formidable master is a boon for both Nalan Shi and the Mingwei sect. The silver-haired elder had no reason to impede this and wished for Nalan Shi not to miss such a monumental fortune. Nalan Shi was acutely aware that the Mingwei sect was but a shallow pond, confining her and preventing her from advancing to greater realms. This individual had saved her life and taken her as a disciple, bestowing upon her immense grace, for which she was willing to sacrifice everything in gratitude. Excellent. A smile graced Chinuan's face, as the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting a 6-star genius as a disciple. Reward, 1 6-star disciple recruitment gift pack. Would you like to open it now? No. Chinuan declined the system's request with a wave of his sleeve. Nalan Shi gasped and involuntarily ascended to the heavens, landing gracefully behind Chinuan. She gazed upon her towering master, her exquisite visage radiating admiration. Chinuan glanced at the silver-haired elder and contemplated, "Let me bestow upon you a bit of fortune." With a gentle flick of his finger, a stream of light descended and entered the elder's body. In an instant, her aura surged, her cultivation skyrocketing as she broke through from the true martial realm to the celestial being realm, ultimately igniting divine flames and transforming into a deity. The silver-haired elder returned to her youthful form, regaining a semblance of beauty. Her silver hair turned black, and her skin became tender and radiant. My heavens! She touched her entire body, her eyes wide with disbelief. Nalan Shi's new master had merely pointed, and she had ascended to the lofty status of a deity. Rejuvenated and beautiful once more, Junior Li Qiushui expresses profound gratitude for the elder's great kindness. Li Qiushui bowed deeply. Upon rising, she discovered that the mysterious powerhouse in Nalan Shi had already vanished from the celestial dome. She felt as though her experiences today had been a dream. She had arrived as a true martial practitioner, injured by an ambush from the Lin family ancestor, and now she was a deity. I am now the strongest of the Manhwa sect, and the Manhwa sect shall rise to become the overlord of the Qian domain. Li Qiushui murmured to herself before soaring into the sky, making her way to the Manhwa sect. A streak of light swept across the heavens. Chinuan and Nalan Shi flew from the Wasteland province to the Imperial province, a distance of over 1,000 states, traversing boundless star domains. Under Chinuan's protection, Nalan Shi felt the fabric of space shift and time halt, yet she remained unscathed, which left her in awe. Today, she had witnessed her master's brilliance thrice, each instance more astonishing than the last. The first time, 2 words annihilated countless cultivators, including those of the true martial and celestial being realms. The second time, with a mere snap of his fingers, he enabled a true martial cultivator to break through repeatedly, igniting divine flames and restoring beauty and youth. The third time, he traversed time and space, effortlessly crossing endless voids, suppressing all paths of heaven and earth, embodying an invincible presence that looked down upon the 9 heavens and 10 earths. One occurrence surpassed the other in its capacity to astonish her. What realm does my master truly possess? Could he really be an emperor? Nalan Shi pondered, her face alight with curiosity. She had initially intended to cultivate further before repaying her first master, Li Qiushui, but little did she expect her master to intervene directly, granting Li Qiushui unparalleled fortune and aiding her ascent to divinity in a single step. Nalan Shi harbored immense gratitude towards her master, wishing to repay him with all her heart. Meanwhile, as Nalan Shi's thoughts wandered, Chinuan was examining the 6-star disciple recruitment gift pack. System. Activate the 6-star disciple recruitment gift pack, he commanded inwardly. Ding. The 6-star gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving the guaranteed rewards. 1 Emperor Summoning card and 10 Semi-Emperor Summoning cards. Congratulations to the host for acquiring weapons. The Supreme Emperor Weapon Refining Heaven Furnace for Semi-Emperor weapons, 20 Great Saint weapons, 100 Saint King weapons, 300 True Saint weapons, and 500 Holy weapons. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a rare treasure. The Foundation Infrastructure Construction card for the Supreme Sacred Land, Emperor level. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a formation, the Emperor level longevity formation. Once this formation is laid down, it can increase the concentration of longevity substances within a certain range by 1,000-fold. Congratulations to the host for receiving an immortal weapon, the Heavenly Emperor's robe. Wearing this imperial robe, You become the Heavenly Emperor, suppressing all enemies, with unparalleled defense, immune to all laws, and causing calamities to retreat. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a medicinal pill, the Body Enhancement Pill, Emperor Level. Consuming this pill and refining it will elevate one's physique to a new level, allowing ordinary spiritual bodies to evolve into royal bodies, and royal bodies to evolve into the universe's supreme physique. The universe's strongest physique can evolve into the strongest physique of all heavens. Overwhelmed with joy at the array of rewards, Chinuan marveled at the extraordinary nature of the 6-star disciple recruitment gift pack, which was incomparable to the 2-star or 3-star packs. Each of the 6 types of rewards within the pack was at least of Emperor level, with some even being treasures of immortal grade. With these rewards, both his personal power and the foundation of the Taichu Sacred Land would experience a tremendous surge. Previously weak, the Taichu Sacred Land was poised to ascend to the preeminent force in the universe once Chinuan utilized the summoning cards, acquiring 1 emperor and 10 semi-emperors in an instant. Those so-called longevity families, the inferior supreme sacred lands, and the trifling undying Tao lineages would pale in comparison before the Taichu Sacred Land. Moreover, he had gained an abundance of weapons. The system had truly been exceedingly generous, providing 500 holy weapons, 300 true saint weapons, 100 saint king weapons, 20 great saint weapons, and 4 semi-emperor weapons, alongside 1 supreme emperor weapon. These armaments would undoubtedly enrich the foundation of the Taichu Sacred Land, establishing it as the unequivocal supreme sacred land of the universe. The Emperor-level Foundation Infrastructure Construction card arrived just in time, allowing for the direct transformation of the Taichu Sacred Land, sparing him the effort and time of manual renovation. The Emperor-level Longevity Formation was an exceptional treasure, capable of amplifying the concentration of longevity substances by 1,000-fold. It is noteworthy that the spiritual energy concentration throughout the Taichu Sacred Land was already 1,000,000 times greater than that of the outside world. Although the concentration of longevity substances may not reach that extreme, it would still be around 1,000-fold. Should the Emperor-level Longevity Formation be employed on the central Taichu Immortal Mountain, the concentration of longevity substances there would soar to a staggering 1,000,000 times that of the outside world. Such a phenomenon would be unprecedented. Consequently, the longevity substances and spiritual energy concentrations within the Taichu Immortal Mountain would indeed match the extraordinary levels of 1,000,000 times that of the external realm. Even if the Great Emperor resides in the primordial celestial mountain, his lifespan would be significantly extended. The lifespan of an ordinary flawless Great Emperor could be elevated from over 10,000 years to 100,000 years or even several 100,000 years. Furthermore, the subsequent Heavenly Emperor battle robe is a true celestial artifact. Apart from the innate celestial weapon he has just mastered, this is the first celestial artifact he has acquired. Possessing one of the universe's most formidable physiques, the primordial sacred body, which boasts unparalleled defense, Chinuan rarely dons any battle attire. He believes that even the most imperial battle garments pale in comparison to the defense of his own flesh, regardless of their rank. However, celestial-grade battle robes differ. They surpass even his imperial primordial sacred body in strength. With a perfected primordial sacred body and a celestial-grade heavenly emperor battle robe, who among the myriad realms could breach his defenses? Not even a single hair of his could be harmed. Chinuan pondered silently, contemplating how much his physique-enhancing elixir could elevate his primordial sacred body. The system's introduction indicated that it could evolve the universe's strongest physique into the mightiest across the realms. Would consuming it allow his flesh to ascend to immortality first? Taking a deep breath, Chinuan gathered his thoughts and quickened his pace through the fabric of time and space. Good disciple, we have arrived, he announced with a smile as they soon reached the skies above the primordial Holy Land. Is this truly it? Nalanchi exclaimed. Her spirit jolted. The speed of their journey was astonishing. Master, you are indeed the fastest in the world, truly the first in the universe. As she gazed below, she was overwhelmed by the magnificent spectacle of the land. Master, is this really our sect? Nalanchi gasped in astonishment. From her perspective, the forces below resembled a grand holy land. Dragons and tigers lay intertwined. 100 birds faced the phoenix, myriad beasts roared, celestial birds soared, and auspicious creatures descended, a veritable tapestry of wonders. Chinuan nodded, smiling as he said, I am the ancient ancestor of the primordial Holy Land. The current primordial Holy Master is my name's second disciple. Nalanchi couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The lineage of her master was truly earth-shattering. To be the ancient ancestor of a holy land explained his unparalleled strength, and the fact that the holy master of the primordial Holy Land was merely his named second disciple was astonishing beyond words. Master, how many named disciples and direct disciples do you possess? Nalanchi inquired cautiously. 1 direct disciple, 2 named disciples, Chinuan replied with a smile. Oh, so I am your second disciple? Nalanchi exclaimed, her joy palpable. Your elder disciple, Chinuan said nonchalantly. What? Nalanchi gasped, her surprise overwhelming. In an instant, she had transformed from a disciple of an unknown minor force to the foremost disciple of an ancient ancestor of a holy land. Her status dramatically altered. It was a leap to the heavens. This filled her with immeasurable joy and excitement, her elation evident. Master, I shall certainly cultivate diligently and not tarnish your illustrious name. Na Lan, she declared, hurriedly bowing in reverence, stealing glances at her master's strikingly handsome visage, akin to that of an immortal. Chapter 24. The Disciples' Continuous Breakthroughs. The first immortal sect of eternity. Very well, let us descend, Chinuan remarked with a smile. Waving his sleeve as he and Nalan Shi transformed into a stream of light, traversing the formidable four-phase prison sky extermination array. Arriving at the summit of the Taichu Sacred Mountain at the heart of the Taichu Sacred Land. Their arrival was silent, unnoticed by Jiang Taish, Yin Jishui, and the others, who remained engrossed in their cultivation. As Chinuan's consciousness swept across the Taichu Sacred Land, he observed a monumental transformation. Numerous formidable cultivators had emerged, resulting in a significant enhancement of the land's overall strength. Previously, the Taichu Sacred Land housed merely 7 Celestial Realm cultivators, 24 true Martial Realm practitioners, over 300 in the Astral Origin Realm, and thousands at the Sea Opening Realm, with the remainder at the True Power Realm. In an environment with a million-fold concentration of spiritual energy, where the resonance of the Tao surged like an ocean and the laws of heaven and earth provided sustenance, every practitioner had achieved tremendous breakthroughs after more than 10 days of relentless cultivation. In such an environment, even those with previously mediocre talents had transformed into individuals of exceptional aptitude. Now, within the Taichu Sacred Land, there existed 31 divine sovereigns, over 300 divine beings, thousands at the Celestial Realm, and tens of thousands in the True Martial Realm. While the True Martial Realm practitioners could be regarded as powerful figures in the Qian domain of the wilderness, serving as pillars for forces like the Lin family and the Manhwa sect, within the Taichu Sacred Land, they were merely the weakest. Chinuan felt immense satisfaction with these results. His tireless efforts to create such an unparalleled cultivation environment had not been in vain. Even supreme beings would find themselves envious of this place, for the forsaken zones where they resided paled in comparison to the Taichu Sacred Land. Turning his gaze towards the practitioners atop the Taichu Sacred Mountain, he noted that his named disciple, Yin Jishui, had directly ascended from the Astral Origin Realm to become a divine sovereign, nearing the realm of Divine King. It was undeniable that the cultivation speed of a 3-star genius was remarkable. In contrast, the other ordinary practitioners of the Taichu Sacred Land, still in the Astral Origin Realm, had only just attained divinity, while Yin Jishui stood on the brink of becoming a divine king. Moreover, Yin Jishui's mother, Lin Shirin, had also made significant progress, breaking through from the Celestial Realm to the Divine Sovereign Realm. Her cultivation speed was commendable, yet it fell short when compared to her son, Yin Jishui. The named second disciple, Jiang Taish, had likewise made strides in his cultivation, advancing from semi-holy to holy after Chinuan established 99 Imperial Dragon Veins, and had now achieved true saint status. Conversely, the 4 saints, 7 true saints, and 1 holy king summoned by Chinuan had not experienced substantial breakthroughs. They had merely refined their skills without advancing to the next significant realm. Could this be attributed to the limitations of the summoning cards? Chinuan pondered quietly. At that moment, Nalan Shi, who had been by Chinuan's side, could no longer contain her amazement, exclaiming, "What are those beings? They exude an aura far more terrifying, 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold more potent than that of the divine beings." She was utterly astounded. Was this the depth of the Sacred Land's foundation? It was overwhelmingly terrifying. Just upon this single peak, she had witnessed such an array of formidable entities. How profound must the entire Taichu Sacred Land's foundation be? This realization surpassed Nalan Shi's comprehension. She delicately sensed her surroundings and discovered that the entire Taichu Holy Land radiated an aura of sanctity and tranquility, embodying the legendary paradise of immortals. Each corner was infused with an overwhelmingly powerful essence, the weakest of which belonged to the true martial realm. Within the Manhwa sect, she was the most distinguished disciple among the select few formidable beings. Yet upon entering the Taichu Holy Land, she found herself relegated to the weakest of all. The young heart of Nalan Shi suffered a profound trauma. After a long while, she inhaled deeply, allowing an endless flow of spiritual energy and Tao rhythm to surge into her, propelling her cultivation to unprecedented heights. 9-fold in the Gangyuan realm, 5-fold in the true martial realm, 9-fold in the celestial realm. In the next instant, Nalan Shi ignited her divine fire, transforming into a deity. Am I in the realm of the immortals? Nalan Shi was once again left dumbfounded, her shock rendering her numb. Merely by instinctively taking a breath, she had astonishingly broken through 3 major realms, becoming a deity of legend in the Qian domain. Nalan Shi involuntarily glanced at her master, eager to discern his thoughts. In her heart, her master was the supreme celestial king, her guiding light, the one she revered, admired, and cherished the most. It's merely a matter of getting accustomed, Chinuan remarked casually. Nalan Shi believed it was the merit of the Taichu Holy Land, but the truth was more complex. It also stemmed from her innate Tao body. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to leap from the 6th level of the Gangyuan realm directly to the 1st level of the divine realm. A 6-star genius with an innate Tao body, training in the Taichu Holy Land, is indeed an unparalleled opportunity, Chinuan mused to himself. It was hard to fathom how monumental Nalanxi's breakthroughs would be once he established the imperial-grade longevity formation, elevating the longevity resources of the Taichu Immortal Mountain a millionfold. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Ancestor. Greetings, Sovereign. As Chinuan conversed with Nalanxi, Jiang Tej, Lin Shirin, and the summoned sacred beings awakened, promptly bowing respectfully to Chinuan. He nodded slightly and introduced her. This is Nalanxi, my most cherished direct disciple. Nalanxi immediately stood tall, her stunning visage betraying an unmistakable pride. Though their cultivation surpasses mine, I am still the most favored disciple of my master. A flicker of envy passed through the eyes of Yun Jishui, Jiang Tej, and others. Yet they still bowed respectfully, saying, we pay our respects to senior sister. Despite entering the sect later than them, Nalanxi's status as a direct disciple set her apart. While they remained mere named disciples, unable to compare, the beautiful Lin Shirin felt even more envious. She was not even a named disciple. While this breathtaking beauty had become the ancestral master's direct disciple, surely, Nalanxi's innate talent was extraordinary. Yun Jishui, Jiang Tej, and the others could not help but think. Their own talents were commendable, yet they could only be named disciples of the ancestor, while Nalanxi's qualifications must be exceptional. I have just entered my master's tutelage. If I display any disrespect, I hope my fellow disciples will be magnanimous. Nalanxi responded hastily. Following the upheaval of her broken engagement, Nalanxi, though still ambitious, had matured considerably. A few individuals engaged in brief conversation, including Yun Jishui, Lin Shirin, and Jiang Tej, soon realized that they had experienced a remarkable breakthrough in their cultivation. Previously, they had been so immersed in the realm of training that they had not even noticed their advancement. At this moment of revelation, they were utterly astonished. We express our deepest gratitude to our esteemed master for bestowing such fortune upon us. The group once again bowed deeply to Chinuan. They were acutely aware that their current achievements were entirely due to their master's integration of 99 imperial dragon veins into the primordial sacred land. Chinuan nodded slightly, accepting their reverence with calm composure. Continue your cultivation. Once you surpass this rapid ascension phase, your progress will inevitably slow. At that juncture, take time to explore the sacred land and observe its transformations. You may then widely open your gates and recruit disciples, Chinuan advised. We shall diligently adhere to our master's teachings. Jiang Tej, Yun Jishui, and the others responded respectfully, resuming their meditative practices. They were determined not to miss a single opportunity, seizing every moment to cultivate. Master, what about me? Nalanxi approached Chinuan, playfully clinging to his arm. Being new to this realm, she felt lost and uncertain about what to do. Let me first impart to you a technique. Chinuan contemplated briefly before announcing. He then waved his hand, isolating a space within which he began to teach Nalanxi. As my direct disciple, you are permitted to practice my technique. It is called the Yuan Shitian Jing, the most powerful imperial scripture in the universe. Once you learn it, you must never disclose it, or I shall revoke your cultivation. Chinuan gently stroked Nalanxi's head, transmitting the Yuan Shitian Jing to her. This was his self-created scripture for attaining enlightenment, surpassing the Tai Huang Jing, and could be considered the foremost imperial scripture in the vast expanse of the Xianwang universe throughout eternity. Thank you, Master, for this invaluable gift, Nalanxi exclaimed. Overwhelmed with joy, and promptly bowed deeply. Her master was exceptionally kind, bestowing upon her the universe's most formidable scripture, especially since she had never even obtained a divine-level technique before. After imparting the technique, Chinuan also shared 2 supreme laws of his own creation with Nalanxi, informing her that once she reached a significant level of mastery, she could return to seek further teachings of other supreme and invincible laws. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, 5 luminous orbs flew before Nalanxi, revealing within them a quasi-imperial weapon, 2 great sage weapons, and 2 Saint King weapons. After providing her with further guidance, Chinuan allowed her to commence her training. In a flash, Chinuan's figure silently vanished from the primordial immortal mountain, standing high above in the heavens. It is time to proceed with the 3rd phase of transformation, he murmured to himself. He then utilized an imperial-grade foundational infrastructure card for the sacred land, causing a monumental transformation within the primordial sacred land, where countless divine palaces and celestial halls rose majestically amidst the towering sacred mountains and boundless seas of clouds, exuding grandeur and brilliance. He summoned 10 quasi-emperors and 1 great emperor, instructing them to remain hidden within the primordial immortal mountain for solitary cultivation. With a wave of his hand, he sent hundreds of sacred weapons, true sacred weapons, Saint King weapons, great sage weapons, and even quasi-imperial weapons into the Hall of 10,000 weapons. He once again established an imperial-level longevity formation at the Taichu Immortal Mountain, causing the concentration of longevity substances to surge a staggering 1,000-fold, reaching an unprecedented 1,000,000 times the concentration of longevity substances. The current Taichu Sacred Land now exhibits the nascent form of the ancient and revered First Immortal Sect. Observing his grand undertaking, a satisfied smile graced Chinuan's face. Chapter 25. Ascending to immortality in the 9th life. My master is the Heavenly Emperor. High above the 9 heavens, Chinuan gazed down upon the entire Taichu Sacred Land. During this period, the Sacred Land had undergone monumental transformations. With a concentration of spiritual energy a million times greater, the essence within Taichu had reached an unparalleled density, manifesting as spiritual mists, elixirs, crystals, and waters. Cultivating on Taichu Immortal Mountain, the passage of time was 1,000 times slower than in other areas of the sacred land. Jiangtai, Nailanshi, Yunji Shui, and others, blessed with exceptional aptitude and physique, coupled with their diligent cultivation, experienced a meteoric rise in their prowess, their auras continuously swelling as if boundless. Surely, the environment of Taichu Immortal Mountain could rival that of the mythical era before the Age of Immortals, Chinuan mused. Prolonged exposure to the mountain allowed cultivators to subtly absorb the essence of longevity, their lifespans silently shattering their limits and soaring to new heights. He hoped that during this time, they could seize this unparalleled opportunity. Muttering to himself, Chinuan produced 2 treasures from his palm. One was a furnace, intricately inscribed with various imperial runes, within which blazed a fierce fire, exuding immense power. The heavenly refining furnace. This was an ultimate imperial weapon. Chinuan examined it briefly and smiled. I have no use for you. The heavenly refining furnace was indeed formidable among ultimate weapons, surpassing ordinary ones. Yet Chinuan found it unnecessary. His physical form was already more potent than the furnace, not to mention his own perfected 4-in-1 innate immortal weapon. Go. He casually tossed the furnace into Taichu Immortal Mountain, entrusting it to the emperor he had summoned. This emperor, while merely ordinary in strength, could wield the imperial weapon to enhance his combat capabilities more than sufficient to guard the sacred land. Chinuan turned his attention to the other treasure before him. It was a battle robe, radiating an even more terrifying power than the ultimate imperial weapon, suffused with the laws of immortality. Capable of opening the heavens and suppressing the cosmos. The Heavenly Emperor Battle Robe, a weapon of a higher tier, comparable to his innate immortal weapon, albeit slightly inferior. With a mere thought, Chinuan donned the Heavenly Emperor Battle Robe, which fit him perfectly as if tailored just for him. With both offensive and defensive immortal weapons in hand, he felt a sense of reassurance. A smile graced Chinuan's face. In a world devoid of immortals, where ascension to the celestial realm remains elusive, he would cultivate his own immortality amidst the mortal realm, becoming the unparalleled immortal of the earthly plane. When he attained the status of emperor, he possessed the invincible strength to suppress the heavens and the earth. After living his second life through the Nirvana Emperor pill, his power advanced even further, signifying his closer proximity to becoming an immortal in the mortal realm. As he lived through life after life, his strength would continually rise, and each lifetime would grant him an increasingly prolonged existence, perpetually defying mortality. Ultimately, when he achieved the state of eternal life, that would mark the day he became an immortal of the earthly realm. 9 represents the ultimate number. Upon living through my 9th life, I should be able to ascend as an immortal of the earthly realm. Chinuan contemplated silently. After a moment's thought, he took out a pill, its fragrance intoxicating and deeply soothing. He examined it briefly and swallowed it whole. The primordial celestial scripture operates, initiating the original sacred body. An endless surge of vitality reverberates, enveloping the vast cosmos, even striving to penetrate the chaotic sea beyond the universe. As Chinuan continuously refines the emperor-level physique enhancement elixir, his original sacred body begins to evolve, ascending towards a higher realm, seeking to shatter shackles, cross the abyss, and emerge as the mightiest physique among the myriad realms. Observing the escalating commotion, Chinuan's consciousness sweeps across, delineating a boundary to isolate a singular world, whereupon he enters seclusion above the 9 heavens. Within this secluded realm, Chinuan refines the emperor-level physique enhancement elixir, perpetually amplifying his original sacred body. As time flows, his aura intensifies, steadily ascending, permeating the entire universe with his unparalleled imperial might. After an indeterminate period, Chinuan finally awakens, his eyes opening to a haze of chaos. Witnessing the endless cycle of worlds rising and falling, 2 beams of celestial light burst forth, piercing through the ages, directly shattering the cosmic barriers and stirring tsunamis within the chaotic sea. Such strength! Chinuan's eyes gleam with excitement. After 10 days and nights of refinement, his original sacred body has successfully evolved, achieving what the system deems the strongest physique across the myriad realms. Following this evolution, his combat prowess has surged to unprecedented heights. Alas, it seems I have not yet attained physical immortality. Chinuan sighs, feeling a lingering gap. A mere step away lies the vast chasm. At present, his physical form stands as the most formidable within the entire Xianwang universe and beyond. Invincible in body, not only is his physical form unmatched, but Chinuan also reigns supreme in other realms. Unrivaled in divine abilities, unassailable with celestial weapons, unmatched in cultivation level, invincible in physique. In this world, I am without equal. Who is worthy to be my opponent? Chinuan feels the solitude akin to snow. The heights are unbearably cold. Boom. A thunderous roar resonates within the Taichu Sacred Land, erupting with earth-shattering intensity, occurring moment by moment, disciples experiencing monumental breakthroughs in their cultivation. 10 days have passed. What heights have they reached? Contemplating this, Chinuan releases his consciousness to survey the entirety of the Taichu Sacred Land. Soon, he comprehends the situation within. A satisfied smile gracing his face. Everyone has made significant progress, Chinuan reflects. The Taichu Sacred Land now boasts no true martial realm cultivators. The lowest among them are all formidable celestial beings, numbering over 10,000. Additionally, the Sacred Land harbors over 1,000 deities, with more than 300 divine lords and over 30 divine kings. In a mere span of 20 days, the Taichu Sacred Land has accumulated an immensely profound foundation. This does not even account for the cultivators on the Taichu Immortal Mountain. On the Taichu Immortal Mountain, the cultivation speeds of figures like Jiang Tej and Nalan Shi are astonishing, surpassing historical records. In just 10 days, they have achieved breakthroughs. Lin Shuring ascends from the 7th level of Divine Lord to the 5th level of Sage. Yun Jishui advances from Quasi-Divine King to the 8th level of True Sage. Jiang Tej rises from the 1st level of True Sage to the 4th level of Sage King. And Nalan Shi leaps from the 1st level of Divine Being directly to the 1st level of Sage King. Goodness! In merely 10 days, they traverse the realms of Divine Being, Divine Lord, Divine King, Sage, and True Sage, achieving a breakthrough to the Sage King realm. Chinuan privately marvels. Is this the potential of a 6-star genius? Is this the innate path of a natural prodigy? No. Nalan Shi should be considered as having begun her ascent from the Ganyuan realm, with the intermediate stages of Junwu and Tianren. TSK. To break through 8 major realms in just 10 days is nothing short of astounding, a phenomenon that reverberates through the annals of history. Chinuan was filled with emotion, recognizing that this achievement was entirely due to his efforts. Had he not crafted such an unparalleled cultivation environment, Nalan Shi would not have attained her current level in even a decade or a century. Chinuan then observed the summoned strong beings, who had also made progress after 10 days of training on Taichu Xianshan, most elevating 2 or 3 levels. With a swift motion, Chinuan descended upon Taichu Xianshan. I pay my respects to Master, Lord Ancestor. Nalan Shi, Jiang Tej, and others had awakened and bowed deeply upon seeing Chinuan. Chinuan nodded, turning to Jiang Tej with a smile. Tej, now that you have reached the 4th heaven of the Saint King realm, do you still find the reform plan for the Sacred Land I devised outrageous? Please forgive me, Master. Jiang Tej knelt and prostrated himself 9 times before continuing. I was short-sighted and failed to grasp your visionary foresight. I humbly apologize for causing you to laugh at my ignorance. He had just surveyed Taichu Sacred Land and discovered that it had undergone tremendous transformation, making it entirely feasible to implement the Master S reform plan. Thus, Taichu Sacred Land would boast over 10,000 disciples from the Tiangmen, with thousands of deities, more than 300 divine lords, and over 30 divine kings. The younger among them could serve as true disciples, while the rest would be appointed as 1st, 2nd, or 3rd level stewards. Saints like Lin Shuring, Zhen Sheng, and Saint Kings could act as elders, categorized into 1st, 2nd, and 3rd ranks. The true saint of the 8th heaven, Yun Jishui, could serve as the Holy Son, while the senior disciple Nalan Shi, now at the 1st heaven of the Saint King realm and the Master S foremost disciple, held a status surpassing that of holy sons and daughters. Jiang Tej calculated briefly and realized that everything was in place. They only lacked the final impetus. They now needed to widely open the mountain gates and recruit disciples. A multitude of disciples would enter Taichu Sacred Land as outer disciples, and those with exceptional talent could swiftly ascend to inner disciple status, completing the final aspect of the Taichu Sacred Land S system. Master, if we were to recruit disciples in large numbers, would we not provoke the ire of other sacred lands and even supreme powers? Jiang Tej inquired with concern. Every top-tier and supreme force sought to claim geniuses, leading to fierce competition. Could Taichu's Sacred Land withstand such pressure? Ha! Chinuan laughed heartily at this juncture. It is time I reveal to you the truth. I am an emperor of heaven, my strength already unmatched across the vast cosmos. What is there to fear? Gasped. Upon hearing this declaration, Nalan Shi, Jiang Tej, Lin Shuring, and others collectively inhaled sharply. Master, Ancestor is actually an emperor of heaven. Chapter 26, Shocking the World. Adhering to the decree of the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor is indeed more formidable than the Great Emperor. Although both the Celestial Emperor and the Great Emperor exist within the same realm, their strengths differ vastly. At this moment, the truth became glaringly apparent. The crowd was left in utter shock, rendered speechless. Master, you are actually the Celestial Emperor. Jiang Tej's heart trembled. The Taichu Sacred Land has given rise to an invincible Celestial Emperor. How astonishing. He is even a disciple under the Celestial Emperor. No wonder Master only accepted him as a nominal disciple. That in itself is a tremendous honor. To be a disciple of the Celestial Emperor is an unparalleled glory. An extraordinary fortune. He had previously speculated about Master S realm, ascending from the pinnacle of God Kings to Saints, True Saints, Saint Kings, and Great Saints. Upon witnessing Master produce 99 Imperial Dragon Veins, he believed Master to be a peerless quasi-emperor. Yet, he had never imagined that Master would be the Celestial Emperor. After all, no transcendent powerhouse has yet to transcend the tribulations of the Tao, and the source mark remains unclaimed. Not even a great emperor has been born, let alone a Celestial Emperor. With a Celestial Emperor presiding over the Taichu Sacred Land, it undoubtedly stands as the most powerful force in the current universe, destined to forge endless immortal brilliance. It was then he comprehended why the Ancestor had proposed such an extraordinary reform plan, a quasi-emperor as the Supreme Elder. While only a great emperor could become the Ancestor, with Master S Celestial Emperor cultivation to suppress all, Even if a great emperor were to emerge, they would have no choice but to submit. No wonder the ancestor could produce 99 imperial dragon veins. And no wonder the ancestor possesses the immense power to transform the sacred land into its current form. The beautiful Lady Lin Shireen murmured to herself, her heart fluttering, waves of emotion surging within her. She felt a pang of regret. How wonderful it would be to be the celestial emperor's woman. Or at the very least, a nominal disciple. Alas, she had achieved nothing. Master is the celestial emperor, even more powerful than a great emperor. Nalan she also gazed intently at her elegant and refined master, a figure seemingly descended from the heavens. Her enchanting eyes sparkled. Could she be the daughter of fortune? Otherwise, how could she have the fortune to be a disciple of a celestial emperor? Truly, she has struck great luck, with the celestial emperor as her master. Her life is destined for greatness, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 realms, pushing through the vast cosmos. And achieving the Tao to become an emperor is not beyond possibility. Master, regarding the emperor battle at the burial Emperor Ridge, did you indeed intervene against the Supreme of the Abyss? In contrast to the others, 6-year-old Yun Jishui accepted the reality of Master being the celestial emperor with remarkable speed and posed a question. As this statement echoed, the others turned to look, eagerly anticipating the answer. Indeed, Chinuan nodded slightly. This revelation struck the crowd like thunder, causing them to involuntarily draw a sharp breath. The emperor battle at the burial Emperor Ridge had shaken the vast universe. One imperial being had perished, and blood rain fell throughout the cosmos. Countless powerful beings were still speculating about the outcome, awaiting the emergence of that mysterious emperor from the burial Emperor Ridge. Since Master had returned from the abyss after battling at the burial Emperor Ridge, it was inevitable that the one who fell was the Dark Supreme of the burial Emperor Ridge. In a short period, to have slain a Supreme and suppressed the other Supremes of the burial Emperor Ridge, Master's strength is indeed invincible. No wonder he claims the title of Celestial Emperor. Truly deserving. Indeed, fitting. Master, what brings you to the burial Emperor Ridge? Nalan she could not help but inquire. Of course, to forge weapons. Chinuan replied with a smile, unaware of the rebellious thoughts lurking in Nalan Shi's heart. Should the innate holy body emerge into the world? Master, have you successfully forged the extreme Tao Emperor weapon? Jiang Tai's eyes sparkled as he hastily asked. Almost, Chinuan chuckled. What he was crafting was not merely an extreme Tao Emperor weapon, but rather 4 supreme immortal weapons. Congratulations, Master, on forging the Emperor weapons. Nalan Shi, Jiang Tai, and the others promptly expressed their felicitations. Allow me to share 2 more matters with you, Chinuan contemplated before speaking. Master, please enlighten us, the group exclaimed, their hearts racing as they leaned in attentively, eager not to miss a single word. I have established the Emperor-level formation 4 phases capturing heaven and exterminating immortals for the Holy Land. Possessing the power of 4 emperors, even an emperor cannot breach it. I have also recruited 10 unparalleled quasi-emperors to join our Taichu Holy Land as supreme elders. Furthermore, I have summoned an ancient emperor to become our Taichu Holy Land's second ancestor. Chinuan spoke slowly, and with a wave of his hand. The presence of the 10 quasi-emperors and the ancient emperor emerged within the Taichu Holy Land, with the refining heaven furnace exuding imperial might. The group was momentarily stunned, awakened only by the overwhelming imperial aura. Upon careful sensing, they discovered the undeniable presence of 10 unparalleled quasi-emperors, 1 supreme emperor, and even an extreme Tao Emperor weapon in their midst. Once again, they were astonished. Their master had truly bestowed upon them an abundance of surprises. Their master, an invincible heavenly emperor, had ventured to the perilous burial Emperor Ridge to vanquish a dark sovereign, forge the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, and establish the emperor-level formation. Not to mention bringing back an emperor, 10 unparalleled quasi-emperors, and an extreme Tao Emperor weapon. The Taichu Holy Land, seemingly transformed, had inexplicably become the foremost power in the universe, overshadowing all immortal lineages, eternal clans, and supreme holy lands. I share this with you to demonstrate that our Taichu Holy Land possesses unparalleled depth, unafraid of any worldly power. Whatever you wish to pursue, do so boldly. Chinuan stated calmly, embodying the aura of an invincible heavenly emperor, gazing at their towering, exalted master. Jiang Tai's eyes suddenly glistened with tears as he spoke with a trembling voice. Master, I wish to avenge the former Holy Lord. The former Holy Lord dedicated himself tirelessly to the Holy Land, ultimately perishing while contending for opportunities, slain by a prodigy of a supreme Holy Land. Everyone in the Taichu Holy Land harbors hatred for that prodigy and that supreme Holy Land, yet felt powerless. The Taichu Holy Land was on the brink of annihilation and could not seek vengeance against that supreme Holy Land. But now, that has changed. The Taichu Holy Land possesses a heavenly emperor, an ancient emperor, and 10 quasi-emperors. This is an invincible formation, an indomitable foundation. Jiang Tai finally found the courage to seek revenge. Very well, pursue your desires freely. I shall shield you from any adversity, Chinuan declared with a sweeping gesture. Filled with fervor, a mere supreme Holy Land was not something he regarded with any seriousness. If he so wished, a single slap could obliterate that supreme sacred ground from afar. Even with its formidable imperial weapons, the supreme sacred ground would be powerless against his casual strike. The might of the celestial emperor is unparalleled and invincible. However, Chinuan had no intention of resorting to such measures. He preferred to let Jiang Taish handle it, providing him with an opportunity for growth by using the extraordinary talents of the supreme sacred ground as a sharpening stone. Thank you, Master, for your benevolence. The Holy Master, Jiang Taish, promptly knelt and bowed 3 times in gratitude for Chinuan's support. With the Celestial Emperor as his backing, he feared nothing. Do you know which supreme sacred ground it is? Chinuan inquired nonchalantly. Reporting to Master, I have already investigated. It is the Fengyun sacred ground located in Fengzhou. Jiang Taish quickly reported. I shall send a quasi-emperor wielding an imperial weapon to support you. Chinuan contemplated before speaking. Thank you, Master. Jiang Taish rejoiced. Mu Sanqian, the 10th Supreme Elder, you shall accompany Taish on his journey. Chinuan's voice resonated within the forbidden grounds of Taichu, Immortal Mountain. In the next moment, a resounding voice replied, I shall obey the decree of the Celestial Emperor. Immediately, everyone beheld a middle-aged figure clad in purple emerging from the void. Holding a furnace in his right hand, nearly 3 feet from his palm, Junior Jiang Taish pays his respects to the 10th Supreme Elder. Jiang Taish bowed respectfully. Although Mu Sanqian was merely the 10th Supreme Elder, he was a genuine quasi-emperor, wielding an imperial weapon capable of contending even with the Supreme. With the protection of the 10th Supreme Elder, his journey would undoubtedly be safe. Very well, you may now seek vengeance for the former Holy Master. Chinuan gestured dismissively. Disciple takes his leave. Jiang Taish bowed to the Celestial Emperor Chinuan before vanishing like a streak of light alongside the 10th Supreme Elder, Mu Sanqian. From the Taichu Sacred Ground, let us observe how Jiang Taish avenges himself. Chinuan waved his hand, projecting the scene of Jiang Taish and Mu Sanqian on their journey for the enjoyment of Nailan Shi, Yunji Shui, and others. Chapter 27. Suppression of the Fengyun Sacred Land. The Clash of Supreme Imperial Weapons. The Fengyun Sacred Land is situated in the northwest of the 3,000 Dao states, specifically in Fengzhou. As one of the paramount powers, it occupies the vast expanse of Fengzhou, governing innumerable beings, and stands as the sovereign over 30 Dao states centered around Fengzhou. This sacred land has produced great emperors. Once, the Fengyun Emperor attained enlightenment and ascended to the throne, sweeping through the 3,000 realms, vanquishing the heavens and earth, and asserting dominion over the grand universe. All races and realms dared not defy him. Even the most forbidden zones retreated in fear, unwilling to challenge his gaze. Even today, the Fengyun Sacred Land remains resplendent and formidable, exerting influence across the 3,000 Dao states and imposing pressure upon the profound and yellow universe. This is largely due to the supreme imperial weapon left behind by the Fengyun Emperor, which suppresses the fortunes of the land. Within the confines of these 30 Dao states, the territory is vast and boundless, equivalent to tens of thousands of infinitely expansive star domains. The Fengyun Sacred Land is the unequivocal sovereign, compelling even the greatest sacred lands and sects to bow in submission. No force or individual dares to contest the authority of the Fengyun Sacred Land. However, today, a formidable being has crossed realms to descend upon the Fengyun Sacred Land, demanding accountability. In an instant, the entirety of Fengzhou trembled. The news swiftly spreading across the 30 Dao states as countless powerful figures gazed from afar, eager to witness the audacity of the foolhardy who dared to disturb the Fengyun Sacred Land. This was tantamount to courting death. Jiang Taish and Mu Sanqian have arrived. One stands in the open while the other conceals himself in the void. Nieqianqiu, come forth. Jiang Taish's voice reverberated throughout the Fengyun Sacred Land, shaking the very fabric of Fengzhou. A terrifying aura surged skyward, a formidable sacred might sweeping forth. Who dares to act recklessly in my Fengyun Sacred Land? An elder sage of the Fengyun Sacred Land struck out with one hand, aiming to subdue the audacious intruder. Humph! Jiang Taish scoffed coldly, delivering a punch that obliterated the elder's arm. Impudence! Witnessing the elder's misfortune, the Fengyun Sacred Lord could no longer remain passive. He manifested a colossal hand, summoning an endless storm to crush Jiang Taish. Boom! Jiang Taish retaliated with another punch, shattering the Fengyun Sacred Lord's palm. In that moment, the Fengyun Sacred Land quaked. The invader was remarkably powerful, having consecutively destroyed the arm of both the Elder Sage and the quasi-true Sage-level Sacred Lord, indicating that he was at least a true sage himself. The next instant, the Fengyun Sacred Lord appeared, his expression dark as he gazed at the figure clad in white not far away. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be Jiang Taish, the Sacred Lord of Taichu. You dare to cause a ruckus in my Fengyun Sacred Land? Do you seek to prove that your Taichu Sacred Land is not in ruin enough? Very well. I shall send powerful beings to the Imperial State today and annihilate your Taichu Sacred Land. The Sacred Lord's proclamation resonated throughout the heavens and earth, instilling dread in countless cultivators. When the Sacred Lord is enraged, countless perish, rivers run red with blood, and mountains are piled high with bones. Upon hearing the Fengyun Sacred Lord's words, Jiang Taish seethed with anger, striking with his palm. No matter how the Fengyun Sacred Lord resisted, he could not escape Jiang Taish's grasp. You think you are worthy? Observing the Fengyun Sacred Lord struggling futilely in his palm, Jiang Taish let out a cold laugh, then tightened his grip, ultimately crushing him. The master of a once supreme sacred land has fallen. Countless cultivators witnessed this scene, their scalps tingling in realization that a tempest of bloodshed was about to engulf the entire 3,000 Dao provinces. the Fengyun sacred ground would undoubtedly not let this matter rest. If Nieqianqiu is not surrendered today, the Fengyun sacred ground will be bathed in blood. Jiang Tej declared with a cold smile, dispersing a cloud of ash with a casual wave of his hand. Jiang Tej, your arrogance knows no bounds. You have slain the master of our sacred ground. Today, you shall not escape retribution. A thunderous voice echoed from within the Fengyun sacred ground as a sacred king emerged. Wielding a quasi-imperial weapon, his expression as indifferent as the void itself, locking eyes with Jiang Tej. You should have anticipated the consequences of Nieqianqiu's actions, Jiang Tej replied. His demeanor as calm as a tranquil lake. The mere master of the Taichu Sacred Ground is but a trivial deity. How can he be compared to the master of my Fengyun Sacred Ground? The sacred king scoffed. With a roar, Jiang Tej unleashed his fury, brandishing the quasi-imperial weapon and launching a fierce assault against the sacred king. Unfazed, the sacred king also activated his quasi-imperial weapon, engaging Jiang Tej in a fierce battle. However, it was not long before he found himself at a disadvantage, his heart racing with disbelief. Not only he, but all those observing were equally astonished. Just a month prior, Jiang Tej had been at the celestial realm. Barely over half a month ago, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the divine king realm. And now he had achieved the sacred king realm, even reaching the fourth layer of the sacred king level. As the sacred king faltered, a cold snort resonated within the Fengyun sacred ground, heralding the emergence of a great sage. He summoned another quasi-imperial weapon and charged at Jiang Tej with ferocity. Yet, in the next moment, this great sage was sent flying, blood spewing as he suffered a grievous injury, his chest pierced through. Who are you? The great sage glared at a certain point in the void, filled with rage. Mu Sanqian appeared, his expression unperturbed, casually stating, to oppress the weak is to invite retribution. With a mere gesture, he obliterated the Fengyun sacred ground's sacred king on the spot. The heavens and earth trembled. A sacred master had perished, another sacred king had fallen. And even the great sage-level ancestor had been severely wounded. The situation was utterly terrifying. Boom. A terrifying quasi-imperial pressure erupted, and an emaciated elder with white hair appeared, stepping through the void. If one employs oppression against the weak, how shall they be punished? The air quivered with this question. The surrounding powerful figures gasped in astonishment upon recognizing the elder. The ancestor Fengming has emerged. Ancestor Fengming was a peerless quasi-imperial figure. The one who had provoked him was in for dire consequences. I am more curious to know who this sudden powerhouse truly is. To have severely injured a great sage wielding a quasi-imperial weapon. Could he also be a quasi-imperial? The onlookers speculated among themselves, each with their own conjectures. Mu Sanqian regarded Ancestor Fengming with cold eyes and said, if you possess any ability, do unleash it. What is your origin? Ancestor Fengming did not rush to strike. I am the 10th Supreme Elder of the Taichu Sacred Ground, Mu Sanqian. Mu Sanqian proclaimed with pride. Impossible. Do not deceive me. Ancestor Fengming shook his head vehemently. Disbelief etched across his face. He had a general understanding of the state of the Taichu Sacred Ground. It had long since fallen into decline. Now, with the emergence of merely 2 or 3 strong figures, it hardly constituted a significant force. The ancient ancestor concealed within the primordial sacred land must indeed be Mu Skian. What astounds Master Fengming is that Mu Skian is merely ranked 10th within the primordial sacred land, and yet holds the position of a supreme elder. What a farce. In the exalted realm of Fengyun sacred land, a true saint or a saint king is regarded as a supreme elder, while only a great saint or a quasi-emperor is deemed an ancestor. The primordial sacred land is but a waning sanctuary. How could they allow a quasi-emperor to assume the role of supreme elder? Master Fengming suspects that this is merely Mu Skian's ruse, an empty city tactic intended to deceive him into refraining from retaliation against the primordial sacred land. It is not only Master Fengming who harbors doubts. None of the surrounding powerful observers find this credible. It is utterly impossible. Believe it or not, that is your choice, Mu Skian replied nonchalantly. Master Fengming fixed his gaze upon him, then turned his attention to Jiang Tej, who wielded a quasi-emperor weapon, and solemnly declared, today's events cannot be resolved amicably. Regardless of right or wrong, he must defend his own. To summon someone from Fengyun Sacred Land, especially one of its current top 10 disciples, is an affront. If Fengyun Sacred Land were to truly engage, it would lose all dignity as a supreme authority. Currently, the individuals from the primordial sacred land have severely wounded a great saint ancestor, slain a saint king supreme elder, and killed a saint lord of quasi-true saint caliber, resulting in grievous losses for Fengyun Sacred Land. They must retaliate. Annihilation of the primordial sacred land is imperative. Otherwise, Fengyun Sacred Land will lose face and be unable to hold its head high in the 3,000 Dao states. Then let there be war, Mu Skian proclaimed. Undaunted, war? Master Fengming chuckled derisively. Does he truly believe that a mere quasi-emperor can contend with a supreme force? A look of disdain crossed his face as he waved his hand. Come. Boom. An overwhelming force erupted from within Fengyun Sacred Land. A manifestation of imperial might that reverberated throughout the vast universe. A profound light cleaved through the void, descending upon Master Fengming's head in the form of a celestial blade, the Fengyun Heavenly Blade. Witnessing this, those present were astounded. Fengyun Sacred Land had summoned an ultimate imperial weapon. and the ancient ancestor of the primordial sacred land was doomed. Strike! Master Fengming pointed at Mu Qian, channeling the ultimate imperial weapon, the Fengyan Heavenly Blade, to unleash an unparalleled strike. The terrifying power of the ultimate imperial weapon erupted, shaking the 3,000 Tao states, awakening slumbering supremes within the 8 great forbidden zones. Does he truly believe that the possession of an ultimate imperial weapon grants him free reign? Mu Qian let out a cold laugh, summoning the ultimate imperial weapon, the refining heaven furnace. The furnace exhaled a radiant light, clashing with the Fengyun Heavenly Blade's assault, instantly annihilating the boundless void. The ultimate imperial weapons clashed. Chapter 28. The Celestial Emperor Strikes. One palm to suppress the 5 great extreme Tao imperial weapons. The power of the extreme Tao imperial weapons is utterly terrifying. When 2 of these weapons collide, their might stirs the heavens and shakes the cosmos. In that moment, the 3,000 Tao states tremble, and a great portion of the universe is engulfed in horror. The extreme Tao imperial weapons have yet to awaken, merely being summoned by a quasi-emperor. They exhibit such dreadful force. How terrifying would they be if they were to fully revive? It would be akin to a strike from a great emperor. Even those supreme beings who have not yet reached their pinnacle would retreat in trepidation. When the ancestor Fengming and Mu Sanqian clashed, they temporarily ceased hostilities, gazing in astonishment at the heavenly refining furnace hovering above Mu Sanqian's head. How can you possess an extreme Tao imperial weapon? Ancestor Fengming exclaimed in disbelief. The Taichu Holy Land is merely a top-tier power. Their forebears have produced only one quasi-emperor and possess but a single quasi-imperial weapon. Where could an extreme Tao imperial weapon possibly come from? If such a weapon existed, how could the Taichu Holy Land have fallen to its current plight? Yet, the extreme Tao imperial weapon lay before them, having clashed with the Fengyan Heavenly Blade, leaving no room for doubt. With the heavens aligning in your favor. If you possess an extreme Tao imperial weapon, why can't I? Mu Sanqian scoffed. Let alone an extreme Tao imperial weapon. The Taichu Holy Land still has a true emperor, and even one above that, the Celestial Emperor. A mere Fengyun Holy Land can be subdued with a simple gesture. Ancestor Fengming fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. Both sides possessed extreme Tao imperial weapons. How could they continue to fight? Their cultivation levels were comparable, both being at the second layer of quasi-emperors, and summoning weapons of similar caliber would lead to a stalemate. However, with one Holy Master, one Holy King, and a severely injured Great Saint lost from the Fengyun Holy Land, could they simply let this enmity go unresolved? Hand over Nieqianqiu, or today I shall wash the Fengyun Holy Land in blood, Mu Sanqian stated calmly. This is sheer audacity. Ancestor Fengming bellowed in fury, nearly overwhelmed by indignation. With 3 key figures from Fengyun Holy Land slain or injured, the Taichu Holy Land was being unreasonably demanding, insisting on the surrender of one of the top 10 disciples. Nieqianqiu, will you surrender him? Mu Sanqian's voice turned icy. Never. Ancestor Fengming resolutely refused. He could not possibly surrender a person. He was powerless against Mu Sanqian, and Mu Sanqian was equally unable to subdue him. If he were to yield and turn over Nieqianqiu, how would the disciples of Fengyun Holy Land perceive him? If you do not comply, I shall fully revive the heavenly refining furnace, and sinking Fengzhou will be worth the cost. Mu Sanqian's tone was overwhelmingly forceful, exuding an air of dominance. As Mu Sanqian pressed forward with relentless pressure, Ancestor Fengming suddenly erupted with laughter. Mu Sanqian, do you think possessing an extreme Tao imperial weapon grants you the freedom to do as you please? I implore all my fellow Tao brothers for assistance. Ancestor Fengming cried out, bowing deeply. In an instant, a cacophony of roars echoed from various locations across the 3,000 Tao states, shaking the vast universe. It was the sound of extreme Tao imperial weapons awakening, locking onto Fengzhou from afar. Gasp! Observers of this scene involuntarily inhaled sharply. Was a chaotic battle of extreme Tao imperial weapons about to ensue? If numerous extreme Tao imperial weapons engaged in combat, not only would Fengzhou be sunk, but surrounding states would also face obliteration. That was the heavenly fire furnace of the heavenly fire Holy Land, a weapon of unfathomable terror. Oh! Behold the moon god's sex imperial moonwheel, the town-guarding spear of the Zhao clan, a lineage of longevity, and the all-encompassing cauldron of the Great Ding dynasty. One formidable figure after another spoke, recognizing the 4 resuscitated supreme imperial weapons. Each of these artifacts bore an illustrious reputation, having achieved unparalleled victories and subjugated entire eras. They truly are supreme imperial weapons. If the 5 great supreme imperial weapons were to unite in their assault, would the heavenly furnace of the primordial sacred land withstand such an onslaught? The answer is self-evident. It would surely falter. The myriad of top-tier powers across the 3,000 Tao states, including the most exalted forces, were keenly observing the developments in Fengzhou. Upon witnessing the ancestor Fengming of the Wind and Cloud Sacred Land call for aid, several allied exalted powers promptly summoned their own supreme imperial weapons to bolster their might. In Fengzhou, at the Wind and Cloud Sacred Land, Mu Sanqian, do you still believe you can intimidate us? Ancestor Fengming laughed heartily. There were indeed more than 4 exalted powers allied with the Wind and Cloud Sacred Land. However, these 4 possessed the closest ties, ready to extend their hands in critical times of need. At this moment, with a single command, the 4 exalted powers summoned their supreme imperial weapons to lend their support. Without hesitation, Mu Sanqian responded, "They are merely supreme imperial weapons, even if fully revived and unleashed with all their might. They would only equate to a casual strike from the imperishable emperor. An emperor's hand can easily suppress supreme imperial weapons. Even if 5 such weapons were to emerge simultaneously, they could not contend against an emperor. Moreover, the true strength of the primordial sacred land lies in the existence of an invincible heavenly emperor. Arrogance." A thunderous voice resounded. Almost immediately, the void split apart, and the ancestor of the great Ding dynasty descended, accompanied by the supreme imperial weapon, the all-encompassing cauldron. Whoosh! Soon after, the ancestor of the heavenly fire sacred land arrived with the supreme imperial weapon, the heavenly fire furnace, followed by the ancestor of the moon god sect bearing the imperial moon wheel, and the ancestor of the Zhao clan from the longevity family with the town-guarding spear. The 5 ancestors in their supreme imperial weapons surrounded Mu Sanqian, Jiangtage, and the heavenly furnace in an imposing formation. "Mu Sanqian, your hubris knows no bounds. We have personally descended. Let us see how you respond," declared the ancestor of the moon god sect, his tone menacing. "Humph. Your arrival signifies that this matter cannot end amicably. You shall not escape," intoned the ancestor of the great Ding dynasty gravely. "Your self-inflicted demise is unavoidable." The ancestor of the heavenly fire sacred land remarked with an air of foreboding. "What is the origin of this supreme imperial weapon? Why have I never heard of it before?" The ancestor of the Zhao clan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the heavenly furnace intently. "Mu Sanqian, what words do you have left?" Ancestor Foaming glared coldly at Mu Sanqian. The tides of fate had turned. It was now the time for the wind and cloud sacred land to assert its dominance. Leaving Mu Sanqian trembling in fear, "I shall reiterate one last time. Surrender, Nie Qianshou, and this matter may yet find resolution. Otherwise, you shall deeply regret your choices." Mu Sanqian replied with an unyielding demeanor. "Ha ha." Upon hearing this, the 5 ancestors erupted in laughter. "You overestimate yourself. You are utterly clueless. Even at the brink of death, you remain so defiant. Truly, you possess an iron will. Since you are intent on courting death, we shall gladly facilitate your departure." The 5 prospective emperors spoke in unison, unleashing a formidable aura that reverberated across the vast expanse of the 3,000 universes, shaking the very foundations of the myriad realms. They summoned the 5 supreme imperial weapons, the celestial blade of wind and cloud, the heavenly fire furnace, the emperor's moon wheel, the Tao-suppressing spear, and the cauldron of all things, unleashing an overwhelming imperial might that swept through the 33 heavens, ascending to the clouds of the 9th sky and delving into the depths of the netherworld. However, a voice interrupted this impending clash, and a figure emerged. The assembly recognized him as the prospective emperor of the radiant light sacred land. "Esteemed friends, we are all of the human race. These 6 imperial weapons are treasures that suppress our kind's fortune. Why must we turn against our own?" he implored. "If Wind Prefecture falls, it would result in untold suffering for the populace, and should any of our companions be harmed or perish, it would merely serve as fodder for the laughter of our enemies." The prospective emperor of the radiant light sacred land attempted to de-escalate the brewing conflict. The 4 prospective emperors from the heavenly fire sacred land, the moon god sect, the great cauldron dynasty, and the eternal Zhao clan exchanged glances, contemplating the words of the radiant light elder, yet remained silent. Ultimately, they were mere supporters, lacking the authority to make decisive choices. "Mu Sanqian, should you offer an apology and compensate for the damages incurred by the wind and cloud sacred land, I shall grant you a path to survival," declared the elder Foaming after much deliberation. "If a battle were to ensue, even if we managed to slay Mu Sanqian, Wind Prefecture would be submerged, and the wind and cloud sacred land would suffer devastation, an outcome not worth the cost. It would be wiser to allow him to depart, and then strike at Imperial Prefecture afterward, free of any reservations. Why do you not cherish the opportunity one have presented to you?" Mu Sanqian sighed. He had extended his forbearance multiple times. Should the emperor or heavenly emperor intervene, the situation would become irretrievable. Daoist Mu, the prospective emperor of the radiant light sacred land, seethed with fury. He had stepped forward as a mediator, only to be met with Mu Sanqian's defiance. Was he truly unafraid of death? "Brother Hua, you have witnessed it. My reluctance is not due to a lack of respect for you, but rather his reckless pursuit of demise," Elder Feng Ming replied coldly. The prospective emperor of the radiant light sacred land sighed deeply, casting a lingering glance at Mu Sanqian before departing in silence. In the next instant, the 5 supreme imperial weapons surged with power, striking towards Mu Sanqian. Unfazed, Mu Sanqian activated the heavenly refining furnace to shield both himself and Jiangtage, then bowed deeply, declaring, "I humbly invite the heavenly emperor to intervene." In that moment, the winds transformed, and the entirety of the 3,000 Tao prefectures trembled as a colossal hand, obscuring the vast universe, descended from the heavens. The hand of Chinuan fell, directly suppressing the 5 supreme imperial weapons, reverting them to their original forms, their tremors unceasing. The heavenly emperor is invincible. Chapter 29. The 300 emperors of ancient and modern times. The great emperors of antiquity resurrected. Upon witnessing this scene, all the formidable beings across the 3,000 realms of the Chinuan great universe were seized by an overwhelming dread. The ability to suppress 5 supreme imperial weapons with a single hand unequivocally indicated the presence of an emperor. Yet, when has this world seen the emergence of a new emperor? It is inconceivable for a being to achieve the path of emperor in silence and obscurity, a phenomenon unheard of throughout history. So, which ancient emperor does this figure represent? According to Musantian of the Taichu Holy Land, this individual is not merely an emperor, but a heavenly emperor. The title of heavenly emperor is not merely a level of attainment, it is a distinction, a manifestation of unparalleled strength. The heavenly emperor stands as a paragon among emperors, unique and unparalleled, the mightiest of all within vast eras spanning hundreds of thousands to millions of years. Historical records assert that since the prehistorical era, which has spanned 10 million years, there have been hundreds of supreme beings. The divine ancient era lasted 280,000 years, yielding 84 heavenly lords. The primordial era lasted 120,000 years, producing 39 divine sovereigns. The chaotic era spanned 90,000 years, resulting in 25 sacred sovereigns. The ancient era extended 170,000 years, giving rise to 51 ancient sovereigns. The remote ancient era lasted 140,000 years, culminating in 42 path masters. The ancient era persisted for 110,000 years, the Middle Ages for 70,000 years, and from the near ancient times to the present, spanning 100,000 years, a total of 190,000 years, has birthed 103 emperors. The ancient era marked the rise of humanity as the dominant force in the cosmos, heralding the emergence of a succession of monumental emperors, most of whom have bequeathed their legacies. The millions of years preceding the ancient era were characterized by a tumultuous contest among myriad races, wherein humanity suffered immense suppression, resulting in the birth of merely 7 supreme beings until the ancient era ushered in a dramatic surge. Of the 103 emperors born from the ancient era to the present, 93 are of human descent. Calculating the figures, throughout these 10 million years, humanity has produced a total of 100 supreme beings, undeniably establishing itself as the preeminent race in the universe, thus occupying the vast majority of cosmic territories. The alien races that produced supreme beings prior to the ancient era have now transformed into the eternal royal families, numbering 99 in total. Had many of these alien supreme beings not left behind their lineages or faced extinction and decline, the count of eternal royal families would have swelled significantly. Among them, numerous alien supreme beings have retreated into forbidden lands, becoming the instigators of successive dark upheavals. Since humanity ascended as the cosmic hegemon, it has invariably been the primary target during each dark turmoil, suffering the greatest losses, as these supreme beings delight in slaughtering human lives to sustain their own existence. Consequently, whenever a human emperor is born, they embark on campaigns against the forbidden lands to vanquish the supreme beings, safeguarding humanity, the myriad races, and the cosmos at large. Over the course of 10 million years, 344 supreme beings have emerged, among the heavenly lords, divine sovereigns, sacred sovereigns, ancient sovereigns, path masters, and emperors. Those who can be rightfully called heavenly emperors are exceedingly few. In the divine ancient era, the 2 most powerful heavenly lords could be designated as heavenly emperors. In the primordial era, the mightiest among the divine sovereigns could also be referred to as heavenly emperor. In the ancient era, the most formidable among the sacred emperors was referred to as the heavenly emperor. During the primordial age, 2 of the most powerful rulers were also honored with the title of heavenly emperor. In the age of antiquity, the most potent among the Tao masters was likewise known as the heavenly emperor. From ancient times to the present, 3 of the mightiest emperors could be designated as heavenly emperors. In total, throughout history, 10 individuals of heavenly emperor caliber have emerged, standing as the pinnacle among hundreds of extreme powerhouses. These 10 heavenly emperors are well documented, their feats openly acknowledged and revered across the heavens. Now, another heavenly emperor has seemingly appeared. Is this new figure one of the original 10, or merely someone self-proclaiming as a heavenly emperor? Over the millennia, only 10 individuals have truly been recognized as heavenly emperor-level beings. Yet dozens have arisen to claim this title for themselves, each believing they can stand shoulder to shoulder with the illustrious heavenly emperors of yore. However, the truth is starkly different. The self-proclaimed heavenly emperors are not acknowledged by posterity, while countless powerful beings were engulfed in contemplation. The 5 esteemed ancestors of Fengzhou found themselves in a state of profound distress when that heavenly emperor descended with a single palm. Not only did it suppress the 5 ultimate imperial weapons, but it also rendered their very beings powerless, thwarting any manifestation of their strength. The 5 unparalleled ancestors, including Feng Ming, were utterly astonished, unable to fathom when a true emperor had emerged from the Taichu Sacred Land. This was unexpected. The Taichu Sacred Land had never produced an extreme power. It had only known a single quasi-emperor, who had perished 1,000,000 years prior. It was inconceivable that any other human emperor could assist the Taichu Sacred Land in contending against the 5 supreme forces. The 5 quasi-emperor ancestors were perplexed. Yet in this dire moment, they had little time for speculation, urgently pondering how to extricate themselves from this predicament. In that instant, clarity dawned upon them. They began to understand the sudden rise of the Taichu Sacred Land. They comprehended why Jiang Taish, a holy king, dared to boldly express himself in the Fengyun Sacred Land. They realized why Mu Sanqian claimed to be the 10th supreme elder of the Taichu Sacred Land and why he possessed extreme imperial weapons. They grasped why Mu Sanxian had the audacity to confront the 5 ultimate imperial weapons without a trace of fear. It was due to the presence of an emperor overseeing them, which explained the overwhelming confidence. However, it was too late for regrets. Regardless of how this emperor or heavenly emperor came into existence, they had to devise a means of self-rescue. It was indeed him. At this moment, the 8 forbidden zones and the 9 absolute realms trembled, with only a few supreme beings in the burial Emperor Ridge recognizing Chinuan's identity. They were intimately familiar with the aura of that mysterious heavenly emperor, and as soon as Chinuan made his move, they immediately recognized him. Recalling the terrifying prowess with which Chinuan had once vanquished the burial spirit divine emperor with a single punch, and considering that he had refined the legendary supreme celestial weapon, the supreme beings could not help but shudder. They could not provoke this human heavenly emperor. This human heavenly emperor was a ruthless figure of antiquity, having forcefully seized the unparalleled opportunities of the burial emperor Ridge. Even the supreme entity who had orchestrated plans for eons dared not reveal himself to contend with him. Awaken the deities. Suddenly, Ancestor Fengming bowed deeply to the Fengyan heavenly blade. Since he, as a quasi-emperor, was incapable of dealing with the situation, he resolved to awaken the deities of the extreme imperial weapons for a complete revival. In the next moment, the Fengyan heavenly blade erupted with the most formidable imperial might, its terrifying aura resonating throughout the myriad realms. A formidable figure emerged from the wind and cloud heavenly blade, remarkably resembling the legendary emperor of wind and cloud. It was indeed the deity of the wind and cloud heavenly blade. The other 4 quasi-emperor ancestors also summoned the full resurgence of the supreme imperial weapons. 4 figures stepped forth from these imperial weapons, each embodying their respective deities. Beholding the 5 towering figures standing majestically between heaven and earth was akin to witnessing the emergence of 5 great emperors, instilling a tremor throughout the 3,000 states and across the myriad realms. Following the appearance of the 5 imperial deities, their expressions turned grave as they gazed towards the heavens, sensing an overwhelming pressure that eclipsed even the mightiest emperors they had previously encountered. They instantly realized that they stood before a true heavenly emperor. 5 little ones, should you withstand this heavenly emperor's strike, I shall grant you mercy, resounded the voice of the supreme sovereign across the cosmos. Chinuan, standing with his hands clasped behind him atop the peak of Taichu Immortal Mountain, pierced through the void with his gaze, perceiving the scene of wind state. Subsequently, he formed his right hand into a fist and unleashed a casual punch. Boom. A colossal fist, obscuring the cosmic chaos, descended upon wind state, shattering the boundless void, unleashing torrents of chaotic energy, and illuminating the celestial realms with an overwhelming radiance that echoed in the hearts of all beings throughout history. The unfathomable power radiated, compelling every creature within the vast universe to kneel in reverence, bowing low in worship. The 5 deities of the imperial weapons personally invoked their supreme powers, launching a concerted assault against the descending fist. Boom. The heavens and earth were enveloped in a blinding white haze, with the resounding roar lingering in the air. When the cosmos regained its clarity, the 5 deities had vanished, and the 5 supreme imperial weapons hovered in the sky, devoid of any emanation of power. With a mere fist, the heavenly emperor had entirely suppressed the 5 revived imperial weapons, plunging the 5 deities into silence. The myriad realms were left astounded by this spectacle. Was this the terrifying prowess of the heavenly emperor? Invincible. Just as the world believed that the wind and cloud holy land was doomed, a sigh, seemingly echoing from eons past, resonated. The true imperial might surged across the heavens, and a majestic figure emerged from the wind and cloud holy land. It was none other than an ancient emperor, the emperor of wind and cloud. Chapter 30. The 3 emperors of humanity. The mythical heavenly emperor creates the cycle of rebirth. Dear brother, let us show mercy where mercy is due. Grant the younger generation a reprieve, shall we? The great emperor of winds and clouds stood amidst the heavens and the earth, his towering form exuding an aura of grandeur. Bowing towards the direction of the primordial immortal mountain, where the 33 heavens arched above and the 9 underworlds lay beneath. It is indeed you, my esteemed friend of the winds and clouds. I apologize for my earlier oversight. Upon witnessing the emergence of the great emperor of winds and clouds, Chinuan's demeanor grew solemn as he returned the gesture with a respectful salute. Though the great emperor's strength was far inferior to his own, it was important to recognize that this manifestation was but an echo of the true great emperor, a remnant spirit residing in the holy land of winds and clouds. Yet, the reverence for the great emperor was warranted, for each human emperor had made immense contributions to the race and deserved to be honored by all. Dear brother, might you spare them a path to salvation? The great emperor of winds and clouds bowed once more. Great emperor. This poignant scene moved countless human hearts to tears, with practitioners from the holy land of winds and clouds kneeling in sorrowful weeping. A mighty emperor of a bygone era, dedicating himself tirelessly to humanity, having once dominated the cosmos and ensured a millennium of peace, now sought clemency for the younger generation from another heavenly emperor. How profoundly tragic. Many powerful beings discerned the truth. This great emperor of winds and clouds was not his true self, but merely a lingering essence. Although humanity had birthed the most extreme powerhouses among the myriad races, numbering over 100, the majority of these emperors had perished in battle. Only a select few remained unaccounted for, rumored to have ventured into the path of immortality, with the unparalleled Emperor Wu Shuang among them. Countless years ago, when the path of immortality emerged, a supreme being from the Forbidden Zones ventured forth and encountered a majestic human emperor seated at the end of the path. Facing away from the world, seemingly engaged in combat with some terrifying entity or suppressing an indescribable force. The overwhelming waves of power instilled fear in the hearts of all present, with one supreme being lamenting, who stands at the peak of the path of immortality. To witness Wu Shuang's Tao is to witness emptiness. Wu Shuang, one of the three great heavenly emperors since ancient times, stood resolute, bearing the weight of all alone. Due to the impassable path of immortality, many supreme beings had no choice but to retreat, for the decree of heavenly emperor Wu Shuang forbade them from slaughtering the innocent. Though they felt constrained, they ultimately returned to the Forbidden Zones in compliance, for the might of Wu Shuang was simply overwhelming. While the great emperor of winds and clouds may not rival Wu Shuang, his contributions were nonetheless significant, marking him as a true emperor of humanity. On the primordial immortal mountain, Chinuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the bowing great emperor of winds and clouds. He spoke slowly. Since you have made this request, I shall naturally grant you this favor. In that case, I shall express my gratitude, dear friend, replied the great emperor of winds and clouds, bowing once more. As a once mighty emperor, his pride was immense. Yet, he now humbled himself, bowing in supplication. Yet, the emperor of wind and cloud understood that he must act in this manner. He was merely a divine thought, possessing remnants of his former strength, though it was fleeting. After manifesting today, he would vanish from the world forever. He had already discerned that this individual was the true great emperor, the genuine celestial emperor, an embodiment of a celestial emperor. Even at the height of his powers, he would not have been a match, let alone in his current divine thought form. To ensure the safety of future generations and the longevity of the Tao lineage, he humbly pleaded for mercy, which was of no consequence. The cultivators of the wind and cloud sacred land, witnessing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The human celestial emperor no longer pursued them. They could survive and evade utter destruction. The 5 unparalleled quasi-emperors also quietly exhaled, relieved that, with the acknowledgement of the wind and cloud emperor, the figure from the primordial sacred land was indeed an invincible celestial emperor, fortunate that they would not face death at his hands. Come. The wind and cloud emperor beckoned gently to the sacred land. One of the 10 disciples of the current sacred land, Nie Qianqiu, was involuntarily drawn forward. Terrified, Nie Qianqiu seemed to grasp the fate that awaited him. Qianqiu, you have brought great calamity to the sacred land. It began with you and shall end with you. The wind and cloud emperor spoke, his expression calm and unperturbed, his tone serene and harmonious. Under the soothing influence of this power, Nie Qianqiu regained his composure, bowing to the wind and cloud emperor, then kneeling to prostrate 3 times before the sacred land, finally rising to declare, Great Emperor, I am willing to die for the sacred land. Good child, a smile graced the wind and cloud emperor's face. With a gentle wave of his hand, he allowed Nie Qianqiu to depart with peace and a smile, without experiencing any pain. Reincarnate. May you find a good family in your next life. I truly hope there is reincarnation, the wind and cloud emperor murmured softly. One life sacrificed for the existence of the sacred land. One life forfeited for the survival of countless others. Such merit is unmatched. He did not believe Nie Qianqiu was at fault. It was merely a typical competition for opportunities. However, the primordial sacred land was formidable, necessitating submission. Yet, does true reincarnation exist in this world? The wind and cloud emperor found no answer. He had heard tales that in the prehistorical era, not only were there immortals, but also the concept of reincarnation. But countless millennia ago, all myths vanished, seemingly disappearing without a trace overnight. Remarkable beings from the prehistorical era survived, swiftly attaining the path of the emperor, heralding the dawn of the ancient divine era. He was the first celestial sovereign in history and one of the 2 celestial emperor-level beings of the ancient divine era. This celestial sovereign sought to recreate myths, dedicating his life to establishing reincarnation, tirelessly pursuing the path of immortality, inspiring future generations to seek the divine and aspire to create reincarnation. This grand era was later referred to as the mythical age by posterity. Regrettably, by the conclusion of the mythical age, reincarnation remained unestablished, and the path of immortality was perpetually elusive. In the twilight of the mythical age, a cataclysmic battle shocked the myriad realms, ravaging the universe. And the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually dwindled, plunging the world into chaos. In this era, an unparalleled being was born, who ended the tumult of the mythical age and commenced a new chapter in the ancient era. As a being born in the twilight of the mythical age, he proclaimed himself the divine emperor upon achieving enlightenment. Following him, all supreme beings of the ancient era referred to themselves as divine emperors. After a moment of contemplation, the wind and cloud sovereign came to a realization. He made arrangements for the sacred land of wind and cloud and then addressed the primordial celestial mountain, saying, Heavenly Emperor, I have some lingering questions. Could you enlighten me? The heavenly emperor, Chinuan, standing tall upon the primordial celestial mountain, replied with a smile, Come, let us discuss. Respect is better than refusal, said the wind and cloud sovereign, as he stepped forth, traversing the void and arriving outside the sacred land of primordial heaven. In that instant, All beings across the vast universe understood that this era belonged to the Heavenly Emperor of the primordial Sacred Land. The age of the Heavenly Emperor had dawned. Though the means by which this Heavenly Emperor achieved his enlightenment remained a mystery, it was undeniable that he was indeed a Heavenly Emperor, one to whom even the wind and cloud sovereign bowed in submission. At that moment, throughout the universe, countless extraordinary talents, young sovereigns, youthful emperors, and imperial heirs felt a profound despair. Originally, in this lifetime, no one had yet attained the status of emperor, leaving them with the opportunity to carve their path to supremacy. However, with the existence of a heavenly emperor, how could they hope to ascend as emperors themselves? In this age, it seemed only one could attain the title of emperor. Yet, in the next moment, all those illustrious figures received tidings that brought them to tears of joy. The essence of the universe's origin was still intact. The human heavenly emperor of the primordial sacred land had not fused with the essence. Typically, attaining the status of emperor required the fusion of this essence. However, the emergence of a heavenly emperor from the primordial sacred land was already an anomaly. Perhaps he had forged a unique path, one distinct from the 10 greatest heavenly emperors of the ages. Thus, he quietly ascended to the status of emperor and even further evolved into a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse. Countless extraordinary talents rejoiced, for the essence remained, granting them both good and bad news. The good news was that they could still pursue their path to supremacy, stepping over countless bones to become unparalleled emperors. With the glory of one emperor built upon the remains of many, the bad news was that even if they successfully traversed the path to emperorhood, they would still be compelled to submit beneath the heavenly emperor, bowing in deference. This era belonged to the heavenly emperor. Even the great emperors must yield to his brilliance. In the imperial province, at the primordial sacred land, the divine thought of the wind and cloud sovereign descended, observing the magnificent and awe-inspiring landscape of the primordial sacred land. Reminiscent of a celestial realm, he could not help but exclaim, "The abode of the heavenly emperor is indeed extraordinary." With his keen perception, he could discern the grandeur of the primordial sacred land. The protective formation was of emperor-level caliber, harnessing the power of the 4 elements, giving rise to 4 emperor-level true spirits to guard the central celestial mountain where the heavenly emperor resided. Within the primordial sacred land, countless divine mountains stood tall, and infinite celestial palaces sparkled. Moreover, 99 emperor-level dragon veins coiled within, rendering the concentration of spiritual energy in the sacred land 1,000,000 times denser than the outside world, reaching an unparalleled richness. In this sacred ground, there was not a single presence below the celestial realm. All practitioners of the primordial sacred land were at least of the celestial realm, a truly astonishing revelation. Within that central celestial mountain, formidable auras lay dormant. According to the wind and cloud sovereign's perception, there were as many as 10 quasi-emperors and 2 emperor-level entities. Remarkably, in addition to the heavenly emperor, the primordial sacred land harbored another emperor. Even the timeless will of the sovereign of wind and cloud was shaken at this moment. 2 emperors coexisting. What a splendid and prosperous era this is. Throughout history, the instances of numerous supreme beings existing in a single age are exceedingly rare. Typically, it is the emergence of a celestial-level powerhouse that beckons a dormant supreme being to re-emerge, thereby extending their lifespan and reclaiming their position within the realm of the ultimate. Is the holy land of primordial also akin to this? The celestial emperor has come to pay a visit. The sovereign of wind and cloud respectfully bows. "Dear friend of wind and cloud, please enter swiftly." The voice of the celestial emperor resonated throughout the vast cosmos, as a pathway of celestial light emanated from the central celestial mountain, arriving before the sovereign of wind and cloud. Stepping onto the pathway of celestial light, the sovereign advanced toward the holy land and soon found himself at the central celestial mountain, where he beheld the celestial emperor of this age. Chapter 31. The 2 emperors engage in dialogue. The rebirth of the celestial realm. The golden age descends. The great emperor of winds and clouds arrived at the primordial celestial mountain, where he beheld the towering figure before him. He immediately inclined his body slightly and saluted, saying, "I have come to pay my respects to the celestial emperor." The celestial emperor, Chinuan, turned around with a smile and replied, "Please rise, friend of the winds and clouds." As his words echoed, a gentle breeze caressed the air, prompting the great emperor of winds and clouds to rise involuntarily. "Your accomplishments in the art of transformation surpass mine," he sighed. "You are overly modest, my friend," the celestial emperor Chinuan remarked, his demeanor serene as he waved his hand to conjure 2 primordial lotus seats. "Please, take a seat." Once Chinuan settled down, the great emperor of winds and clouds followed suit, while Yun Jishui, Nalan Shi, Lin Shirin, and others stood respectfully to the side. With a wave of his hand, Mu Sanqian and Zhang Taigu felt as if the universe had flipped, transporting them from the distant Fengzhou back to the holy land of the primordial in Huangzhou. "Greetings, master," they both bowed in reverence. "I shall converse with the great emperor of winds and clouds. You may listen quietly," the celestial emperor said nonchalantly. The 2 immediately complied, standing aside, eagerly awaiting the manifestation of extraordinary insights. Before the discourse commenced, the great emperor of winds and clouds expressed a lingering doubt. "Might the celestial emperor enlighten me?" "Feel free to inquire," the celestial emperor responded with a warm smile. "May I ask the celestial emperor's lineage?" "I am of the Qin clan, A humble name, he replied. The great Emperor of Winds and Clouds was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. The current celestial emperor was not a reincarnation of a past sovereign, but rather an individual who had attained enlightenment in this era, quietly astounding all. In the realm of Sanqin Daozhou, there existed 18 illustrious families of longevity: Ji, Wang, Lin, Zhou, Gu, Tang, Jiang, Lu, Jiang, Li, Hua, Zhao, Yun, Zhong, Hua, Yi, as well as the Dongfang and Ouyang clans, yet none belonged to the Qin lineage. Now, with the emergence of a celestial emperor from the Qin clan, it heralded the birth of yet another esteemed family of longevity, the most noble of its kind. Pray tell, how did the celestial emperor achieve enlightenment? The great Emperor of Winds and Clouds was profoundly curious about this matter. His divine consciousness had been dormant, yet he remained attuned to significant cosmic events. He was aware of the emergence of unparalleled powers, the awakening of supreme artifacts, and the arrival of exalted beings. However, he had not sensed the ascendance of a remarkable figure to the rank of celestial emperor. How, then, did Qin Tian Emperor attain such enlightenment? Throughout history, 300 emperors had traversed this path. Even the 10 greatest had to endure the tribulation of ascendance and integrate the essence of their origins. Yet, it seemed Qin Tian Emperor had circumvented this step. The great Emperor of Winds and Clouds had sensed that the essence of origins still lay unfulfilled, without any extraordinary being having integrated it. A single path eclipses myriad others, the celestial emperor proclaimed with a smile. The great Emperor of Winds and Clouds was left astounded. Throughout history, countless prodigies and formidable beings had attempted this route, but none had succeeded. It was astonishing to discover that someone in this era had succeeded. No wonder he was hailed as a celestial emperor. The celestial emperor's talents are indeed rare across the ages. Truly unparalleled, the great Emperor of Winds and Clouds extolled. My friend, you flatter me, the celestial emperor replied, his expression humble. The great Emperor of Winds and Clouds shook his head and asserted, it is not flattery. The celestial emperor is deserving of such honor. Countless sages over millennia have endeavored along this path, yet all have faltered. Since the celestial emperor has triumphed, he is a trailblazer, deserving of accolades for pioneering this route. To declare him unparalleled throughout the ages is no exaggeration. The celestial emperor merely smiled in silence. I observe that the celestial emperor's lifespan is boundless. While the cycle of fate is but a fraction of 50, could it be that traversing this path leads to immortality? The Emperor of Wind and Cloud expressed with envy. Nay, the celestial emperor shook his head. In my first life, I achieved enlightenment at 1,000 years, overpowering myriad paths, thus becoming the celestial emperor. Not long ago, I entered my second life. Only through the merging of 2 lives can one attain such longevity, such extraordinary talent. The Emperor of Wind and Cloud, upon hearing this, promptly rose to pay his respects. Achieving enlightenment at 1,000 years is not uncommon, yet the celestial emperor stands alone throughout history. Moreover, the fact that the Qin celestial emperor soon after achieving enlightenment in his first life defied fate to enter a second life is unprecedented. The combined lifespan of 2 lives reaches over 50,000 years, rivaling the lifespans of those supreme beings who have lived 3 or even 4 lives. Of course, the Emperor of Wind and Cloud understood that this cannot be compared. Most supreme beings extend their lives through longevity elixirs, barely managing to enter a second life. With their lifespans only marginally increased, at most, extending by 10,000 years, often with little enhancement in strength. In contrast, those supreme beings who defy fate to enter a second life experience significant enhancement in power and a remarkable increase in lifespan. Given the strength of the Qin celestial emperor, his first life must have exceeded 20,000 years. After defying fate to enter a second life, his lifespan increased by 30,000 years, unparalleled throughout history. Once seated again, the Emperor of Wind and Cloud continued. With the celestial emperor's extraordinary talents and longevity, the future is boundless. Surely, one can truly defy fate and attain immortality in this mortal realm. The path to immortality is severed, and no immortals exist in the world, making ascension impossible. Thus, numerous supreme beings throughout history have explored various paths to immortality, one of which is through strength, to defy fate and live 9 lives, gathering the might of those 9 lives to shatter the shackles of mortality. Attaining enlightenment and immortality amidst the myriad realms of the mortal world constitutes the most arduous path to ascension. This route is fraught with difficulty, as living one life after another is an arduous endeavor. Longevity elixirs may assist supreme beings in entering a second life, but beyond that, they are of no further use. Thereafter, one must rely solely on oneself, defying the heavens and contending with fate. Throughout history, hundreds of supreme beings have existed. A few perished in their first life, while most achieved a second life. Those who have defied fate to attain a third life are exceptional, and those who have managed a fourth life are exceedingly rare. With none having been heard of achieving a fifth, are there supreme beings who have lived a fifth or even a sixth life? Perhaps. The Emperor of Wind and Cloud surmised that with the Qin celestial emperor's unparalleled talents, he is highly likely to truly navigate this path to immortality, becoming the first immortal of all ages. One person's ascension is not as profound as that of all beings attaining immortality. The celestial emperor sighed and shook his head. In recent days, he had gradually formed an idea. If realized, he could recreate a realm of immortality, offering hope for all to ascend. The Emperor of Wind and Cloud, filled with respect, rose once more to bow. The Celestial Emperor encompasses the universe and all beings. Wind and cloud are vastly inferior. The path is obstructed and arduous. We can only strive to attempt it. The Celestial Emperor sighed. Despite his unparalleled power and strength, achieving the ascension of one is feasible. Yet recreating a realm of immortality for all is a daunting task. I extend my early congratulations to the Celestial Emperor on your forthcoming success. The Emperor of Wind and Cloud bowed once again. The Celestial Emperor accepted this calmly. Once the Emperor of Wind and Cloud had reseated himself, the Celestial Emperor spoke. I observe the Celestial Emperor's vitality is as boundless as the cosmos. Could it be that you possess one of the 9 most formidable physiques? The primal sacred body? The original sacred body appears to be far less formidable than anticipated. Merely its physical form instills within me a profound sense of impending doom. The Sovereign of Wind and Cloud scrutinizes the Heavenly Emperor's physique, his eyes wide with astonishment. The surprises presented by Emperor Qin are indeed numerous. Not only does he possess the ability to suppress myriad paths, but he also embodies at least one of the most potent physiques, achieving enlightenment through this corporeal form. Possessing the strongest physique, one who reaches completion can rival the supreme, and upon achieving perfection, can attain an alternative path comparable to an ordinary, flawless extreme being, surpassing even the ascended supremes. Consequently, for cultivators endowed with the strongest physique, transcending to the Emperor's tribulation is exceedingly arduous, far more challenging than for ordinary extreme beings. However, once they attain the status of Emperor, they become stronger than typical extreme beings, eclipsing the second-generation Emperors, yet still slightly inferior to the third-generation Emperors. Moreover, with the ability to suppress myriad paths, Emperor Qin's combat prowess escalates further, such that even those of the third-generation extreme beings fall short. It is little wonder he holds the title of Heavenly Emperor in the first generation. The Sovereign of Wind and Cloud speculates that in his initial incarnation, Emperor Qin's strength likely approaches that of extreme beings who have defied death for 4 generations. Now, having entered his second generation, Emperor Qin's power is even greater than that of the 4th-generation extreme beings, placing him among the foremost figures in the ancient history spanning millions of years, potentially ranking within the top 5 or even the top 3. My physique is indeed the original sacred body, he declares with a smile. Recently, I encountered certain fortuitous opportunities that facilitated my ascension. I should rightfully be considered the strongest in the universe. Listening intently, Naylin she cannot help but steal a glance at her master upon hearing this. Her master has stated that she possesses the innate Tao body, and she has heard that the combination of the innate Tao body and the original sacred body can yield the innate sacred body Tao embryo. In her heart, Naylin she silently muses, Master, please remain still. I am your disciple for the sake of the innate sacred body Tao embryo. Rebellious disciple. I was unaware you harbored such thoughts. Chinuan exclaims. Oh, how could I even entertain such notions? He is my master. Naylin she's cheeks flush crimson, filled with guilt. Even if she desired it, her master would not look upon her that way. Better to refrain from such fanciful thoughts. One must not disrupt the sanctity of the master-disciple relationship. It is prudent to remain a diligent disciple. Alas, the Heavenly Emperor is invincible, the Sovereign of Wind and Cloud. Upon hearing this, lets out a profound sigh. Emperor Qin is unparalleled throughout history. The ascension of the original sacred body suggests that his physical form likely nears the realm of the supreme celestial being, complemented by the Heavenly Emperor's peerless cultivation, rendering him the foremost in all eternity. It is difficult to say. The likes of Wuxia and other Heavenly Emperors may surpass me, Emperor Qin humbly replies. As the two engage in a delightful discourse on the cosmos, the Sovereign of Wind and Cloud feels that this journey has been immensely significant, a venture well worth undertaking. As their discussion approaches its conclusion, he cannot help but inquire, Heavenly Emperor, since we are conversing on such profound matters, why not invite another esteemed friend to join us? Huh, why must you test me, my friend? He is an emperor under my command. Having recently ascended to this status, the Heavenly Emperor chuckles heartily. Are you suggesting that this era may witness the emergence of multiple emperors? The Sovereign of Wind and Cloud's pupils constrict involuntarily as he asks. Emperor Qin nods slightly. The age of gold has indeed arrived, and the celestial path shall manifest in this era. Thank you, Heavenly Emperor, for this enlightening revelation. The Sovereign of Wind and Cloud bows in gratitude. In this era, a celestial emperor has emerged, accompanied by a grand emperor, heralding an unprecedented golden age that may give rise to even more grand emperors. The Wind and Cloud Grand Emperor speculates that following the cataclysm at the end of the mythical era, the cosmic primordial essence has not only been restored, but is also evolving, nurturing the beings of the universe. This evolution paves the way for the Golden Age, allowing for the emergence of multiple Grand Emperors. If this is indeed the case, the primordial mark is no longer singular. It can now be fused by several Grand Emperors. Friends of the Tao, it is time to engage in discourse, the Celestial Emperor states with a smile. With utmost respect to the Celestial Emperor's wishes, please. I invite you to begin, replies the Grand Emperor. Then I shall cast the first stone to inspire the discussion, the Celestial Emperor proclaims, elucidating the cosmic principles. illustrating the cycles of time and space, and reflecting upon the myriad realms, unveiling the profound mysteries of existence. Subsequently, the Wind and Cloud Grand Emperor also speaks, expounding upon his own path, delineating the intricacies of cause and effect, and pointing directly to the origins of creation. Their dialogue is a symphony of wisdom, each word a precious gem, each phrase imbued with the essence of the great Tao, enigmatic and profound, leading directly to the fundamental source of the Tao. The audience is entranced, lost in the moment, their cultivation and understanding surging as they sense the imminent attainment of their own Tao and the ascension to immortality. Chinuan does not conceal his presence. Aside from the primordial immortal mountain, all practitioners within the primordial sacred land can hear the discourse, albeit with less clarity than in close proximity. The voices of the two emperors resonate beyond the primordial immortal mountain, spreading to the imperial regions, traversing the 3,000 Tao provinces and echoing throughout the vast expanse of the Chinuan universe, bestowing blessings upon all beings. Chapter 32. The Ancient Emperor re-engages the Forbidden Zone. The Qin Heavenly Emperor slays the Supreme Being of the Forbidden Zone in a single strike. At this moment, the entirety of the 3,000 Tao states and even the vast Chinuan universe fell into a profound silence. All beings set aside their endeavors, sitting in quiet contemplation, attentively listening to the discourse between the two emperors. This was an unparalleled grand transformation. Even grasping but a mere fraction of their profound insights could lead to a reversal of fate, allowing one to ascend to greatness and become a formidable force. Even the supreme beings of the forbidden desolation awakened, silently absorbing the teachings of the human race's Heavenly Emperor and the Storm and Cloud Emperor, drawing comparisons with their own paths and reaping rewards. The closer one sat to the two emperors, the greater the benefits received. An inexhaustible stream of opportunities flowed forth, granting insights that, even if not fully comprehended in the moment, could be pondered and understood in due time. This extraordinary scene was imprinted upon the very fabric of the heavens and the earth, destined to be passed down through the ages. In the future, when emperors visited the primordial immortal mountain, sitting upon the primordial lotus seats once occupied by the two great beings, they could traverse time and space, witnessing the discourse and even participating in it. As time progressed, this depiction of the two emperors' discussion gradually transformed into an illustration of myriad emperors engaged in dialogue, surrounding the Heavenly Emperor at the center. The Heavenly Emperor opened the heavens and the earth anew, recreating the immortal realm, evolving countless paths, and with a mere gesture, establishing the cycle of reincarnation, enabling all sentient beings to attain immortality and enlightenment. 3 days and nights passed. The discourse finally concluded. The Storm and Cloud Emperor had regained a measure of his strength, his divine thoughts more stable, his power significantly enhanced compared to before. He expressed gratitude for the Heavenly Emperor's assistance during this enlightening exchange. Rising, he bowed respectfully to the Qin Heavenly Emperor, now thoroughly impressed by his prowess. Having been deeply moved by the profoundness of his teachings, I too have gained immensely from our discourse, my friend, the Qin Heavenly Emperor replied with a respectful gesture. The Storm and Cloud Emperor smiled, recognizing the Heavenly Emperor's humility, and refrained from further comment. He glanced at the surrounding practitioners still immersed in contemplation and addressed the Heavenly Emperor. Might I propagate the secrets pertaining to you upon my departure? Of course. There is no hindrance to that. The Heavenly Emperor responded with a smile, deeming such secrets trivial. Your great virtue is commendable, the Storm and Cloud Emperor remarked. After this, he bowed once more, saying, with you in the world, no petty beings would dare to create chaos. I must now attend to matters left unfinished before my demise. And I hope for your benevolence in this endeavor. Why must you be so formal, my friend? The Heavenly Emperor sighed. In your current state, returning to the sacred land to rest for another 10,000 years would not lead to your end. The Storm and Cloud Emperor laughed lightly. Certain matters are meant to be addressed by someone. With you safeguarding the realm, living for another 10,000 years holds no significance. I might as well ignite this remaining life and engage in battle once more. The Heavenly Emperor sighed deeply. Then, waving his hand, he said, you may depart, my friend. I shall personally ensure your safety. That would be most excellent, the Storm and Cloud Emperor replied, feeling relieved. He stepped forth, piercing through the void and returning to wind state. With a gentle motion, he summoned the wind and cloud heavenly blade from the sacred land. As he caressed the blade, he murmured, old companion, let us fight together once more. The wind and cloud heavenly blade resonated with a longing sound, reluctant to see its master venture into peril. There is no need for further persuasion. The Storm and Cloud Emperor shook his head. The Emperor of Wind and Cloud has long established his presence in the celestial realm, gazing quietly upon the sacred land of wind and cloud. Once he felt a deep sense of satisfaction, he spoke, I am wind and cloud. Today, I have engaged in profound discourse with the Emperor of Qin, from which I have gained immense wisdom. I harbor no desire to keep this knowledge to myself. Fortunate am I to have the Emperor's gracious consent to share it with all realms. The golden age is upon us, and this era shall shine brighter than any in the annals of time, heralding the birth of numerous great emperors and the reawakening of the path to immortality. I urge all realms to strive valiantly, to attain enlightenment and achieve eternal life, transforming into the supreme immortals. Having lost my true destiny and with no will to survive, I shall ignite this weary body and once more venture into the forbidden zones, seeking a fleeting peace for the cosmos. I take my leave. As his words faded, the Emperor of Wind and Cloud vanished, heading toward a certain forbidden zone within the 3,000 provinces. His voice resonated throughout the 3,000 provinces, echoing across the universe, celebrated in countless star domains, and reverberating within innumerable celestial bodies. In this moment, all beings in the cosmos were moved, their hearts trembling with sorrow, tears flowing freely as they knelt and cried out, "Farewell, great Emperor! Farewell, great Emperor! Farewell, great Emperor!" During his reign, the Emperor of Wind and Cloud had ventured into the forbidden zones multiple times, ultimately leading to his demise in the second life, unable to attain a third. Only the remnants of divine consciousness lingered in the world, and after conversing with the Emperor, he revealed a monumental secret to the beings of the universe and subsequently ignited his remaining essence to battle once more in the forbidden zones, all for the sake of securing a period of tranquility for the myriad races. Such an emperor is truly deserving of greatness. On the primordial immortal mountain, the Emperor of Qin observed the noble departure of the Emperor of Wind and Cloud, feeling a deep sense of reflection within. Compared to such a true sovereign of humanity, he realized that he, as the heavenly emperor of humanity, had accomplished far less. When my grand plan is fulfilled, all beings shall attain immortality, he murmured to himself. Taking a deep breath, casting a glance at those still engaged in enlightenment, a flicker of anticipation arose within the Emperor of Qin in this discourse. The cultivators of the immortal mountain shall reap the greatest rewards, followed closely by the other practitioners within the sacred land. When they awaken, to what heights will they ascend? The primordial sacred land, with its unparalleled cultivation environment, is further enhanced by the discourse between the two emperors, transforming it into the most formidable place for enlightenment across all realms. In the 3,000 provinces, 8 forbidden zones lay in wait, each harboring numerous supreme beings. Among them is the realm of Taichu, which does not reside in any of the 3,000 provinces, but is said to exist in the upper heavens, forming a world of its own. At this moment, a figure shattered the fabric of time and space, descending into Taichu. Within the vast and boundless realm of Taichu, sacred mountains dotted the landscape, celestial palaces soared into the sky, and rivers and lakes exuded an aura of tranquility, resembling the most sacred of immortal lands. The numerous supreme beings in hiding since the arrival of the Emperor of Wind and Cloud immediately, their expressions shifting dramatically. Wind and Cloud, what brings you to Taichu? A voice tinged with anger echoed throughout Taichu, reverberating through the vast cosmos. They had anticipated the Emperor's intention to battle in other forbidden zones, never expecting him to arrive at their domain. In this moment, the beings of the universe once again cried out in profound grief, "Great Emperor!" In the realm of the 3,000 Dao provinces, the 8 great forbidden zones, namely the chaotic divine mind, the cave of the first demon, the nest of 10,000 dragons, the indestructible mountain, the primal imperial city, the sea of blood, and the island of ancient gods, saw their supreme beings collectively breathe a sigh of relief. With the arrival of the Wind and Cloud Emperor in the void sky, he found himself unable to wage war against the other forbidden zones. Their apprehension did not stem from fear of the Wind and Cloud Emperor himself, but rather from the formidable presence of the Qin Heavenly Emperor looming behind him. Should they provoke the Qin Heavenly Emperor, they feared dire consequences. Beyond the 3,000 Dao provinces, in the various realms of the universe, such as the Underworld, Soul River, Heavenly Abyss, Immortal Ruins, Divine Tomb, and the Chaos Lake, the supreme beings opened their celestial eyes, intently observing the developments in the void sky. Calculations were being made. The Wind and Cloud Emperor strode forward, delving deeper into the void sky. As he passed, an overwhelming imperial aura radiated across the heavens and the earth, causing all beings within the void sky to cower in fear, retreating into the shadows. In the ancient times, you seized the opportunity when my vitality waned and my power was not at its zenith to launch a brazen attack against me. Now that I have come seeking vengeance, what grievances do you have? The voice of the Wind and Cloud Emperor echoed throughout the vast expanse of the void sky. Wind Cloud, that incident transpired over several 100,000 years ago. Why do you still harbor grievances? Moreover, you have not perished as a result. Countered another supreme being from within the void sky. Homing ancient emperor, had you not launched a surprise attack against me, would I have struggled to survive the Nirvana catastrophe? Retorted the Wind and Cloud Emperor coldly. He had prepared for his own rebirth, seeking to transcend into a third life, only to be ambushed, further weakening his already diminished strength, leading to his ultimate failure. The homing ancient emperor fell silent. In the depths of the void sky, the voices of other supreme beings resonated, urging the homing ancient emperor to emerge and confront the Wind and Cloud Emperor. Although reluctant, he dared not defy the consensus of the numerous supreme beings and had no choice but to break free from his confinement. He stepped forth, standing defiantly not far from the Wind and Cloud Emperor. Wind and Cloud, you are left with but a remnant of divine consciousness. Given your recovery, if you can endure for another 10,000 years, perhaps a turning point will arise. Why risk everything against me? Homing ancient emperor advised. He had no desire to push himself to the utmost. Doing so would leave him severely weakened even if he managed to vanquish the Wind and Cloud Emperor's divine consciousness. And he would not survive even 10,000 years thereafter. In this era, with a heavenly emperor present, he could not emerge to slaughter the living and absorb their life essence to prolong his existence. Enough of this prattle. let us engage in battle. The Wind and Cloud Emperor declared, launching an all-out assault, his imperial might shaking the 3,000 realms. Reluctantly, the Hongming ancient emperor had to respond in kind. Not long into their clash, he found himself at a disadvantage, which alarmed him. The Wind and Cloud Emperor seemed to have regained a semblance of peak power after his discussions with the Heavenly Emperor. This compelled him to elevate himself to the utmost, lest he perish at the hands of the Wind and Cloud Emperor. With a deep breath, the Hongming ancient emperor inhaled the boundless essence within the void sky, feeling his power surge as he began to elevate himself. His combat prowess continuously climbed, gradually turning the tide and gaining the upper hand. Raining blows upon the Wind and Cloud Emperor, leaving him battered and increasingly dim. With a thunderous roar, the Hongming ancient emperor completely restored his imperial stature. Though lacking some essence, his power was undoubtedly that of an emperor. He raised his hand and delivered a strike that shattered the Wind and Cloud Emperor's divine consciousness. The divine intent of the Emperor of Wind and Cloud could no longer coalesce, beginning to dissipate into nothingness. He murmured softly, "It still won't do. I am unable to slay you. You were formidable at your peak." The expression of the ancient Emperor Hongming was one of utter indifference. "I beseech the Heavenly Emperor to act and avenge me." Upon hearing the voice of the Emperor of Wind and Cloud, Hongming's countenance shifted dramatically. A sigh echoed, as if emanating from the very edge of time itself, a remnant from eons past. The Heavenly Emperor Chinuan had long desired to intervene. Yet the Emperor of Wind and Cloud insisted on showcasing his strength, seeking to ascertain if he could eliminate Hongming alone. He stood upon the primordial, immortal mountain, his hands clasped behind him, while within his chest, his organs trembled, producing a thunderous roar that resounded throughout the heavens. In the next moment, his organs erupted in resplendent, everlasting radiance, coalescing into the essence of the Tao, piercing through the void and descending upon the great void, ultimately obliterating the ancient Emperor Hongming. The supreme law of the five emperors, great Tao light. Hongming continuously reformed, attempting to withstand this devastating strike, but it was futile. He soon met his complete demise, body and soul extinguished. This spectacle instilled terror among the supreme beings within the great void and sent shivers down the spines of other supremes entrenched in desolate territories. One strike to annihilate a transcendent supreme. The Heavenly Emperor Qin is invincible. Chapter 33, The Era of the Fallen Emperors. The celestial sovereign of the chaotic ancient times. Blood rains from the heavens. The vast cosmos trembles. Countless beings are filled with profound shock. In less than a month, yet another sovereign being has perished. Such alarming news. Is this the foretold era of the fallen emperors? Within the burial Emperor Ridge, the Supremes witnessed the demise of the ancient Emperor Hongming, their hearts quaking with trepidation. The human sovereign has grown even stronger than before. How could Emperor Qin's power have escalated so rapidly? It is truly unfathomable. With a single strike, he vanquished the fully ascended ancient Emperor Hongming, a display of might that sends chills down one's spine. Emperor Qin has yet to wield his unparalleled celestial weapon. One can only imagine how formidable he truly is. It is no wonder that the ancient entity who meticulously crafted the burial Emperor Ridge over countless epochs has refrained from taking action. For they are wary of Emperor Qin's invincible prowess. Terrifying beyond belief, Emperor Qin could overshadow any adversary across all eras, reigning supreme over the heavens and time. Many supremes directed their gaze towards the mythical tenfold coffin in the center of the celestial pit, feeling an immense weight of pressure. Perhaps it is only through the emergence of the immortal fetus within the mythical coffin, or the resurrection of the celestial corpse, that Emperor Qin could be subdued. The entire cosmos heralds a golden age, with an unparalleled sovereign suppressing the myriad realms. Even the supremes within the forbidden lands dare not act recklessly, opting for prudent concealment and praying that Emperor Qin does not come knocking at their doors. Not only at the burial Emperor Ridge, but the other sovereigns in the forbidden lands are also struck with fear by Emperor Qin's unmatched combat prowess. After all, he effortlessly dispatched an ancient emperor at the pinnacle of ascension. The ancient emperor, Hongming, undeniably possessed the strength of a true sovereign, albeit fleeting. Yet, he was easily subdued by Emperor Qin's distant strike. Many supremes were deeply shaken, speculating that Emperor Qin might be an ancient peerless being. Perhaps one of the 10 great emperors. Originally possessing sovereign-level combat power, he has survived through 5, 6, or even 7 lifetimes, thus amassing such terrifying strength to obliterate an ascended ancient emperor with a single blow. Is this era truly a golden age? Nonsense. This is indeed the era of the fallen emperors. We would do well to conceal ourselves until Emperor Qin has perished, lest we face certain death. Emperor Qin has proclaimed that a path to immortality shall emerge. Do we not strive for it? Golden age, fallen emperors. I comprehend now, I understand. Ha ha ha, so we are but fodder. The supremes within the forbidden lands suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, sensing the transformation of the heavenly principles. In the span of a month, 2 sovereign beings have met their end, yet the cosmos has been invigorated, its essence enriched. With all paths within the universe boiling with energy, it is no wonder that Emperor Qin declares this to be a golden age. Over the millennia, the world has birthed hundreds of peerless beings. Although most have perished or vanished, there remain over 100 such beings lying in wait within the forbidden lands. These peerless beings impose a significant burden upon the cosmos, siphoning its boundless energy, yet their demise ultimately nourishes the cosmic essence, allowing it to grow ever stronger. As the cosmic essence expands, it no longer confines itself to a single path to transcendence, enabling the present age to accommodate more powerful beings to ascend to emperorship, thereby crafting an unprecedented resplendent era. Millennia have been spent in anticipation of this very moment. The supreme beings suddenly found themselves engulfed in trepidation. Some even speculated whether this could be an elaborate conspiracy. Following the primordial age, the realms of immortals and mortals became severed, true immortals vanished. The path to immortality was obstructed, and the cycle of reincarnation concealed itself. It is conceivable that a being of immense power has survived since the primordial era, lurking in the shadows and orchestrating intricate plans. Such a being could suppress the very essence of the universe, ensuring that only one supreme power emerges in each epoch, accumulating strength over millennia to ultimately erupt with unparalleled vigor. This being schemes for eternity, aiming to harvest all supremes and forge a resplendent golden age, giving rise to numerous emperors, heavenly emperors, and even the legendary earthly immortals, thereby conquering the path to immortality and unblocking the realms of the divine for ascension. Many supremes dismissed this conjecture, questioning who possesses the capability to orchestrate such a grand design without facing annihilation. These supremes, standing at the pinnacle of the universe, each having once subdued an era, pondered who could possibly reap the harvest of their kind. They leaned towards the notion that this was a manifestation of a greater cosmic force, perhaps the consciousness of the universe itself, which had sensed something amiss and thus loosened its restrictions, allowing more practitioners to attain the status of emperor. Nevertheless, it was universally acknowledged that the Qin Heavenly Emperor is an exceedingly perilous individual, one to be avoided at all costs. At this moment, countless powerful beings across the universe were stirred. They too sensed the shifts in the celestial pathways. The Wind and Cloud Emperor proclaimed this age to be a golden era, capable of birthing multiple emperors, a statement that likely held truth. If this were indeed the case, even with the Qin Heavenly Emperor's illustrious example before them, they too could ascend to emperorhood, reigning over the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Some of the elite among these powerful beings found their thoughts aligned with a few supremes, believing this could be a consequence of the supreme's demise, shaping the cosmos anew. Thus, they yearned for the Qin Heavenly Emperor to act swiftly, to conquer the forbidden zones and desolate lands, pacifying the 8 great forbidden zones and 9 desolate lands, thereby establishing an unparalleled immortal realm for eternity. Among the 8 great forbidden zones lies the vast void heaven. After a tremor among the supremes, one spoke up. Qin Heavenly Emperor, Hong Ming is dead. You ought to desist. Are you instructing this emperor? The resounding voice echoed throughout the vast void heaven. A colossal visage materialized in the celestial dome of the vast void heaven, encompassing the entire realm and gazing upon the hidden supremes within. It was none other than the Qin Heavenly Emperor. Do not engage in actions that bring joy to your enemies while causing pain to your kin, the supreme continued. The supremes of the vast void heaven were not inclined to confront the Qin Heavenly Emperor, aware of their slim chances of victory. Even a fortunate win would come at a heavy cost. No supreme was willing to risk their life in a desperate struggle against the Qin Heavenly Emperor, as it would only benefit the other forbidden zones and desolate lands, allowing them to reap the rewards effortlessly. Who do you think you are to speak so arrogantly? The Heavenly Emperor responded, his voice reverberating through the ages. Suddenly, the imposing visage that filled the vast void heaven contracted, ultimately transforming into a towering Heavenly Emperor adorned in imperial robes, wielding an imperial sword, and crowned with a diadem, surrounded by an ethereal purple mist of primordial energy, exuding an air of unparalleled majesty. What is your intent, Qin Heavenly Emperor? At this moment, a terrifying roar erupted from deep within the vast void heaven, the overwhelming imperial might surpassing that of ordinary supreme beings. This emperor has never felt the need to explain his actions to anyone. The Emperor of Heaven, Qin, gazed upon the supreme celestial symbols that manifested in his eyes, his vision piercing through all illusions. He looked deep into the heart of the vast void and discovered a vast source of celestial energy hidden there. Within this source stood a formidable being exuding an overwhelming imperial aura, his presence even more intense than that of the 2nd and 3rd generations of emperors. It appeared to be a being of emperor-level strength. As Qin meticulously examined the scene, he finally discerned the identity of this powerful entity. Who could it be? He pondered, only to realize it was the Holy Emperor of Chaos. A faint smile graced his lips. During the chaotic era of the ancient universe, turmoil persisted for a staggering 900,000 years, giving rise to 25 holy emperors, among whom the most powerful was the Holy Emperor of Chaos. In later generations, beings of the cosmos ranked the past supreme entities based on ancient records, designating 10 as the mightiest, known as the Heavenly Emperors. Among them was the Holy Emperor of Chaos. No wonder this supreme being occupied the most advantageous position in the vast void and sealed himself with celestial energy. The divine source is difficult to fully seal even for an emperor, let alone a heavenly emperor. Even celestial energy cannot entirely confine a heavenly emperor. Some life essence will inevitably leak, albeit at a slower rate than that from a divine source. Qin, we of the vast void have no quarrel with you. Retreat. commanded the Holy Emperor of Chaos, his majestic form and cold demeanor fixated on Qin in the skies above. And if I refuse to retreat? Qin replied nonchalantly. If you persist, I shall have no choice but to emerge and obliterate your avatar. The Holy Emperor's tone was chillingly resolute. Qin's gaze flickered with intrigue. A keen eye indeed. His presence was not that of his true self, but rather an avatar created using the unparalleled technique of transforming one into the vast skies, manifesting a Tao body in the vast void. This Tao body, the purple sky avatar, possessed combat strength equivalent to his true form. Yet it could not replicate his innate celestial weapon or the garb of an emperor. The current imperial robe, crown, and sword were mere illusions, lacking substantial power. You may emerge now and see if you can shatter my avatar, Qin declared with a demeanor as light as a breeze, brimming with confidence. Let us see then. In the next moment, a towering figure emerged from the depths of the vast void, each step commanding the heavens and shaking the very fabric of the universe. Chapter 34. The Six Paths of Reincarnation and the Slaying of the Celestial Emperor. Unarmed confrontation with the immortal armament. Boom. The vast imperial might reverberated throughout the grand cosmos, causing all living beings to tremble and compelling countless powerful figures to lower their heads. What has transpired? Wasn't the imperial battle in the void heaven concluded? Why does the imperial power surge anew? Hiss. The true body of the celestial emperor Qin has descended. Does he intend to quell the void heaven with a single confrontation? Lo and behold, the Saint Emperor of Chaos. The most formidable celestial emperor of the primal era lies in wait within the void heaven. The emergence of the Saint Emperor of Chaos signifies a potential clash with the celestial emperor Qin. An imperial battle of such magnitude is rare throughout history. As the various powers employed celestial sight formations to glimpse the indistinct scenes within the void heaven, they were left in sheer astonishment, their scalps tingling with awe. The great emperor stands unrivaled, a solitary sovereign of the universe. Yet, the celestial emperor transcends even the great emperor, exhibiting an invincibility that spans the ages. At this moment, two authentic celestial emperor-level beings are poised to unleash an epic-shattering battle, stirring the hearts and minds of countless formidable warriors. However, a perplexing thought soon arises within them. The celestial emperor Qin is in the prime of his youth, at the pinnacle of his power, while the Saint Emperor of Chaos, though also a celestial emperor, is in the twilight of his years. What audacity compels him to emerge and challenge the celestial emperor Qin? Chaos, how dare you? The celestial emperor Qin regarded the approaching Saint Emperor of Chaos with a perplexed tone. He is the celestial emperor, suppressing all foes in the world. Even without the presence of the two celestial armaments, he still possesses unparalleled combat prowess. This is due to his Zhixiao Dao body, which also embodies the primordial sacred physique, now evolved to its peak form. With merely the primordial sacred physique and his own cultivation, combined with various supreme and invincible techniques, his combat strength transcends that of the celestial emperor, edging closer to the realm of the immortal. Sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, he stands invincible throughout history. The Saint Emperor of Chaos seeks only to validate a hypothesis. His emergence, seemingly rash and impulsive, is indeed the result of profound contemplation. In his perspective, the celestial emperor Qin is shrouded in suspicion, suddenly appearing and proclaiming the arrival of a golden era while consecutively slaying 2 sovereigns. It is only natural that he harbors doubts. A celestial emperor cannot simply be born in silence. Either it is a rebirth of a celestial emperor from millennia past, or it is a grand schemer orchestrating events across the ages. He wishes to ascertain the true identity of the celestial emperor Qin. The Saint Emperor of Chaos does not wish to be reaped when his vitality wanes and his lifespan diminishes, while he still possesses the strength to fight. He intends to resolve any potential threats. He is exceedingly confident in his own power, harboring formidable trump cards. Employ any means you desire. The celestial emperor Qin replied with a serene smile. As you wish. With a cold snort, the Saint Emperor of Chaos raised his hand and unleashed a punch, executing the 33-fold celestial suppression fist from his 9 techniques of chaos. As a celestial emperor-level being, even in an incomplete state, his combat power remains formidable, rivaling that of an ordinary flawless great emperor. The moment the celestial suppression fist was unleashed, a brilliant radiance illuminated the past, present, and future. As 33 heavens coalesced to descend upon the celestial emperor Qin, the terrifying imperial might sweeping across the cosmos and enveloping the 9 heavens and 10 earths with its supreme power. In the realm of Taichu, the supreme beings trembled at the sight of Qin Tiandi, while the other supreme beings from the forbidden zones were acutely aware of the formidable might of the chaos heavenly emperor, a true embodiment of an emperor-level powerhouse. With a casual motion, Qin Tiandi unleashed a powerful fist, causing a tremendous force that shattered the 33 heavens. Following that, he formed his fingers into a sword, and with a gentle flick, a sword aura descended from the heavens, cutting through the fabric of space and time. Its brilliance illuminating the ages as it aimed toward the chaos heavenly emperor. Wherever the sword aura passed, the very essence of space fractured, time froze, fate was obliterated, and causality vanished without a trace. With a mere stroke of his sword, the heavenly emperor was rendered invincible. The chaos heavenly emperor attempted to withstand this annihilating sword aura, striving to dismantle its destructive force, yet he found himself utterly unable to do so. As he sought to elevate himself to the utmost, he was struck by the devastating sword aura, his body sent hurtling backward, causing the realm of Taichu to tremble violently. Coughing, the Chaos Heavenly Emperor spat blood, a grievous sword wound rapidly healing within him. The sword aura inside him extinguished. The sword art of calming chaos. Who exactly are you? He fixed his gaze on Chinuan, his eyes filled with apprehension. This avatar of Chinuan possessed strength surpassing that of his former self before ultimate ascension, perhaps rivaling the second emperor, a truly terrifying prospect. His greatest curiosity lay in how Chinuan had acquired the sword art of calming chaos and what his true identity was. The sword art of calming chaos is one of the 4 great sword classics of the cosmos, the most potent imperial technique of the great emperor, unmatched in offense, capable of shattering all. The great emperor was a revered human saint of the ancient chaotic era, preceding the Chaos Heavenly Emperor, hailed as the second most formidable figure of that time. If there were to be a candidate for the position of Heavenly Emperor, the great emperor would undoubtedly make the list. According to the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's knowledge, the great emperor had transformed into a battle immortal in his later years, cleaving through space and entering the path of immortality, with his teachings, including the great emperor's scripture and the sword art of calming chaos, remaining undisclosed. How had this Chinuan come to learn them? Could it be that Chinuan was indeed the great emperor? This notion held merit. The great emperor's combat prowess had already approached that of an emperor-level being during the ancient chaotic era, and if he had survived through the ages, his strength would have increased significantly. However, after entering the path of immortality, the great emperor had vanished without a trace. Had he truly returned as this individual? If you can shatter this avatar of mine, I may consider revealing the truth. Chinuan spoke with an inscrutable demeanor. Such mystification. The Chaos Heavenly Emperor snorted coldly. Directly elevating himself to the apex, his supreme imperial might overshadowing the universe, his aura intensifying and strength surging. Soon, the Chaos Heavenly Emperor regained his zenith, embodying a true emperor-level powerhouse. Several supreme beings sensed the overwhelming aura of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor, their expression shifting dramatically. His presence was even stronger than before. When had he defied the odds to attain such power again? Feeling the terrifying aura of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor, Chinuan raised an eyebrow. This is intriguing. However, if this is the extent of your power, you may want to prepare your final words. Do not be arrogant. The Chaos Heavenly Emperor bellowed as he charged toward Chinuan. He formed a seal with his hands, unleashing the ultimate technique of the 9 styles of chaos, a thought that would bring about the silence of all realms. In an instant, the chaotic Heavenly Sovereign was enveloped by countless luminous points, each resembling a dreamlike realm, emanating an aura of terrifying power. Infinite worlds were conjured by a single thought, only to be extinguished by another. As the formidable forces birthed from their rise and fall surged towards the Emperor Qin, intent on obliterating him from existence. Unperturbed, the Emperor Qin maintained a demeanor of tranquility. As boundless vitality surged within him, transforming into the most invincible force in the world, coalescing into his right hand, which then unleashed a devastating punch. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist. 6 dazzling orbs spun in a cyclical dance, each akin to a vast universe. The inexorable cycle of the 6 paths, life and death intertwined, rendered him impervious to all tribulations. The clash of these 2 supreme imperial techniques swiftly eradicated the overwhelming force of the chaotic realms. The expression of the chaotic Heavenly Sovereign shifted dramatically. Caught off guard and unable to summon his ultimate weapon, he was struck squarely by the punch, resulting in his immediate obliteration. The 6 paths of reincarnation ensnared the chaotic Heavenly Sovereign, relentlessly dismantling and reconstructing him, rendering him increasingly feeble. The chaotic Heavenly Sovereign, now in a state of alarm, could no longer conceal his desperation and bellowed. From the heart of the void, a celestial light surged forth, shattering the 6 paths of reincarnation and rescuing the chaotic Heavenly Sovereign. Heaving a sigh of relief, the chaotic Heavenly Sovereign reformed, albeit significantly weakened. He had narrowly escaped the Emperor Qin's fatal blow. This individual was far from the Supreme Emperor. No matter how powerful the Supreme Emperor was, it was inconceivable for a mere avatar to possess such monstrous abilities capable of vanquishing an Emperor-level adversary. Celestial weapon? Observing the resplendent, celestial tower radiating from above the Supreme Emperor's head, the Emperor Qin furrowed his brow. The chaotic Heavenly Sovereign unexpectedly wielded a celestial weapon, a revelation that caught the Emperor Qin off guard. Although this weapon was incomplete and inferior to his 2 celestial artifacts, it was undeniably a celestial weapon. Now, let us see how you will continue your arrogance. The chaotic Heavenly Sovereign sneered, summoning the celestial tower to strike at the Emperor Qin. An emperor wielding a celestial weapon could unleash an invincible force throughout the ages, and he doubted that the Emperor Qin, as an avatar, could withstand it. Yet, in the next moment, the chaotic Heavenly Sovereign's expression shifted dramatically. Boom! The Emperor Qin raised his hand, delivering a punch against the celestial tower, sending it into a tremor, rendering it incapable of advancing even an inch. Engaging a celestial weapon with bare hands. Chapter 35. A single word to dominate hundreds of emperors. With one hand, he destroys the celestial emperor. The battle among the emperors in the vast expanse of the void was overwhelmingly fierce. Even the supreme forces that invoked the heavenly eye could not discern any sights. Only the transcendent beings within the forbidden zones could glimpse fragments of the chaos, leaving them utterly astonished. The Chaos Saint Emperor, renowned as the most powerful sovereign of the primordial era, was indeed a celestial emperor-level powerhouse. Even after self-inflicting a wound, he retained the combat prowess of an unblemished emperor. Upon transcending and restoring his peak strength, he became terrifyingly formidable, surpassing even his former self from the ancient times. His unparalleled imperial technique, one thought disrupts the heavens, all realms fall silent, instilled a sense of trepidation in the hearts of the supreme beings, even across the fabric of time and space. Yet, this immensely powerful Chaos Saint Emperor was shattered by a single punch from the Qin Celestial Emperor. Continually ground down by the cycles of reincarnation, nearly facing obliteration, witnessing the Chaos Saint Emperor summon a weapon to break through the cycles of reincarnation and rescue himself. Many of the supreme beings were left astounded upon seeing the appearance of the Celestial Tower. That was the Celestial Tower from myth and legend, presumed to have vanished long ago. How could it be in the possession of the Chaos Saint Emperor? It was said that some incomplete celestial artifacts, remnants from the prehistoric era, still existed in the universe, and the Celestial Tower was one such artifact, a testament to the existence of true immortals in the world. Having undergone numerous transitions, the Celestial Tower had completely disappeared by the end of the ancient era. Even when this emperor ruled the cosmos, he searched for it for a millennium to no avail, yet it had unexpectedly fallen into the hands of the Chaos Saint Emperor. The Qin Celestial Emperor was doomed. Indeed, while the Qin Celestial Emperor possessed unparalleled strength, surpassing even the Chaos Saint Emperor, the latter's invocation of the Celestial Tower would undoubtedly seal the Qin Emperor's fate. Within the various forbidden zones, numerous supreme beings engaged in fervent discussions, envious of the Chaos Saint Emperor for acquiring the legendary Celestial Tower. Although this celestial weapon was incomplete, it was still a celestial artifact capable of slaying celestial emperors when wielded by an emperor, let alone when invoked by a celestial emperor. However, the few supreme beings from the Burial Emperor Ridge held a different perspective. They were acutely aware that the Qin Celestial Emperor had forged an unparalleled celestial weapon in the Burial Emperor Ridge, drawing upon millions of years of defiance against fate. They thought they understood the Qin Celestial Emperor well enough, but upon witnessing him clash barehanded with the Celestial Tower, they realized they had drastically underestimated his prowess. The 9 most formidable physiques in the universe could withstand the might of the ultimate Emperor weapons before attaining enlightenment, and their physical forms would grow even stronger thereafter. Yet none could contend against celestial artifacts. Yet, the Qin Celestial Emperor achieved this feat. What manner of physique did he possess? An invincible physical form. At that moment, the supreme beings within the forbidden zones fell silent, shaken to the core, their hearts trembling in disbelief. To withstand a celestial artifact with bare hands was akin to a myth within a myth. Within the void, the Chaos Saint Emperor, after recovering from his shock, promptly summoned the Celestial Tower once more for an assault, refusing to believe that the Qin Celestial Emperor could continuously withstand the celestial artifact with but a single avatar. The might of the celestial artifact dominated the heavens and earth, sweeping across the cosmos. In an instant, the starry skies of the universe shattered. Billions of stars reduced to mere dust, plunging into silence. Boom, boom, boom. As the Celestial Tower descended, the expression of the Qin Celestial Emperor remained tranquil. With a mere punch or palm, he effortlessly deflected the celestial artifact's onslaught. His primordial sacred body, having undergone evolution, had become the most powerful physique across all realms. Truly invincible, the Emperor of Heaven, Qin, speculated that while he may not possess a true celestial weapon, he could certainly rival a flawed celestial artifact such as the Celestial Tower. His physical form was akin to a defective celestial weapon. Saint Emperor of Chaos, what other trump cards do you possess? Feel free to unleash them, he declared, his expression as tranquil as a still pond, each movement radiating unparalleled power. This marked his inaugural confrontation with a being of imperial caliber, and indeed, they proved to be significantly stronger than ordinary supreme beings. Even the most exalted among them, after undergoing complete ascension, would falter before a mere casual strike from Chinuan, yet a being of imperial stature could engage him in a reciprocal exchange, necessitating the use of invincible techniques to overcome such formidable physical prowess. A single, forceful punch sent the Celestial Tower reeling, with the Saint Emperor of Chaos following suit. His eyes twitching in disbelief, he realized he had grossly underestimated the strength of this Qin Emperor, merely a manifestation of his essence. He was already so formidable that even with a celestial weapon in hand, he found himself at a disadvantage. How terrifying must the true form of Qin Emperor be? Nevertheless, this battle was not without its rewards. It served as a valuable insight into Qin Emperor's origins. He was undoubtedly a transcendent being from the primordial era, the greatest mastermind orchestrating events across the ages. Such power could not arise from mere chance. Observing his constitution, it bore similarities to the primal sacred body. Yet it was even more exalted and fearsome. Now, he had but one imperative: to survive. With this thought, the Saint Emperor of Chaos sent his consciousness out across the cosmos, resonating within the various forbidden zones. Dear friends, I trust you have all witnessed this battle. This suddenly emerged Qin Emperor is indeed a transcendent being from the primordial era, the greatest puppeteer, scheming throughout the ages. He has now entered the net-gathering phase, emerging to harvest the supreme beings. The burial spirit divine emperor and the ancient emperor Hongming have already perished at his hands. Will you stand by and watch as I meet the same fate? Should I fall, none among you will escape his lethal grasp. I urge all of you, dear friends, to rise and unite to vanquish this hidden mastermind, restoring clarity to our cosmos. In an instant, an overwhelming imperial might erupted from the 8 great forbidden zones and 9 absolute realms, sweeping across the 3,000 realms, resounding through the annals of time. Aside from the burial Emperor Ridge, a total of 16 forbidden zones erupted in support, each harboring at least one manifestation of imperial might, with other supreme beings stirring with anticipation. The Saint Emperor of Chaos spoke wisely. They too found Qin Emperor's origins highly suspect. Whether or not he was the primordial era's hidden mastermind, eliminating him was a prudent course of action to avoid becoming his prey one by one. Though emerging from their domains would incur a significant cost, seizing the imperial blood of Qin Emperor should sufficiently recompense that expense, even if it did not. The losses would be negligible. The Saint Emperor of Chaos exhaled a long breath, smiling as he said, Qin Emperor, those who walk the path of righteousness garner support, while those who stray find themselves forsaken. No matter how formidable you are, can you withstand the collective onslaught of 100 emperors? Saint Emperor of Chaos. You rejoiced too soon, Chinuan replied coolly. Oh, is that so? The Saint Emperor raised an eyebrow, pondering what other cards the Qin Emperor might hold. This is a personal matter between this Emperor and the Saint Emperor of Chaos. Should anyone intervene, I shall be the first to extinguish them, Chinuan proclaimed, his voice echoing throughout the cosmos, resonating within each forbidden zone. Surely, you do not believe you can intimidate them? The ruler of Chaos let out a derisive laugh. Before the Emperor of Qintian could respond, the expression on the ruler of Chaos's face shifted, becoming increasingly grave. This change stemmed from the fact that a supreme being had retracted their aura, soon followed by a growing number of supremes doing the same. In an instant, the realm was devoid of imperial might, enveloped in a profound silence as though nothing had transpired. Ruler of Chaos, you possess a celestial tower capable of withstanding my onslaught. But the other supremes cannot. With a single strike, I could obliterate one of them. Do you truly believe they would dare to emerge? The Emperor of Qintian sneered. The supremes murmured in agreement, acknowledging that such was indeed their thought process. They understood that defending the ruler of Chaos would likely lead to their demise. It was wiser to remain hidden, as perhaps the Emperor of Qintian was not the eternal dark hand they feared. You fools! The ruler of Chaos bellowed in fury. It is time for you to depart. The Emperor of Qintian replied with a calm smile, unleashing a punch that manifested boundless radiance, illuminating all realms of existence, past, present, and future. The ruler of Chaos hastily employed the celestial tower for defense, yet it could only shield against one of Chinuan's hands, unable to withstand the other. Chinuan pressed down on the celestial tower with one hand, forcefully subduing the incomplete divine artifact, while with the other, he conjured the 6 paths of reincarnation to strike down the ruler of Chaos. The ruler of Chaos was vanquished, and after multiple attempts to reconstruct his corporeal form, he succumbed to despair, ultimately perishing. Within the void of the great void realm, silence reigned, save for a 9-tiered jade tower radiating celestial light. The tower, devoid of a master, remained untouched, as no supreme dared to seize it. The previous owner of the tower, a genuine emperor-level powerhouse, the ruler of Chaos, had just been subdued by the Emperor of Qintian, who would dare to contend for it in the presence of the Emperor. With a wave of his hand, the Emperor of Qintian claimed the ruler of Chaos's celestial tower and the extreme Dao imperial weapon of the ancient Emperor Hongming, returning the wind and cloud heavenly blade to the sacred land of wind and cloud. Suddenly, his brows furrowed, and he called out, "Who dares to spy on me?" Chapter 36. The Era of Celestial Antiquity. The heavenly Emperor Qin strides into the path of ascension. Atop the primordial immortal mountain, the heavenly Emperor Chinuan raised an eyebrow. Just moments ago, he had sensed a faint and indistinct aura of murderous intent, as if it were echoing through boundless realms of time and space. He immediately delved into the intricacies of causality, tracing the origins of this ominous feeling, only to discover that it did not emanate from any known forbidden zone or perilous abyss. Was someone attempting to seize his celestial tower? Or perhaps plotting an ambush against him? Chinuan's gaze flickered as a multitude of conjectures surged through his mind. The depths of the Xianwang great universe were unfathomable. Over millennia, it had birthed hundreds of supreme beings, with only a handful lying dormant in forbidden territories. Of the remaining formidable figures, while half were confirmed deceased, the fate of the other half remained shrouded in mystery, presumed lost, either having embarked on the path of ascension or entering some enigmatic realm, severing their ties with the cosmic essence, leading the world to believe they had perished. Throughout the annals of history, countless strong beings had emerged, and the so-called 10 heavenly emperors were not the ultimate pinnacle. This esteemed title was merely a retrospective evaluation of these supreme beings' past exploits by subsequent generations. Most of these extraordinary figures could no longer ascend, yet a select few, endowed with exceptional talent, continued to forge ahead, augmenting their might. Furthermore, it was conceivable that some transcendent beings from the prehistoric era had survived. From Chinuan's perspective, the threshold for such transcendent beings was at least at the Heavenly Emperor level. The emergence of those who had lived through 5 or 6 lifetimes, or even 7 or 8, was entirely plausible, with the possibility of encountering an immortal from the mortal realm also within the realm of possibility. After all, the prehistoric era was also known as the era of celestial antiquity, a true age of immortals, a resplendent and immortal epic. According to fragmented records, the Chinuan Great Universe during the era of celestial antiquity was not devoid of immortals. Instead, countless celestial beings coexisted alongside innumerable supreme entities. Chinuan surmised that a monumental calamity might have transpired in the twilight of the celestial antiquity, leading to the extinction of true immortals, the severance of the path of ascension, and the concealment of reincarnation, to the extent that even celestial weaponry had been severely damaged. Nevertheless, the survival of some celestial armaments and a few transcendent beings was not outside the realm of possibility, regardless of your identity or intentions. Since you harbor murderous intent towards me, you shall face retribution, Chinuan declared coldly. The demise of the once mighty Heavenly Emperor of the chaotic heavens had sent shockwaves throughout the universe, accompanied by a torrential downpour of blood. Notably, some extraordinary prodigies and unparalleled strong beings within the universe, as well as the sovereigns of forbidden zones, perceived a significant augmentation of cosmic essence. The entire universe seemed to rejuvenate, incessantly absorbing and refining the waters of the chaos sea, creating and expanding, thus propelling the universe into further expansion. Chinuan paid little heed to these events, retracting his Zixiao Dao form. Celestial Tower, do you remember the past? He inquired, gazing at the tower before him, which fluctuated and emanated celestial light. He sensed that this celestial tower possessed sentience. Your Excellency, I do not recall. I am the celestial spirit birthed after the shattering of the celestial tower during the mythical era, came an ancient voice from the celestial armament. Chinuan nodded slightly, and said, then relay to me all you have experienced since the mythical era, as you wish. The spirit of the celestial tower responded with utmost reverence, diligently transmitting a replica of its memories to Chinuan. Chinuan swiftly perused the memories, a slight frown creasing his brow. The celestial tower, known as the Haotian Tower, boasts an ancient origin, yet the spirit of the tower possesses limited knowledge about the cosmos. It spends most of its time in a deep slumber, wandering through the alternate dimensions of the universe, awaiting the emergence of a worthy being to follow. Its memories are broadly divided into 4 segments, corresponding to the recollections of 4 formidable figures from the mythical and chaotic eras, with the last being the Emperor of Chaos. The other segments remain shrouded in obscurity. Through these 4 segments of memory, Chinuan has gleaned numerous secrets pertaining to the mythical era, the primeval era, and the chaotic era. Should he find the leisure, he might consider seeking them out. Chinuan's gaze shifted slightly. The value of those secrets is substantial, with treasures like the Imperial Vault hidden among them. Even if he chooses not to pursue them himself, he could contemplate dispatching disciples from the Taichu Sacred Land to explore. Regaining his focus, Chinuan began to refine the celestial tower, discovering that the essence of this celestial artifact bore deficiencies. Appearing intact yet ultimately classified as a flawed celestial weapon, Chinuan felt a twinge of disdain for a defective celestial weapon. Given that both his innate celestial weapon and the Heavenly Emperor's robe are complete, stay here atop the Taichu Mountain, serving as the focal point of the 4-symbol celestial suppression array, safeguarding the Taichu Sacred Land, he decided, contemplating the arrangements for the flawed celestial weapon, the Haotian Tower. My lord, do you not require my assistance in battle? The spirit of the Haotian Tower expressed astonishment. Every previous master had sought it for combat, to vanquish foes. Your capabilities fall somewhat short, Chinuan replied with a faint smile. The Haotian Tower hummed, somewhat discontented. It is a celestial weapon. Who among the few that have survived from the ancient celestial era could rival its prowess? How could the Heavenly Emperor find it lacking? With a resounding clash, the Heavenly Emperor's sword at Chinuan's waist took the initiative, striking the celestial tower with a force that caused it to sway. Enough of this commotion, Chinuan remarked, stroking the Heavenly Emperor's sword with a grin. As a supreme celestial weapon, it naturally possessed a spirit, albeit one still in an embryonic stage of awareness due to its recent inception. Remarkably, since his innate celestial weapon manifests in 4 forms, its spirit harbors 4 distinct consciousnesses, akin to a fragmented psyche. When in the form of the Heavenly Emperor's sword, the other 3 consciousnesses would slumber, leaving only the sword's spirit awake. The Heavenly Emperor's sword fell silent. Having been thoroughly chastised by the sword, the celestial tower settled down, no longer daring to voice its grievances. This new master is extraordinarily formidable, not only invincible in strength, but also the possessor of a complete celestial weapon. It is no wonder he looks down upon it. With a wave of his hand, the Heavenly Emperor's sword shifted in response to his will, transforming into the shape of a tripod. The chaotic tripod, observing the gray, 3-legged, 2-eared tripod before him, exhaling chaotic energy, Chinuan's gaze flickered. Suddenly, he raised his hand to cast a seal, activating the chaotic tripod, as if to reflect something profound. Cause as the guide, fate as the thread, time and space as the path, Reincarnation as the source, the root of chaos, he intoned, each word imbued with great power, merging into the chaotic tripod, amplifying its might to extraordinary levels. The entity lurking in the shadows, believing him incapable of counteraction, was gravely mistaken. He had originally pioneered a method of deducing the imperial law, and with the remarkable efficacy of the chaos cauldron, he was further empowered, inevitably leading him to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled as boundless chaos energy erupted from the cauldron, illuminating a vision that initially appeared hazy but gradually sharpened into clarity. It was the path to immortality. A figure, seated in meditation at the end of this path, was pierced by 4 celestial swords, exuding an air of extreme indifference, with a gaze that pierced through time and space. He locked eyes with Chinuan. "I've caught you." Chinuan laughed heartily, then stepped onto the chaos cauldron and vanished from the primordial sacred land. In the next moment, a beam of chaotic celestial light pierced through the void, traversing the grand universe until it struck a particular temporal and spatial nexus with tremendous force. Instantly, an overwhelming celestial might reverberated throughout the cosmos, sweeping across countless realms. The entire grand universe was stirred. Numerous sovereigns were filled with astonishment as they sensed the fluctuations of the path to immortality. What is happening? That is, the path to immortality. Why has it suddenly appeared? Wasn't it said that there was still time to wait? Gasp. The Emperor of Heaven had plunged into the path to immortality. I understand now. The path to immortality was forged by the Emperor of Heaven. Does he intend to enter and attain immortality? Various sovereigns from the forbidden zones murmured amongst themselves. Although they coveted the path to immortality greatly, none were quick to act. The situation was precarious. It was prudent to allow the Emperor of Heaven to assess the circumstances first. Chapter 37. The Immortal Gate, the Reincarnation Portal, the Chaotic Cavern, and the path to immortality. Chinuan plunged into the realm of immortality. The air was filled with a celestial rain, infinite and boundless, suffused with a divine essence akin to the purest and most serene sanctum of the immortals. As Chinuan surveyed his surroundings, he spotted an immortal stele 100 meters ahead, inscribed with the words achieving immortality and ascension. Behind the stele lay a golden pathway leading into the unknown expanse of time and space, its end shrouded in the hazy specter of the immortal domain. Stepping onto the golden avenue, Chinuan advanced toward the culmination of the immortal path, eager to unveil the identity of the entity that dared to scrutinize him and even harbored murderous intent. The ceaseless celestial rain cascaded down, invigorating Chinuan as if he had imbibed elixirs of immortality, bestowing upon him a sensation of imminent ascension. His physical form, with its countless pores, opened wide, voraciously absorbing the unique energies of the immortal path while expelling the tainted cosmic essence he had previously absorbed, culminating in a profound metamorphosis that rendered him lighter and more ethereal. Before long, a grand celestial gate emerged in the distance, barring the path ahead. Within this gate resided fearsome beings, their presence reverberating through the heavens and earth, instilling trepidation across all realms. Chinuan's gaze swept over the guardians of the celestial gate, revealing that they were embodiments of the laws of immortality, totaling 9,801 beings, predominantly quasi-emperors, with only one rivaling an emperor's might. Who dares to knock at the gate? A resounding voice echoed from within the celestial gate, emanating from the emperor-level celestial spirit. Withdraw at once, or face merciless retribution. The 9,800 beings, manifestations of the laws of immortality, bellowed in unison. This spectacle prompted the supreme beings from the 8 great forbidden zones and 9 ultimate desolations to furrow their brows. Should they attempt to breach the gate alone, they would likely falter, requiring at least the strength of a heavenly emperor or the combined might of several emperors to conquer the immortal path. The celestial gate was fortified with a supreme imperial formation, harnessing the powers of the quasi-emperor beings, capable of vanquishing an emperor with a single strike, truly terrifying. The path to immortality was indeed fraught with peril. It was no wonder that emperors and sovereigns who had ventured into this realm throughout history had vanished without a trace, most likely meeting their demise. Yet, the being at the end of the immortal path was evidently a creature of this universe. How had it managed to traverse such a formidable barrier? Could it be that the celestial gate would crumble, allowing the spirits and demons to reincarnate in their original forms after their demise? With a contemplative gaze, Chinuan activated his discerning eyes to unveil the hidden truths and uncover the fundamental essence of the immortal path. Indeed, after a period of observation, he gleaned the answer. This path to immortality appeared to be shrouded in secrecy, having never been traversed in the annals of time, accessible only through special means. He beheld 3 corpses along the path behind the celestial gate, each radiating an imperial aura, unmistakably the remains of formidable beings that had previously entered the realm of immortality. The celestial gate, along with its celestial spirits and demons, were manifestations of the laws of immortality. Even if the gate were shattered and the spirits vanquished, they would likely re-emerge after 36,000 years. As Chinuan traversed the immortal path, he swiftly covered immense distances, arriving before the celestial gate. Instantly, the gate erupted into chaos, as the quasi-emperor demons activated the supreme imperial formation under the command of the emperor-level celestial spirit, launching an assault toward Chinuan. His countenance remained unchanged as he unleashed a punch, its brilliance illuminating the ancient heavens and the myriad realms, casting light upon the past, present, and future, annihilating all laws and paths. The resounding echoes of thunderous booms reverberated through the celestial path, resonating across the universe and shaking the very foundations of the heavens and earth. When the radiant light of his fist dissipated, the celestial barrier before him lay in ruins, reduced to a desolate wasteland. The ground was strewn with countless lifeless bodies. A mountain of corpses both divine and demonic, among which lay even the remains of an emperor-level being. One punch shattered the celestial barrier, extinguishing the lives of all celestial beings. Chinuan pressed onward, delving deeper into the celestial path, eager to discover the challenges that lay ahead. To speak frankly, he regarded the myriad dangers along the celestial route with disdain. If that existence at the path's end could traverse it, then he, the heavenly emperor, could surely do the same, and with far greater ease. Ahead, a gate of reincarnation appeared, with a narrow fissure from which boundless celestial light poured forth, forming a hazy vision of the celestial realm, clearer than what he had previously seen, indicating proximity to the true celestial domain. Two emperor-level beings, manifestations of the laws of the celestial path, stood guard here. Chinuan responded with yet another punch. The two emperor-level beings were obliterated, ceaselessly vanishing and reconstituting, only to be destroyed once more. The reincarnation gate trembled, radiating light of rebirth that swept over the two emperor-level beings, astonishingly restoring them to their original state. It was revealed that they were one with the reincarnation gate. Chinuan raised an eyebrow, quickly comprehending the intricacies of the situation. As long as these two emperor-level beings retained even a spark of life, the reincarnation gate could restore them to their former selves. To pass this trial, he must first shatter the reincarnation gate. With a swift motion, Chinuan raised his hand, forming his palm into a sword, invoking the sword technique of peaceful order. The resplendent sword light cleaved through the ages, simultaneously obliterating the reincarnation gate and the two emperor-level beings. Clearing the obstacles, Chinuan continued along the celestial path. Before long, a chaotic abyss emerged, exhaling torrents of chaos, revealing a clearer vision of the celestial realm. Within this chaotic abyss, for emperor-level beings, also manifestations of the laws of the celestial path, stood sentinel. Chinuan scoffed, charging forth and swiftly breaching the chaotic abyss. Advancing along the avenue of celestial light towards the end of the celestial path, he traversed the celestial route with relentless fervor, piercing through the bridge of time and space, shattering the barriers of the celestial domain, forging a path through the celestial route, ever closer to the celestial realm. The heavenly emperor's conquest of the celestial path was unparalleled, shaking the vast cosmos, causing tremors across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, instilling dread in the hearts of the supreme beings of forbidden zones. With a resounding crash, Chinuan unleashed another punch, shattering the barrier of the celestial realm ahead, producing an earth-shattering roar, as if striking against something formidable. Stepping forward, he discovered an ancient stone tablet, standing amidst the endless cascade of light, positioned across the path to immortality, exuding an aura of profound antiquity. Unlike the celestial monument encountered upon entering the celestial path, which was an embodiment of celestial laws, this stone tablet was a true entity, forged from unknown materials. Could it be that he was nearing the celestial realm? A glimmer flickered in Chinuan's eyes. The indistinct celestial realm he had previously witnessed was merely a projection, connected by the celestial path to an enigmatic time and space, leading to a genuine world, with the true celestial realm lying at its end. Chinuan's gaze swept over the stone tablet, which emanated an aura of profound antiquity, as if it spanned the vast expanse of time from ancient to modern eras. Inscribed upon the tablet were characters of the supreme celestial script, seemingly expounding the principles of the great Tao, accessible only to those whose realms approached that of true immortals. The inscription bore the words, "The Emperor Xian once visited here." This single phrase left Chinuan both amused and bewildered. At the end of the text was a mark of the great Tao, resembling a unique sword, akin to a tree of swords, symbolizing an immensely powerful being. Who was Emperor Xian? Chinuan furrowed his brow. Among the 300 or more supreme beings throughout history, he had never heard of one by that name. Could it be a formidable figure from the ancient era of the celestial sages? It was rumored that during the age of the celestial sages, there existed an unparalleled emperor who unified the cosmos and established a grand imperial dynasty, subduing many supreme beings who willingly bowed in submission. Even contemporary immortals regarded him with trepidation due to his formidable combat prowess, capable of defying the heavens and challenging the celestial beings. This supreme emperor was revered as Emperor Xian, also known as the Xian Emperor, and his weapon was said to be the primordial sword. Deep within a certain forbidden zone, an ancient supreme being whispered. With a sigh, Chinuan moved past the stone tablet, only to find his path ahead obstructed. Boom! The Emperor Qin unleashed a punch, shattering the terrifying barrier and forcefully carving a path forward. In an instant, an endless array of celestial radiance flooded his vision. This place was vast beyond measure, resembling an infinitely expansive world filled with ethereal mists, where divine birds and mythical beasts soared gracefully, and genuine celestial melodies resonated. with auspicious lights and colors in abundance. It was a sacred land of immortals. Was this the celestial domain? No, it was still part of the celestial path. With a sweep of his transcendent celestial eye, the Emperor Qin pierced through all illusions, discerning reality from falsehood. Before him lay an extraordinary world, exceedingly close to the true celestial domain, yet it was not the celestial domain itself. The celestial path beneath his feet continued onward, leading to the depths of this wondrous realm, culminating at an immeasurable celestial mountain, where a heavenly gate stood tall. Beyond this heavenly gate lay the celestial domain. Yet, at the threshold of the heavenly gate, at the end of the celestial path, a magnificent figure sat cross-legged. He seemed to perch atop the apex of the heavens, his immense aura resonating across countless star realms, dimming the brilliance of myriad star seas. The towering figure was adorned with 4 celestial swords, his countenance exuding an air of solemnity, gazing down upon the cosmic beings, standing tall and unyielding, as if receiving the reverent homage of all sentient beings, awaiting the emperors and sovereigns of both ancient and modern times to pay their respects. With a gentle inhalation, the boundless vital energy of the universe surged toward him, nearly draining the entire cosmos, causing the universe to wither, and the great Tao to ascend to lofty heights, as if heralding the onset of an era of decline. What manner of existence was this? Terrifying beyond measure. Junior, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your coming. By sacrificing you, I shall be able to fully unlock this heavenly gate, granting me passage into the celestial domain, where I may attain immortality and transcendence. Chapter 38. The Great Cataclysm of the Immortal Era, the Death of Immortals, the Desolation of the Heavens. To sacrifice myself in order to breach the heavenly gate and enter the immortal domain? Chinuan was taken aback. Could it be that this individual had lured him here with such intent, rather than being the shadowy mastermind he had imagined, or the supreme being who had orchestrated the burial of the Emperor's ridge through his own defiance of fate? Indeed, the towering figure coldly regarded him, akin to a predator eyeing its prey, treating the Emperor of Qin as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Just as Chinuan was about to speak, he suddenly noticed radiant characters materializing upon the heavenly gate. A single glance allowed him to grasp the meaning of the text, sending a chill through his heart. According to the inscription, the realm beyond the heavenly gate was the fabled immortal domain, and there were only 2 means to open it. First, by possessing unparalleled strength, and second, through the sacrifice of an unparalleled expert. Your fate has long been sealed, the imposing figure declared, directly pronouncing the destiny of the Emperor of Qin. Initially, he had been in slumber along the immortal path, awaiting the emergence of this path in future generations, hoping to attract powerful beings aspiring to immortality, to subdue and sacrifice them in order to breach the heavenly gate. The prior clash between the Emperor of Qin and the Immortal Tower, a terrifying force that shattered the fabric of time and space, had awakened him. Thus, he followed the thread of causality, piercing through time and space to behold the indomitable Emperor of Qin. At that moment, he was stirred, his murderous intent surfacing. He yearned to slay the Emperor of Qin, to offer him as a sacrifice, thereby unlocking the heavenly gate and entering the immortal domain to attain enlightenment. To remain patient for the immortal path to manifest could take countless years, and even if an unparalleled expert penetrated this strange world, the essence contained within might not suffice to breach the path. However, sacrificing a being of emperor caliber, one who defied the heavens across 5 or 6 lifetimes, would undoubtedly open the heavenly gate. He had been troubled by how to draw the Emperor of Qin to him, only to discover that this individual, driven by a thirst for vengeance, had actively sought to weave the threads of fate and ventured into the immortal path to find him. He was amused. There was indeed someone who willingly sought their own demise. This was a benefactor destined to aid him in achieving immortality. He must ensure that the death was swift and merciful. Chinuan cast a glance at him, frowning as he inquired, "Who are you?" While he had some knowledge of the unparalleled experts throughout history, this individual was a complete enigma, reminiscent of a being from the primordial immortal era. In my time, the world revered me as the Yuntian Di, a name that echoed through an era of resplendence and glory, now regrettably concluded. Most of my old friends have likely perished. The Yuntian Di reminisced, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes as he recalled that bygone age. Chinuan raised an eyebrow, having initially thought this figure to be Di Xian, only to realize he was mistaken. Yet, this Yuntian Di was indeed a being from the ancient immortal era, a figure long absent from the annals of time. Did you slay those 3 unparalleled experts along the immortal path? Chinuan pressed further, shaking his head. The Yuntian Di revealed a look of disdain in his eyes. They were merely unfortunate souls who stumbled into the immortal path, possessing only the strength of ordinary emperors while foolishly aspiring to achieve immortality. Their deaths were inevitable. After their demise, I collected their essence and offered it to the heavenly gate. Alas, it was still insufficient. Otherwise, I would have long since entered the immortal domain and become an unparalleled immortal. Chinuan comprehended. The ordinary supreme beings indeed cannot traverse to this peculiar realm, nor can they even breach the celestial gates, let alone the subsequent reincarnation portals, chaotic caverns, time-space bridges, or the ancient monument. Since you were born in the age of immortals, why not ascend to divinity during that epoch? Chinuan inquired, expressing his inner perplexity. The Age of Immortals was indeed a time when one could achieve transcendence. This Emperor Yuntian, possessing profound mastery over the laws of creation, was a formidable figure during the era of immortals, so attaining divinity should not have posed a significant challenge, should it? Why endure the trials of later generations? Languishing as a wandering spirit at the terminus of the path to immortality? Do you think this emperor does not desire it? Emperor Yuntian replied with a frigid tone. The so-called Age of Immortals you speak of is merely the twilight of an era. I was born during this epoc's decline, shortly after I attained the status of emperor. My power soared to celestial heights, but then calamity struck. During that great tribulation, immortals perished, emperors were vanquished, and all was reduced to ashes. I narrowly escaped, albeit gravely wounded, and it took me 100,000 years to recuperate. Upon emerging, I found the universe had entered a new era. Emperor Yuntian's voice suddenly trembled with fear, as if he was reluctant to recall that harrowing cataclysm. He traversed the universe in a new era, discovering a path to immortality that had been left over from the Age of Immortals, and thus he ventured forth, slaying his way to this juncture. He had hoped to breach the celestial domain and achieve divinity, only to despairingly discover that he could not shake the heavenly gates. The abundant life essence of this strange world had drastically extended his lifespan, allowing him to cultivate here in peace, with his strength growing daily. As time passed, he realized that his power had reached its zenith, seemingly constrained by the celestial principles, preventing him from ascending. He could advance no further, nor could he unlock the heavenly gates, leading him to alter his ambitions, awaiting the arrival of future supreme beings to present themselves. So, you are merely a hapless wretch. Qin Tiandi laughed heartily, initially believing that Emperor Yuntian was some great being from the Age of Immortals, but it appeared otherwise. Have you laughed enough? Emperor Yuntian's expression grew increasingly frigid, indicating that once he had laughed enough, it was time to perish. Having been trapped here for countless millennia, he had not conversed with any other beings, resulting in profound solitude. Thus, upon encountering Qin Tiandi, he had spoken more than usual. Yet this individual was utterly ungrateful, mocking him as if he were oblivious to the meaning of death. Do you think you can kill me? Qin Tiandi scoffed, raising his right index finger in a dismissive gesture. You cannot. You have witnessed the fate of the Chaos Saint Emperor, who, like you, was a figure of the Emperor class, and I dispatched him with ease. Ignorant fool, Emperor Yuntian retorted coldly. Though we are both emperors, our strengths vary greatly. That Chaos Saint Emperor merely defied death across 4 lifetimes and wielded a fragment of an immortal weapon, believing himself invincible. But I am different. Though this is my sole lifetime, my cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the supreme realm, and I possess a true immortal weapon. Slaying him was akin to slaughtering a chicken, and the same applies to you. You are the true embodiment of ignorance. Qin Chuan shook his head. You have languished on the path to immortality for too long, gazing longingly at the road to transcendence, mistakenly believing yourself invincible, unaware that your strength is inconsequential in the eyes of this emperor. Emperor Yuntian let out a cold chuckle, rising to his feet, a terrifying aura sweeping across the cosmos. The overwhelming might of an emperor obliterating the heavens and ancient realms. The celestial emperor wished to witness your prowess. He raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike, summoning the primordial duality of yin and yang, which manifested as a formidable handprint that suppressed time and space, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to shatter, nearly obliterating this peculiar realm. Had it not been for the proximity to the celestial domain, fortified by transcendent celestial runes, both this extraordinary world and the path to immortality would have succumbed to the might of the celestial emperor's strike. His strength indeed far surpassed that of the chaotic heavenly sovereign. If you intend to offer the celestial emperor as a sacrifice, then I shall reciprocate by sacrificing you. To unveil the true visage of the legendary celestial domain, the celestial emperor bellowed, raising his fist to unleash a devastating blow, a terrifying force erupting forth, illuminating the ages with its brilliance, silencing all paths in its wake. What transpired at the terminus of the celestial path? Why has a cataclysmic battle erupted? Is the celestial emperor embroiled in a fierce confrontation with some formidable adversary? Is he poised to breach the celestial domain and attain immortality? At this moment, the sovereigns throughout the vast universe were filled with anxiety, for after the celestial emperor entered the peculiar world, they could no longer perceive any events unfolding within. Unaware of the happenings inside, and with no words reaching them, only the terrifying echoes of thunderous clashes resounded, leaving them to speculate. Some sovereigns from forbidden realms stirred restlessly, contemplating emerging to seize the opportunity to enter the path of immortality. Meanwhile, many others chose to remain observant, as the situation grew increasingly enigmatic, evoking a sense of dread among these sovereign beings, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. Ultimately, for beams of celestial light traversed the boundless starry expanse, piercing into the path of immortality. They embarked upon the luminous path, progressing through the shattered celestial gates, the reincarnation portal, the chaotic abyss, the bridge of time and space, and the ancient monument, following the celestial road forged by the celestial emperor into the peculiar world. Upon entering this extraordinary realm, they were met with an overwhelming force, catching the 4 sovereigns unawares, inflicting grave injuries upon them, sending them hurtling back and shattering thousands of celestial mountains. Chapter 39. Ascension in the Flesh. Annihilation in the Abyss. What is happening with the gatekeeper, the celestial emperor? The four sovereigns were utterly bewildered. Having just entered this extraordinary realm, they discovered the abundance of life-giving essence here, allowing even a great emperor to thrive for countless eons. They had assumed they had reached the celestial realm and were about to rejoice when they were suddenly struck by the terrifying remnants of divine power, leaving them grievously injured and nearly lifeless. The four sovereigns hastily convened, sensing a grave danger that necessitated their collaboration for survival. Is the Emperor Qin still alive? One sovereign inquired, his expression tinged with concern. If even he had perished here, their own hopes of achieving enlightenment would be dashed, and their only recourse would be to flee from the path of ascension. He must be engaged in a fierce battle with some supreme being of this world. Another sovereign suggested. Exchanging glances, the four sovereigns simultaneously activated their divine vision to peer into the depths of this realm. They beheld two invincible celestial emperors locked in combat. The majestic celestial mountain towering between heaven and earth, the heavenly gate at the end of the path to immortality, and the celestial light seeping through its cracks, revealing glimpses of the celestial domain. In that moment, they comprehended that this was not the celestial realm itself, but rather a peculiar world formed by the leaked laws and essence of the celestial domain, hence the rich life-giving essence present. To attain enlightenment, they must open the heavenly gate and enter the world beyond it. We must proceed, the third sovereign began, but before he could finish, his expression shifted dramatically. The others shouted in alarm, "This is not good." The residual divine power from the two invincible celestial emperors surged toward them again, its terrifying might instilling fear in the hearts of the sovereigns. "We must elevate ourselves to the utmost," one declared. "If we endure another strike, we may very well perish." Indeed, they concurred. In an instant, the four sovereigns communicated their thoughts and then fervently ascended to their highest potential, their auras skyrocketing until they soon entered the imperial realm, becoming supreme beings. In the next moment, the divine power swept toward them once more, and the four sovereigns were flung back again, their bodies torn and battered, bones shattered, suffering grievous injuries. Breathless, the four sovereigns crawled from the ruins of the celestial mountain, terror evident in their eyes. "Lord Chiwa, did you not say that once we reach our utmost potential, the divine power would pose no threat to us?" One sovereign lamented. The once mighty Lord Chiwa appeared sheepish, at a loss for words. He had overestimated their strength while underestimating that of the two celestial emperors. It was unfathomable that even in their elevated state, they could not withstand the remnants of divine power from the clash of two celestial emperors. Such was the terror of their might. "What shall we do? Should we retreat?" One sovereign expressed a desire to withdraw. This path to immortality was insurmountable for beings of their caliber. Had it not been for Emperor Qin paving the way and dismantling the myriad obstacles along the journey, they would never have arrived in this peculiar world. "No." Another sovereign immediately shook his head. He cast his gaze upon the peculiar barrier of the otherworldly realm and spoke coldly. "The barrier is in the process of restoration. If we retreat now, will we be able to breach it again?" The esteemed ones shook their heads in unison. Though they were formidable beings of the utmost path, having once dominated the universe in their respective eras, exuding an air of invincibility, they now truly recognized the chasm that separated them from their adversaries. Despite being peers in the realm of the Supreme, the strength of the celestial Emperor Qin and that other entity far surpassed theirs. They could not withstand even the residual waves of divine power and were grievously wounded. In such circumstances, they lacked the confidence to shatter the barrier of the world and reopen the celestial path. "We have exhausted our ascension to the utmost limit. If we cannot reap any rewards, departing now would be a grand loss," lamented an esteemed figure clad in a yellow and purple robe, wielding a whisk. "Friends, you must grasp one crucial fact. We have no choice. With our current strength, if we linger here, we need not wait for the two invincible celestial emperors to intervene. The residual forces of their battle would annihilate us. The urgency of retreating now was evident, for preserving their lives outweighed the trivial costs incurred." With a booming voice, one of the esteemed beings sought to dispel the hesitations of the others. It was then that the three others regained their clarity. Realizing they had been momentarily ensnared by the allure of the celestial domain, their resolve clouded. "Thank you for your assistance, fellow Taoist. There is no need for such formalities." Soon, the four esteemed beings retreated from the peculiar realm, attempting to seize anything they could along the celestial path. For returning empty-handed would indeed be a source of great shame. Within the strange world, the celestial Emperor Chinuan was locked in a fierce battle with the Cloud Emperor of the ancient celestial era. Through this exhilarating clash, Chinuan recognized that he had indeed underestimated the prowess of the Cloud Emperor. This formidable opponent had reached the pinnacle of the utmost path in his first life, thriving amidst the dense life essence of the peculiar realm. Had the path not been obstructed, he would have achieved ascension long ago, given his innate talents. The Cloud Emperor's claims were not unfounded. Had he not been born at the twilight of an era, his ascension would have been effortless. Neither had summoned celestial weapons. They were engaged in a contest of cultivation and Tao techniques. Chinuan pondered that it was rare to encounter a worthy adversary, one he should not easily vanquish, for he could serve as a sharpening stone for his prowess. Thus, he concealed his celestial battle robe, opting to engage with his corporeal form alone. Each movement imbued with supreme might, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake, distorting the very fabric of time and space. In the midst of this fierce conflict, Chinuan sensed the entry of the four esteemed beings into the peculiar realm, yet he paid them no mind. They were far too weak. Even at their most elevated state, they could not withstand the residual energies of his battle with the Cloud Emperor. In truth, they would be mere fodder, easily dispatched with a single strike. Celestial Emperor Qin, your strength is indeed remarkable. I acknowledge that I previously underestimated you. The Cloud Emperor remarked solemnly after a momentary respite from their intense confrontation. Following this fierce exchange, he no longer harbored any disdain for Chinuan. Although he possessed millennia of cultivation, standing at the zenith of the utmost path, he found himself unable to gain the upper hand without resorting to celestial weaponry. The opponent is a divine being of unparalleled strength born in this era. Although his cultivation is not profoundly deep, the various extraordinary imperial techniques he wields are indeed astonishing. Furthermore, he possesses an invincible physique, rivaling that of a true immortal. The Cloud Emperor has encountered true immortals in the ancient celestial era and is well aware of the formidable power of their bodies. Yet, this Emperor Qin's physique is equally remarkable, for he has already transcended into a physical immortal. It is no wonder he can contend with incomplete celestial weapons using only his bare hands. The Cloud Emperor previously believed he must have employed other means. Too kind. Chinuan replied with a subtle smile. He had initially thought that after the evolution of his primordial sacred body, he had not attained the status of a physical immortal, merely reaching the pinnacle of ultimate realms, as he had no point of reference to his battle with the Cloud Emperor. He realized he possessed a physique on par with true immortals. Had he been born in the ancient celestial epoch, he would likely have become an invincible figure, easily achieving immortality and perhaps even rising to become a dominant ruler among immortals, reigning over the celestial domain. Alas, he is a being of the new era, born into a universe marred by the incompleteness of the great Tao, destined never to attain immortality. I yearn to be your companion in the pursuit of Tao and the exploration of celestial paths, yet I must attain immortality and open the heavenly gate to enter the celestial realm. Thus, I apologize. The Cloud Emperor pondered deeply before articulating his heartfelt sentiments. He had compelling reasons to seek immortality. By sacrificing Chinuan Emperor, he believed he could unlock the heavenly gate and fulfill his ambitions in the celestial realm. With his invincible physique, Chinuan Emperor's strength was not inferior to his own, but the Cloud Emperor possessed celestial weapons that could shatter Chinuan Emperor's body, granting him the advantage. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the Cloud Emperor's resolve solidified. In an instant, the four celestial swords, embedded before the heavenly gate at the terminus of the celestial path, radiated boundless celestial light, illuminating the vast cosmos, transcending time, and reflecting upon the myriad heavens of antiquity. With a resonant hum, the four celestial swords autonomously soared forth, encircling the Cloud Emperor before dispersing in four directions, suspended in the celestial vault, surrounding Chinuan Emperor completely. Unfazed, Chinuan Emperor maintained an air of calm, his expression as tranquil as an ancient well, as he surveyed the four celestial swords. Slay, annihilate, entangle, exclude. He discerned an enigmatic connection among the four swords, as if they formed a cohesive set, akin to four true celestial swords, yet seemingly resembling a singular sword. This resonated with his own innate celestial weapon, albeit his could not be divided into four. Chinuan Emperor's gaze shifted towards the Cloud Emperor, and he spoke coolly, based solely on your words. Should you submit to me, I might spare your life. The influence of an emperor-level figure at the pinnacle of ultimate realms was significant, and Chinuan Emperor hesitated to dispose of him easily. Utilizing him to guard the primordial sacred land and serve as a sentinel emperor would be quite advantageous. He increasingly sensed the depths of this world and recognized the necessity of amassing strength, preparing for all contingencies. Chapter 40. The Divine Emperor's robe demonstrates its renown. The supreme killing formation of the celestial age. The universe in one's grasp. Hee. Upon hearing this, the Cloud Emperor let out a cold laugh. What a jest. Was he truly expected to become a subordinate to a younger divine emperor? Did he still wish to retain any semblance of dignity? Furthermore, this Qin Emperor was inferior to him. By sacrificing the Qin Emperor, he could ascend to immortality instantly. Was he not inclined to contemplate this? The Qin Emperor's tone conveyed a hint of regret. The foundation of the primordial Holy Land was still rather shallow, possessing only one great emperor, a single imperial-level formation, and a fragmentary celestial weapon. If only there were a peak divine emperor to guard the place, it would be utterly secure. Survive first, Qin Emperor. The Cloud Emperor bellowed, unleashing unparalleled might, activating the four celestial swords of extermination. In an instant, the four swords spiraled around the Qin Emperor, radiating boundless celestial light, effectively isolating the space and forming a world of their own, ensnaring the Qin Emperor within, intent on annihilating him. Sword light slashed forth, transforming into myriad celestial swords, each harboring terrifying power capable of slaying an emperor. Within the celestial sword formation, Chinuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression unfazed, leisurely countering the onslaught of countless sword lights with his fists. Indeed, he possessed formidable prowess. After the initial clash, Chinuan raised an eyebrow. Upon the first encounter with the killing formation, a minuscule wound appeared on his fist. This scar was inconspicuous, merely a superficial injury for Chinuan, with not a drop of blood spilled. Yet, he did not dare to underestimate it. This signified that his invincible physique had been breached by the celestial sword formation. Had the sword formation been incapable of penetrating his physical defenses, it would have left merely a white mark on his fist. Now, it was too late for fear. The Cloud Emperor laughed heartily. He had anticipated that the celestial sword formation could indeed breach the defenses of the Qin Emperor's physique. This minor injury is trivial to me. I can recover in an instant. Are you not rejoicing too soon? The Qin Emperor found himself somewhat speechless. The Cloud Emperor shook his head and replied nonchalantly. It's only a matter of time, and this is merely the first tier of the celestial sword formation's assault. The subsequent waves will only grow stronger. The Qin Emperor remained unconcerned and inquired, are these 4 celestial swords, or one? This sword is both singular and plural, comprising 4 entities, the extermination sword, the slaughter sword, the trapping sword, and the absolute sword. Should these 4 swords be arranged into a killing formation, unleashing thunderous vibrations, they can release immeasurable sword light, invincible in slaughter. Even a true immortal, who cannot be obliterated through eons, would find it difficult to escape death. Once, a powerful sage composed a verse in praise. Extermination is sharp. Slaughter leads to demise. The trapping sword ignites crimson light. The absolute sword's transformations are boundless and marvelous. The robes of the great Luo immortal stained with blood. The Cloud Emperor answered with a smile, recounting the renown of these 4 celestial swords. With victory seemingly assured, he did not mind exchanging a few more words with this Qin Emperor, whom he regarded as a peer. How lonely it is at the pinnacle, the Qin Emperor remarked, a smile gracing his face as he praised. Since you find it commendable, then perishing beneath these celestial swords would surely allow you to rest in peace. With that, the Cloud Emperor once again activated the celestial sword formation, and the 4 celestial swords of extermination erupted with boundless sword energy, hurtling towards the Qin Emperor in a devastating assault. With a resounding thud, the Emperor of Heaven Qin manifested his divine battle robe, enveloped in celestial radiance, impervious to all laws, unyielding through countless tribulations, and immortal through the ages. No matter how boundless the sword energy unleashed, capable of slaying the Emperor of Heaven and even the pinnacle of ultimate paths, it could not inflict the slightest harm upon the Emperor Qin, nor breach the defenses of his celestial robe. How could this be? The Emperor of Heaven Yun's pupils constricted in disbelief. He could no longer maintain his composure, his face betraying shock. This Emperor Qin not only possessed a transcendent physical form, but also wielded a divine weapon, a defensive artifact of immense value. He had concealed this quite profoundly. What troubled Emperor Yun the most was that his sword formation could not penetrate the defenses of Emperor Qin's celestial attire. How could he fight on? Although the sword formation still held several layers of transformation, Emperor Yun had already lost his initial confidence. Now, it is my turn to retaliate, smiled Emperor Qin as he leisurely approached the sword of extermination, seeking to dismantle the sword formation. The relentless sword energy continued its frenzied assault. Yet it could not harm Emperor Qin in the slightest. With a grim expression, Emperor Yun manipulated the sword formation, unveiling various changes in a futile attempt to thwart Emperor Qin's advance. It was all in vain. Emperor Qin reached the sword of extermination and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The heavens fell silent. The radiance of his fist extinguished myriad paths. The sword of extermination immediately lost its might, plunging into a brief stillness. The 4 swords that constituted the sword formation were now diminished by 1, and the formation was instantly shattered. This sword formation is lacking, without the array map. Even I would find it difficult to escape, said Emperor Qin with a faint smile. With his keen perception, he easily discerned that the sword formation was missing its crucial array map. Merely relying on 4 swords to establish a killing formation could subdue the Emperor of Heaven at the pinnacle of ultimate paths, capable even of shattering the physical form of a true celestial. If the array map were present as the focal point, enhancing the formation's operation and transformation, its power would increase at least tenfold. At that point, true terror would manifest, enough to make even true celestials think twice before approaching. Emperor Yun waved his hand to retract the sword of extermination, the 4 swords hovering behind him, casting him as a regal figure of swordsmanship. He sighed, stating truly, Emperor Qin, your vision is exceptional. This formation indeed lacks the array map, which has long been lost, and even I have been unable to locate it. If the sword and the array map were united, it would become the foremost killing formation of the Chinuan universe, infamous and feared, even among true celestials of the ancient era. When the cataclysm of the ancient celestial age descended, he had survived by mere fortune, and during his explorations of the cosmos, he fortuitously discovered the 4 swords, recognizing their origins and rejoicing immensely. Subsequently, Emperor Yun sought the first killing formation map for an extended period, ultimately yielding no results. Had the first killing formation map still existed, I would have long since opened the heavenly gates and entered the celestial realm, he lamented. Emperor Qin nodded and stepped closer to Emperor Yun. Emperor Yun, submit to me, and I shall bestow upon you the opportunity to achieve celestial ascension. His tone was calm, yet dripping with confidence, both forceful and domineering. This time, Emperor Yin did not scoff. He simply shook his head. Though I cannot harm you, neither can you harm me. How could I ever submit to you? To have this heavenly emperor willingly follow, one must possess strength surpassing that of the heavenly emperor himself. As for the notion of transcending into immortality, as posited by the Qin heavenly emperor, the Yun heavenly emperor remains skeptical. Especially considering that the Qin heavenly emperor has yet to achieve such a state. The 4 celestial swords you wield are indeed commendable, versatile in both offense and defense. While they may lack somewhat in protection, they are not easily shattered. The Qin heavenly emperor remarked with a smile. It is good that you understand. The Yun heavenly emperor's desire to continue the battle waned. The Qin heavenly emperor possessed a treasure in the form of celestial attire, leaving the Yun heavenly emperor at a disadvantage. Conversely, the Yun heavenly emperor, with his 4 celestial swords, felt confident that the Qin heavenly emperor could not contend. Should other emperor-level beings prove ineffective against you, encountering me would simply mean misfortune for you. The Qin heavenly emperor chuckled heartily. What do you mean? The Yun heavenly emperor furrowed his brow. The Qin heavenly emperor did not respond. Suddenly, the sword at his waist emitted a resonant hum, unleashing a cataclysmic brilliance. A boundless radiance of sword energy that swept through eternity. This is a celestial sword. The Yun heavenly emperor's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief written across his face. Why does the Qin heavenly emperor possess both celestial attire and a celestial sword? Previously, the Qin heavenly emperor had refrained from wielding this sword, leading the Yun heavenly emperor to believe it was merely ornamental, lacking significant power. Now, it was evident that he had gravely underestimated its might. This was no trivial weapon. It possessed unparalleled authority. He felt an inkling that this celestial sword might even eclipse his own 4 swords of annihilation. Do you still think the same? The Qin heavenly emperor unsheathed the heavenly emperor's sword, pointing it towards the Yun heavenly emperor. The Yun heavenly emperor's expression fluctuated. The Qin heavenly emperor possessed both offensive and defensive celestial weapons, each of supreme caliber, rendering the Yun heavenly emperor at a disadvantage. Had the first killing formation remained, the Yun heavenly emperor would have felt no fear, but now, let us engage. Drawing in a deep breath, the Yun heavenly emperor bellowed, charging towards the Qin heavenly emperor. To gain his submission, he must first demonstrate his superiority, otherwise, he would never become another's follower. As you wish. The Qin heavenly emperor chuckled lightly, casually casting the heavenly emperor's sword into the air. The sword hung high in the heavens, erupting with immeasurable sword light. Its brilliance sweeping across countless realms, shattering the boundaries of time and space, rendering itself immortal. The 4 swords of annihilation clashed against the heavenly emperor's sword, yet found themselves at a disadvantage, being suppressed by its overwhelming force. With the warm-up concluded, it was now your turn. The Qin heavenly emperor formed a fist seal with his left hand, inscribing the character for universe, while his right hand formed the character for time. As his hands converged, they encapsulated the cosmos. The expanse above and below is termed universe, the passage of time. From antiquity to the present, is termed time. The great universe fist. Simultaneously, he unleashed a punch, as if striking forth entire universes, its power invincible and its terror boundless. Shaking the 9 heavens and 10 realms. The Yun heavenly emperor employed various divine techniques to resist, yet one by one they were shattered, ultimately finding himself ensnared within the cosmos. The Qin heavenly emperor extended his right palm, observing the struggling Yun heavenly emperor within the confines of his cosmic grasp, and smiled gently. Friend Yun, do you yield? I yield. The Yun heavenly emperor replied despondently. Chapter 41. A sword opens the heavenly gate. The Emperor Qin enters the celestial realm. With a smile gracing his face, Chinuan gently blew on his palm, and instantly, the celestial Emperor Yun was freed from the universe contained within. He expanded and regained his original form. The celestial emperor's methods were profound and unfathomable, evoking admiration from Yun Wanshu. The celestial emperor bowed deeply, acknowledging his complex emotions, yet swiftly adjusted his mindset, having resolved to submit. This Qin emperor was indeed an extraordinary talent of the ages. His cultivation was at the level of a celestial emperor, nearing the pinnacle of the ultimate path. His physical form was invincible, rivaling that of a true immortal. He possessed 2 celestial artifacts, the imperial sword, unmatched in offense, and the imperial robe, unparalleled in defense. His Taoist techniques were astonishing, each one a supreme art, invincible and unrivaled. It must be said that the Qin emperor's brilliance eclipsed all of history, standing as the mightiest among the myriad realms. In all the beings he had encountered throughout his life, none surpassed him, not even the true immortals. Friend Yun is no less remarkable, the Qin emperor remarked with a gentle smile, offering praise to Yun Wanshu. Yun Wanshu shook his head, replying, I am immensely inferior to the emperor. The techniques of the Qin emperor were entirely unknown to Yun Wanshu, each one immensely powerful, comparable to the most formidable arts of the ancient celestial era. He had never heard of the Qin emperor's celestial artifacts from that age. Yet these artifacts were not in the slightest weaker than the strongest from the ancient celestial era. If these supreme arts and celestial artifacts were indeed created and refined by the Qin emperor, then his talents likely exceeded Yun Wanshu's expectations by a considerable margin. It is not disgraceful to follow such a powerful figure. There is no need for modesty, Friend Yin, having your assistance is my great fortune. The celestial emperor Chinuan said with a smile. Among the hundreds of ultimate powerhouses over the ages, in the 10 celestial emperors, perhaps few, if any, could compare to Yun Wanshu. After all, Yun Wanshu had reached the pinnacle of the ultimate path, nearly becoming a true immortal, and wielded 4 formidable celestial artifacts. His combat prowess only second to the emperor himself. With Yun Wanshu under his command, he would become the foremost general of the Qin emperor, surpassing even the other formidable emperor, Wuqing. Once the battle ceased, the two engaged in a calm and pleasant discourse. After a moment of hesitation, Yun Wanshu finally inquired, Emperor, may I ask what the opportunity for ascension you mentioned earlier entails? As he uttered these words, Yun Wanshu felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Previously, he had been arrogant and refused to be a follower of the Qin emperor, yet now he found himself shamelessly inquiring about the opportunity for ascension, leaving him feeling utterly exposed. However, given the significance of attaining immortality, he could not refrain from asking, break through the heavenly gate, enter the celestial realm. The Qin emperor gazed at the heavenly gate standing at the end of the celestial path and uttered those 8 words. The emperor's dominance is unparalleled. I cannot compare. Yun Wanshu thought, his heart shaken in admiration. He had attempted to force open the heavenly gate, but despite his utmost efforts, he could only create a narrow opening. Afterward, no matter how he struck, he could not further pry it open. The Qin emperor's strength far surpassed his own, likely already rivaling that of a true immortal. A true warrior of the celestial realm. Could a warrior of such caliber indeed open the heavenly gate? Yun Wanshu believed the answer was affirmative. Opening the heavenly gate, he would invade the celestial realm, achieving immortality and eternal life. A truly monumental opportunity. Chinuan cast a surprised glance at Yun Wanshu, remarking on the rapidity of his transformation. It seemed that he was intent on praising Chinuan while simultaneously belittling himself. Chinuan shifted his gaze toward the heavenly gate, inhaled deeply, and declared in a solemn tone, Today, I shall shatter the heavenly gate and attain immortality. In all laws and paths, I shall stand supreme. With a mighty punch, the heavenly emperor unleashed a dazzling force that illuminated the heavens and epochs, reflecting the past, present, and future. The terrifying might of his blow made the celestial path tremble, twist, and threaten to collapse. The peculiar world around them shook, its laws in turmoil, as if on the verge of annihilation. This punch was truly invincible. It represented the full might of the heavenly emperor, encapsulating the power of a war immortal. Even those of the heavenly emperor's caliber would find it impossible to withstand such a strike, destined to be reduced to ashes, their essence extinguished. Boom. The emperor's punch struck the heavenly gate, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that resonated through time. Fragments of laws scattered, and the divine order shattered, enveloping the realm in a blinding white haze, plunging the vast universe into silence. At that moment, countless beings felt an overwhelming oppression, as if a great terror from eons past had emerged, threatening to engulf the entire primordial universe and annihilate innumerable lives. Yun Wanshu fixated on the heavenly gate. He witnessed the heavenly emperor's punch collide with it, causing the gate to tremble violently on the brink of destruction as strands of celestial light leaked from its seams, cascading into the universe like a celestial river descending from the heavens. As the might of the punch dissipated, the heavenly gate gradually settled, revealing a gap that was now significantly larger, approximately 20 times so than before. Yun Wanshu stood momentarily dazed, then exhaled a long sigh of relief. Truly, the battle immortal's prowess was terrifying. A single punch yielded results 20 times greater than what he could achieve after expending countless efforts over millennia. In that instant, Yun Wanshu genuinely recognized the disparity in their strengths. The heavenly emperor was invincible. He sincerely praised, this heavenly gate possesses remarkable resilience, withstanding my full force punch. Chinuan raised an eyebrow, visibly dissatisfied with the outcome. After all, he was an indomitable war immortal. How could he not breach the heavenly gate with a single strike? Was it truly that sturdy? Every heavenly gate, the terminus of a celestial path, is intrinsically linked to the celestial realm, forged by its laws. To break through the heavenly gate, one must possess strength that transcends that of an ordinary true immortal, Yun Wanshu explained. His strength was near the immortal level, and with the 4 celestial swords of extermination, he could rival a typical true immortal, but he remained unable to open the heavenly gate. Thus, he surmised that greater strength was required to breach it. Is that so? Chinuan raised his hand and struck again, causing the heavenly gate to sway violently and open a bit further, yet it still remained far from passable. The heavenly emperor's gaze flickered before he suddenly smiled and said, Friend Yin, watch how I shall break it. Anticipate with bated breath. Yun Wanshu's eyes brightened, realizing that the heavenly emperor was about to reveal his trump card, and he promptly replied. The heavenly emperor lifted his hand, and the emperor's sword fell into his grasp. Grasping the supreme celestial sword, Chinuan maintained an expression as tranquil as a deep well, while a myriad of arcane techniques and divine powers flitted through his mind, ultimately culminating in the selection of 2. Invincible technique, 1 chi transforms into 9 heavens. Supreme art, annihilation sword technique. In an instant, Chinuan executed 1 chi transforms into 9 heavens, causing 9 ethereal manifestations to materialize and then vanish, merging back into his true self. His aura surged exponentially, reaching an unprecedented zenith of combat prowess. With a flourish of the Heavenly Emperor's sword, he unleashed the annihilation sword technique. A resplendent sword light erupted, illuminating the eternal heavens and reflecting upon the hearts of all beings across past, present, and future, unleashing an invincible might. As the sword was drawn, the very fabric of heaven and earth trembled, reality shattered, time and space froze, and the cosmos oscillated between creation and destruction, heralding the onset of a cataclysmic trial for the great Tao. Boom! The celestial gate, standing in defiance before him, shattered upon contact with the invincible sword light, disintegrating into countless shards that scattered across the extraordinary realms. In that moment, boundless celestial radiance and limitless celestial essence cascaded from the celestial domain, enveloping the surroundings. The true celestial domain unveiled itself before the eyes of the two heavenly emperors. Chapter 42. The Terrifying Truth. Another vast universe. Incredibly, Yunwanshu murmured to himself. Still enveloped in an endless shock, with a single sword, the heavenly gate was opened. This was a celestial gate that even ordinary true immortals could not budge. It was his first encounter with someone capable of opening the heavenly gate. As Yunwanshu recalled, during the ancient immortal era, the heavenly gate would automatically open at intervals. The immortal path is the road to ascension, while the heavenly gate serves as the portal to the immortal realm. By embarking on the immortal path and passing through the heavenly gate, one could reach the immortal realm, achieve enlightenment, and attain immortality. The immortal path and the heavenly gate are a unity. Every 5 million years, the immortal path descends, and the heavenly gate opens automatically, allowing true immortals to pass into the immortal realm. It is futile for supreme beings to attempt to exploit this situation, as they would be detected and repelled from the heavenly gate. Those who have not yet ascended must either offer a supreme being as a sacrifice or forcefully open the heavenly gate. When the immortal path is concealed and the heavenly gate is closed, even an ordinary true immortal cannot shake the gate, and they must wait for the designated time to ascend. Over countless years in the ancient immortal era, there were instances of supreme beings forcibly opening the heavenly gate to enter the immortal realm. However, Yunwanshu had never heard of any being capable of shattering the heavenly gate with a single sword strike. Those beings merely created a significant opening sufficient for passage. Coming back to his senses, Yunwanshu praised, "The Emperor's sword truly is invincible. I have heard that in the current universe, there exist 4 great sword techniques. Yet those techniques pale in comparison to the Emperor's sword, akin to a child's grip on a sword, a stark contrast akin to fireflies against the bright moon. The Emperor's swordsmanship ought to be the foremost of all time. This sword technique is the pinnacle of the universe, unparalleled." After waiting for a while without receiving a response from Emperor Qin, Yunwanshu felt a tinge of confusion. After the heavenly gate shattered, an abundance of celestial light and endless celestial energy illuminated the scene, presenting a serene and sacred image of the immortal realm. Yet why did the Emperor remain silent? "Wanshu, let us venture inside and take a look." At that moment, Emperor Qin finally spoke, his tone heavy with gravity. Upon the opening of the heavenly gate and the emergence of the immortal realm, Emperor Qin sensed something amiss. Thus, he employed the Eye of Void to peer into the immortal realm, discerning all illusions and unraveling every mystery, leading him to a startling revelation. Emperor Qin was reluctant to accept this. He needed to enter the immortal realm to see it with his own eyes. "Very well," Yunwanshu replied, somewhat taken aback. The two stepped into the ruins of the heavenly gate, and the scene before them transformed instantaneously. They had arrived in the immortal realm. However, the sight that greeted them rendered both of them speechless. After a prolonged silence, Yunwanshu stammered, Is this really the immortal realm?" The scene before him was beyond his belief. In his mind, the exalted immortal realm was a sacred paradise, a haven for the immortal, a hall for the undying. Resplendent and magnificent, filled with glory and prosperity, possessing everything. Yet, what he beheld in the immortal realm was not what the legends had depicted. Beyond the heavenly gate lay no immortal realm. No, it cannot be. The clouds rolled and twisted with a fierce demeanor, bordering on madness. Entering the immortal realm had become an obsession for him, yet upon passing through the celestial gate, he discovered that the immortal realm had vanished. Beyond the celestial gate lay an endless expanse, an infinite sea of chaos. Suspended in the air above this chaotic sea were countless fragments of the immortal realm, some large, some small. Some had transformed into continents, while others had morphed into worlds, scattered throughout the chaotic sea. The two found themselves on a continent born from one of these fragments, a desolate place where the spiritual essence was alarmingly thin, the ground was barren, and the flames of calamity still blazed fiercely, devoid of any signs of life. Within the chaotic sea, innumerable orbs of light rose and fell, each representing vast universes, with the Chinuan great universe being one among them. It could be imagined that the original immortal realm existed above the myriad worlds of the chaotic sea, exalted and revered by countless beings. It was indeed a terrifying cataclysm. The Emperor Qin had regained his composure and spoke softly, connecting the dots. Chinuan began to grasp what had transpired. The ancient calamity of immortals had descended, while he was unaware of the specifics. He understood that this disaster had obliterated the entire immortal realm, reducing it to countless fragments, no longer a realm of immortals. The immortals within that realm may have all perished, or perhaps some remnants lingered, yet he had no knowledge of their whereabouts. The ancient calamity of immortals was exceedingly dreadful, affecting the myriad worlds of the chaotic sea, entangling every great universe. For instance, in the Chinuan great universe, the calamity arrived in the final years of the ancient immortals, resulting in the deaths of immortals, the fall of emperors, the severance of the immortal path, and the concealment of reincarnation, leaving the cosmic populace on the brink of extinction. The calamity shattered the immortal realm and dismantled the path of immortality, rendering it impossible for anyone within the Chinuan great universe to attain immortality. For countless millennia, numerous powerful beings had sought to enter the immortal realm through the immortal path, yet they were oblivious to its previous destruction. How lamentable, how tragic. Earlier, when he opened the celestial gate with a single sword strike, the boundless immortal light, the infinite spiritual essence, and the visions of the immortal realm were all illusions, reflections conjured by the laws of the immortal path. The truth would only reveal itself upon entering the celestial gate. Upon hearing the Emperor Qin's words, Yun Junshu gradually regained his composure and muttered, "I once believed the calamity was merely a disaster for our universe, not realizing it encompassed the entire immortal realm, the whole myriad worlds. From where did this calamity arise?" The Emperor Qin inquired. Yun Junshu shook his head, uncertain. Previously, he had thought such calamities were merely a result of epic transitions, yet it now appeared otherwise. The Emperor Qin's gaze flickered. He chose not to ask further, but instead contemplated silently. Perhaps some extreme powers within the universe were already aware of the truth. For instance, one of the three emperors of humanity, the Peerless Emperor, suppressed the immortal path, meditating at its end, seemingly engaged in a battle against some terrifying existence. Given the Peerless Emperor's strength, even if he could not fully open the celestial gate, he could certainly create some openings, making it not difficult to glimpse the truth of the immortal realm. There was also the Supreme Being who had laid plans for an eternity at the Grave Emperor Ridge, seemingly attempting to resurrect countless dragon veins of immortal corpses. Would that immortal corpse have experienced the ancient calamity? The truth was often more brutal than anticipated. Chinuan sighed deeply. As the clouds unfurled gracefully, a moment of hesitation washed over Yunwan. Just as she was about to speak, her pupils suddenly constricted, and she exclaimed, "Heavenly Emperor, is there not a vast universe approaching us?" Chinuan, upon hearing her words, turned to gaze in astonishment. With his piercing celestial gaze, he probed the surroundings and solemnly declared, "It is not this fragment of the celestial realm that is drawing near, but rather the primordial yellow universe. It appears my foresight was accurate. We are on the brink of an unprecedented upheaval. A brutal and harrowing era is truly about to unfold. The celestial realm has been shattered, and thus, it must be reconstructed. How shall we rebuild the celestial realm? By recreating it with the myriad worlds of the heavens." Chinuan was uncertain whether this was the influence of the celestial path or the machinations of unseen forces, yet one thing was clear, a storm was imminent. Once that vast universe collides with the primordial yellow universe, a cataclysmic battle is inevitable, resulting in one side consuming the other, thereby augmenting the very essence of the cosmos. Through the assimilation of the myriad worlds, it may indeed be possible to forge a new celestial realm. Chapter 43. Let us play with the immortals. The divine universe approaches. The chaotic sea roiled with tumultuous waves, from which myriad vast universes emerged. The term heavens and worlds refers to the boundless grand universes within the chaotic sea, while worlds denotes the innumerable stellar realms and continental worlds contained within these grand universes. The heavens and worlds reside within the chaotic sea, whereas the immortal domain transcends it, existing in a higher dimension. At this moment, one grand universe drew closer to another, as if an unseen force were pulling them together, inching ever nearer. Given time, they would inevitably make contact and perhaps even merge entirely. During this cosmic convergence, a fierce struggle for dominance would ensue, unleashing unprecedented cosmic warfare. Heavenly Emperor, what shall we do? Yun Wanshu inquired with a hint of concern. The approach of the unknown grand universe made even this supreme Heavenly Emperor, at the pinnacle of the utmost path, tremble. If the approaching grand universe were not formidable, it would be manageable. However, should it prove powerful, it would likely invade the Chinuan grand universe, resulting in untold casualties among the cultivators. Considering the current situation, the unknown grand universe's deliberate approach suggested it possessed considerable strength and a strong inclination for aggression. What is there to fear? Qin Tian Emperor replied, standing with hands clasped behind his back, gazing calmly at the unknown grand universe cleaving through the waves of the chaotic sea. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall dam it. Should anyone dare to obstruct my path, be they emperor or monarch, they shall be slain without mercy. I am invincible. With the immortal domain in ruins and the path of immortality shattered, the once lofty immortals were no more, rendering him directly invincible. In the past, he had to be wary of the immortal domain, fearing that an immortal might descend to impose judgment upon him. Now, that threat had vanished. Chinuan was confident in his unparalleled strength across the heavens and worlds. He was the Heavenly Emperor, a battle immortal, the mightiest being throughout history. What if that grand universe harbors immortals? Yun Wanshu could not help but voice his concern. Then I shall slay the immortals. I have yet to kill an immortal. How can I be called a battle immortal if I do not? Chinuan's tone was assertive and domineering, brimming with confidence and brilliance. Seeing the towering figure of Qin Tian Emperor, Yun Wanshu took a deep breath, suddenly kneeling on one knee, and solemnly declared, I wish to follow the Heavenly Emperor into battle against the chaotic sea, to recreate the immortal domain and restore its immortal splendor. With the immortal domain shattered, he could not ascend to become an immortal, nor fulfill his aspirations. Thus, he resolved to accompany Tian Emperor. With Tian Emperor's combat prowess, perhaps he could indeed reconstruct the immortal domain and revive its glorious past. At that time, Tian Emperor would not only be the sovereign of the universe's beings but also the emperor among immortals, the supreme immortal emperor. Let us return to the Chinuan grand universe. Preparations must be made to avoid being caught off guard. Tian Emperor cast a final glance at the unknown grand universe before addressing Yuanwanshu. The two departed from the fragment of the immortal realm engulfed in tribulation flames, passing through the ruins of the heavenly gate, and returned to the Chinuan grand universe. In the chaotic sea, not far from the vast universe of Chinuan, there exists another luminous sphere, representing a separate grand universe that is steadily approaching. At this moment, several formidable beings within this grand universe are gazing toward the Chinuan universe. Having also noticed Chinuan and Yuanwanshu on the fragmentary continent of the celestial realm, those two individuals have vanished. A being exuding a terrifying aura, comparable to the Emperor Wuqiu, abruptly speaks. They must have returned to their own universe. Another cultivator, of similar strength and perhaps even more formidable, speculates. This grand universe lacks a celestial gate, appearing as a desolate wasteland. It seems that it suffered immensely during a past catastrophe, leading to its profound devastation. The third powerful entity interjects. This is indeed our opportunity. The fourth, the strongest among them, declares, standing with hands clasped behind his back. His essence reverting to its original state, even a mere hint of his aura can provoke tremors in the chaotic sea. He is a being on par with the heavenly emperors. Due to the vast distance across the chaotic sea, they are unable to ascertain one another's strengths. But they surmise they are not particularly formidable. Given that the celestial gate of this grand universe has been shattered, it is likely weak, making it a fitting prey for their divine universe. After devouring this grand universe, their divine realm will expand further, allowing for the emergence of more powerful beings, who will then continue to engulf other universes, ultimately becoming the ultimate universe, transforming into a realm of immortals. As for whether the celestial gate was shattered by those two individuals, they have not considered this possibility, for in their view, it is entirely implausible. Their divine universe is immensely powerful, even more so than during the era of the immortals, and throughout history, no being has ever managed to shatter a celestial gate. At most, they have managed to open it and breach the realm of immortals. Thus, they do not believe that this grand universe harbors any overwhelmingly invincible entities. Muchun, divine sovereign, you shall return and report our findings to his majesty, commands the being comparable to a heavenly emperor. Understood. After receiving the command, Muchun vanishes from the scene, making his way toward the immortal divine court at the center of the universe. The divine universe had completed its unification over 100,000 years ago, with supreme beings establishing the immortal dynasty to govern the entire grand universe. It has now been 160,000 years. Over these years, the immortal dynasty has grown increasingly prosperous, glorious, and powerful. The cultivation of the dynasty's sovereign has reached unparalleled heights, far surpassing even the strength of divine emperor-level beings, his prowess unfathomable. Muchun quickly enters the divine court, meeting the sovereign of the immortal dynasty, and respectfully bows, "Your Majesty, the Western Knight Divine Emperor led us to refine the chains of reincarnation by the chaotic sea. And we unexpectedly discovered that two powerful beings from our target grand universe have emerged, entering the fragmentary continent of the celestial realm." Muchun elaborates on his observations in detail, then stands respectfully to the side, awaiting the sovereign's command. The ruins of the celestial gate? Could it truly be the result of a great calamity? The sovereign of the dynasty, towering and majestic, is enveloped in boundless divine light, exuding an aura of supreme sanctity. Under the guidance of the Night God Emperor, the formidable Mukin Divine Emperor, and other powerful beings embarked on a ritual to refine the chain of reincarnation. A directive from the sovereign of the divine dynasty. The intent was to ensnare two expansive universes, gradually devouring and merging them. This is our conjecture, and it holds a high probability of truth. Mukin Divine Emperor responded truthfully, cautious not to overstate his words. The sovereign of the divine dynasty nodded slightly, not dwelling on the matter, but instead inquired, "How much longer until we arrive?" "Reporting to your majesty, it will take approximately 100 chaotic days." Mukin Divine Emperor promptly replied. With a wave of his hand, the sovereign signaled for Mukin to withdraw. Once outside, Mukin Divine Emperor released a sigh of relief. Each encounter with the sovereign left him feeling an immense pressure. Could it be that his majesty has already ascended to the status of a war immortal? This thought crossed Mukin's mind. In the vast Chinuan universe, beyond the celestial gate, two figures stood resolutely at the terminus of the path to immortality. Gazing at the celestial realm before them, both sighing in unison. The once supreme celestial domain had now become but a mere shadow of its former self. The celestial gate, under the influence of the laws of the celestial path, was in the process of restoration, yet it still required time. "Let us proceed," resonated the voice of the Qin Emperor. The two figures departed from the end of the immortal path, leaving the extraordinary world behind, and made their way down the celestial road, arriving at the eternal monument. Chapter 44, the Supreme Celestial Sovereign of all time. The emergence of the seven-star prodigy. Gazing upon the majestic ancient stele that stood at the entrance of the celestial path, Chinuan's eyes flickered as he examined the inscriptions and profound marks upon it. Yun, my friend, as a being from the age of the immortal ancients, do you possess knowledge of this Emperor Xian? Chinuan inquired, turning his attention to Yun Wanshu beside him. I have heard of him, though I am not of the same epoch. He predates me by approximately 30 million years. Yun Wanshu replied. Oh, pray, enlighten me, Chinuan remarked, his brow raised in intrigue. Noticing Qin Tiandi's interest, Yun Wanshu felt compelled to recount the tale. According to him, Emperor Xian was a formidable figure during the age of the immortal ancients, a preeminent powerhouse and a battle immortal. In that era, 7 celestial beings coexisted, akin to blinding suns illuminating the cosmos, under whose dominion all creatures of myriad worlds thrived. The 7 immortals supported their respective factions, embroiling the universe in conflict, leading to untold suffering among its inhabitants. In this tumultuous period, Emperor Xian emerged. Born from a starry realm at the fringes of the universe, he began his journey as a scholar. His homeland was ravaged by the clash of 2 celestial beings, forcing him to sell himself into servitude to a noble house while fleeing. It was during this period that his life took a transformative turn. Through fortuitous circumstances, he acquired profound enlightenment, rising to prominence and sweeping across the starry realms, embarking on a campaign through the cosmos. In the celestial genius battles, Emperor Xian shone brilliantly, showcasing unparalleled talent and extraordinary aptitude, eventually becoming a disciple of an immortal who imparted the principles of the great Tao Dam. He authored the primordial canon, cultivated the primordial path, forged the primordial sword, and established his unique primordial celestial body, attaining immense power. Before ascending to the rank of emperor, Emperor Xian's physical form had already transcended, enabling him to confront supreme weapons with bare hands and challenge the mightiest of beings. Upon achieving enlightenment and becoming an emperor, he ascended to the ranks of celestial sovereigns, ambitiously founding the primordial dynasty and commencing his conquest across the realms, striving for the unification of the cosmos. One by one, the supreme beings were subdued by Emperor Xian and joined his primordial dynasty, further amplifying its strength, allowing it to rival the 7 paramount forces. When an immortal sought to eliminate Emperor Xian, they discovered that he had ascended to immortality, his combat prowess having achieved an ultimate leap into the realm of the celestial, thus becoming a battle immortal. Emperor Xian defied the immortals, resulting in a stalemate. This confrontation reverberated throughout the cosmic wilderness, inciting the apprehension of other immortals, who sought to conspire against him to eliminate the potential threat he posed. Emperor Xian's master intended to persuade the other immortals, yet ultimately succumbed to their influence, leading to a rift between master and disciple. Despite the united effort of the 7 immortals, they were unable to vanquish Emperor Xian, who managed to escape. Upon his reemergence, he had further advanced in strength and engaged the 7 immortals in battle, astonishingly achieving a draw. This conflict solidified Emperor Xian's unparalleled status, as he alone could contend with the 7 immortals, earning him the title of the strongest being in the contemporary universe. Thereafter, Emperor Xian established the grand and unified dynasty, embarking on an extensive reign over the cosmos, while the 7 immortals receded into the shadows, no longer wielding control over the universe. A period of peace ensued, and all beings expressed their gratitude towards Emperor Xian, reverently bestowing upon him the title of Celestial Sovereign, Emperor Xian. He was the first celestial emperor of the vast and ancient universe, known as Chinuan. During the era of the immortal ancients, the life-giving essence of the cosmos was still abundant, although one could not achieve true immortality after ascending to the throne of emperor. Living for 100 million years was certainly feasible. The primordial dynasty ruled over the universe for 500,000 years. The demise of the primordial dynasty was closely tied to the departure of Emperor Chinuan. His power was unparalleled, eclipsing that of ordinary immortals, capable of overpowering the 7 great immortals. His path was so formidable that he could not attain immortality within the universe. To ascend, he had to enter the immortal realm, in an effort to prevent further suffering among the beings of the cosmos. Upon the arrival of the immortal path, Emperor Chinuan compelled the 7 great immortals to pass through the celestial gate and enter the immortal realm, subsequently opening the gate for himself to venture into that domain. Not all immortals were inclined to enter the immortal realm. Achieving immortality promised eternal life, allowing one to reign supreme in the universe, whereas entering the immortal realm, while it offered the pursuit of a higher path, meant relinquishing one's status as the ultimate power and facing the peril of mortality. Emperor Chinuan possessed a grand vision. Emperor Qin commended him and inquired about Emperor Xuanyuan's status in the immortal realm. Yun Wanshu shook his head, pondering that given Emperor Xuanyuan's exceptional talent, after millions of years, he should have reached the pinnacle of the immortal path. He hoped he would not perish in the great calamity. Chinuan murmured to himself. He was not well versed in the circumstances of the immortal realm and was uncertain about its eventual destruction, making it difficult to predict whether Emperor Chinuan could withstand the impending catastrophe. After all, even the eternal, indestructible, and supreme immortal realm had met its demise. Though Emperor Chinuan is formidable, I believe he still falls short of your greatness, Yun Wanshu remarked thoughtfully. After a pause, he continued, in my view, you are the foremost celestial emperor of all time. Laughter erupted from Chinuan, who responded, Wanshu, this does not contradict itself. I am the most powerful celestial emperor in history, while Emperor Chinuan is the first celestial emperor of all time. Both titles are valid. The vision of the celestial emperor is indeed vast. I find myself lacking in comparison, Yun Wanshu humbly admitted. The two engaged in further conversation before continuing their journey. Traversing the time bridge, passing through the chaotic cave, moving past the reincarnation gate, and finally arriving back at the origin of the immortal path. Once, there had been a planet here, seemingly named Facian Star, which had been obliterated in the previous imperial conflict. Standing in the cosmic expanse, Chinuan and Yun Wanshu gazed as the immortal path gradually faded away. The celestial emperor lamented, the immortal path can no longer lead to immortality. We must recreate an immortal realm. One person's ascension to immortality pales in comparison to a universe where all can attain it, Chinuan said with a gentle smile. Yun Wanshu was momentarily taken aback, his face once more displaying a shade of embarrassment. Compared to Chinuan, his vision indeed fell short. He had hidden behind the path to immortality, wishing only for his own ascension, indifferent to the plight of the cosmic beings. While Chinuan contemplated the reconstruction of the immortal realm, striving to provide the opportunity for all to achieve immortality. Throughout history, the only individual who could stand alongside Chinuan might well be that Emperor Chinuan. Celestial Emperor, where shall we go now? Yun Wanshu inquired. Just as Chinuan intended to suggest a return to the Taichu Sacred Land in the 3000 Dao states, a voice resonated in his mind. Detection of a 7-star genius. Please proceed promptly to accept the disciple. A 7-star genius? Chinuan was taken aback. Among his current 3 disciples, the most talented was undoubtedly Nalanshi, who was merely a 6-star genius. Now, a 7-star genius has emerged. This 7-star genius possesses the potential for ascension. If taken as a disciple, one could receive the 7-star disciple recruitment package, which guarantees at least 1 true immortal summoning card, 10 emperor summoning cards, and various other rewards at random. With this thought, Chinuan's heart ignited with fervor. This arrival is most opportune, as the chaotic sea faces an invasion from alternate universes. He has been troubled by a shortage of manpower. Once the 7-star recruitment package is activated, what concerns could remain, regardless of the alternate universes that encroach? He shall unleash havoc without hesitation. System, where is this 7-star genius located? Chinuan inquired within his mind. Host. The current location of the 7-star genius has been detected at the Great Desolation Star in the northern Dipper Star region of the Chinuan Great Universe. The system promptly responded with accuracy. Upon receiving the precise location, Chinuan spoke, Friend Yun, let us first venture to the northern Dipper Star region. Very well. Yun replied with alacrity. In the next moment, the 2 celestial emperors stepped onto a golden path of light, piercing through the void of the universe, and in an instant, traversed the boundless star domains to reach the distant northern Dipper Star region. Chapter 45, The Resplendent Celestial Heavens in the Deprived Blood of the Emperor Li Hao in the vast expanse of the Chinuan Great Universe, within the Beta Star domain. 2 celestial emperors stood amidst the boundless starry sky, concealing their auras as they gazed intently at a colossal planet before them. This planet was immensely large, boasting 9 suns, 9 moons, and 360 stars orbiting around it. Yet, collectively, these celestial bodies did not even comprise 1/10 of the planet's size. Within this magnificent sphere thrived billions upon billions of sentient beings, with cultivators in overwhelming numbers, a congregation of prodigies, and a multitude of formidable warriors. This vast and extraordinary planet was the destination of the 2 celestial emperors. The Great Wilderness Star, one of the 10 principal stars within the Beta Star domain, was home to a plethora of powerful beings. With a mere sweep of his divine consciousness, Yun Junshu thoroughly explored the Great Wilderness Star. The planet harbored a grand sage, 6 sage kings, a dozen true sages, and numerous saints, each belonging to various factions. Remarkably, there were even quasi-emperors lurking in the shadows, with supreme imperial artifacts suppressing their fortunes. This planet was far from ordinary. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Chinuan's eyes. On typical life planets, it is a mere fantasy for cultivators to ascend to divinity. On more formidable life planets, while ascension to divinity or even the rank of divine king is attainable, achieving the status of saint is exceedingly arduous. The more potent the life planet, the greater the potential for the emergence of powerful cultivators. The presence of a quasi-emperor, supreme imperial artifacts, and remnants of a supreme being's aura on the Great Wilderness Star indicated that this planet had likely birthed an unparalleled supreme being. If so, the Great Wilderness Star stood as one of the most distinguished ancient stars in the universe, shining brilliantly across the ages. It appeared that the most powerful faction was a legacy left behind by a certain supreme being, and Yun Junshu's gaze flickered with intrigue. Chinuan nodded slightly. Celestial Emperor, what is our purpose here? Yun Junshu inquired with curiosity. Although this planet harbored some secrets, it at most pertained to an ordinary supreme being, which held no allure even for him, a pinnacle celestial emperor, let alone for Qin Tian Emperor, the war immortal, to take on a disciple. Chinuan replied with a smile. Take on a disciple? Yun Junshu's face was a picture of astonishment. They had traversed half the universe from the region of the flying immortal star, only to arrive here for the sake of taking on a disciple. He found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, how could Qin Tian Emperor possibly know that a suitable disciple awaited them here? A promising talent with the potential for ascension, Chinuan clarified. Ascension. At the mention of this term, Yin Junshu's spirit was instantly invigorated. It seemed that Qin Tian Emperor had divined something. Recognizing that a highly gifted genius on the Great Wilderness Star held the prospects of achieving immortality, which prompted their journey here to take on a disciple. Shall we descend now? Yun Junshu inquired. Not in haste, Qin Tian Emperor shook his head, his gaze sweeping across the Great Wilderness Star in search of the seven-star genius. This flawed system indicated that the seven-star genius was an individual named Li Hao from the Great Wilderness Dynasty on the Great Wilderness Star. As Qin Tian Emperor and Yun Tian Emperor observed from beyond the Great Wilderness Star, the entire Chinuan Great Universe erupted with fervor. The quest of Qin Tian Emperor towards the path of immortality captured the attention of countless beings, with the universe keenly observing the unfolding developments. After the suspected incursion of the Qin Celestial Emperor into the immortal realm, four supreme beings traversed from various corners of the universe into the path of ascension, entering what appeared to be the immortal realm. However, it was not long before these four supremes emerged, drenched in blood and gravely wounded, retreating from the path of ascension, leaving the powerful beings across the universe in profound shock. The revelations brought forth by the four supremes stirred tumultuous waves throughout the cosmos, shaking the nine heavens and resonating across the vast universe. According to their accounts, the end of the ascension path was not the immortal realm, but rather an extraordinary world rich in longevity substances, where any cultivator could significantly extend their lifespan. Yet, only those of supreme strength were deemed worthy to tread upon the path of ascension and venture into this peculiar world. In that instant, within the 8 great forbidden zones and the 9 absolute lands of the universe, an overwhelming aura surged forth, shattering the 33 heavens as numerous supremes prepared to emerge and confront this extraordinary world. Rather than languishing in the confines of the forbidden zones, preserving their divine sources, it would be far more advantageous to remain in the extraordinary world, where they could continue to cultivate and enhance their powers. However, upon receiving the next piece of news, all the forbidden zones fell into an eerie silence, as no supreme dared to embark on the path of ascension, as if nothing had transpired moments before. What a jest! The extraordinary world was embroiled in a fierce battle between 2 formidable celestial emperors, clashing with such ferocity that the heavens trembled and time itself warped. The 4 supremes who entered were swept up by the remnants of this chaotic confrontation, sustaining severe injuries, even at their peak. They could not withstand the overwhelming aftermath of the battle. The Qin Celestial Emperor was an invincible force capable of subduing Celestial Emperor-level adversaries, having slain the chaotic Holy Emperor. The power of the unnamed Celestial Emperor, who could contend with the Qin Celestial Emperor to such an extent, was indeed formidable. The ferocity of their confrontation was terrifying. Any supreme who ventured into that realm would suffer indiscriminate assaults, unable to endure even the residual shockwaves. To perish within the extraordinary world would be a most ignoble fate. Thus, despite their insatiable desire for the longevity substances of the extraordinary world, the supremes refrained from making any move. They waited and waited. And as the battle in the extraordinary world seemed to subside, after a while, 2 figures emerged from the path of ascension. The myriad realms were left in astonishment. After a fierce clash, the 2 celestial emperors surprisingly ceased hostilities, emerging amicably together. Did they choose not to join forces to breach the immortal realm? Or was it that even their combined strength could not penetrate its defenses? Speculations abounded. Many supremes, restless with anticipation, planned to rush into the path of ascension as soon as the celestial emperors departed. However, to their astonishment, the path of ascension swiftly closed, vanishing from sight. Although the supremes were filled with disappointment, they could only await the next opportunity. Finding solace in the good news that the end of this ascension path led to an extraordinary world, suggesting that other paths of ascension might also lead to similar realms. Subsequently, a myriad of questions began to surface within the hearts of the cosmic populace. Who was the unnamed Celestial Emperor? What purpose did the 2 Celestial Emperors have in traversing the starry expanse? On the Great Wasteland Star, 6 major factions vied for dominance, among which the most powerful was the Deqian dynasty. The Deqian dynasty stood as the hegemonic force of the Great Wasteland Star, a singular entity of unparalleled status. While the other 5 factions were merely presided over by holy kings, the Deqian dynasty boasted not only a holy king but also a great sage among its ranks. Thus, it could be said that the Deqian dynasty was the sole overlord, with the other 5 factions partially submitting to its authority. The imperial city of the Great Qian dynasty is heavily guarded, a realm where formidable beings abound, serving as the most profound bastion of the dynasty's heritage. Typically, no one dares to instigate turmoil within these walls. Yet at this moment, ominous clouds envelop the capital, a manifestation of the fierce confrontation between numerous powerful entities. Their terrifying auras soaring into the heavens, creating an extraordinary spectacle. A great battle is on the verge of erupting. Father, mother, it hurts so much. I truly cannot bear it. A heart-wrenching child's voice pierces the air, accompanied by a chorus of wails. The voice belongs to a mere 3-year-old child, now in tears, overwhelmed by agony. A beautiful young woman cradles the child, her own tears flowing as she tenderly comforts him. However, please do not cry. Once your father avenges you, we shall leave and never return. Beside this lovely woman stands a tall figure, a man of striking valor clad in divine armor, wielding a battle spear. His name is Li Zhixing, the father of Li Hao. That vile woman, Chen Xinyue, dared to strip my son of his imperial blood, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. This grievance shall not go unpunished. Esteemed elders and clan leaders, I implore you to step aside. I shall vanquish that poisonous harpy and depart. If anyone dares to obstruct me today, they shall meet with merciless annihilation. Li Zhixing's voice reverberates through the heavens, akin to thunder that shakes the very foundations of the imperial city. Chapter 46. I demand justice. The sovereign body of the 9 heavens. In the imperial capital, the enchanting young woman Meng Yining cradled her son Li Hao, standing behind her husband, Li Zhanting. Li Zhanting, wielding a battle rifle, cast a frigid gaze through the ranks of elders obstructing their path, settling upon the striking matron at the entrance of the grand hall, his sister-in-law, Chen Xinyue. The Li clan is the royal lineage of the Dacian Empire, and any member of the Li family who ascends to the sacred path and attains the status of a saint is conferred the title of king. Following the abdication of the former emperor, the new emperor selects from among the numerous princes. Li Zhanting hails from the lineage of the war king, who has 3 offspring. The eldest and second sons were prodigious talents, yet perished amidst the celestial battles. The surviving third son, however, is rather ordinary, remaining on the great wilderness star, shielded by the war king and the Dacian Empire, with no one daring to threaten his life. The war king's third son has 2 sons, the elder, Li Zhanga, and the younger, Li Zhanting. Both brothers are exceptionally gifted, with Li Zhanting standing out even more, having reached the divine sovereign realm before the age of 100. While Li Zhanga has only recently attained divinity, their bond is strong, and even after marrying, they maintain a harmonious relationship. 7 years prior, Li Zhanga welcomed a son, who astonishingly bore imperial blood. Though merely a fraction, it still promised a boundless future. The Dacian Empire boasts a rich history, with an ancestor who was a formidable figure of unparalleled strength. The descendants of that extraordinary individual inherit imperial blood, albeit becoming increasingly diluted over generations. A fraction of imperial blood is currently the most potent lineage within the Dacian Empire. If fully nurtured, this child could effortlessly ascend to the realm of the great saint, and perhaps even achieve the status of a quasi-emperor, leading the Dacian Empire to resurgence. Thus, the royal family and the war king's residents regard Li Zhanga's son, Li Ming, as a treasured asset, providing him with the finest cultivation. 3 years ago, Li Zhanting and Meng Yining welcomed their son Li Hao, who was marked by a celestial phenomenon. Upon examination, it was revealed that he possessed 2 fractions of imperial blood, sending shockwaves throughout the Dacian Empire. Such a lineage guarantees the eventual emergence of a quasi-emperor. The powerful figures of the Dacian Empire rejoiced, anticipating that as Li Hao and Li Ming matured, the empire would flourish once more, illuminating the vast cosmos. Just a couple of days prior, sensing that Li Hao was on the brink of undertaking his cultivation, Li Zhanting resolved to venture into the starry expanse in search of the fabled bloodline flower, intending to use it to purify Li Hao's bloodline. Concerned for her husband's safety, Meng Yining insisted on accompanying him. Consequently, the couple entrusted Li Hao to the care of his aunt and departed from the great wilderness star. Aunt Chen Xinyue had always enjoyed a close relationship with them, treating Li Hao as her own child, which allowed Li Zhanting and Meng Yining to leave with peace of mind. Little did they know that appearances can be deceiving. Chen Xinyue harbored a malevolent heart. Seizing the opportunity in their absence, she cruelly robbed Li Hao of his 2 fractions of imperial blood, infusing it into her own son, Li Ming, thus enriching his bloodline to 3 fractions. Merely a day after their departure from the great wilderness star, Meng Yining suddenly felt an unsettling foreboding and insisted on returning. Li Zhanting accompanied her back, only to uncover this harrowing truth. Upon discovering Li Hao, lying in a dim chamber, wailing and nearly on the brink of death, their hearts shattered. Had they returned any later, Li Hao would have perished entirely. After rescuing Li Hao, the couple was engulfed in fury, their desire for vengeance soaring to the heavens as they charged forward, intent on eliminating the deceitful Chen Xinyue. Yet, they were met with a formidable barrier of elders from the War King's manor and the royal clan of the Great Qian dynasty. You should not have returned, Zhanqing. Yining, the enchanting matron Chen Xinyue remarked coolly. Despite the couple's murderous intent, she remained unperturbed, for she was shielded by the mightiest warriors of the Great Qian dynasty. This assurance empowered her audacity. Upon learning that Li Hao possessed a trace of imperial blood, Chen Xinyue harbored thoughts of seizing it for herself, yet refrained from action out of fear of Li Zhanqing and his spouse. Little did she expect that Zhanqing and Meng Yining would depart from the great wilderness star, entrusting Li Hao to her care, a serendipitous opportunity. The cosmos was fraught with peril. Zhanqing and Meng Yining's quest for the bloodline flower was fraught with danger, and the likelihood of their demise was high. When heaven offers a chance, refusing it may bring calamity. Thus, one day after their departure, Chen Xinyue summoned a sage from her family to aid her in stripping Li Hao of his imperial blood, merging it with her son Li Ming's essence. However, to her astonishment, Zhanqing and Meng Yining returned prematurely and uncovered her treachery. Yet what did it matter? After a day had passed, Li Hao's imperial blood had already intertwined with Li Ming's to such an extent that it could not be forcibly separated. The elders of the manor and the royal clan were well aware of this fact. Despite their disdain for Chen Xinyue's malevolence, they felt compelled to protect her and Li Ming. You vile woman. Li Zhanqing seethed, brandishing his weapon and directing a menacing glare at Xinxingyue. His overwhelming aura shaking the very foundations of the imperial capital. Zhanqing, withdraw for now. We shall deliberate and offer you compensation, one elder of the royal clan interjected. The remaining elders nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of safeguarding Li Ming's imperial blood. 3 portions of imperial blood conferred the ability for self-purification. As Li Ming's cultivation advanced, the blood within him would grow increasingly potent, eventually transforming into pure blood upon reaching the threshold of quasi-imperial status. Pure blood was synonymous with an imperial scion, capable of contending for the imperial path, thriving amid the grandest of arenas, and aspiring to attain the status of emperor. Li Ming represented the future of the great Qin dynasty, the beacon of hope for its resurgence. Indeed, Li Zhanqing's family had suffered injustice, and they would be compensated, provided that the couple ceased their tumultuous outcry. I demand justice. Li Zhanqing roared, his terrifying presence sweeping across the expanse, akin to a wrathful deity of war. What sort of justice do you seek? Another elder inquired, brow furrowed in concern. This matter was a scandal for the great Qin dynasty, and he wished to suppress it swiftly to prevent its spread throughout the cosmos, lest it tarnish their name eternally. Drawing a deep breath, Li Zhanqing replied coldly, I understand your protection of Li Ming. I can forego reclaiming the imperial blood within him. Brother Xing. Meng Yining gasped, bewildered as she gazed at him. Zhanqing was indeed a man of reason, and the assembly of elders breathed a collective sigh of relief. After signaling to her, he continued, But I demand that wretched woman's life. If you hand her over to me, my wife and I shall depart from the great wilderness star, never to return. Li Zhanqing was acutely aware of the profound heritage of the great Qin dynasty. Realizing that he alone could not overturn the situation, he opted for a more pragmatic approach, to first eliminate the wretched individual and seek vengeance later. The elders and clan leaders exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of intrigue. This seemed to be the most viable solution. No, my mother cannot perish, otherwise you understand the consequences. At that moment, the child held by Xinxingyue suddenly spoke. The elders and clan leaders hesitated upon hearing this. Should they surrender Xinxingyue today, they would undoubtedly face retribution from Li Ming when he rose to power in the future. Outside the great wilderness star, Heavenly Emperor, did you witness that? A splendid drama has unfolded there, Yun Junshu remarked with a smile. Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. The upheaval within the great Qin dynasty had not escaped the notice of the 2 heavenly emperors. Having overheard the dialogue, Qin Chuan had already discerned the identity of the 7-star genius, Li Hao, who was the child stripped of imperial blood. He activated his broken illusion celestial eye to probe Li Hao's information. Name, Li Hao. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 3 years. Identity, son of Li Zhanqing from the War King's mansion of the great Qin dynasty. Talent, 7-star genius. Physique, 9 heavens overlord body. A top-tier physique within the 2nd tier of the universe. Second only to the Xianhuang overlord body. Possesses blue blood, a great medicinal essence with life-prolonging and healing properties. Cultivation to the peak of the quasi-emperor's 9th realm signifies great accomplishment, slightly weaker than the supreme. While achieving an alternative path to perfection is marginally inferior to the ascended supreme. Cultivation, none. Techniques, none. Experience. Born into the War King's mansion. Entrusted to Aunt Xinxingyue for care, only to be stripped of imperial blood by her, rendered a wastrel, and nearly facing death. Chapter 47. The arrival of the Qin Celestial Emperor. I come to avenge you. The gaze of the Qin Celestial Emperor swept over Li Hao's personal information, and a hint of regret flickered within him. Talent and physique are not inherently correlated. Each being's aptitude may surpass or fall short of their physical constitution, contingent upon the presence of a unique physique. Nailanshi boasted a 6-star talent and possessed the innate Dao body, one of the 9 most formidable physiques in the universe, demonstrating a balance between aptitude and constitution. In contrast, Li Hao was a 7-star talent with the potential for ascension, yet his physique was merely the 9 heavens overlord body, rendering his aptitude 2 tiers superior to his constitution. Upon reaching perfection, the 9 heavens overlord body could contend with emperors, albeit slightly inferior to the transcendent sovereign. Had he possessed the Xianhuang overlord body, the pinnacle of the overlord lineage, one would be able to challenge emperors upon full mastery and incompleteness. It would exceed the transcendent sovereign. Li Hao was indeed fortunate, born with a trace of imperial blood, the 9 heavens overlord body, and the potential for ascension. Qin Chuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. When heaven bestows great responsibilities upon an individual, it must first temper their spirit. Li Hao epitomized this principle. Qin Chuan observed as Li Hao's trace of imperial blood was extracted. On the brink of death, his hidden 9 heavens overlord body activated instinctively. Even in the absence of rescue, Li Hao would achieve rebirth and emerge even stronger than before. Among the triad of bloodline, aptitude, and physique, the trace of imperial blood was the least significant, far inferior to the 9 heavens overlord body. The sharpness of a treasured sword emerges from its honing, and the fragrance of plum blossoms arises from bitter cold. Only through such trials could Li Hao ascend the path of greatness, flourishing after enduring hardship. However, that was all in the past. Once Li Hao became his disciple, who in heaven or earth would dare to provoke him? The path of Li Hao's rise would be smooth sailing. Celestial Emperor, the disciple you wish to take is that Li Hao? Yin Junshu inquired. He too had discerned the secrets within Li Hao, though aptitude eluded Yin Junshu's perception. Even as he stood at the pinnacle of the ultimate realm, he could see through bloodlines and physiques with ease. Among the vast expanse of De Huang Star, the ones with the greatest potential were undoubtedly Li Hao and Li Ming. Though Li Ming now possessed 3 traces of imperial blood, Yin Junshu regarded him as rather average, not worthy of his attention. With the awakening of the 9 Heavens Overlord body, Li Hao's potential surpassed that of Li Ming, yet it did not guarantee his path to becoming an emperor. The Qin Celestial Emperor had stated that he desired a disciple with the potential for ascension, which should imply that one among Li Hao or Li Ming possessed extraordinary qualities to elevate their potential to the level of ascension. Yin Junshu leaned psychologically towards Li Hao, for he not only bore 2 traces of imperial blood but also the 9 Heavens Overlord body, possibly indicating remarkable aptitude. Indeed, the Qin Celestial Emperor nodded with a smile. Should we act immediately? Yin Junshu inquired. Not yet. I wish to see if the great Qin dynasty is truly as corrupt as it seems. The Qin Celestial Emperor replied nonchalantly. Should no powerful individuals within the great Qin dynasty advocate for Li Hao, and if they continued to favor Li Ming and Qin Xinhua, he would not hesitate to obliterate the great Qin dynasty to avenge his disciple Li Hao. In the imperial capital of the great Qin dynasty, the elders and clan leaders deliberated and reached a decision. War Star, we cannot acquiesce to your demands. Depart at once, or we shall not hold back. In comparison to the justice sought by the Li Zhanting family, they were far more reluctant to offend the future titan, Li Ming. What a spectacle this is. The great Qin dynasty, the descendants of emperors. How shameful. Li Zhanting, filled with rage, could scarcely believe that even his modest request could not be fulfilled. Thus, today, I shall turn the imperial capital into a river of blood. The murderous aura surrounding Li Zhanting intensified. Zhanting, let us discuss this rationally. First, take Howard to receive treatment. Li Zhanga interjected. Brother, should you kill that vile woman, we shall remain brothers. Li Zhanting glared fiercely at Li Zhanga, bellowing. Li Zhanga shook his head. How utterly ridiculous. I have held you in such esteem. From this day forth, we are no longer brothers. Should you obstruct me, I shall kill you without hesitation. Li Zhanting's eyes burned crimson, his murderous intent growing stronger. Enough. Li Qingyu stepped forward, his voice laced with fury. Zhanting, do you wish to turn brother against brother? Do you not recognize me as your father? Are you siding with that wretched woman? Li Zhanting responded coldly, leaving Li Qingyu speechless. If that is the case, then we are no longer father and son. Should you stand in my way, I shall strike you down without mercy, Li Zhanting declared, his murderous intent chilling. For the sake of his son, he would stop at nothing to seek justice. You, truly are obstinate, Li Qingyu retorted angrily. Since you remain unyielding, we shall have no choice but to subdue you, an elder of the clan spoke, his tone devoid of warmth. Kill, Li Zhanting roared, charging forward with his spear. The elders and clan leaders attempted to subdue him, yet one by one, they were wounded by his ferocity. What an extraordinary Li Zhanting. Capable of defying the divine monarch as a divine sovereign, truly remarkable, noted an elder who had yet to engage. Most of the elders from the War King's estate were at the divine sovereign level, with a few at the divine monarch level. While the clan elders were at least divine monarchs, some even saints. The elders now arriving were all divine monarchs. Li Zhanting fought with reckless abandon, his spear shattering the heavens and staining his garments with blood. Even divine monarchs could not impede his path. His gaze was fixed on Qin Xinhua and her son Li Ming at the entrance of the Grand Hall, intent on eliminating them. Everyone, let us join forces to subdue him. In the next moment, 4 peaked divine monarchs struck, working together to restrain Li Zhanting, preventing him from advancing. Oh! Li Zhanting screamed in madness, struggling relentlessly, his aura climbing steadily until he suddenly broke through to the divine monarch realm. Boom! Li Zhanting swept his spear, forcing back the 4 clan elders, charging towards Qin Xinhua and Li Ming. Those who dared to obstruct him were either gravely injured or slain. Having ascended to the divine monarch realm, his combat prowess now reached the semi-saint domain, making him unmatched in that moment. Qin Xinhua's countenance paled, and she hurriedly pulled Li Ming into the grand hall, finding solace in its depths. For within the heart of the hall resided a saint, the War King. Impudence. A voice resounded within the War King's estate, and a colossal hand descended, aiming to suppress Li Zhanting. A saint from the clan had intervened. Break for me. Li Zhixing invoked a secret technique, his aura surging once more as he unleashed his most formidable divine ability, thrusting his spear towards the celestial hand looming above. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar, the terrifying power sweeping in all directions, causing the imperial capital to quake. Had it not been for the activation of the grand formation, it would have been reduced to ruins. As the brilliance faded, the onlookers beheld Li Zhixing sprawled upon the ground, blood gushing from his wounds, evidently grievously injured by the saint's strike. I demand justice, he uttered, lifting his bloodied hand with a voice hoarse from pain. Witnessing this scene, Meng Yimin wept uncontrollably, her heart aching for her husband. Others stood in silence, fully aware that Li Zhixing's family were the true victims in this affair, yet they had colluded with the wicked to suppress him, becoming accomplices to the wretched Qin Xinhua. In this vast wasteland, the Daqian dynasty is justice itself. Who dares to aid you? Who could possibly assist you? The saint's voice echoed, cold and unfeeling. Suddenly, With a resounding crash, this indifferent saint was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, kneeling before Li Zhixing, his breath shallow, on the verge of death. I shall seek justice for you. A voice, calm and unwavering, resonated throughout the imperial capital. Shortly thereafter, two figures emerged at the War King's residence, Chinuan and Yun Wanshu. Witnessing the pervasive darkness of the Daqian dynasty, Chinuan could no longer wait. He was resolved to unleash a massacre. Chapter 48. Prioritizing the bigger picture? A single slap could end you. The entire assembly was struck with astonishment. The saint from the royal family of the great Qian dynasty had been reduced to such a pitiful state, nearly meeting his demise. At this moment, the crowd surrounding the War King's residence was utterly dumbfounded. This was a saint, capable of ascending to kingship. Yet now, he lay on the ground like a lifeless creature. Motionless, his breath faint. In the next instant, numerous elders and clan leaders began to voice their outrage, glaring at the two individuals standing behind Li Zhixing. Presumptuous. Who are you? Coming to disrupt the affairs of our great Qian dynasty? Are you seeking death? You dare to ambush and injure our clan's saint. Today, you shall face dire consequences. Who do you think you are, meddling in our affairs, naively imagining you can uphold justice for our dynasty? Such arrogance is beyond comprehension. In this vast wilderness star, who would dare to interfere with the matters of our great Qian dynasty? You two are simply unworthy. Although the newcomers might possess considerable strength, the formidable figures of the great Qian dynasty felt no fear. As the dominators of the wilderness star, they were accustomed to their haughty demeanor. No force dared to oppose the great Qian dynasty, and few factions in the entire Beta Star domain would show them disrespect. After all, the great Qian dynasty represented the legacy of the emperor, wielding supreme imperial artifacts to dominate fate, making them a paragon of power, comparable to those ancient families. Eternal royal lineages and undying traditions. It mattered not whether these two were saints. Even if they were true saints or saint kings, the great Qian dynasty could easily suppress them. This was the profound foundation of the emperor's legacy. Although the great Qian dynasty had remained low profile for the past millennium, their strength was still intact, and they were not to be provoked lightly. Esteemed elders, I sincerely appreciate your goodwill, yet it would be prudent for you to depart swiftly. Lest it be too late, Li Zhixing implored, having risen from the ground to kneel on one knee, using his war spear for support. His gaze filled with gratitude towards Chinuan and Yun Junshu. In the entirety of the great Qian dynasty and the wilderness star, no one dared to intervene in his family's affairs, except for these two venerable figures who sought justice for his son. Li Zhixing wished to spare them from perishing here. Meng Yining, cradling Li Hao, pursed her lips and joined in urging, "Esteemed elders, please leave quickly. It will be too late." Enough. A chilling voice resonated throughout the realm. The War King emerged from the grand hall, his indifferent gaze fixated upon Chinuan and Yun Junshu. Ninth Heaven Saint. The clan elders gasped in astonishment. The War King had kept a low profile for years, and none knew the depth of his cultivation. Now, his prowess was revealed, shocking all present. As the War King advanced further into true sainthood, combined with his great-grandson, Li Ming possessing a fraction of imperial blood, it was highly likely that the current Qian emperor would voluntarily step aside in favor of him. Seeing that the two individuals remained unmoved, the War King's gaze swept over Li Zhixing, Meng Yining, and Li Hao, reprimanding, "You couple truly lack a sense of the greater good. For the revival of the great Qian, what is the sacrifice of 2 portions of imperial blood? You bring shame upon me." Li Zhixing and Meng Yining stood in shock. Was this truly the once amiable grandfather? Merely because their son had lost his imperial blood, and thus his utility, they were to be treated in such a manner, destined for sacrifice? Ha ha! Li Zhixing laughed maniacally. That is my son. Hao heir possesses 2/10 of imperial blood, with potential surpassing that of Li Ming. What justifies the decision not to strip him of his imperial essence and integrate it into my son's being? Why is that? Li Zhixing demanded, his tone fierce. You have naively placed your trust in others and shown undue compassion. Who can you blame for that? The War King replied coldly. Given the situation, the greater good must take precedence. Li Zhixing scoffed derisively, retorting, if it were your son at stake, would you still voice such sentiments? For the sake of Daqian, I would sacrifice anything, even my own life, should it come to that, the War King declared with righteous fervor. Those surrounding them, who previously deemed the War King heartless, now regarded him with a newfound respect. Hypocrisy. You are truly a hypocrite. Li Zhixing dismissed the War King's words entirely. Recalling how the War King had once flown into a rage over the deaths of his uncles in the starry expanse, nearly plunging into the cosmos for vengeance, the War King cast a cold glance in his direction, choosing to ignore him, and turned instead to the 2 spectators behind him, stating flatly, "Who are you? The assassin of our sage must be suppressed and cast into the 18 layers of heaven's prison as a warning to others." The War King's indifferent voice reverberated like thunder throughout the imperial capital. Chinuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silent. Yun Junshu, positioned a step behind him, spoke with derision. "You are not yet worthy of knowing our names. A sage? Merely a worm. How dare you threaten to suppress us? You must be weary of life itself." Upon finishing his words, Yun Junshu glanced at the Emperor Qin Tian, transmitting a query. "Emperor, may I slay him?" He realized that the Li Hao, whom the Emperor intended to take as a disciple, was the War King's great-grandson. Thus, he sought the emperor's permission before acting rashly. Kill him, Chinuan replied, his expression as calm as a still pond. He appreciated Yun Junshu's thoughtfulness in taking on such unpleasant tasks. Indeed, as the emperor, he should not engage in every matter personally. With Yun Junshu as an ally, he found the burden considerably lighter, allowing Yun Junshu to handle the dirty work. Few in this universe, and even fewer since the ancient divine era, could compare to Yun Junshu. Arrogance. Witness how I will subdue you. The War King snorted coldly, extending a massive hand that obscured the heavens and aimed to crush them. Yun Junshu merely flicked his finger. Boom. The colossal hand shattered. And before the War King could utter a cry of despair, both his corporeal form and his essence perished simultaneously. Onlookers were left in stunned silence. They had anticipated witnessing the War King's might, only to behold him fell by a mere finger flick. This was a grave turn of events. Many elders and clan leaders swallowed hard, their expressions filled with horror as they involuntarily recoiled several steps. These two were certainly not mere sages, nor even true sages. They were at least sage kings, for otherwise, they would not dare to provoke the Chinuan dynasty. Nor could they so effortlessly dispatch a ninth-layer sage with a mere gesture. Suddenly, figures began to descend, surrounding the War King's residence from all sides, each radiating an overwhelming aura. The sacred might swept across the heavens and earth, shaking the vast expanse of the great wasteland star, even reverberating beyond the realms and shattering dozens of great stars. Dozens of formidable saints descended, unhesitatingly brandishing their sacred weapons, true sacred weapons, sacred king weapons, and even great sacred weapons emanating an aura of terrifying power. They formed a grand formation, sealing the heavens and locking the earth, isolating the War King's residence solely to ensnare Chinuan and Yun Junshu. Those who dare to slay our clan's saints shall face execution. The leading sacred king wore a cold expression, his gaze fixed icily upon the two below, his murderous intent stirring the heavens, causing the stars to shift and the mountains to quake. One sacred king, 8 true saints, and 23 saints had also established a quasi-emperor level formation indeed. They had come in full force. Yun Junshu cast a glance, instantly perceiving the entirety of the situation, not placing them in the slightest regard. Let them come down, Chinuan stated calmly. As you wish, Yun Junshu replied, her right hand gently pressing downwards. In an instant, the quasi-emperor level formation shattered, and the dozens of saints, along with their sacred weapons, plummeted uncontrollably to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The sacred practitioners of the great Chinuan dynasty were taken aback, attempting to resist but finding themselves utterly immobilized. So weak. With just a slight exertion, you crumble like ants without the power to resist. How dare you look down upon us and threaten our lives? It is truly a farce, Yun Junshu remarked with indifference. Chapter 49. The decree of the celestial emperor Chinuan cast a glance at Yun Junshu, pondering whether his prolonged stay in this extraordinary realm had rendered him somewhat loquacious. Was it truly necessary to convey so much? He might as well be dubbed the chatty celestial emperor. Now, can we dispense justice? Chinuan surveyed the War King's manner, observing that none dared to meet his gaze, all bowing their heads and appearing exceedingly submissive. Under the eaves, one must lower their head. The subordinates of this man could effortlessly shatter a quasi-emperor grade formation, suppressing numerous saint path powerhouses, including saint kings and great saints, truly terrifying. One could only fathom the strength of the leader. Noticing the silence, Chinuan continued, Junshu, bring forth that venomous woman and the child. Understood. Yun Junshu nodded, raising a hand to summon Chinuan and Li Ming, who were hidden within the grand hall. They involuntarily soared before crashing at Li Zhanqing's feet, kneeling on the ground. Both Chinuan and Li Ming were now utterly terrified, their faces betraying fear for the first time. The foundation of the Chinuan dynasty, which they had relied upon, crumbled before these two, easily subdued. Li Zhanqing, what justice do you seek? You may speak now. Chinuan snapped his fingers, infusing a mysterious light into Li Zhanqing's body, instantly mending his injuries and stabilizing his cultivation. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your righteous intervention. Li Zhanqing bowed deeply, genuinely grateful. With these two unfathomably powerful elders advocating for his family, he finally had a chance to reclaim justice. Esteemed elder, I wish to subject that venomous woman, Chinuan, to 1,000 cuts to vent my pent-up rage. Li Zhanqing glanced at his wife, Meng Yining, then at his son, Li Hao, before fixing his gaze on Meng Yining. Very well, Chinuan consented. With a gentle wave of Yun Junshu's hand, Chinuan's cultivation was rendered null, leaving her sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, prostrated before Li Zhanqing. Her once beautiful visage was now filled with terror and desperation. And the boy? Chinuan inquired coolly. Li Zhanqing hesitated as he looked at the kneeling Li Ming, whose face was etched with hatred and defiance. Zhanqing, you mustn't act recklessly. Our clan has languished for millennia. Ming'er is our hope for revival. The Saint King of the Chinuan dynasty suddenly interjected, attempting to persuade him. They had been subdued, unable to wield even a fraction of their power, forced to lie on the ground. Not only the Saint Path powerhouses, but the others within the War King's manor were also suppressed, awaiting the judgment of the Celestial Emperor. Witnessing this scene, he desperately wished to intervene, but felt powerless to do so. Focused on his own survival, he could only plead verbally, hoping to sway Li Zhanqing's resolve. Upon hearing these words, the once uncertain Li Zhanqing became resolute, glaring coldly at the Saint King Elder, and retorted, "Should I not avenge my son? If you had acted against this wretched woman or promptly dealt with the matter, returning my son's imperial blood, would we have arrived at this juncture?" Li Zhanqing bowed to Chinuan and Yun Wanshu, stating, "I humbly request that the two esteemed elders assist in reclaiming the imperial blood from within my son Li Ming, integrating it back into him. Zhanqing, this course of action is inadvisable. The imperial blood within Ming'er is still merging. Should it be separated at this moment, he would perish. And the repercussions on the imperial blood would be unfathomable. Have you considered the consequences?" The Saint King Elder implored desperately. "I care not for such matters. This child is treacherous and insidious. If he dies, then so be it," Li Zhanqing retorted with a sneer. A long, mournful sigh echoed, seemingly resonating from the depths of the abyss. An elderly figure clad in resplendent robes materialized, exuding immense sanctity and formidable presence, revealing himself to be a great sage. He had been in seclusion, but the uproar at the War King's residence had roused him from his meditations. Though he felt sympathy for Li Hao's plight, for the greater good, it was imperative to preserve Li Ming's imperial blood. The aura of the great sage surged across the vast expanse of the Da Huang star, astonishing the powerful entities from distant factions who were observing the situation. The great sage of the Qin dynasty had indeed emerged. "Zhanqing, why the haste to turn against your own kin? You are all family. Why must it escalate to this extent?" the great sage inquired. Li Zhanqing remained silent, instead glancing at Chinuan and Yun Wanshu, who nodded in affirmation, instilling him with newfound confidence. "Will the elder provide me with justice?" Li Zhanqing asked coldly. The great sage was at a loss for words. If he were inclined to grant justice to Li Zhanqing, he would not have emerged to intervene at this moment. The great sage turned to Chinuan and Yun Wanshu, beseeching, "Please, esteemed friends, for the sake of our clan's great emperor, kindly refrain from meddling in our affairs." "You dare to address us as friends?" Yun Wanshu scoffed derisively. He and the Emperor Qin were both of the pinnacle of the ultimate path, worthy of mutual recognition as friends, yet this mere fourth-layer great sage had the audacity to claim such a title. Furthermore, a deceased emperor holds no merit for them to extend courtesy. "Do you truly believe your clan's emperor attained his status through mere pretense?" "Bow down," Chinuan commanded, his words carrying weight. An overwhelming force surged forth, descending upon the great sage, whose expression shifted drastically as he attempted to resist. Yet, he found his cultivation suppressed in an instant, collapsing powerless to the ground, unable to move. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. The great sage was gripped by terror, his resolve shattered in an instant, utterly horrified. He was a fourth-layer great sage. Yet he had been subdued by a single utterance from this individual. How terrifying. What cultivation level could this person possibly possess to instill such fear? "You may proceed." Yun Wanshu smiled at Li Zhanqing. Li Zhanqing inhaled deeply, gazing at the treacherous woman, Chinuan, prostrate at his feet, preparing to strike. "Hold on." A voice interjected as another figure emerged from the palace's forbidden grounds. Upon seeing this figure, the other powerful entities on Da Huang Star were taken aback, recognizing the identity of the newcomer. The legend was indeed true. The Qin dynasty harbored a quasi-emperor elder in hiding. The illustrious Song Xian elder, known throughout the universe thousands of years ago. Emperor Chinuan cast a glance at the Song Xian elder, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. He had long been aware of his presence. "Ah, this young man has finally deigned to emerge from the divine source. He even brings with him an ultimate imperial weapon. How terrifying, indeed," Yun Wanshu remarked with a teasing smile. "It would have been preferable if the quasi-emperor had remained hidden. In such a case, they would not have sought trouble. Now that he has emerged, should he dare to show them disrespect or favor Li Ming, it would indeed be tantamount to courting death, and they would be dealt with accordingly." The ancestral figure of Song Xian has descended, casting a profound gaze upon Chinuan and Yun Wanshu, filled with deep apprehension. He spoke in a grave tone, inquiring about their origins. Initially, he contemplated summoning the supreme imperial weapon to suppress the two, but upon observing their unwavering composure, his confidence began to wane. Though the supreme imperial weapon is formidable, it is not invincible, having failed even against the great emperors. While the contemporary universe may lack great emperors, there are still heavenly emperors, and not merely one. However, Song Xian did not presume that these two were among those heavenly emperors. Such coincidences are rare. The heavenly emperors are preoccupied with their ascension and have little time to meddle in the trivial affairs of the Qin dynasty. Perhaps these two are also quasi-emperors, wielding supreme imperial weapons, which explains their audacity. The Great Wilderness Star is the foundation of the Qin dynasty, and should a conflict involving imperial weapons arise, everything would be obliterated. Thus, Song Xian had no desire to engage in combat and hoped instead to persuade the two to depart. Chapter 50. The dominance of the body is an invincible path. Li Hao seeks an apprenticeship, rewards in hand. You need not concern yourself with our identities. Merely articulate the purpose of your visit. Do you wish to aid Li Hao, or assist Li Ming? Yun Junshu, embodying a voice of reason, inquired of Qin Chuan's thoughts. Qin Chuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Yun Junshu demonstrated remarkable insight, proving to be a thoughtful subordinate. My esteemed friends, this era is one of golden opportunity. allowing for the emergence of many emperors, with the celestial path set to unveil, offering the chance to ascend to divinity. Why must we engage in a bitter struggle over such trivial matters? The elder Song Xian deliberated before speaking, though he did not provide a direct answer. His words unmistakably revealed his stance, to safeguard Li Ming. After all, Li Ming possessed a significant portion of imperial blood, brimming with potential and poised for ascension to emperor. Whereas Li Hao had lost his imperial lineage and was reduced to a mere shell of his former self. For the benefit of the Qin dynasty and its future, he could not extend assistance to Li Hao. Indeed, it was impossible to transfer Li Ming's imperial blood back to Li Hao's body, a feat beyond even his quasi-emperor capabilities. Yin Junshu could not stifle a laugh upon hearing this. They were all celestial emperors. Why engage in a contest for the title of emperor? Moreover, what significance did the appearance of the celestial path hold? They had traversed the heavenly gates and witnessed the celestial realm reduced to ruin, completely annihilated. No one could enter the celestial realm to attain divinity. What amused Yin Junshu most was the audacity of this quasi-emperor suggesting a life and death struggle with two celestial emperors. Such ignorance of the vastness of the heavens was truly laughable. A lineage of emperors devoid of a single rational individual was a lamentable reality, sighed Chinuan. Sacrificing personal interests for the so-called greater good merely meant that the individual sacrificed was not a supporter. Otherwise, the supporters would have opposed it. Do not take liberties with my patience. At these words, Elder Song Xian's demeanor turned icy. He had spoken kindly for the sake of the greater good. Yet these two responded with scornful mockery, truly believing he was intimidated? Armed with the supreme imperial weapon, he dared to confront even the most exalted, let alone these two. Friend Yun, I entrust this matter to you, Chinuan remarked, not sparing another glance at him, simply issuing a calm directive. Just keep an eye on him. Yin Junshu beamed with confidence. Regardless of whether the adversary wielded a supreme imperial weapon, even a great emperor would meet the same fate. Boom. Upon witnessing this, Elder Song Xian hesitated no longer and activated the supreme imperial weapon, unleashing a formidable imperial might that reverberated throughout the vast cosmos, shaking the ancient heavens. A battle beyond the realm, Elder Song Xian bellowed, preparing to soar away. The willingness of these two to stand forth indicated a compassionate heart. They likely would not engage in conflict on the great wasteland star, thus sparing the innocent and preventing countless lives from perishing in misery. Why complicate matters further? With a gentle smile, Yin Junshu extended his right hand towards Elder Song Xian, his palm growing larger, eclipsing the sky and obscuring the stars. As though one hand could shield the entire cosmos, emanating an overwhelming and terrifying power. Elder Song Xian found himself involuntarily drawn toward Yin Junshu's hand, his expression shifting dramatically. This was imperial might. This individual was indeed an emperor. And what of the other? As this thought crossed his mind, Elder Song Xian's countenance turned ashen. In this world, there are not two great emperors, but rather two celestial sovereigns. How unfortunate he is. Instead of pursuing immortality, these celestial beings have chosen to meddle in trivial matters. As thoughts raced through his mind, the venerable Song Xian ancestor did not abandon his resistance. He desperately urged the supreme imperial weapon, hoping to break free. Yet, it proved utterly futile. Within the span of a mere breath, he was suppressed by Yun Wanshu, observing the struggling quasi-emperor in his grasp. Yun Wanshu turned to Chinuan with a smile and inquired, Celestial Sovereign, how do you find this technique? Previously subdued by the great cosmic fist of the heavenly Emperor Qin, trapped within the cosmos of his palm, Yun Wanshu had found this unparalleled technique remarkably potent. And he had been secretly pondering it along the way. Now, he had finally discerned its initial form. While it may not be particularly effective against great emperors, it was more than sufficient to deal with quasi-emperors. Not bad, Chinuan replied nonchalantly. A slight smile graced Yun Wanshu's lips. Compared to my palm universe, it is merely 100 million times less effective, Chinuan continued. Yun Wanshu winced at the bluntness of the remark. Was it really necessary to be so disheartening? As the two bantered, the formidable warriors of the Qin dynasty stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with despair. These two were indeed celestial sovereigns. No wonder they were terrifyingly powerful, effortlessly suppressing a quasi-emperor wielding a supreme imperial weapon. Their fate was sealed. The Qin dynasty was doomed. Many lamented their choices, wishing they had supported Li Zhanting's family. Perhaps they could have gained the favor of the celestial sovereigns and obtained unparalleled opportunities. Li Zhanting and Meng Yining were equally astonished, unable to believe that celestial beings had descended to seek justice on their behalf. We are eternally grateful for the immense kindness of the celestial sovereigns. Our lives are insufficient to repay such grace, Li Zhanting proclaimed as he knelt on the ground. Bowing deeply 9 times, Meng Yining also bowed in gratitude, holding on to Li Hao. With the backing of 2 celestial sovereigns, they finally had the chance to attain justice. However, Chen Xinyue watched this scene with bitterness. Had these two chosen to ignore the situation, her son Li Ming would have soared to greatness, dominating the cosmos and contending against the sons and daughters of emperors for the position of great emperor. With a son of such stature, her own status would have risen infinitely, enjoying boundless riches and glory. Now, all was lost. As these thoughts crossed her mind, resentment and fury flashed in her eyes. With a swift motion, Yun Wanshu unleashed a slap from afar, causing Qin Xinyue to explode in a burst of energy, meeting her demise. Those who dare show disrespect to us must be punished. Yun Wanchu would not indulge her. To harbor resentment against even the celestial sovereigns was a grave folly. Kid, I've resolved your issue. No need for thanks, Yun Wanchu said to Li Zhanting. Mother, Li Ming cried out, tears streaming down his face. With his mother gone, he feared he would be next. For the first time, regret bloomed within his heart. Had he known, he would never have urged his mother to strip Li Hao of his imperial blood. Li Zhanting lifted his head and respectfully said, I implore the celestial sovereign to assist my son in reclaiming his imperial blood. The body of dominance is inherently invincible. Why seek imperial blood? Qin Chuan replied with a smile. Li Zhanting and Meng Yining were left bewildered, their faces filled with confusion. Upon the release of the venerable Songxuan, the other formidable figures of the great Qin dynasty were taken aback. What could the celestial emperor possibly mean? Li Hao, having turned misfortune into fortune, found that the imperial blood within him was merely the least of his attributes. With its absence, his nine heavens dominance body was inadvertently activated. Furthermore, Li Hao's exceptional aptitude rendered the path to becoming an emperor a mere formality. The reason we ventured into the Beta Star domain was due to the desire of the Qin celestial emperor to take Li Hao as his disciple. Yin Junshu elucidated the circumstances with a smile. The crowd suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder two celestial emperors had appeared. They were indeed here for Li Hao. In that moment, the strong of the great Qin dynasty were filled with profound regret. Due to a fleeting thought, they had turned into adversaries of Li Hao, missing the opportunity to embrace this boundless talent within their clan. Had Qin Xinyue not caused trouble, the great Qin dynasty would have established a relationship with the two celestial emperors. Once Li Hao matured into an emperor, the dynasty would bask in everlasting glory. At this instant, from the most ordinary cultivators to the quasi-emperor ancestors, a collective hatred towards Qin Xinyue, deemed a vile woman, surged forth. They longed to flay her alive, subjecting her to eternal torment in the depths of the underworld. Upon hearing the news, Li Zhanting and Meng Yining were undoubtedly the most elated. Their son had turned misfortune into fortune. Devoid of imperial blood, he had activated his nine heavens dominance body. And now a celestial emperor wished to take him as a disciple. Fortune had indeed smiled upon them. Li Hao, do you wish to take me as your master? Qin Chuan inquired, gazing at the boy nestled in Meng Yining's arms. Li Hao, bewildered, looked to his parents, and upon seeing their nods, he replied, I am willing. With Meng Yining's assistance, Li Hao bowed in reverence to accept his master. Meanwhile, a voice resonated in Qin Chuan's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting a 7-star genius as a disciple. Reward, a 7-star disciple gift package. Would you like to open it now? Chapter 51. The diagram of the Imperial Path Killing Array, the Tower of Time, and the 6-path Celestial Body. Qin Chuan declined to immediately open the 7 Stars Apprentice Recruitment gift pack. He decided to first conclude matters concerning the Great Wilderness Star, intending to unveil the gift upon his return journey. With this thought, Qin Chuan turned to the kneeling Li Hao before him and said with a smile, very well. From this day forth, you shall be my personal second disciple. With a gentle lift of his hand, Li Hao, Meng Yining, and Li Zhanting involuntarily rose to their feet. Standing tall, thank you, Heavenly Emperor, for accepting my son as your disciple. Li Zhanting and Meng Yining bowed deeply in gratitude. The arrival of the two heavenly emperors not only avenged their grievances, but also granted Li Hao the extraordinary fortune of becoming a disciple, altering the fates of both him and his family. Qin Chuan accepted this honor with composure. What do you intend to do with these individuals? Qin Chuan inquired, casting his gaze over the likes of ancestor Tsang Xian, Li Ming, and Li Qingyu, addressing Li Zhanting. Li Zhanting looked towards the quasi-emperors of the Daiqian dynasty, the great sage, the holy king, and the multitude of true sages and saints, his heart filled with indecision. Little Li, fear not. With the support of our two heavenly emperors, what is there to dread? Yin Junshu said with a reassuring smile. Taking a deep breath, Li Zhanting's murderous intent intensified. He turned his gaze upon the instigator, Li Ming, whose face turned ashen with terror as he cried out in despair, Uncle, please, I am your own nephew. You cannot kill me. I do not wish to die. Spare me this cruelty in the next life. Without hesitation, Li Zhanting struck Li Ming, reducing him to nothing but ashes, leaving no trace behind. The faces of ancestor Tsang Xian and the others paled further. If even Li Ming, who bore the blood of 3 emperors, was slain, how could they hope to escape? Subsequently, Li Zhanting continued to take action, eliminating numerous elders, clan leaders, and ancestors who harbored malice towards his family, including several saints and true sages. However, he spared the quasi-emperors, great sages, and holy kings. As they had previously treated him well, they had merely chosen the wrong path this time. Yet, while they could be spared from death, they could not evade their punishment. With the assistance of Qin Chuan and Yin Junshu, all powerful figures of the Daiqian dynasty submitted to Li Zhanting, each bearing a soul mark that bound them to his will, controlling their lives and deaths. Since Li Hao was to accompany Qin Chuan to the primordial sacred land, Li Zhanting and Meng Yining resolved to remain in the Great Wilderness Star to develop the Daiqian dynasty, thus sparing those individuals from death. From this day forth, Li Zhanting became the new sovereign of the Daiqian dynasty. His son, Li Hao stood as the direct disciple of the heavenly Emperor Qin, boasting an unparalleled background, garnering respect and fear. Within the Deqian dynasty, saints, true sages, holy kings, great sages, and even quasi-emperors were to heed Li Zhanting's commands without question. After settling all matters, Li Zhanting and Meng Yining bid farewell to their son, watching as Li Hao was taken away by the two heavenly emperors. He called out loudly, "Hao, once I have resolved matters here, your mother and I shall visit you in the primordial sacred land." System. Open the 7 Stars Apprentice Recruitment Gift Pack. On the journey back to the 3,000 Dao states, Chinuan issued the command in his heart. Ding. The 7 Stars Gift Pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving the guaranteed reward, 1 true immortal summoning card and 10 Emperor summoning cards. Congratulations to the host for acquiring weapons. The Supreme Immortal Weapon Yudao Killing Array Map, the Extreme Emperor Weapons Eastern Sovereign Cauldron, Chinuan Bell, and Celestial Sword, along with 20 Semi-Emperor weapons, 100 Great Sage weapons, 500 Holy King weapons, 1,000 True Saint weapons, and 2,000 Saint weapons. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare treasure, the Tower of Time, Immortal Grade. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Celestial Treasure, the Source of Creation Spring, Immortal Grade. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Elixir, the Nirvana Emperor Pill, Emperor Grade, X5. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Physique, the 6 Paths Immortal Body, one of the strongest physiques in the universe. Congratulations to the host for receiving a chance to deduce a technique, allowing any technique to be elevated to the level of immortal scriptures. As Chinuan beheld the 7 rewards, he couldn't help but exclaim with delight. This is exhilarating. Truly, the 7-star disciple package had bestowed upon him an immense surprise. With rewards that could only be described as extraordinarily generous, just the guaranteed reward of a true immortal summoning card is an invaluable treasure, capable of summoning a true immortal who would be utterly loyal to him, ready for his command. Furthermore, there were 10 Emperor summoning cards, allowing him to summon 10 Emperors, a force so formidable that it could easily dominate the heavens and the ages. Upon examining the first category of rewards, Chinuan proceeded to the second. His gaze swept across countless Holy Path weapons and 20 Semi-Emperor weapons. With these armaments, the foundation of the Taichu Holy Land would be profoundly strengthened, ensuring that every individual would wield a holy weapon, instilling fear among all in heaven and earth. Remarkably, he received 3 extreme Emperor weapons at once, the Eastern Sovereign Cauldron, the Chinuan Bell, and the Celestial Sword. Chinuan felt a surge of joy. Previously, the Taichu Holy Land possessed only 2 extreme Emperor weapons. Now, with the addition of 3 more, life would become considerably easier. With 5 Emperor weapons to stabilize their fortune, the Taichu Holy Land would stand firm as a mountain. The Supreme Immortal Weapon Yudao Killing Array Map. Chinuan's eyes sparkled upon seeing this weapon. This particular immortal weapon is unique, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. In battle, it can instantly transform into a formidable Yudao killing array, capable of slaying even true immortals. In ordinary times, it can morph into a cloak worn around the body, exuding supreme majesty, and will autonomously revive its defenses in the face of danger. Excellent. With the Supreme Immortal Weapon, the Yudao Killing Array Map, I now possess 3 immortal weapons, each immensely powerful, and my strength will be significantly enhanced. Chinuan felt a genuine sense of joy. He then turned his attention to the other rewards. The Tower of Time is a special immortal grade treasure that can manipulate the flow of time, consisting of 9 levels. In the first level, 10 days within the tower equate to only 1 day outside. In the second level, 1 month inside corresponds to 1 day outside. The third level allows 3 months inside for just 1 day outside. The fourth level spans 6 months. The fifth level equals 1 year. The sixth level 3 years, the seventh 5 years, the eighth 7 years, and at the ninth level, residing inside for 10 years means only 1 day passes outside. This unparalleled temporal treasure is truly the optimal tool for nurturing the next generation, Chinuan mused. With the Tower of Time, the Taichu Holy Land's accumulation of strength will be drastically expedited. The Fountain of Creation is indeed a remarkable celestial treasure. Once placed, it can bestow a transformative baptism upon 10 individuals each day. Those who undergo this baptism will experience varying degrees of enhancement in their innate qualities. If one possesses a bloodline, there exists the possibility of ancestral return, as well as the emergence of unique physical forms. Regrettably, the highest tier of physical constitution that may arise is merely the 9 heavens dominance body, which ranks among the elite of the universe's second tier, thus unable to manifest the most formidable physiques of the first tier. Upon comprehending the significance of the Fountain of Creation, Chinuan realized it serves as a priceless artifact for strengthening one's foundation, its importance rivaling that of the Tower of Time. The 5 Nirvana Emperor pills hold immense value for Chinuan, allowing him to undergo 5 rapid rebirths, thereby reversing his existence across 5 lifetimes, culminating in a significant amplification of both his combat prowess and lifespan. The 6 Paths Immortal Body is one of the 9 most powerful physiques in the universe, comparable to the original sacred body he once possessed. However, his original sacred body has since evolved, rendering the 6 Paths Immortal Body inferior in comparison. Ultimately, Chinuan cast a final glance at the opportunity for skill cultivation and promptly resolved what technique to pursue. Undoubtedly, it must be his Supreme Emperor Sutra. Chapter 52. The Supreme Assault on the Primordial Holy Land. The Emperor's strike shakes the universe. In the southwestern region of the 3,000 Tao states lies a notorious realm known as the Abyss of Origin Demons. This abyss is one of the 8 forbidden zones of the cosmos, harboring formidable entities of profound malevolence. Each emergence from this realm unleashes unparalleled carnage, casting a pall of despair over all living beings in the universe. This place also serves as a refuge for those who tread the path of darkness, providing sanctuary for those who can gain the acceptance of its denizens. Should one find themselves unable to survive in their original domain, they may flee to the Abyss of Origin Demons, where recognition is a matter of life and death. The unworthy are met with immediate annihilation. This abyss does not harbor the worthless. At this moment, deep within the abyss, a supreme being prepares to shatter the seals of divine origin and re-emerge into the world. The aura of supremacy radiates outward, capturing the attention of other sovereigns dwelling within the abyss, who hasten to investigate. Upon realizing the situation, their expressions shift with concern. Majestic Eye Sovereign, have you lost your mind? Dear comrade, it is not yet the time for your return. Majestic Eye, please endure a while longer. Should you venture forth now, you will surely be vanquished by Emperor Qin. Numerous sovereigns project their thoughts, urging the Majestic Eye Sovereign to remain patient and to maintain a low profile. Regrettably, the Majestic Eye Sovereign remains resolute in his decision. My time is swiftly drawing to a close. I must seize this opportunity to fight, for if I do not, I shall perish without the hand of Emperor Qin. I refuse to accept an end shrouded in obscurity, so spare me your counsel. The Majestic Eye Sovereign speaks with a calm demeanor. A relic of the ancient chaos era and among the oldest of the few supreme beings in the abyss. Over the past several million years, he has instigated dark upheavals on but 2 occasions, making him one of the most restrained among the sovereigns. According to his original plan, he intended to emerge shortly, confident that in the current age, no emperor stood to challenge him. Yet, unexpectedly, the formidable Emperor Qin appeared, unparalleled in the heavens and earth, revered across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even the emperor-level sovereign, the Chaos Sovereign, fell to Emperor Qin's blade, demonstrating an unfathomable power. In light of this, the Majestic Eye Sovereign resolved to bide his time, awaiting a more opportune moment. He is determined to break free from confinement in this lifetime, for he cannot afford to wait for Emperor Qin to age and perish. His own lifespan is not so generous. Previously, when Emperor Qin penetrated the path to ascendancy, the Majestic Eye Sovereign felt an urge to act, but ultimately restrained himself. The allure of the path to ascendancy, promising eternal life and transcendence, eclipsed the mere extension of his existence through the suffering of the universe's denizens. Alas, the path to ascendancy proved disappointing, as neither of the 2 emperors succeeded in entering the celestial domain, ultimately retreating from the path. Following its disappearance, these sovereigns found themselves unable to trace its remnants, barred from the enigmatic realm of immortality. Thus, he has no choice but to pursue the final avenue, initiate a dark upheaval. Observing the absence of Emperor Qin and the nameless emperor from the 3,000 Tao states, the Majestic Eye Sovereign senses an opportunity. With both emperors away, he contemplates a nefarious plan to seize power and, upon acquiring sufficient life essence, to escape into the chaos. Within the chaos, the threads of causality were blurred, and fate remained concealed. Even the Emperor of Heaven, Qin, could not trace his whereabouts. Once the tumult subsided, he would quietly return to the Abyss of Origin. Breaking the seal of the divine source, the monarch of the demon eye emerged. Monarch of the demon eye, you must not halt, for you will bring great calamity upon the Abyss of Origin. Dear friend of the demon eye, do not act rashly. You are no match for the Emperor of Heaven. Demon eye, do not seek death. The voices of the sovereigns echoed, tinged with urgency. Their concern did not stem from a regard for the monarch's life, but rather the fear that he would incite the Emperor of Heaven to the abyss, which would spell disaster for them all. Should the Emperor become enraged, they would pay a grievous price, perhaps even meeting their demise. Unmoved, the monarch of the demon eye merely replied, one must embrace madness to truly live. My friends, I shall depart. With those words, he quietly left the Abyss of Origin, deliberately concealing his presence, preparing to observe before taking action. Ensuring that the Emperor of Heaven was absent from the 3,000 Tao states, the other sovereigns of the Abyss were increasingly agitated. Why did the monarch of the demon eye refuse their counsel? Yet, they were powerless to intervene and could only watch him depart. The monarch traversed the void, surveying the 3,000 Tao states, finding no anomalies. After numerous calculations, he confirmed that the Emperor was indeed absent from the realm. Just as he was poised to act, he found himself unwittingly arriving at the imperial state. This was the sacred land of Taichu, where the Emperor of Heaven resided. As he gazed down upon the magnificent, towering landscape, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He opened his celestial eye and witnessed the true essence of the sacred land, instantly shaken to his core. The concentration of spiritual energy was astounding, at least 100 million times that of the outside world. Within lay majestic mountains and soaring celestial peaks, countless holy palaces, each one at the very least at the level of a celestial being. It was inconceivable. The Tao rhythm within the sacred land was as vast as the ocean, and even mere breaths could yield insights into the Tao, accompanied by an exceptionally rich life essence. The monarch of the demon eye exclaimed in disbelief. The life essence here was at least 100 times denser than that within the abyss of origin. If this place were transformed into a forbidden zone, allowing sovereigns to lie in wait, their lifespans would increase significantly, negating the need to emerge and wreak havoc. What miraculous wonders lay within the sacred land of Taichu? This thought flickered through the monarch's mind. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of ambition. Rather than gradually harvesting the essence of life, why not seize the sacred land outright? By claiming the miraculous gifts of Taichu, he could not only extend his life for countless years, but might even ascend further to become the emperor of heaven himself. If the sacred land birthed the Emperor Qin, it could surely give rise to him, the demon eye emperor. With this thought firmly in mind, the monarch once again performed his calculations, confirming that the emperor of heaven was indeed absent from the sacred land. Thus, he boldly launched his assault. Sensing that the sacred land had deployed an imperial-level formation, which was already in operation, the monarch of the demon eye transcended his limits, restoring his ultimate combat prowess. A terrifying imperial might swept across the heavens and the earth, resonating throughout the 3,000 Tao states, leaving countless beings bewildered. What was happening? The supreme forces from all sides promptly activated the heavenly eye array to trace the source of the emperor's might, only to witness a scene that left them utterly astounded. A sovereign was assaulting the primordial sacred land. Seizing the opportunity in the absence of the Qin heavenly emperor, he sought to annihilate his lineage. The demon eye holy emperor raised a colossal hand to shatter the seals of the primordial sacred land, but unexpectedly, a fist erupted from within, sending the demon eye holy emperor hurtling away. An emperor? The demon eye holy emperor was taken aback. How could there be another emperor within the primordial sacred land? Caught off guard, he lost the upper hand before fully realizing his potential. At that moment, the Kongjin emperor, left behind by Chinuan to guard the primordial sacred land, emerged. With one hand resting behind his back and the other cradling the heavenly refining furnace, he regarded the demon eye holy emperor and remarked nonchalantly, "A mere sovereign dares to attack my primordial sacred land, utterly lacking in self-awareness." As a flawless emperor, though somewhat ordinary, he was not someone of the caliber of the demon eye holy emperor. It appeared the primordial sacred land concealed astonishing secrets. The demon eye holy emperor swiftly regained his composure, fixating intently on the Kongjin emperor, his aura surging to its zenith, reclaiming his ultimate combat prowess. The Kongjin emperor remained silent. The demon eye holy emperor struck again with all his might, intent on vanquishing this emperor in the briefest time possible. There was no retreat now. He had to eliminate this emperor and seize the primordial sacred land before the Qin heavenly emperor's return. The Kongjin emperor countered, engaging in battle with the demon eye holy emperor. The clash of these two supreme beings reverberated throughout the cosmos. At that moment, powerhouses across the universe were left in utter shock, nearly having their eyes pop out in disbelief. How could there be another emperor within the primordial sacred land? Chapter 53, The Chaos of Antiquity. The Celestial Emperor Strikes. Unassailable with a single fist, are there not other sovereigns of the imperial realm achieving enlightenment in this era besides the Celestial Emperor Qin? Who might this formidable emperor be? It is astonishing that the primordial sacred land harbors another emperor, a truly terrifying revelation. Alas, the demon eye sacred emperor's attempt to assault the primordial sacred land has proven to be a grave miscalculation. Foolish indeed. Did he truly believe that, in the absence of the celestial emperor Qin, any supreme being could brazenly invade? At this moment, tumultuous waves ripple across the cosmos, as countless powerful beings engage in fervent discourse. The foundation of the primordial sacred land is nothing short of terrifying. It is said that there are 10 quasi-emperors among the revered elders, presided over by an unparalleled emperor, and above them all reigns the invincible celestial emperor Qin. This undoubtedly establishes it as the preeminent force in the universe. Witnessing the clash between the Chinuan emperor and the demon eye sacred emperor, the unparalleled powerhouses and extraordinary talents across the cosmos are filled with astonishment. Indeed, the words of the wind and cloud emperor ring true. Having visited the primordial sacred land, he declared to the universe upon his departure that the age of gold had arrived, heralding the potential for multiple emperors to emerge. The extraordinary beings, previously harboring doubts, are now utterly convinced of this truth. Since the time of the ancient divine era, it has been an immutable law that only one supreme being could arise in each epoch, but now this has changed. In this era, with the emergence of the celestial emperor Qin, another unparalleled emperor has also come forth. This signifies that the current universe can indeed accommodate multiple emperors. Countless exceptional beings and extraordinary talents are ablaze with fervor, recognizing that their opportunity to ascend to emperorhood is at hand. Meanwhile, within the various forbidden zones and perilous lands, a profound silence prevails. The supreme beings gaze upon the imperial battle in the royal province, rarely breaking their collective silence. This era is exceedingly inhospitable to them. As one emperor after another emerges, can these supreme beings remain in hiding? The 8 great forbidden zones and 9 perilous lands may soon be thoroughly pacified. They yearn to reveal themselves and instigate turmoil, yet they hesitate. An ordinary emperor poses little threat. But the might of the celestial Emperor Qin and the nameless heavenly emperor is overwhelmingly formidable. The cautionary tales of the four supreme beings during the battle of immortal ascension linger vividly in their minds, dissuading them from reckless actions. Thunderous roars. The Chinuan Emperor and the Demon Eye Sacred Emperor are embroiled in a fierce battle high above the 9 heavens. The imperial might reverberates throughout the myriad realms, sending shockwaves across the vast universe, instilling dread in all living beings. The Demon Eye Sacred Emperor brandishes his supreme weapon, while the Chinuan Emperor unleashes the celestial refining furnace, intensifying the conflict. Both parties exert their utmost strength, yet ultimately, the Chinuan Emperor finds himself at a disadvantage. Suppressed by the Demon Eye Sacred Emperor, it is better to remain hidden than to surface and face certain death. Does he truly believe that any random emperor could contend with me? The Demon Eye Sacred Emperor, while battling, speaks with disdainful words. In the chaotic antiquity era, 25 sacred emperors were born, and he is one among them. His strength may not match that of the celestial emperor-level Wantian Sacred Emperor, nor does it rival the suspected battle immortal, the Taiwan. Yet, the Demon Eye Sacred Emperor considers himself among the foremost of the remaining 23 sacred emperors. If a ranking were to be devised for the sacred emperors of antiquity, Wantian Sacred Emperor would take the first place, Taiwan the second. And he believes he could secure a position within the top 5, perhaps even 3rd or 4th. He is a formidable force, a master of the underworld, who has transcended multiple lifetimes. In his first life, he attained enlightenment and ascended as an emperor, reigning over the cosmos with an imposing presence that commanded respect across the heavens and the earth, ruling for over 10 millennia. Upon reaching his twilight years, he consumed an elixir of immortality, embarking on a second life that lasted an additional 10,000 years. Through the accumulation of wisdom over these 2 lifetimes, he, in his second life's twilight, devised an unparalleled secret technique, enduring countless tribulations and overcoming the 81 calamities to ultimately defy fate and attain a 3rd life. In that existence, his lifespan was extended by an additional 20,000 years, and his combat prowess saw a significant enhancement. His strength surpassed that of an ordinary, flawless emperor by a considerable margin, though he had sacrificed a part of himself to achieve a heightened state, rendering him slightly weaker than at his peak. He remained far superior to the ordinary emperor before him. This is the very reason why the Emperor of the Demonic Eye dared to assault the primordial sacred land. Emperor of the Demonic Eye, though you possess certain skills, to think you can slay me with such means is a grave underestimation. The Emperor of the Universe, despite finding himself at a disadvantage, remained unflustered, his demeanor calm and composed. In his prime, he was filled with vigor, brimming with the essence of the vast cosmos, capable of gradually wearing down the Emperor of the Demonic Eye. With a dwindling lifespan and insufficient vitality, it was inevitable that the one to perish in a protracted battle would be the Emperor of the Demonic Eye. Moreover, the presence of the Heavenly Emperor loomed large. Indeed, upon the initiation of the assault by the Emperor of the Demonic Eye, the Heavenly Emperor Qin detected it instantaneously. Originally traversing leisurely, he and Yun Wanshu pierced through the fabric of space-time, arriving discreetly alongside Li Hao. Together, they shrouded the heavenly secrets, ensuring that the Emperor of the Demonic Eye remained unaware of any anomalies. The Heavenly Emperor Qin quietly escorted Li Hao to the primordial Immortal Mountain, then joined forces with the Heavenly Emperor Yun to seal the heavens and bind the earth, isolating the battlefield to prevent the cataclysmic aftermath of their clash from ravaging the 3,000 Dao states. At this moment, the two were observing the battle. The Heavenly Emperor Qin stood with hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing, his expression an inscrutable calm, showing no inclination to intervene. Heavenly Emperor, will you truly refrain from action? Yun Wanshu could not help but inquire. The emergence of an ordinary flawless emperor from the primordial sacred land startled him somewhat. Yet reflecting on the peculiar circumstances of this lifetime and the might of the Heavenly Emperor, he felt it was only fitting. With his keen perception, he discerned that the strength of the Emperor of the Universe was significantly inferior to that of the Emperor of the Demonic Eye. While the heavenly furnace would prevent him from being killed outright, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious position. Of course, if time were to drag on, the situation would eventually reverse, allowing the Emperor of the Universe to gradually gain the upper hand until he could slay the Emperor of the Demonic Eye. Having been previously chastised by the Heavenly Emperor Qin, Yun Wanshu felt a sense of frustration brewing within him, yet found no outlet for it. He would not casually strike against beings below the imperial realm, considering it beneath him. Now, with the appearance of the Emperor of the Demonic Eye, he felt a surge of eagerness to exact vengeance. Let us wait a moment longer, Chinuan said indifferently. He wished to gauge the true strength of the Emperor of the Universe through this imperial battle, ensuring he had a clear understanding. Observing the Heavenly Emperor Qin's resolve, Yun Wanshu had no choice but to temper his impatience. His gaze drifted to the cloak draped over the back of the Heavenly Emperor, and he could not help but furrow his brow. Heavenly Emperor, when did you acquire such a splendid cloak? This cloak was exquisitely ornate, elevating the Heavenly Emperor's presence even further, and Yun Wanshu found himself yearning for one of his own, though he was far more curious about its origin. He recalled that the Emperor Qin had not possessed this cloak before. Just moments ago, Chinuan responded with indifference. Other rewards were temporarily unusable, but the diagram of the imperial path could be taken out directly. Yun Junshu gazed at it several times, and with each glance, Her astonishment grew. This appeared to be an unparalleled celestial weapon. Though it was in a state of returning to its original simplicity, Yun Junshu discerned several clues. And she felt that Emperor Qin was even more unfathomable. This was already the third unparalleled celestial weapon she had encountered. How many celestial weapons could Emperor Qin possibly possess? Yun Daoist, you may proceed. The Emperor Qin suddenly spoke as Yun Junshu's thoughts swirled. He had thoroughly assessed the strength of the Emperor of the Universe. And there was no need for further delay. It was time to decisively eliminate the Saint Emperor of the Demon Eye. As the invincible Emperor, he naturally could not act easily. It was more appropriate to let his subordinate, Yun Junshu, take the lead. This would also provide a slight shock to the universe, facilitating the subsequent recruitment of talents and the opening of new avenues. Very well, Yun Junshu replied upon hearing this, and she immediately made her appearance. Charging toward the Saint Emperor of the Demon Eye, she had long been eager to act. With a single punch, she struck the Saint Emperor, inflicting severe injury upon him. Chapter 54. If the Celestial Emperor does not forsake me, I would gladly kneel and recognize him as my adoptive father. The eye of the demon Saint Emperor was utterly dumbfounded, engaged in a fierce battle with the Primordial Emperor. He held an absolute advantage and was poised to deliver the final blow, intending to seize the fortune of the Primordial Sacred Land and make his escape. Suddenly, a formidable being of imperial caliber appeared, raising a hand to deliver a strike of terrifying power, comparable to that of the Celestial Emperor. After vanquishing the Primordial Emperor, he swiftly assumed a defensive stance, conjuring numerous imperial techniques and summoning the ultimate weapon, the Demon Axe, to withstand the onslaught. Yet, he could not fend off the mysterious assailant's punch. With merely a single blow, the eye of the demon Saint Emperor was obliterated, his imperial blood splattering across the heavens. He hurriedly channeled his power, reconstructing his physical form multiple times to dissipate the punch's might, but his aura inevitably weakened significantly. At that moment, the cosmos was left in astonishment. Following the eruption of the imperial battle between the eye of the demon Saint Emperor and the Primordial Emperor, various cosmic factions activated their celestial eye formations to observe. Witnessing the eye of the demon Saint Emperor demonstrating unparalleled might against the nameless Emperor of the Primordial Sacred Land, the powerful beings from all sides felt no alarm. Although the human emperor was slightly weaker, he possessed an ultimate imperial weapon, his vitality as immense as the universe, perpetually at his peak. If this confrontation continued, the eye of the demon Saint Emperor would undoubtedly meet his demise. Such occurrences have transpired throughout history, with many human emperors boldly venturing into forbidden zones, initially wearing down the supreme beings, only to later engage in ruthless conquests with enhanced power. When the Cloud Sky Emperor intervened, delivering a devastating punch that shattered the eye of the demon Saint Emperor, the universe was rendered speechless in shock. The myriad powerful beings promptly realized that both the Qin Emperor and the Nameless Emperor had returned, and it was the latter who had struck. Why did the Nameless Emperor take up arms for the Primordial Sacred Land? Had the Qin Emperor subdued this enigmatic figure in a strange realm, turning him into a loyal follower? As the minds of powerful beings surged with speculation, the supreme entities from various forbidden zones lamented. The eye of the demon Saint Emperor's luck was woefully poor. Secretly emerging to sow chaos and harvest the essence of life to extend his existence, he foolishly attacked the Primordial Sacred Land. This provoked the hidden Emperor of the Primordial Sacred Land, drawing the attention of the two Celestial Emperors, ultimately leading to the eye of the demon Saint Emperor being obliterated by the Nameless Emperor's punch. This incident further illuminated the profound strength of the Nameless Emperor. To annihilate the eye of the demon Saint Emperor, who was nearly at the Celestial Emperor level, was no ordinary feat. Surely, he had transcended 5 or 6 lifetimes. His power unfathomable and not to be trifled with. Who are you? The eye of the demon Saint Emperor gazed warily at the enigmatic Celestial Emperor, who approached with hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze. He intended to flee, only to discover that this realm had been sealed off, utterly isolating him from the outside world, a barrier he could not breach with his strength. You are not yet worthy to know. Those who dare to assault the Primordial Sacred Land have seen their days of fortune come to an end. Surrender yourself, lest I be compelled to take action. With each step, the Cloud Sky Emperor seemed to tread upon the heart of the eye of the demon Saint Emperor, rendering his expression increasingly grim. Although the mysterious Celestial Emperor remained silent, the eye of the demon Saint Emperor had already discerned his true identity. Currently, there exist only 2 supreme beings of the Celestial Emperor rank in the world. One is the renowned Qin Celestial Emperor, and the other is the enigmatic Nameless Celestial Emperor. This individual has spent countless years in a peculiar realm at the end of the path to immortality, his strength unfathomable. He once engaged in a protracted battle with the invincible Qin Celestial Emperor, the aftermath of which severely wounded for exalted sovereigns who had transcended to the pinnacle of their power. His might is unparalleled. The demon Holy Emperor let out a bitter laugh. He had miscalculated, and the price was his own demise. Both the Qin Celestial Emperor and the Nameless Celestial Emperor ventured into the depths of the cosmos, disappearing without a trace. It was assumed that their return would not be imminent, yet destiny often plays its own hand. With the emergence of the Nameless Celestial Emperor, one must ponder the whereabouts of the Qin Celestial Emperor. Surely he watches from nearby with a cold gaze. The demon Holy Emperor knew he stood no chance against even one Celestial Emperor, let alone contend with the formidable Qin Celestial Emperor standing guard. He had already foreseen his grim fate. However, he still sought redemption. Taking a deep breath, the Demon Eye Holy Emperor spoke earnestly. Celestial Emperor, we now find ourselves in a golden age, rare throughout history, destined to be resplendent, with all emperors coexisting, forging an immortal prosperity. Since the time of the divine ancient era, only a handful of prosperous ages have witnessed the coexistence of emperors, yet these were mere false golden ages, crafted by the current celestial emperors, summoning ancient supreme beings to achieve glory. I am willing to join the Taichu Holy Land, to contribute my efforts to the celestial emperor, to fight across the cosmos, to brave the flames and waters without hesitation. As he finished speaking, the Demon Eye Holy Emperor bowed deeply. Despite having lived 3 lives and nearing the level of a celestial emperor, he possessed the self-awareness to recognize his limitations. He could not possibly defeat a celestial emperor. Furthermore, it was likely that both the Qin Celestial Emperor and the present nameless Celestial Emperor surpassed even the legendary 10 Celestial Emperors of antiquity in strength, rendering them invincible. Thus, the Demon Eye Holy Emperor chose to submit rather than confront. Submitting to a greater power is not a disgrace, and perhaps through this act, he might gain boundless fortune and advance further, becoming a celestial emperor himself, achieving longevity. He still retained a sense of pride. Otherwise, he might have openly declared, "If the celestial emperor does not reject me, I would gladly kneel before him as a foster son." In this moment, powerful figures from all corners of the universe, even the sovereigns of perilous realms, regarded the Demon Eye Holy Emperor with disdain for his lack of dignity and his willingness to bow so low. After all, he was once among the top 5, if not the top 3, of the supreme beings from the chaotic ancient era, nearing the celestial emperor level. Yet now, faced with death, his unashamed demeanor provoked scorn. Nevertheless, many perceived the Demon Eye Holy Emperor as a sagacious individual, recognizing the times and acting accordingly. To stubbornly resist when one knows defeat is inevitable is a path to demise. Celestial Emperor, how shall you proceed? The Cloud Celestial Emperor did not hastily agree, but instead communicated with the Qin Celestial Emperor. Despite having been a celestial emperor during the divine ancient era, living for millions of years and reaching the pinnacle of supreme mastery, he understood the gravity of the situation. Even as a fellow celestial emperor, he was a follower of the Qin Celestial Emperor and refrained from making decisions on his behalf regarding such crucial matters. The Qin Celestial Emperor appeared, standing resplendently above the 9 heavens, donned in his celestial emperor robes, his cape billowing majestically behind him, exuding an aura that eclipsed both past and present, embodying an invincible celestial sovereign. "Cloud, take action," he commanded, his expression calm and unwavering, as though he were about to dispatch not a formidable being nearing the celestial emperor rank, but rather an insignificant insect. Previously, he had allowed Yun Wanshu to act freely, for Yun Wanshu posed no genuine threat to him. Moreover, due to Yun Wanshu's formidable abilities, he could accomplish numerous tasks on his behalf, prompting Qin Chuan to subjugate him for his own purposes. Indeed, Yun Wanshu proved to be exceptionally useful. In the past, dealing with the Demon Eye Sovereign had necessitated his personal intervention. Now, he could simply instruct Yun Wanshu without the need for compensation, merely drawing a promising vision. In stark contrast, the Demon Eye Sovereign represented a tangible menace to the primordial sacred land, harboring ulterior motives and having instigated dark upheavals that resulted in the slaughter of countless beings across the cosmos. Although the imminent arrival of the enigmatic vast universe from the Chaos Sea demanded manpower, Emperor Qin was resolutely determined to eliminate the Demon Eye Sovereign. This was twofold. Firstly, to establish authority and convey to other sovereigns that any intent to threaten the primordial sacred land would be met with unrelenting retribution. Secondly, the Demon Eye Sovereign's power was insubstantial. Having summoned the Chinuan Emperor, he would soon call forth 10 more emperors, and even a true immortal. Thus, there was no justification for sparing a figure as malevolent as the Demon Eye Sovereign. Upon receiving the command, Yun Wanshu wasted no time and launched an assault on the Demon Eye Sovereign. With a single palm, he obscured the heavens, obliterating the Demon Eye Sovereign and relentlessly erasing his existence, ultimately achieving complete subjugation. One strike to annihilate. Chapter 55. The Celestial Prodigy seeks to join the primordial sacred land. As the Demon Eye Saint Emperor perished, an ominous blood rain fell across the cosmos. His grand path returned to the universe, further amplifying the primordial essence of existence. The vast cosmos absorbed the waters of the chaotic sea, rapidly expanding into desolate star domains. "Your Majesty, I am most fortunate not to have failed in my mission," said Yun Junshu, approaching with the Demon Eye Saint Emperor's ultimate weapon, the Heavenly Demon Axe. This formidable artifact possessed extraordinary power, far surpassing that of ordinary ultimate weapons, prompting Emperor Qin to caution him against causing its destruction. "Thank you for your efforts, my friend," Emperor Qin smiled, observing Yun Junshu's triumphant demeanor. A flicker of thought crossed his mind. In the event of conflict between the two great cosmoses, perhaps Yun Junshu could lead the charge. With his unparalleled prowess at the pinnacle of the ultimate realm, he was likely to achieve significant victories. As long as the mysterious universe lacked war immortals and true immortals, Yun Junshu should be able to sweep through effortlessly. Qin Chuan mused that he could simply remain at home, watching Yun Junshu fight on his behalf. Yet, A chill crept over Yin Junshu. Despite Emperor Qin's smile, he felt an unsettling aura of scheming behind it. Qin Chuan waved, summoning the Emperor of the Universe, who approached with reverence. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The Emperor of the Universe bowed respectfully to Qin Chuan, acknowledging Yin Junshu with a gesture of respect. Yin Junshu paid little heed. Both were emperors serving under Qin Tian, theoretically of equal standing. "Let us proceed," Emperor Qin nodded, his gaze sweeping across the cosmic expanse before him. "Two emperors and one great emperor shall enter the primordial sacred land." The imperial conflict had finally drawn to a close. However, the tumult stirred by this imperial war had not subsided. Rather, it intensified, sweeping across the grand cosmos. Since Emperor Qin's emergence, three formidable ultimate beings, the Burial Spirit Divine Emperor, the Demon Ice Saint Emperor, and the Chaos Saint Emperor, had met their demise in rapid succession. Each of these supreme beings was stronger than the last, transitioning from the realm of dual emperors to the level of the Chaos Saint Emperor, an entity of true imperial stature. Two had fallen at the hands of Emperor Qin, while one had been slain by Yun Tian, a subordinate of his. Indeed, it was Yun Tian. Cosmic powers, utilizing the heavenly eye array, had heard Emperor Qin refer to the unnamed celestial as Yun Daoyu, confirming his identity as the one who had previously clashed with Qin Tian. The death of three ancient ultimate beings coincided with the emergence of three new ones. Was this a manifestation of the cosmic cycle? Countless extraordinary talents and awe-inspiring figures in the universe pondered this question intensely. Did the passing of ancient supremes herald the rise of new ultimate beings? Logically, since Yun Tian did not belong to the current era, the demise of three supremes meant that only Emperor Qin and the Emperor of the Universe remained, leaving one potential spot vacant. A wave of excitement surged through countless beings, invigorated by the prospect of this resplendent epoch, as they envisioned their own ascent to greatness. Supremes collectively withdrew into the deepest recesses of concealment, cautioning all beings from forbidden zones to refrain from provoking trouble. In this contemporary epoch, three emperors coexist, two celestial sovereigns, and one grand emperor. It is no longer an era where the supreme can act recklessly. One must tread carefully. The tragic fate of the Demon Eye Holy Emperor serves as a cautionary tale. Having foolishly provoked the celestial Emperor Qin, resulting in his untimely demise in the celestial realm. The depth of celestial Emperor Qin's power is profound. He stands as an invincible sovereign, having subdued the celestial Emperor Yun and retained a grand emperor within his stronghold, perhaps even more than one. Who would dare to provoke him? No supreme being wishes to court death. They all yearn for survival, hoping to endure until the day the path to immortality unveils itself. Celestial Emperor Qin, Celestial Emperor Yun, and Grand Emperor Chinuan are all members of the primordial sacred ground, which has unequivocally ascended to become the preeminent force in the universe. Although the primordial sacred ground has yet to widely open its gates to recruit disciples, countless prodigies and formidable beings from the 3,000 states in the boundless star realms of the Chinuan great universe are hastening to join its ranks, fervently beseeching entry. The once dilapidated primordial sacred ground, previously overlooked by the talented, is now a coveted sanctuary due to its unparalleled opportunities and treasures. Bolstered by two celestial emperors and a grand emperor, this constitutes its most formidable foundation, its greatest fortune, and its supreme chance. It is predictable that the primordial sacred ground will expand rapidly, enrolling innumerable disciples and strong practitioners to enrich its resources. Those who arrive first and secure their place will be regarded as elders. Yet, they envy the original practitioners of the primordial sacred ground, for they are the true elders, likely having attained supreme blessings already. Indeed, this is the reality. Upon returning to the primordial celestial mountain, Qin Chuan surveyed the surroundings and noted numerous changes within the sacred ground. The practitioners there had significantly advanced in their cultivation. Originally, there were over 10,000 beings at the celestial realm, but now only a little over 3,000 remain, as the others have ignited their divine flames and ascended to the status of deities. Currently, the primordial sacred ground boasts 3,600 celestial realm practitioners, 9,900 deities, 720 divine lords, and 108 divine kings. On the primordial celestial mountain, the cultivation levels of three disciples had also improved to varying degrees. Yun Ji Shui broke through from the 8th level of True Saint to the 2nd level of Saint King. Jiang Taigu advanced from the 4th to the 6th level of Saint King. Na Lanxi ascended from the 1st to the 9th level of Saint King, ultimately surpassing her peers and becoming the most accomplished among her fellow disciples. Additionally, Lin Shiyin's cultivation rose from the 5th to the 6th level of Saint. The holy beings summoned by Qin Chuan also experienced growth in their prowess. The entire primordial sacred ground flourished, embarking upon a path of vigorous development. We pay our respects to our master, ancestor, and sovereign. Upon Qin Chuan's return, Jiang Taigu, Na Lanxi, and Lin Shiyin all bowed deeply in reverence. They looked in awe at the celestial Emperor Qin, flanked by the celestial Emperor Yun and Grand Emperor Chinuan. Originally, there was only celestial Emperor Qin within the sacred ground. Now, with the addition of a Grand Emperor and another celestial Emperor, the significance is profound. The earlier imperial battle had reverberated throughout the vast universe, awakening all practitioners of the primordial sacred ground, who now brim with pride upon grasping the situation. Taigu, Chinuan addressed, "The time has come for you, the Holy One, to exert yourself in preparation for the opening of the mountain gates in 3 days. To recruit formidable talents with utmost discernment. Your command shall be meticulously obeyed, Master," Jiang Taigu replied with great reverence. Today, the Taichu Sacred Land stands as the preeminent sanctuary in the universe. The Emperor Qin has vanquished 2 supreme beings, while the Emperor Yun has defeated another. And the Emperor of Heaven and Earth has engaged in fierce combat with the demon I Holy Monarch. After today, a multitude of extraordinary individuals will undoubtedly seek to join us. It is the perfect occasion to broaden our horizons, to enlist and fortify our ranks, and to reconstruct the Taichu Sacred Land according to the system set forth by our esteemed mentor, ensuring it possesses ample foundation to maintain its status as the universe's foremost sacred site. Howard, come forth, Chinuan beckoned to Li Hao. Upon Li Hao's arrival, he introduced him to the assembly. "This is Li Hao, my newly accepted direct disciple. Nalanshi, Jiang Taigu, and Yunji Shui, the 3 disciples." Promptly greeted Li Hao, who reciprocated their warmth. Despite his tender age of 3, he had undergone significant transformations, maturing somewhat, and now exhibited a cordial demeanor towards his master's disciples. Subsequently, Chinuan bestowed treasures and teachings upon Li Hao, conferring upon him a status slightly superior to that of Nalanshi. His expectations for this 7-star prodigy were notably higher. Chapter 56. The 4 disciples undergo the baptism of creation, Qin the Heavenly Emperor's profound ascension. After a meticulous arrangement, Chinuan waved his hand to bestow the thousands of sacred Dao weapons and 20 quasi-emperor weapons into the Hall of 10,000 Weapons. With the prior offerings, the Hall of 10,000 Weapons has amassed an unparalleled wealth, capable of sustaining the frenzied expansion of the primordial sacred land. Furthermore, the primordial sacred land boasts 6 supreme emperor weapons: the burial heaven blade obtained from slaying the spirit emperor of the burial, the heavenly demon axe acquired from vanquishing the demon eye emperor, the refining heaven furnace obtained from the disciple gift pack, along with the celestial sword, the Chinuan bell, and the eastern emperor cauldron. Additionally, there exists the incomplete celestial weapon celestial tower, the 4 celestial swords of annihilation trapped from the cloud sky emperor, and Chinuan's own life-bound celestial weapon, the heavenly emperor battle robe, and the diagram of the path killing array. The foundation is exceedingly robust, unmatched by any force throughout history. Subsequently, Chinuan positioned the Tower of Time and the Spring of Creation upon the primordial immortal mountain, revealing their effects to all. The crowd was astounded. Even Yin Wanshu, the pinnacle of the ultimate emperor, was taken aback. The fact that Qin the Heavenly Emperor presented 2 supreme, celestial treasures was astonishing. Both the Tower of Time and the Spring of Creation are treasures of unimaginable worth, never before seen in the immortal ancient era, likely only existing in the legendary immortal domain. The 9th level of the Tower of Time allows a day in the outside world to equate to 10 years within. Coupled with the billion-fold spiritual energy of the primordial immortal mountain and the vastness of Tao rhythms, even a mere monkey entering would emerge a decade later as a paragon of quasi-emperor. Alas, while the Tower of Time accelerates the flow of time, it equally accelerates the consumption of lifespan. If placed elsewhere, those of inadequate talent or insufficient lifespan would perish swiftly within. In contrast, Yun Wanshu deemed the Spring of Creation to be of greater value. The baptism of the Spring of Creation bears no adverse effects, offering 10 slots daily for individuals to enhance their talents, purify their bloodlines, or even manifest special physiques. Regrettably, each person may only undergo the baptism once, and those of too high a cultivation, such as quasi-emperors and above, would find little benefit. The Heavenly Emperor's methods are truly inscrutable, Yun Wanshu praised. Qin the Heavenly Emperor effortlessly produced 2 supreme celestial treasures and at least 3 celestial weapons, having lived for over 10 million years. He possessed merely 1 set of celestial swords, evoking a sense of shame. How humbling. Should this sentiment reach the ears of the Supremes in the Forbidden Abyss, they would undoubtedly scoff. "We possess only 1 ultimate weapon, and yet you are not content with your celestial arms? Taigu, confer with the other high-ups of the Sacred Land to devise a viable system of permissions and contributions," Chinuan instructed Jiang Taigu after a moment's contemplation. He envisioned a framework wherein all cultivators of the primordial Sacred Land could contribute, thus elevating their ranks and exchanging different tiers of treasures, elixirs, techniques, and weapons, each requiring a consumption of contribution points. Upon reaching a specific level of permission, one could expend contribution points to enter the Tower of Time or undergo the baptism of the Spring of Creation. "Understood, Master," Jiang Taigu responded with fervor. With these 2 supreme treasures in the exceptional cultivation environment of the primordial Sacred Land, the recruitment of disciples and powerful beings would surely galvanize their commitment, engendering unwavering loyalty to the primordial Sacred Land. Chinuan cast his gaze over the assembled disciples and spoke, "You are my students, and thus entitled to certain privileges. You may enter the Tower of Time freely, and the baptism of creation can commence at once." The disciples expressed their gratitude, with Nalanshi, Jiang Tej, and 2 others bowing deeply, their joy palpable. Chinuan then glanced at Lin Shirin, saying, "You should also partake in the baptism. Tej, select 5 from the Sacred Land to complete the baptism. The Fountain of Creation can facilitate 10 baptisms a day. We must not waste today's quota." "Thank you, ancestor," Lin Shirin replied. Understood, Master, Jiang Tej affirmed. Under the watchful eyes of Chinuan, Yin Junshu, and the Emperor of Heaven and Earth, Jiang Tej, Li Hao, Nalanshi, Yun Jishui, and Lin Shirin settled onto the cushions surrounding the fountain of creation. Instantly, the fountain erupted with celestial brilliance, enveloping the five in a radiant light as they underwent the baptism. This was Qin Chuan's first observation of the baptism, and he pondered the extent of benefits the five would receive. The baptism lasted a full half-hour before concluding, and all five appeared to have gained varying degrees of enhancement. Yin Junshu inquired, and one by one, the others responded. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan utilized the broken illusion celestial eye to inspect their individual progress. Nalanshi's aptitude had elevated significantly, nearing the threshold of a 7-star genius. Li Hao's 9 heavens body had further improved, drawing closer to the celestial sovereign body, with the previously vanished imperial blood re-emerging at 60%. As Li Hao commenced his cultivation, the imperial blood would autonomously purify itself, likely returning to its ancestral state upon achieving divinity. Jiang Tei's talent advanced from a 2-star genius to a 5-star genius, while his stellar river combat body experienced further fortification. Yun Jishui's aptitude also rose from a 3-star genius to a 5-star genius, showing signs of evolution towards the Yin-Yang holy body. The Yin-Yang holy body is a physique of the 2nd tier in the cosmos, rivaling the 9 heavens body. Even Lin Shirin reaped substantial benefits. Her original aptitude, which lay between average and above average, transformed into that of a 2-star genius, giving rise to the unique physique known as the extreme Yin royal body. Is the efficacy of the creation baptism truly this remarkable? Is it due to it being the first time, or does each occasion yield such results? Qin Chuan contemplated silently. Yun Junshu, the Emperor of Heaven and Earth, and others expressed their astonishment. Indeed, it was a supreme celestial treasure, astonishing in its power. Very well. You may now cultivate or attend to your tasks, Qin Chuan gestured, allowing his disciples to depart. Lin Shirin cast a glance at the ancestor, her heart fluttering. With her aptitude greatly enhanced and the birth of the extreme Yin royal body, she wondered if she might become one of his disciples. However, thinking of her son, Yun Jishui, she hesitated to voice her thoughts and chose to leave alongside the others. Qian Kuan, Yun, feel free to do as you please. In preparation for the impending cosmic crisis, I shall summon some like-minded individuals tomorrow, Qin Chuan stated nonchalantly. This was his pretext for inviting a true immortal and 10 emperors. In 3 days, the disciple recruitment ceremony would commence, where many would make their appearances, and some disciples would be accepted for training. The Emperor of Heaven and Earth was unwaveringly loyal to Qin Chuan and would not see any issue with the addition of 10 emperors or a true immortal. As the clouds billow and disperse, it signifies a divergence. He is a native being and thus must provide a justification. Upon being summoned, Yun Wanchu will undoubtedly be astonished, at which point Qin Chuan will reveal the prepared background. Very well. Both individuals nodded in agreement. The great Emperor of the universe has retreated to the Tower of Time for cultivation, while Yun Wanchu wanders within the sacred land, intrigued by its mysteries. After Qin Chuan thoroughly explored the sacred site, he proceeded to his celestial emperor palace for seclusion. Once he settled into a meditative posture, the diagram of the killing array autonomously activated, enveloping the celestial emperor palace, rendering it impervious to any external scrutiny. Qin Chuan retrieved 5 Nirvana Emperor pills, his gaze flickering with anticipation. I wonder if these will allow me to directly ascend to the realm of the mortal immortal? Theoretically, one must experience 9 lifetimes to attain the status of a mortal immortal, yet there are instances of individuals achieving this without traversing 9 lives. By refining these 5 Nirvana Emperor pills, he effectively lives a 7th lifetime. With his constitution and strength, he should be able to penetrate the domain of the mortal immortal. Should he succeed? Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan commenced the refinement of the Nirvana Emperor pills, and his cultivation began to surge exponentially. Chapter 57, The First Immortal of Eternity, Forging the True Invincible Physique. A terrifying aura surged through the Heavenly Emperor's palace, exuding an unmatched power that could shake the very foundations of time and space into stillness. Fortunately, Qin Chuan had anticipated this and had previously set up a defensive killing formation to envelop the palace, concealing the heavenly mysteries and causal connections, thus not alarming the outside world. His aura continued to swell, and his cultivation ascended steadily, poised to reach a higher realm. Upon the successful refinement of the first Nirvana Emperor pill, Qin Chuan experienced a significant elevation in his cultivation, drawing near to the pinnacle of the ultimate path. His combat strength further enhanced, surpassing his former capabilities. Previously, during the assault on the Heavenly Gate, he had to wield the supreme celestial weapon, the Heavenly Emperor Sword, to unleash the annihilation sword technique to break through. Now, a mere flick of the Heavenly Emperor Sword sufficed. In this third life, Qin Chuan mused softly to himself. In his first life, he had lived for over 20,000 years. After transcending into his second life through nirvana, his lifespan expanded by 30,000 years, reaching a total of 50,000 years. Now, in his third life, his lifespan surged by an additional 50,000 years, granting him a total of 100,000 years. Conversations with Yun Wanchu revealed to him that ultimate beings in the ancient immortal era enjoyed lifespans far beyond what could be compared to the present. During the ancient immortal era, the universe was rich with longevity substances, allowing beings to live for 1 billion years. However, after the great calamity of the immortal ancient era, the immortal domain was shattered, and countless realms faced severe repercussions. Since then, the longevity substances in the Chinuan Great Universe have been diminishing day by day, reaching a nadir during the divine ancient era, a trend that has continued to this day. The scarcity of these longevity substances has resulted in great emperors and supreme beings only living for 1 or 2 decades after attaining their paths to gain an extended lifespan. There exist 3 methods. The first method is to undergo nirvana and transcend into the next life, thereby extending one's lifespan. This path is exceedingly arduous throughout history. Few ultimate beings have managed to reverse their fate and live multiple lives solely through their own efforts. The second method involves refining longevity elixirs, which can also allow one to live another life. However, these elixirs are limited, only extending lifespan by 10,000 years, with minimal enhancement to combat strength. Moreover, the laws of heaven and earth impose restrictions. Each ultimate being may only consume a longevity elixir once, with subsequent attempts yielding no effect. The third method entails absorbing the essence of life, a practice adopted by sovereigns in forbidden zones who periodically emerge to harvest the vitality of the universe's sentient beings to prolong their lives. The sentient beings of the cosmos are akin to chives, repeatedly harvested by these sovereigns. Another avenue for this method involves refining complete or perfected primordial physiques, such as the Chinuan Overlord body, the Battle God body, or the Eternal Tao body into elixirs. These 4 physiques rank among the 9 most formidable physiques in the universe, brimming with vitality and containing the most potent essence of life. Chinuan, however, does not tread the path of depravity. He walks the road to celestial transcendence. Through nirvana and rebirth, he defies the heavens to live life after life. With each life lived, both his combat prowess and lifespan experience substantial augmentation. Should he defy the heavens and live 9 lives, he will undoubtedly ascend to become an immortal of the mortal realm. An immortal of the mortal realm possesses strength surpassing that of true immortals within the immortal domain, reaching into deeper, more profound levels. I hope to achieve immortality by living through 7 lives, Chinuan whispered, retrieving another Nirvana Emperor pill to begin its refinement. Refining one Nirvana Emperor Dan after another. His cultivation, combat prowess, and lifespan surged exponentially, exuding an unparalleled aura throughout the ages. In his 4th reincarnation, Nirvana's cultivation reached the pinnacle of ultimate realms, catching up to the domain of Yunwan Shu. His lifespan increased dramatically by 100,000 years, bringing his total lifespan to 200,000 years. In his 5th reincarnation, his cultivation advanced further, nearing the realm of earthly immortals. His lifespan extended by approximately 150,000 years, culminating in a total of 350,000 years. In his 6th reincarnation, he shattered the ceiling of humanity's ultimate realm, forcibly elevating his limits. At this juncture, his cultivation was infinitely close to that of an earthly immortal, and his combat strength surpassed even the peak of true immortals. His lifespan surged by 250,000 years, resulting in a total of 500,000 years. In his 7th reincarnation, Chinuan finally transcended the chasm between immortals and mortals, stepping into an entirely new domain. This was a new realm, not a true immortal, yet more potent than one. Chinuan named this state the earthly immortal, achieving immortality amidst the mundane world. He could be deemed the foremost immortal of all time. Since the great calamity of the immortal ancient era, and throughout the mythic age, no immortals had graced the world until now. A radiant smile adorned Chinuan's face. No immortals in the world? It matters not, for I have become an immortal. In this moment, Chinuan stood at the pinnacle of power, his combat strength unparalleled across history. With the immortal realm shattered and no celestial adversaries to face, he feared none. I am invincible in this world. As he opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air, he felt utterly invigorated, having entered the realm of the earthly immortal. His combat strength surpassed that of true immortals, rendering him invincible across the ages. His lifespan broke free from the shackles of time, aligning with the heavens and earth, granting him eternal life. Because he attained immortality through strength within the earthly realm, even in the face of a universe lacking longevity, he possessed infinite lifespan. Free from worries about mortality, Chinuan contemplated this domain deeply, and after some time, he sighed. The realm of the earthly immortal is indeed extraordinarily powerful. Now, with but a snap of his fingers, he could subdue beings like Yunwan Shu, those at the pinnacle of ultimate realms. His original sacred body had evolved into the strongest physique across the myriad worlds, his physical form preceding his ascension to immortality. Now, as his cultivation ascended, his body underwent multiple enhancements, surpassing true immortals and entering an unknown realm of supreme strength. Even when confronted with adversaries of the same earthly immortal status, Chinuan was confident in his ability to vanquish them. Among earthly immortals, he was among the strongest, truly invincible. Once he regained his composure, Chinuan waved his hand, and a divine aura radiating immortal light materialized before him. This was the 6 Paths immortal body. Should he merge with the 6 Paths immortal body? Chinuan pondered quietly. The 6 Paths immortal body is one of the 9 strongest physiques in the universe. Bestowing the 6 paths immortal body upon a practitioner would significantly enhance their potential and dramatically improve their innate qualities. Even those of average potential could transform into 5-star or even 6-star geniuses with the 6 paths immortal body. If he were to accept such an individual as a disciple, he would receive a 5-star or 6-star apprenticeship gift package laden with numerous treasures. Apart from this 6 paths immortal body, Chinuan possesses no other extraordinary constitutions. Previously, he had a galaxy battle body, which he bestowed upon Jiang Taichu, aiding in his profound transformation. If I were to use my original holy body as a foundation and merge it with the 6 paths immortal body, the battle god body, the Chinuan overlord body, the chaotic body, the demon body of the underworld, the eternal Tao body, the innate holy body Tao, and the innate Tao body, 8 of the most formidable constitutions in the universe, could I forge a truly invincible physique? Chinuan's gaze flickered with intrigue. According to the system, his original holy body is the most powerful constitution among the myriad realms. However, the myriad realms do not encompass the immortal domain, which transcends the others. It is certain that the immortal domain harbors even more formidable special constitutions. His current original holy body might not necessarily dominate all constitutions within the immortal domain. Yet, should he integrate the remaining 8 supreme constitutions from the Chinuan universe, he might indeed forge a physique that could stand undefeated even in the immortal domain. After a moment of contemplation, Chinuan refrained from making a definitive decision. He resolved to bide his time. If he were to encounter a promising disciple, he would bestow the 6 paths immortal body upon them, reaping rewards that might lead to the emergence of other supreme constitutions. Conversely, if he were to gather 3 or more supreme constitutions without finding a suitable candidate, he would then assimilate them into himself, embarking on the path of forging an invincible physique. Chapter 58, The Supreme Emperor Scripture. The Emperor Immortal descends, the shock of Yuan Wanshu next. It is time to deduce the martial arts technique. During his time back at the primordial sacred land, Chinuan had essentially consumed all other rewards. Now, aside from a single true immortal summoning card and 10 emperor summoning cards, he was left with just one opportunity to deduce a martial art. According to the system's description, he could elevate a technique to the level of an immortal scripture. Naturally, the martial art Chinuan wished to deduce was his supreme emperor scripture. This was his path to enlightenment. Having transcended the pinnacle of humanity and stepped into the realm of mortal immortals, his technique had yet to catch up. If his primordial heaven scripture could be evolved into an immortal scripture, his strength would undoubtedly ascend further. With that thought, Chinuan silently intoned in his mind, "System, commence the deduction of primordial heaven scripture." Ding. The deduction of the martial art begins. The host is advised to comprehend carefully. The system's voice resonated within his mind. Immediately, countless images unfurled in Chinuan's consciousness, depicting the process of evolving the primordial heaven scripture. He felt as though he were personally elevating this technique to the level of an immortal scripture. This entire process lasted a full 2 hours. When the deduction concluded, Chinuan's technique had evolved, perfectly aligning with his current physique, realm, Tao, and primordial spirit, among other aspects. Ding. The deduction is complete. Please rename the newly evolved scripture. The system prompted. After a moment's contemplation, Chinuan declared, "Let it be called Heavenly Emperor Scripture." He did not wish to expend further mental effort, and the name was indeed fitting, exuding an air of grandeur. As he began to examine the Heavenly Emperor Scripture, he found it to be even more profound and enigmatic than the primordial heaven scripture he had originally created, brimming with boundless mysteries and transformations. This was a supreme technique that pointed directly towards the immortal path. Upon completing his review of the Heavenly Emperor Scripture, Chinuan commenced the transition, exchanging the primordial heaven scripture for the Heavenly Emperor Scripture. Since the latter was an advanced version of the former, the change was remarkably smooth, requiring less than an hour to complete entirely. From this point forward, he would impart the primordial heaven scripture to his direct disciples. Chinuan made a decisive choice. He would teach the Taiwan scripture to his registered disciples, while the primordial heaven scripture would be reserved for his direct disciples, creating a clear distinction. The Heavenly Emperor Scripture was his exclusive technique. Now, with only these 3 imperial scriptures and immortal scriptures at his disposal, he could not impart any other formidable techniques. Should he acquire additional imperial-level techniques in the future, he could allow his disciples to choose freely, tailoring their education to their individual talents. Rising from the Hongmeng lotus seat, Chinuan's thoughts shifted, and the Taoist killing array autonomously dissolved, transforming into a cloak. The Taoist cloak draped over him, seamlessly merging with the Heavenly Emperor robe, as if they were one entity. He scanned the primordial sacred land with his divine sense and discovered it was orderly and flourishing. It was time to invite someone. A slight smile graced Chinuan's lips. His period of seclusion had lasted a full day. Now was the moment to summon 1 true immortal and 10 emperors. Chinuan concealed the heavenly secrets, preventing Yuan Wanshu from sensing any commotion from the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Then, with a subtle shift of his intention, radiant immortal light descended upon the Heavenly Emperor Palace. A total of 11 beams appeared, representing 1 true immortal and 10 emperors. Upon the arrival of the true immortals and the great emperors, they immediately bowed to Chinuan, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to our sovereign. Please rise, esteemed friends, Chinuan replied with a smile. These true immortals and great emperors were indeed his foundation. Including the Chinuan Great Emperor, he now commanded 1 true immortal, 11 great emperors, and 10 quasi-emperors. Might you introduce yourselves? Chinuan's expression remained serene, disinterested in inspecting individual information. Your Majesty, I am known as Qixia, referred to as the true immortal Qixia, possessing the cultivation of the 3rd level of true immortality. Began the true immortal Qixia, standing before the 10 great emperors. Your Majesty, I am Dao Yan, known as the Great Emperor Dao Yan. Standing at the pinnacle of the ultimate path, spoke the great Emperor Dao Yan, his cultivation comparable to that of Yunwanshu, worthy of being called a heavenly emperor. Your Majesty, I am Yuhua, known as the great Emperor Yuhua, my cultivation just shy of the pinnacle of the ultimate path. Your Majesty, I am Wudong, known as the great Emperor Wudong. Your Majesty, I am Jiqing. Once they completed their introductions, Chinuan had a clear understanding of the cultivation levels of these 11 great emperors and true immortals. He realized that the strength of the summoned beings was not fixed. For instance, the Chinuan Great Emperor was merely an ordinary Great Emperor of 1 generation, while the Great Emperor Dao Yan, at the pinnacle of the ultimate path, was roughly equivalent to an ordinary Great Emperor of the 6th reincarnation. According to Chinuan's estimations, a Great Emperor of the 7th reincarnation should possess the combat capabilities of an ordinary true immortal, while one of the 8th reincarnation would be comparable to a top-tier true immortal. Should one reach the 9th reincarnation, they would undoubtedly transcend into a worldly immortal, surpassing the realm of true immortals. Chinuan himself became a worldly immortal in the 7th reincarnation, but his situation was unique. He possessed the strongest physique across myriad realms and had yet to utilize longevity elixirs. This allowed him to directly enter the worldly immortal realm in his 7th reincarnation. Under normal circumstances, other great emperors would require the 9th reincarnation to attain immortality in the mortal realm. Among these 10 great emperors, only Dao Yan was of the 6th reincarnation. Yuhua was the sole representative of the 5th, while Wudong and Jiqing belonged to the 4th. 2 great emperors hailed from the 3rd reincarnation, and 3 from the 2nd. Conversely, there was merely 1 ordinary 1st reincarnation great emperor. After exchanging insights with Chinuan, Qixia, Dao Yan, and the other great immortals, he withdrew his divine powers. The auras of the 11 great emperors and true immortals manifested within the Taichu Sacred Land. Although they had reigned in their presence, it was still detected by Yunwanshu and the Chinuan Great Emperor. The latter showed no surprise, as if it were to be expected, while Yunwanshu was utterly astounded. Just the day before, Qin Tiandi had mentioned he would seek some assistance to confront the impending invasion from another universe. Yunwanshu had not anticipated Qin Tiandi's swift return, let alone the arrival of such a formidable assembly of allies, which was truly astonishing. While wandering through the Taichu Sacred Land, Yunwanshu traversed the void, arriving directly at Taichu Xianshan, landing outside the Tiandi Palace. Your Majesty, you have returned? Yunwanshu inquired. Come in, my friend Yun. Qin Tiandi's voice resonated as the doors of the Tiandi Palace swung open. Taking a deep breath, Yunwanshu stepped into the palace. Upon arriving deep within the Celestial Emperor's palace, he was met with a scene that left even the Supreme Celestial Emperor standing at the pinnacle of the ultimate path, utterly astounded. Here, 12 towering figures exuded an overwhelming aura, resonating through the annals of time, past, present, and future. At the center stood the Celestial Emperor Qin, surrounded by the other 11 formidable beings. Yun Junshu discreetly observed and discovered that each of these 11 figures was immensely powerful, each at least an emperor in their own right. Some of the emperors possessed a less potent aura, significantly inferior to his own. However, 3 among them instilled a profound sense of trepidation in Yun Junshu. The first figure emitted an aura that was nearly on par with his own, remarkably formidable. The second figure exhibited an aura that was equally matched to his, revealing the presence of an emperor at the pinnacle of the ultimate path. The final figure's aura surpassed his own, evoking the same sense of dread he had experienced in the presence of Celestial Emperor Qin. Was this being a true immortal or battle immortal? As Yun Junshu gazed upon the Celestial Emperor Qin, who was encircled by the myriad emperors, he discerned a change in Qin's aura. Although the Celestial Emperor had tempered his presence, Yun Junshu still sensed that Qin had grown significantly stronger than before. Unable to suppress his astonishment, Yun Junshu swallowed hard and exclaimed, Celestial Emperor, from where have you summoned such a multitude of emperors? Is that esteemed friend a battle immortal? A true immortal? Chapter 59. The Overlord's forces offer a maiden. Slaughter, 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 annihilate all. Observing the astonishment etched on Yun Junshu's face, Chinuan inwardly chuckled. This was merely the beginning. As he continued to gather disciples, the number of emperors and true immortals within the Taichu Sacred Land would inevitably burgeon. Would it not culminate in a scenario where emperors were treated like mere dogs, while true immortals roamed freely? In such a case, let the emperors guard the gates while the true immortals sweep the floors, elevating their prestige to unprecedented heights. This could be seen as a prudent preparation for the impending storm. The imminent invasion of the Chinuan Great Universe by alternate realms was just the inception. The countless vast universes within the Chaos Sea would also engage in mutual invasions, devouring the primordial essence of others to fortify their own. With the obliteration of the immortal domain and the fragmentation of the immortal path, the ethereal immortal path sought to reconstruct a new immortal domain. It had been 10 million years since the great calamity of the immortal era, yet the Chinuan Great Universe now faced an invasion from alternate realms. But what of the other vast universes within the Chaos Sea? Chinuan speculated that some of these realms may have commenced their aggressive advances long ago, encroaching upon other vast universes. If that were indeed the case, it was highly probable that some exceedingly formidable vast universes lurked within the Chaos Sea. Those that had consumed multiple vast universes would possess an unimaginably potent primordial essence. As the primordial essence of these universes continued to amplify, the number of unparalleled powerhouses emerging concurrently within the same universe would also rise. The longevity of life forms might be perpetually enhanced, extending the lifespans of these supreme beings. In fact, within some of the most formidable vast universes, true immortals may have already come into existence. Upon contemplating this, a sense of urgency surged within Chinuan. In comparison to those hypothesized terrifying universes, the Chinuan Great Universe seemed rather feeble. He needed to summon more emperors, true immortals, and even mightier beings. This way, when the alternate realms invaded and beheld the Chinuan Great Universe brimming with countless emperors and true immortals, they would likely be struck with sheer terror. With his thoughts racing, Chinuan began to recount the origins he had long contemplated. Friend Yun, you are aware that the immortal domain has been shattered for over 10 million years, dispersing into innumerable fragments of the immortal realm. The last time we witnessed those fragments ablaze with calamity fire above the Chaos Sea, it was a desolate wasteland devoid of any vitality. However, not all fragments of the immortal domain share such a fate. There are still some that remain sanctified. During my travels through the cosmos, I discovered a mysterious world hidden within the depths of the universe, initially unaware that it was a fragment of the immortal domain. It was only after ascending to the heavenly gate that I came to this realization. Those friends reside within that mysterious world, which has evolved from the fragments of the immortal domain. Now that the alternate realms are poised to invade and a formidable enemy looms ahead, I must summon them to unite against this threat. These companions have lived within the Chinuan Great Universe for over 10 million years and do not wish to witness our universe being invaded and devoured, which is why they have chosen to emerge. This friend, known as Qixia, is indeed a true immortal, and that one is Dao Yin, Yuhua. Yun Jushu listened in rapt attention, momentarily taken aback but harboring no doubts. After all, it was improbable for the Chinuan Great Universe of this era to give rise to so many emperors, let alone true immortals. If that mysterious world were indeed a fragment of the immortal realm, with a fragmented immortal path supporting the emergence of 11 emperors and true immortals, it would not be surprising at all. He was astounded by the unfathomable power of the heavenly emperor chain. Each supreme being of the Tao was formidable in their own right, let alone the battle immortals and true immortals. Yet, the heavenly emperor chain managed to summon them all, likely expending considerable effort in doing so. Yun Junshu speculated that the heavenly emperor must have bested these emperors and true immortals in combat, in a world that revered strength. The heavenly emperor had subdued them, compelling their obedience much like his own, venturing alone into the fractured realm of immortals and overpowering the myriad emperors and true immortals. The heavenly emperor was indeed invincible. Yin Junshu could not help but marvel inwardly. Emperor of heaven, I wonder how matters are faring in that mysterious world. Yun Junshu suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and inquired. It is becoming increasingly untenable, otherwise, these compatriots would not so easily emerge. Replied the heavenly emperor with a smile. The mysterious world, of course, does not exist. It is merely a fabrication of my imagination. However, Chinuan speculated that there might truly be some sanctuaries amidst the Chaos Sea. The Chaos Sea is boundlessly vast, and even as a battle immortal, he could not perceive it in its entirety, leaving many secrets hidden from view. Yun Jushu sighed upon hearing this. Emerging from the peculiar world at the end of the immortal path, he had merged with the grand universe, but lacking the sustenance of longevity materials. He would not live beyond 100 million years. Fortunately, the longevity materials within the Taichu Sacred Land were quite ample, significantly extending his lifespan. Now that the realm of immortals was no more, he could only follow the heavenly emperor and await the recreation of the immortal domain, so that he might achieve enlightenment and attain immortality. Dao Friendyun, familiarize yourself with Qixia and Daoin. I have matters to attend to. Chinuan instructed before vanishing from the palace of the emperor and arriving at another celestial hall atop the Taichu Immortal Mountain, the Hall of Acceptance. The sacred lord of Taichu, Jiangtage, awaited him there. Upon seeing his master, Jiangtage hastily bowed, reporting to my master, I have matters to convey. Speak. Chinuan replied casually. Previously, during the imperial battle, our sacred land's renown surged. The various factions across the 3,000 Dao states became aware of our two heavenly emperors, and every great emperor bowed in deference. Not long ago, the 5 major factions of my royal state, Sichuan Sacred Land, Beichin Sacred Land, Qiji Mountain, Piamiao Sect, and the ancient Qinlong Kingdom, jointly came to pay their respects. They expressed their willingness to submit to our Taichu Sacred Land, and if you consent, they would be eager to integrate entirely into our domain. They even brought numerous treasures to present, among which there are. As Jiangtage recounted the events, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words, hesitating at the conclusion. What else is there? Chinuan raised an eyebrow. Given the current renown of the Taichu Sacred Land, the actions of the royal state's factions were entirely expected. He could not fathom what Jiangtage found difficult to articulate. Summoning his resolve, Jiang finally confessed. They also brought forth the holy maidens and princesses of their respective factions, wishing to present them to you, master. To be arranged at your discretion, as long as they could remain by your side to serve. Offering maidens? Chinuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated this turn of events. The 5 major factions were so earnestly presenting maidens. Should he accept? Or should he accept? Or should he accept? Having dwelt in this realm for a millennium, he had yet to savor the delights of a woman. In this moment, as he contemplates becoming an immortal amidst the earthly realm, invincible both above and below, he realizes it is time to consider matters of companionship. He does not wish to endure a solitary existence. While he is open to taking on disciples, he also seeks a partner on his path. However, the saintesses and princesses of the 5 great powers are not worthy of being his true companion. Perhaps they could serve as concubines, but that is a different matter. After indulging in such thoughts, Chinuan inquired, how did you respond to them? He had yet to decide whether to accept the goodwill of the 5 great powers. Preferring to observe the individuals first, he was not inclined to accept just anyone. Master, I dare not make such decisions, Jiang replied with a wry smile. I have instructed them to wait while I report to you before proceeding. You have done well, Chinuan acknowledged with a nod. With a sweep of his divine sense, Chinuan quickly detected the presence of the 5 great powers, who were waiting outside the primordial sacred land. He focused his attention on the saintesses and princesses they wished to present. Subsequently, he declared, let the North Star Sacred Land, the mysterious Cloud Sect, and the ancient Dragon Kingdom remain. As for the 7 Calamities Mountain and the Sichuan Sacred Land, let them depart. Jiang felt a stirring in his heart and asked, Master, what do you intend? Just as you suspect, Chinuan replied. These 2 factions have conspired against the primordial sacred land with the intent to obliterate us. How could we let this go unpunished? Not only them, but the 5 Elements Palace shall also face annihilation. Chinuan spoke with an air of indifference. He had been preoccupied previously and now deemed it the perfect moment to address these matters. Eliminate them all. He commanded, let none remain. Chapter 60. The Cycle of Heaven's Justice. Who can escape the celestial retribution beyond the sacred land of Taichu, the 5 great powers of the royal domain, Kaiji-shan, Sichuan Sacred Land, Kamyo Sect, Beichen Sacred Land, and the ancient kingdom of Qilong gathered in unison. The formidable figures from these powers exchanged glances, perceiving a shared sense of helplessness reflected in one another's eyes. Once, the sacred land of Taichu stood alongside them in equal stature. But due to a succession of unfortunate events, it had succumbed to decline, rendering it nearly forgotten in recent times. Behind this misfortune lay orchestrators. As both Kaiji-shan and Sichuan Sacred Land covertly encroached upon Taichu, intent on its subjugation, the undying Taoist sect's 5 Elements Palace also intervened. With its branch in the royal domain, the 5 Elements Mountain, overseeing the matter. Yet, unexpectedly, an ancestral figure from Taichu emerged, precipitating a dramatic shift in the situation within a brief span. In recent days, the 5 great powers had remained vigilant, observing the unfolding events. Upon witnessing the Supreme Being's assault on Taichu, the emergence of a great emperor, and the Celestial Emperor's decisive action against the demonic Eye Empress, the 5 great powers could no longer remain passive. They dispatched their strongest warriors to the sacred land of Taichu to pay their respects and seek an audience. Currently, the sacred land of Taichu boasted 2 celestial emperors and 1 great emperor, establishing it as the preeminent sacred ground in the cosmos. The 5 great powers, sharing the same Dao province with Taichu, were compelled to make a choice. Failure to act could result in their own obliteration once Taichu commenced its expansion. Consequently, the 5 great powers arrived, bearing treasures and accompanied by their saintly daughters, hoping to forge a bond with Taichu. The most favorable outcome would be their integration into Taichu, an event that, while leading to the dissolution of their original sects, paled in comparison to the monumental opportunity presented by joining Taichu. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by the contemporary sacred lord of Taichu, Jiang. After a brief exchange, intentions were clarified. However, Jiang explained that he could not make decisions unilaterally and needed to report to his master for a final verdict. Upon learning that Jiang's master was none other than the unparalleled Qin Celestial Emperor, the leaders of the 5 great powers were filled with envy. A disciple of the Celestial Emperor, what immense fortune. One sage from Sichuan Sacred Land remarked, do you think the Celestial Emperor will grant us an audience? The true sage of the ancient kingdom of Qinlong shook his head, asserting, let us not indulge in fanciful thoughts. It would be a boon if he merely permits our inclusion. Indeed, who are we to presume an audience with the Celestial Emperor? Sighed a true sage from the Piaomyao sect. Let us patiently await news from Sacred Lord Jiang and hope for favorable tidings, lamented a sage from Kaiji-shan, feeling a twinge of unease. If we could join the sacred land of Taichu, it would herald our rise to greatness. The true sage from Beichen Sacred Land clicked his tongue, eyes glimmering with anticipation. Meanwhile, as the sages engaged in their discreet communications, the saintly daughters of the 5 great powers were also conversing in hushed tones. Initially, upon hearing they were to be offered to a certain prominent figure, they felt great reluctance. As the esteemed daughters of top-tier powers, their talents were extraordinary, their beauty unparalleled, and their status exalted, with renown echoing throughout the royal domain and beyond, even in the myriad of Dao provinces where suitors were plentiful. How could they accept such a fate? However, Upon discovering that the illustrious figure in question was none other than the formidable Qin Celestial Emperor, their reluctance transformed into sheer delight, and they swiftly altered their perspectives. Must be dedicated to the Qin Heavenly Emperor. Even serving as a maid or concubine would suffice. Anything that slips through the Emperor's fingers is an unparalleled opportunity for them. Their greater concern, however, is whether the Qin Heavenly Emperor would even take notice of them. As the five great forces awaited with bated breath, Jiang Taish descended from the Taichu Sacred Land, greeting the Jiang Saint. The powerful figures of the five forces bowed in respect, although they were saints and true saints. Jiang Taish's cultivation surpassed theirs. They were also aware that Jiang Taish had previously been no more than a mere mortal, yet had swiftly ascended to the rank of Sacred King. Is this the supreme fortune granted to the disciple of the Heavenly Emperor? This further solidified their desire to join the Taichu Sacred Land. Clad in white, Jiang Taish hovered in the air, calmly observing them. Jiang Saint, what does the Heavenly Emperor think? Boldly inquired the true saint of the Qinlong ancient kingdom. The other four saints and true saints eagerly turned their gazes toward Jiang Taish, awaiting his response. The Seven Calamities Mountain and the Sichuan Sacred Land may return, Jiang Taish stated, casting a glance at them. Upon hearing this, the faces of the practitioners from the Seven Calamities Mountain and Sichuan Sacred Land turned ashen, devoid of any color. The five great forces had come to pay homage and offer their treasures and women. Yet the Taichu Sacred Land only allowed the Seven Calamities Mountain and Sichuan Sacred Land to depart. This was an ominous sign indeed. Were they to be avenged for past grievances by the Taichu Sacred Land? Two saints opened their mouths, intending to plead further, when Jiang Taish interjected. If you do not depart at once, I shall slay you on the spot. The two saints dared not utter another word and hurriedly left, accompanied by the pale-faced saintess. Anxiously, they returned to the Sichuan Sacred Land and the Seven Calamities Mountain, detailing the outcome of their journey. Both forces possessed considerable foundations, yet were previously constrained by the Five Elements Palace, sending two true saints to assault the Taichu Sacred Land. Now, both sacred lands were left with merely one sacred king and 3 or 4 saints. Upon learning of the Taichu Sacred Land's handling of the situation, the Qingsong Sacred King of the Seven Calamities Mountain and the Ziwu Sacred King of the Sichuan Sacred Land slumped down in despair. It was over. They were finished. Meanwhile, the Qinlong Ancient Kingdom, the Piaomiao sect, and the Beichen Sacred Land were filled with astonishment. Were they to be granted the honor of merging into the Taichu Sacred Land? The five great forces were not united. In fact, they harbored conflicts and grievances. Witnessing the misfortune of the Seven Calamities Mountain and Sichuan Sacred Land, they could not help but feel a sense of schadenfreude, thinking, now the retribution has come. For heaven's way is just and merciful. Jiang Saint, what about us? At that moment, the true saint of the Piaomiao sect inquired with hopeful anticipation. Your request to merge the 3 factions into the Taichu Sacred Land has been denied, Jiang Taish replied calmly. What? The 3 true saints were bewildered. Then what are we to remain for? However, you may exist as subordinate forces of the Taichu Sacred Land. Each year, you may select outstanding disciples. And a few of your higher-ups may join the Taichu Sacred Land, with a number of slots to be discussed, Jiang Taish continued. His expression as tranquil as a still pond. Upon hearing this, the 3 true saints breathed a sigh of relief. They were well aware that the notion of fully integrating into the primordial sacred land was impractical, yet the situation was already quite favorable. At the very least, their inclusion as true saints posed no issues. The master had pressing matters to attend to and thus would not meet with them. After speaking, Jiang Taish cast a glance at the 3 saintly princesses and said, you may remain for the time being. The master will meet with you when time permits to determine your fates and affiliations. The 3 princesses sighed in relief, their hopes rekindled. By the way, in 2 days, our primordial sacred land will officially open its gates. This news will be announced shortly, so you may prepare accordingly, Jiang Taish added thoughtfully. Thank you, Holy Master, for your guidance. The 3 true saints expressed their gratitude. Subsequently, they left, elated, having retained all the treasures and cultivation resources they had brought as offerings. Jiang Taish waved his hand to collect all the treasures and resources, then turned to the 3 saintly princesses, saying, please follow me. Instantly, a golden pathway appeared beneath his feet, leading directly into the primordial sacred land. The 3 exceptionally beautiful princesses stepped onto the golden path, accompanying Jiang Taish into the sacred land. Upon entering, they were utterly astonished by the splendor that unfolded before them. Chapter 61. The origin of the Great Path and the destruction of the 3 powers. The princess of the Azure Dragon Kingdom is named Murong Qingqing. The saintess of the mysterious cloud sect is called Fenghua, while the saintess of the Northern Star Sacred Land is known as Wenru. As the saintesses and princesses of ancient sacred lands, Murong Qingqing, Fenghua, and Wenru are undoubtedly well-versed in the grand spectacles of the world. However, upon arriving at the Taichu Sacred Land, they realized their misconceptions. In comparison to the Taichu Sacred Land, they felt like humble villagers from a remote wilderness. The spiritual energy within the Azure Dragon Kingdom, the Northern Star Sacred Land, and the mysterious cloud sect is already remarkably dense, hundreds of times greater than that of the outside world. However, in the location where the 3 of them stood, the spiritual energy was even more concentrated, reaching thousands of times that of the outside realm. And what of the Taichu Sacred Land? A mere cursory observation revealed that the concentration of spiritual energy there surpassed that of their current sanctum by a staggering thousandfold. This means that the spiritual energy density in the Taichu Sacred Land is 1,000,000 times that of the outside world, a truly astonishing revelation. They had previously visited supreme powers, even those of the immortal Tao lineage, eminent sacred lands, ancient royal dynasties, and eternal families. Yet, the spiritual energy density within those realms was only thousands to tens of thousands of times greater than the outside world, making them utterly incomparable to the Taichu Sacred Land. This place is merely the foremost sacred land of the universe, guarded by 3 imperial-level powerhouses. As they beheld their surroundings, the Taichu Sacred Land was adorned with divine and celestial mountains, sacred palaces, and ethereal creatures soaring through the skies. The sea of clouds halfway up the mountain was a veritable ocean of spiritual energy, transformed into a liquid essence of the purest spiritual vitality. The rivers that wound through the land were flowing streams of spiritual liquid, with each droplet capable of propelling an ordinary cultivator's prowess to new heights. Murong Qingqing, Wenru, and Fenghua sensed an abundance of divine herbs and medicinal treasures littered across the land. Beneath those sacred mountains lay endless veins of ore, formed from the accumulation of spiritual energy to an extreme degree, with the lowest quality being top-tier spiritual stone mines, while most were divine stone mines, and a few were sacred stone veins. They also perceived a pervasive aura of boundless Tao rhythm, interwoven with divine chains of the Tao. This place seemed to be a locus of the Tao, the very origin of the Great Path, where cultivators could effortlessly grasp the profound mysteries of the universe. Even a single breath taken here was rich not only with abundant spiritual energy, but also infused with an indescribable resonance of the Tao. In this environment, there are no bottlenecks for those below the sage level. The transition from sage to quasi-emperor presents a gradually increasing challenge, yet still remains 100-fold to 1,000-fold easier than in the outside world. Upon reaching the quasi-emperor realm, the advantages diminish significantly, with breakthrough probabilities approximately 10 times that of the outside realm. One could say that the entirety of the Taichu Sacred Land is an unparalleled treasure trove, brimming with endless opportunities and transformations. All of this is bestowed by 99 imperial dragon veins. Jiang Tej observed the astonishment etched upon the faces of the 3 saintesses and princesses, secretly smiling to himself, realizing this was merely the beginning. Should they have the chance to visit the Taichu Immortal Mountain, they would discover that it is the most sacred of places. Yet, whether they would catch the eye of their master and be chosen as handmaidens remains uncertain. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Tej led the 3 women to the heart of the sacred land, and settled them on a majestic divine mountain near the Taichu Immortal Mountain. You shall cultivate here, and must not descend the mountain at will. Should the master summon you, you will be informed. After speaking, Jiang Tej gracefully departed, heading towards the Taichu Immortal Mountain to report back. Murong Qingqing and Wenru exchanged glances, each perceiving surprise, gravity, and confusion reflected in the other's eyes. As the saintess and princess of a supreme power, their cultivation was not insignificant, both having reached the divine sovereign realm. After spending only a short time in the Taichu Sacred Land and absorbing a few breaths of spiritual energy, their bottlenecks began to loosen, with a breakthrough tantalizingly close. This is a place of unparalleled creation. Sister, do you think the Heavenly Emperor will take notice of us? Asked the Azure Dragon Princess Murong Qingqing. Her delicate lips pursed in uncertainty. Wenru took a deep breath, forcing a smile. Surely we could serve as maidens to the Heavenly Emperor. As for becoming his Tao partner? That thought has never crossed our minds. They felt unworthy. To become a concubine of the Heavenly Emperor would be an immense blessing. Rest assured, sisters, even if we are not favored, we can still remain in the Taichu Sacred Land, Wenhua remarked with a smile. Murong Qingqing and Wenru nodded in agreement. Each year, the 3 major factions are allotted spots to join the Taichu Sacred Land, providing potential cultivators. Their status as saintess and princess made their selection into the Taichu Sacred Land a certainty. However, this was not their true desire. The distinction between being an ordinary cultivator in the Taichu Sacred Land and serving as a maiden or concubine to the Heavenly Emperor was vast and immeasurable. Sisters, regardless of what the future holds, we must advance and retreat together, Wenru said, glancing at the 2. Murong Qingqing and Wenhua concurred. Should one falter, the others would lend their support. Taichu Immortal Mountain, Hall of Transcendence. Master, the disciples have made the arrangements. Jiang Tej entered the Immortal Hall and bowed deeply to the towering figure. Qin Chuan nodded slightly. Jiang Tej rose and stood respectfully to the side. I am Qin Tiandi, and I hereby announce to the universe that the Taichu Sacred Land will open its gates wide in 2 days to recruit disciples. Talented individuals and formidable cultivators are welcome to come to the Imperial Prefecture to participate in the selection. Exceptional talents may aspire to become disciples of quasi-emperors, emperors, or even the Heavenly Emperor. Those with profound cultivation may become elders or supreme elders, all of whom shall receive boundless opportunities. Those who cannot make it may return next year, as the Taichu Sacred Land will annually open its gates to recruit extraordinary talents from across the universe. Qin Chuan's voice resonated throughout the vast cosmos, echoing across the heavens and earth. In an instant, the universe erupted with fervor. Cultivators from myriad races were shaken to their core and hastened from all corners of the cosmos to the Imperial Prefecture of the 3,000 Tao states. Joining the Taichu Sacred Land was an unparalleled honor, bestowing an invincible backing. if fortunate enough to become a disciple of a quasi-emperor, an emperor, or even the heavenly emperor. The path to greatness would be smooth and unimpeded, ascending like a cloud. Many proud and capable individuals who had set out early rejoiced, knowing they would undoubtedly be among the first to join the Taichu Sacred Land. Those who could not arrive in time would have to wait until the following year. However, the major factions of the universe were shrouded in shadows, sensing a bleak future ahead. The exceptional warriors flocked towards the Taichu Sacred Land, leaving them with a pressing dilemma. While they could sustain themselves in the short term, the persistent influx of challenges would inevitably lead to a gradual decline. Amidst the tumultuous waves from the outside world, Chinuan summoned several formidable figures within the sacred grounds. The Sichuan Sacred Land, Chinuan Mountain, and Wuxing Palace had long oppressed the Taichu Sacred Land. Now that the Taichu Sacred Land sought rejuvenation, it required a display of power to serve as a warning to others. Who among you is willing to venture forth to eradicate these three factions and elevate the prestige of our Taichu? Chinuan's voice resonated within the Chengdao Hall. In the next moment, a chorus of eager voices erupted. Heavenly Emperor, I am willing to go and annihilate the Sichuan Sacred Land. Heavenly Emperor, I wish to proceed to obliterate Chinuan Mountain. Heavenly Emperor, I am ready to dismantle the Wuxing Palace. 10 quasi-emperors voiced their intentions, each seeking the opportunity to showcase their valor. Master, I wish to venture forth to destroy Chinuan Mountain or Sichuan Sacred Land. Jiang Tage also stepped forward to express his willingness. Tage, you need not go this time. Focus on preparing for the grand opening of the gates in 2 days. Chinuan replied with a casual glance. Understood, Jiang Tage acknowledged, refraining from further protest. He recognized that his participation might be somewhat forced. Although Sichuan's Sacred Land and Chinuan Mountain lacked quasi-emperors and supreme imperial weapons, their seemingly easy downfall could be deceptive. Should a great sage emerge, he might find himself at a disadvantage. This endeavor required swift and decisive action, best left to the seasoned quasi-emperor ancestors. Chapter 62. 5 Paths to Ascendancy. The 3 heavenly emperors guarding the celestial gate. As Chinuan surveyed the 10 quasi-emperors within the hall, he began to assign tasks. Li Feiyu, you shall wield the supreme emperor weapon, the celestial sword, and proceed to the Sichuan Sacred Land. Hongqian, you are to take the supreme emperor weapon, the burial heaven blade, and journey to the 7 Calamity Mountain. Lu Fenggun and Zhang Qianyu, you will carry the supreme emperor weapon, the Eastern Emperor Cauldron, and the Chinuan bell to the 5 Elements Palace. Understood. Li Feiyu, Hongqian, Lu Fengyan, and Zhang Qianyu beamed with delight, promptly responding with reverence. You must remember, this mission requires swift resolution. After obliterating the 3 factions, bring all resources back to enrich the foundation of our Taichu Sacred Land. Chinuan continued, imparting his instructions. Within the Taichu Sacred Land lie 99 imperial dragon veins, continuously generating cultivation resources. However, this is still insufficient. The revival of the Taichu Sacred Land is relatively recent, and accumulating a solid foundation necessitates time. The treasures and resources contributed by the Beichen Sacred Land, the ancient Qinglong Kingdom, and the Miao Miao sect are merely a drop in the bucket compared to the needs of Taichu Sacred Land. It is imperative to eradicate the 5 Elements Palace, the Sichuan Sacred Land, and the 7 Calamity Mountain, 3-time-honored factions with profound heritage. Their resources will suffice to sustain the operations of the Taichu Sacred Land for the time being, especially the 5 Elements Palace, which belongs to the immortal lineage and has birthed formidable beings, amassing countless treasures. Thus, Chinuan dispatched Hongqian and Li Feiyu, both ordinary quasi-emperors at the 2nd and 3rd celestial layers, to annihilate the 7 Calamity Mountain and Sichuan Sacred Land. Meanwhile, Lu Fenggun and Zhang Qianyu, at the 6th and 7th layers of quasi-emperors, were tasked with the destruction of the 5 Elements Palace, armed with 2 supreme emperor weapons. As for sending the great emperors such as Dao Yin and Yu Hua to undertake these missions, that would be akin to using a nuclear bomb to swat a fly, entirely unnecessary. Quasi-emperors equipped with supreme emperor weapons would suffice. The Red Dust Immortal, along with the heavenly emperor Yun Wanshu, would refrain from intervening. It was time for the Sacred Land to operate normally. Had there been a great saint in the Sacred Land, Chinuan would have considered having them wield supreme emperor weapons to obliterate the 7 Calamity Mountain and Sichuan Sacred Land. Chinuan felt that the strength within the Taichu Sacred Land was still inadequate, severely lacking in depth. Apart from his few disciples and Lin Shirin, there were only 4 saints, 7 true saints, and 1 saint king in the Sacred Land. After this expansion, this deficiency should be remedied. At that point, he would be able to extricate himself from the burdens of the Taichu Sacred Land, allowing it to flourish along a prosperous path. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Adhering to the Heavenly Emperor's edict, the 4 unparalleled quasi-emperors bowed deeply. Chinuan waved his hand, and 3 edicts materialized in the void, flying towards the 4 quasi-emperors. After receiving the Heavenly Emperor's decrees, the 4 quasi-emperors bowed once more before exiting the Hall of Inheritance. Traversing the void to depart, Chinuan gestured for Jiang Tage, Mu Sanqian, and others to leave as well, and he too vanished from the Hall of Inheritance. As for the 3 holy maidens, Morong Qingqing, Wenro, and Feng Hua, he chose to disregard them for the time being, as he had other matters to attend to. In the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Chinuan descended. The great emperors and true immortals, including Qi Xia, Yun Wanshu, Dao Yin, Yu Hua, and Wu Zong, all rose to pay their respects. Once Chinuan settled into a meditative posture, the great emperors and true immortals took their seats, surrounding him in a protective formation. Fellow Taoist Yun, how many paths to ascension exist in this world? Chinuan's gaze swept over them and settled upon Yun Junshu as he inquired. Yun Junshu promptly replied, Heavenly Emperor, to my knowledge, there are 5 paths to immortality in our universe during the celestial ancient era. Shortly after the great catastrophe of the celestial ancient times, I entered one of these paths and became trapped in a peculiar world, thus I possess limited knowledge of the other 4 paths. The celestial domain has perished. The path to immortality is incomplete, and the routes have been severed. Yun Junshu was uncertain why the Heavenly Emperor sought this information, yet he answered candidly. Chinuan nodded slightly and continued, Can the paths to immortality be obliterated? Heavenly Emperor, such an occurrence has never transpired during the celestial ancient era. However, since the great catastrophe led to the destruction of the celestial domain, I surmise that the paths may also be at risk. Yun Junshu hesitated before responding. Chinuan's eyes flickered. As the invasion from the alternate universe looms, its depth remains unknown. Therefore, Chinuan resolved to investigate all paths to immortality, summoning all the extreme powers he could gather, while simultaneously eliminating potential threats. Should any dark turmoil arise, those who have slaughtered the universe's sentient beings for sustenance would be dealt with decisively. While these extreme powers are of minor concern, the crux lies in understanding what lies beyond the gates of the other 4 paths to immortality and whether they harbor dangers. For instance, the path where the unparalleled Heavenly Emperor resides is distinct from that of Yun Junshu. Ancient records indicate that the unparalleled Heavenly Emperor sits with his back to the world at the end of his path, seemingly combating some formidable adversary. Perhaps the primordial yellow universe has already faced an incursion from the alternate universe? The unparalleled Heavenly Emperor, turning his back to the world, may be striving to save the sentient beings of the universe alone. Throughout history, while those exalted beings such as celestial sovereigns, divine emperors, ancient emperors, holy emperors, and doubt lords may not act in such a manner, the emperors of the human race certainly would. The emperors not only protect their kin but also safeguard all races of the universe and every living soul. Following the great catastrophe prior to Chinuan, the human race birthed 100 extreme emperors, including 3 heavenly emperors. Many of the human emperors have perished, and several have vanished, either venturing into paths of immortality or entering other mysterious realms. While the unparalleled Heavenly Emperor suppresses a certain path, there is no clear record of the fates of the other 2 heavenly emperors. Perhaps those 2 human emperors are also engaged in suppressing other paths to immortality? The paths to immortality serve as the routes through which cultivators enter the celestial domain. However, with the destruction of the celestial domain, beings from alternate universes might infiltrate through the fragments of the celestial domain, breaching the gates and entering the universe via these paths. In such a case, the paths to immortality would transform into a shortcut for the enemy's invasion. My esteemed friends, I wish to unveil the other paths to immortality, investigate thoroughly, and eliminate potential threats. What do you think? Chinuan pondered for a moment before speaking. An excellent plan. It is indeed timely. The Heavenly Emperor's righteousness is commendable. The emperors of true immortals responded in unison, agreeing with the proposition. Heavenly Emperor, we still lack knowledge of the locations of the other paths. How shall we proceed? Yun Junshu inquired. The paths to immortality are shrouded in obscurity, making it arduous even for extreme powers to trace their whereabouts. This is easily addressed, Chinuan replied, a smile gracing his face. As Yun Junshu was momentarily taken aback, he recalled that the Qin Celestial Emperor had previously discovered the path to immortality. He was uncertain how the Qin Celestial Emperor had accomplished this feat, but it was evident that he swiftly located the path to immortality where Yun was situated and subsequently approached him. Yun harbored admiration for the Emperor's prowess. Yun Junshu expressed his awe, saying, The supreme celestial weapon of the Emperor bears a striking resemblance to my 4 celestial swords. Chinuan waved his hand, and the celestial sword emerged from its sheath, hovering before him. With a mere thought, the celestial sword transformed into the chaotic cauldron. Witnessing this spectacle, Yun Junshu praised. The Emperor's unparalleled celestial weapon seems to possess the ability to merge as my 4 celestial swords can, which can unite into one and wield a specific attribute or disperse to unleash their individual might. It appears that the Qin Celestial Emperor's supreme weapon possesses a similar capability, although he has only witnessed the celestial sword and the chaotic cauldron in these 2 forms. One wonders if there are other manifestations and whether it can indeed transform from 1 to 4. I shall now demonstrate a small display of my abilities, esteemed friends. Please observe. Chinuan executed a hand seal, unleashing the might of the chaotic cauldron. He uttered a series of syllables, each imbued with unparalleled power, which seamlessly integrated into the chaotic cauldron. In an instant, the chaotic cauldron radiated boundless celestial light, exhaling an endless stream of chaotic energy, projecting vivid images into the air. These images depicted various paths to immortality. Chapter 63. In the beginning of ancient times, the unparalleled celestial emperor confronts the 3 great immortal warriors. The supreme celestial artifact, the chaos cauldron, emanates an unparalleled might, vividly reflecting a series of scenes. The initial scene of the immortal path unfolds in a star domain located in the southwestern expanse of the universe, nestled within the depths of space. The vicinity of the immortal path is shrouded in the veils of celestial laws, concealing its traces. Chinuan personally activates the Chaos Cauldron, employing a certain supreme, divine method, which he has adeptly deduced. The images above the Chaos Cauldron begin to transform, illuminating the journey from the starting point of this immortal path. Ascension Monument, Immortal Gate, Cycle Portal, Chaos Cave, Time-Space Bridge. Each scene metamorphoses, mirroring the immortal path where Yun Wanshu resides. Whether by coincidence or fate, following the Time-Space Bridge, a tangible ancient monument appears along this immortal path. This monument exudes an aura of time, as if it originated from epochs long past, a relic of ancient times. Chinuan momentarily freezes the image, focusing on this ancient monument, upon which supreme celestial scripts manifest. In the primordial times, who conveyed the Tao? In that year, the Tao descended from the heavens, and since then, the world has been adorned with radiant doctrines, heralding an era of boundless cultivation civilization. Now, I shall trace the source of the Tao, define the heavens to seek the great path, leaving this monument for future generations to explore. As these supreme celestial scripts dissipate, a singular emblem materializes. It is a lamp. In the boundless night, this lamp serves as a guiding light, illuminating the realms and ancient epochs, paving the way for future beings. Soon, the emblem of the lamp fades, and after a while, the prior supreme celestial scripts reappear. Friend Yun, do you know who this sage is? Chinuan inquires, glancing at Yun Wanshu, who sits nearby in meditation. This towering figure must be a being from the era of ancient immortals. Following the great catastrophe of the ancient immortals, historical records have fractured. From the divine era to this day, accounts of the era of ancient immortals are scarce, consisting only of vague fragments. Although Yun Wanshu was born in the twilight of the era of ancient immortals, his formidable prowess suggests he might grasp some hidden truths. Yun Wanshu raises his hand, manifesting the earlier emblem of the great path within the celestial emperor's palace. A brilliant lamp. Yet, it resembles only in form, lacking the essence of the Tao. He furrows his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. This esteemed predecessor is not a being of the era of ancient immortals. The vast universe has existed for countless ages, with numerous epochs preceding the era of ancient immortals. I once perused a record of celestial lore that spoke of a most sacred sage who emerged in the distant beginnings of the universe. This sage attained enlightenment in a dream, achieving the Tao in a single moment, thereafter imparting the teachings to all beings. The splendid civilization we possess today can be said to be founded upon the legacy of that sacred sage. After a brief pause, Yun Wanshu adds, of course, this belongs to unofficial records, and the primordial times are far too ancient to verify. Chinuan nods in acknowledgement, harboring his own conjectures, and refrains from pursuing the topic further. With a gentle flick of his finger, the Chaos Cauldron continues to evolve, illuminating the scenes that follow the ancient monument. Beyond the ancient monument lies a peculiar realm, indistinguishable from the extraordinary world where Yun Wanshu previously resided. The celestial path stretches toward the depths of a peculiar world, leading to the summit of an unparalleled celestial mountain. There stands a celestial gate, one that has been opened one-third of the way. This aperture is sufficiently wide to allow beings to traverse in and out. Yet, no entities emerge violently from beyond the gate. For before this celestial portal sits a formidable human figure, seated in meditation, exuding an overwhelming presence. This being is the unmatched emperor, with his back turned to the multitude. He stands as a barrier before the celestial gate, confronting an unknown entity within. Alone, he battles against the forces of another universe. Unmatched, how much longer can you endure? Surrender now, you cannot withstand us. In 300 chaotic days, my vast universe shall arrive, and you will be left with no escape, only a dead end. 3 voices resonate from behind the celestial gate, each imbued with a terrifying power that reverberates through the heavens and earth. Then I shall strike, sweeping away your universe. The unmatched emperor speaks, his demeanor unruffled, as if this confrontation were a trivial matter. Arrogance. Unmatched, you are far too conceited. You cannot even contend with the 3 of us, yet you dare to utter such hubris. The 3 formidable beings within the gate seethe with fury, their immense power seeping into the atmosphere. The unmatched emperor remains seated, his body radiating boundless light, effectively shielding himself from the oppressive presence of the otherworldly opponents. I extend a sincere invitation for you to join our primordial universe, to collectively forge a new celestial realm. Is that not a delightful prospect? One of the supreme beings proposes from within the gate. Such delusions. The unmatched emperor replies, his tone as calm as a still pond. Is it truly worth perishing for the sake of insignificant insects? Another powerful voice queries from the gate. For the sake of the path, I would spare no effort. The unmatched emperor responds with nonchalance. Since you seek death, we shall oblige. The 3rd otherworldly being declares. In the next instant, 3 terrifying attacks are unleashed from the celestial gate, aimed at vanquishing the unmatched emperor. He remains immobile in his meditation, raising a single hand to confront the onslaught from the 3 formidable entities. At the Taichu Celestial Mountain, within the celestial emperor's palace, the unmatched emperor's might is evident. He has reached the pinnacle of the ultimate realm, nearing the transformation into a war celestial. Yin Junshu speaks with a grave expression. Qixia True Celestial shakes his head solemnly, stating, "No, he has indeed become a war celestial. His combat prowess is so formidable that even I regard him with caution. I may not be his match. It is important to note that he is a true celestial of the third heaven." Qixiao's words ring true. Chinuan nods slightly. In his estimation, the unmatched emperor must have already transformed into a war celestial. Given the collapse of the celestial realm and the incomplete celestial path, the unmatched emperor likely follows the path of the mundane celestial. His cultivation is profound and enigmatic, akin to reversing life through 7 or even 8 lifetimes. With his combat power nearing that of a mundane celestial, truly deserving of being one of the 3 great emperors of the human race, Yun Junshu is taken aback. Is the unmatched emperor truly so powerful? It is utterly absurd. I had thought my own cultivation and combat strength were among the pinnacle in this universe, second only to the celestial emperor Qin. To his astonishment, the unparalleled heavenly emperor surpassed him, revealing himself to be a celestial warrior. What are the other 2 heavenly emperors of the human race? Chinuan nodded thoughtfully. Yun Junshu swallowed hard, pondering before inquiring. If the unparalleled heavenly emperor is indeed a celestial warrior, how could the beings from the 3 otherworldly universes beyond the heavenly gate possibly contend with him? As they engaged in discourse, Chinuan's brow arched, and he executed a hand seal to merge with the chaos cauldron, seeking to illuminate the scene beyond the heavenly gate. Before long, the air above the chaos cauldron revealed a charred continent ablaze with fierce tribulation flames. Towering majestically above this land stood an imposing heavenly gate. 3 colossal figures sat cross-legged before the gate, with the cosmic rivers swirling around them, accentuating their grandeur. They were 3 celestial warriors. Observing the 3 figures within the image, a look of astonishment graced Yun Junshu's face. What origins did this primordial great universe possess? The presence of 3 celestial warriors explained their ability to rival the unparalleled heavenly emperor. Yet, it dawned on him that the primordial great universe likely harbored more than just these 3 celestial warriors. They were merely the vanguard. Otherwise, such confidence would not radiate from the 3 celestial warriors. Chapter 64, The Primal Great Universe. By the decree of the celestial emperor, we shall vanquish you. Who dares to spy upon us? The 3 battle sages of the primal great universe were engaged in a fierce confrontation with the unparalleled celestial emperor when they suddenly sensed something amiss and cried out in unison. Their gazes pierced through the void, seeking to trace the source of the disturbance and eradicate it. However, after searching for a considerable time, they found no trace of the origin, leaving them startled. The entity that was observing them appeared to hail from the Chinuan great universe. Could there be such formidable beings apart from the unparalleled? Boom. Seizing the opportunity, the unparalleled celestial emperor thrust his hand into the celestial gate, sending one of the battle sages from the primal great universe hurtling away. The 3 battle sages, now wary, dared not to divert their attention and focus solely on their battle with the unparalleled celestial emperor. Together, the trio could have gained the upper hand. Yet with the unparalleled celestial emperor guarding the celestial gate, they found it nearly impossible to breach his defenses. Now, with one of their own gravely injured, they found themselves at a slight disadvantage in their clash with the unparalleled celestial emperor. After an intense struggle, the 2 sides called for a cessation of hostilities. They had fought numerous times, and the unparalleled celestial emperor grew stronger with each encounter. Given more time, he would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Following the cessation of the battle, the 3 battle sages exchanged glances, with the injured sage beginning to recuperate. The other 2 combined their efforts to deduce the source of the recent spying incident. At the end of the celestial path, the unparalleled celestial emperor finally bore a smile. After years of suppressing the celestial gate, he felt utterly exhausted, devoid of hope. He had gleaned many secrets of the primal great universe from the 3 battle sages. This vast universe was extraordinarily powerful. Over 1,000,000 years ago, it commenced its invasion of other great universes within the chaotic sea, having already devoured many. To consume even more, the sovereign of the primal great universe dispatched numerous battle sages across the chaotic sea, taking an extensive amount of time to search. The Chinuan great universe had thus become a target. Currently, the primal great universe was engaged in the invasion of another great universe and could not divert its forces. Otherwise, the Chinuan great universe would likely have already collapsed, consumed by the primal great universe. While the unparalleled was undeniably strong, having swept through his rise without encountering worthy adversaries, he was keenly aware that he could not single-handedly contend with the unfathomable depth of the primal great universe. However, fortune had smiled upon him. The Chinuan great universe had also given birth to supreme beings. The unparalleled sensed Chinuan's probing and had pursued the trace. Chinuan had left no concealment. The unparalleled celestial emperor discovered that the current Chinuan great universe was indeed teeming with powerful entities. 12 complete emperors, 2 of whom stood at the pinnacle of the extreme path. Alongside a true immortal and a supreme being, revered by the emperors and true immortals, who seemed to have stepped into the realm of earthly immortals. That was a sphere he had yet to touch, still requiring one final, ultimate leap. The unparalleled had met various fellow practitioners. The voice of the unparalleled celestial emperor resonated within the celestial emperor's palace, unparalleled fellow practitioner, stationed at the end of the celestial path. Suppressing the celestial gate and fending off invasions from other universes, your contributions are immeasurable. I hold you in great esteem. Chinuan spoke, His voice transmitted through the reflected imagery to the extraordinary world where the unparalleled resided. As the celestial beings such as Qi Xia, Yinwan Shu, Dao Yin, and Yu Hua expressed their admiration for the unparalleled celestial emperor's actions, the emperor intentionally concealed their conversation from the three otherworldly battle immortals behind the heavenly gate. After a brief exchange, the emperor addressed his ally, Qin. My situation here is stable for now. You may investigate the other celestial paths to determine if assistance is required. Qin Shuan nodded, affirming his intention to do so. Through his discourse with the emperor, he gleaned insights into the primordial great cosmos, which harbors profound depths and boasts a multitude of powerful beings rivaling the supreme entities. There are also numerous battle immortals among them. It seems the ruler of the primordial great cosmos has ascended to the realm of earthly immortals. However, this information might not be entirely accurate, as it was relayed by the three otherworldly battle immortals. Upon learning this, the expressions of Yunwan Shu and the others turned grave. With the imminent invasion of the enigmatic great cosmos and the emergence of another primordial realm, could their universe withstand such a threat? The emperors and celestial beings cast their gazes upon the central figure, the celestial emperor Qin, who remained composed and self-assured, instantly alleviating their anxiety. Qin Shuan executed a hand seal, causing the imagery above the chaos cauldron to shift, revealing a vision of a second path to immortality. Meanwhile, the four quasi-emperors, Li Feiyu, Hong Chun, Lu Fengyun, and Zhang Qianyu, traversed the void with their supreme imperial weapons, arriving at their destination, the royal prefecture, 7 Calamity Mountain. Chaos reigned supreme. After a report from the saint, the holy King Qin Song felt an unsettling premonition, sensing an impending calamity. Perhaps the primordial sacred land was preparing for a reckoning. The thought of this dreadful possibility shattered the holy king's composure. Should the primordial sacred land seek retribution against 7 Calamity Mountain, they would stand no chance. Thus, the holy king made a decisive choice, summoning the upper echelons of the sacred land along with the most promising cultivators, preparing to wield their quasi-imperial weapons and escape. As for the other cultivators within 7 Calamity Mountain, he could not concern himself with them. As long as these individuals survived, they could flee beyond the 3,000 Dao states and rebuild 7 Calamity Mountain. Just as the holy king began to summon the quasi-imperial weapons, an overwhelming imperial might descended, suppressing the entire 7 Calamity Mountain. The quasi-imperial weapons emitted a resonant hum before falling silent. The entire mountain was enveloped in imperial authority, preventing anyone from departing. Above 7 Calamity Mountain, an unparalleled imperial sword loomed, casting light that illuminated the past, present, and future, conjuring a wondrous realm. Under the celestial sword of the supreme imperial weapon, Li Feiyu stood with arms crossed, coldly observing the turmoil below. Did the predecessor come from the primordial sacred land? The holy King Qin Song, in a state of panic, first bowed deeply, then anxiously inquired. Li Feiyu ignored him, producing the decree of the celestial emperor. With both hands, he unfurled the decree and recited, 7 Calamity Mountain has acted tyrannically, poisoning the royal prefecture and ensnaring countless beings in suffering. Today, I, in accordance with the decree of the celestial emperor, shall eradicate 7 Calamity Mountain, uproot this blight upon the royal prefecture, and liberate all living beings. Upon completing his recitation, Li Feiyu bowed respectfully to the decree. In the next moment, the decree of the heavenly emperor loomed high above the 9 heavens, radiating immeasurable power, sealing the heavens and locking the earth, isolating this entire space-time continuum. Subsequently, Li Feiyu grasped the celestial sword, activating this supreme imperial weapon, and with a decisive stroke, he cleaved towards the 7 Calamity Mountain. The resplendent sword light traversed the eons, slicing through eternity, rendering the immortal realm into oblivion. Wherever the sword light passed, the cultivators of 7 Calamity Mountain were obliterated, their lives extinguished and paths severed. Mission accomplished. A faint smile curled upon Li Feiyu's lips. With a flourish of his sleeve, he invoked the grand art of the universe within his garment. The sanctum of 7 Calamity Mountain was uprooted, diminishing in size, and soared into Li Feiyu's sleeve. He then bowed deeply once more to the decree of the heavenly emperor, which instantly pierced through the void. Only then did Li Feiyu retract the supreme imperial weapon, the celestial sword, and return to the primordial sacred land. Meanwhile, a nearly identical scene unfolded in the Sichuan sacred land of the imperial province. Hong Chun first subdued the Sichuan sacred land with the burial heaven blade, then retrieved the decree, proclaiming the edict of the heavenly emperor. The decree, suspended in the 9 heavens, severed the space-time continuum, locking onto all cultivators within the Sichuan sacred land. He then wielded the burial heaven blade, delivering a decisive strike that buried the Sichuan sacred land. Following this, he executed another grand art, relocating the entirety of the Sichuan sacred land. After respectfully sending off the decree of the heavenly emperor, he returned to the primordial sacred land with the supreme imperial weapon, the burial heaven blade. Chapter 65. Offend the primordial, and though distant, retribution awaits. The resplendent empress of heaven in the region of Yunzhou, which falls under the jurisdiction of the eternal Taoist sect's 5 Elements Palace. An urgent assembly of the higher-ups is underway. Within the sanctum of the 5 Elements Palace, a host of elders stand at the periphery. While the 5 Elements sovereign is not faring much better, these elders and sovereigns, numbering over 20, are all sages, far exceeding their visible count. Among them are several venerable elders, exuding an even more potent aura of sanctity. 10 true sages and 5 holy kings form a foundation that dwarfs even that of the most esteemed sects in ancient nations. Deeper within, 3 grand sages, belonging to the ancestral class, convene. Initially, the 5 Elements Palace boasted 4 grand sages and 7 holy kings. However, they had dispatched 1 grand sage and 2 holy kings to annihilate the primordial sacred land. Yet, they encountered naught but the overwhelming might of the primordial's grand formation, which obliterated them without a trace. At the innermost part of the hall stands an elder clad in a multicolored Taoist robe, his hair white yet his visage youthful. He is the quasi-emperor ancestor of the 5 Elements Palace, known as the Thunder Ancestor. Speak. How shall we ameliorate the relationship between our 5 Elements Palace and the primordial sacred land? The Thunder Ancestor's gaze swept across all the formidable figures in the hall, his expression indifferent. The primordial sacred land has demonstrated its unparalleled foundation. The 5 Elements Palace can no longer afford to hesitate and must proactively seek forgiveness. Only through the primordial sacred land's clemency can the 5 Elements Palace hope to endure. Otherwise, even as an immortal sect, it shall face annihilation. History is replete with examples of supreme powers that have offended contemporary emperors, leading to their demise. The primordial sacred land is not merely home to an emperor, but also to 2 celestial emperors. Had the 5 Elements Palace foreseen this, they would have thought twice before acting so recklessly. Perhaps we might offer treasures. I am willing to personally deliver them to the primordial sacred land as an apology, suggested an elder of the Holy King tier. Given the current celestial emperors, I propose we send a saintess to the primordial sacred land to present to Emperor Qin. Perhaps he might show leniency, shamelessly interjected a true sage. Others, though finding this notion disgraceful, refrained from dissent. Is there no better alternative? In that case, let us offer the saintesses of recent generations to Emperor Qin, proposed a grand sage. Some saintesses have already been wed, the 5 Elements sovereign cautiously remarked. Being wed is no obstacle. Perhaps Emperor Qin favors mature women. A holy king remarked nonchalantly. Enough. The Thunder Ancestor interjected, and silence enveloped the hall. He could no longer bear to witness such indignity. A congregation of immortals, sages, true sages, holy kings, and grand sages was contemplating the offering of women. What a disgraceful spectacle. All eyes turned toward the Thunder Ancestor, awaiting his decree. He opened his mouth, at a loss for words. The 5 Elements Palace, indeed resplendent and flourishing with boundless treasures, must consider to whom it compares itself. The treasures they possess hold little value in the eyes of an emperor, let alone a celestial emperor. Offering treasures is futile. What of surrendering the extreme Tao Emperor armament of the 5 Elements Palace? That, too, is out of the question. The extreme Tao Imperial weapon serves as the sacred treasure that subdues the fate of the 5 Elements Palace, forming the very foundation of its existence. Should this weapon be lost, the 5 Elements Palace would inevitably weaken, leaving it vulnerable to adversarial forces that might seek to exploit its downfall. After much contemplation, Ancestor Thunder realized that surrendering a maiden seemed the only avenue left. Sighing deeply, he waved his hand and declared, "Let us proceed as you suggest. Quickly find someone. I shall personally deliver her to the primordial sacred land to offer my apologies to Emperor Qin." Understood. The assembly of saints responded in unison. Suddenly, 2 overwhelming imperial auras surged forth, forcing the assembly to the ground, causing them to spit blood uncontrollably. Even Ancestor Thunder, a quasi-emperor, found himself injured, caught off guard. Fortunately, it was merely imperial might and not an attack. Otherwise, he would have faced severe consequences. Chaos erupted within the 5 Elements Palace. In response, the extreme Tao Imperial weapon, the diagram of the 5 Elements, instinctively awakened, radiating immense imperial power to counter the 2 approaching imperial weapons from the heavens. With the diagram of the 5 Elements standing resolutely, the pressure on the saints dissipated, allowing them and Ancestor Thunder to soar out of the Great Hall to confront their foes. Lu Fengyun and Zhang Qianyu loomed above the 9 heavens, their presence marked by the Eastern Emperor Cauldron and the Chinuan bell, observing them with indifference. "What is the meaning of your intrusion into the 5 Elements Palace?" Ancestor Thunder inquired solemnly, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Could it be that the primordial sacred land has begun to settle accounts? It seemed highly probable. Besides the primordial sacred land, there were few supreme forces capable of wielding 2 extreme Tao Imperial weapons. The 2 weapons before him were unfamiliar to Ancestor Thunder, likely newly forged by the Heavenly Emperor of the primordial sacred land, as they sought to present a maiden as an offering of contrition. Could the primordial sacred land not afford them a moment's grace? "I am Zhang Qianyu, the first elder of the primordial sacred land. I am Lu Fengyun, the second elder of the primordial sacred land," they announced in unison. Following this, Zhang Qianyu produced the Heavenly Emperor's decree, reciting it with reverence. The essence conveyed that the 5 Elements Palace was guilty of heinous crimes, and they had come as representatives of justice, commanded by the Heavenly Emperor, to eradicate this malignant tumor. Such grandiloquence incited a bitter amusement in Ancestor Thunder. Zhang Qianyu elevated the decree into the 9 heavens, sealing the space with boundless light to prevent any escape from the 5 Elements Palace. He then proclaimed, "Those who offend the primordial sacred land shall face retribution, regardless of distance. Come forth and fight." Indeed, Ancestor Thunder replied coldly, resolute in his decision not to plead for mercy. He understood well that the primordial sacred land had dispatched 2 quasi-emperors wielding 2 extreme Tao imperial weapons with the intent to obliterate the 5 Elements Palace. Shall you take the lead, or shall I? Lu Fenghan asked with a smile. Ancestor Thunder, a mere 4th-tier quasi-emperor, faced 2 opponents of the 6th and 7th tiers. Even with the extreme Tao imperial weapons in hand, their combat prowess would be superior. Let us engage together for a swift resolution, Zhang Qinyu replied. Agreed. In the next moment, both launched their extreme Tao imperial weapons towards Ancestor Thunder. He hastily summoned the diagram of the 5 elements to defend against the Eastern Emperor Cauldron and the Chinuan Bell. Thus commenced a battle of extreme Tao imperial weapons. One that would not last long. The outcome was fated. Zhang Qinyu and Lu Fenghan obliterated the immortal Daoist sect's 5 Elements Palace. Subsequently, the two joined forces to activate the Eastern Emperor's Cauldron, meticulously packing away the Daoist grounds of the 5 Elements Palace. As the fierce battle concluded, the entire 3,000 Dao states and even the vast cosmos were set ablaze with tumultuous waves of astonishment. In a remarkably brief span, the Taichu Sacred Land dispatched 4 quasi-emperors and 4 supreme imperial weapons. They annihilated the formidable 7 Calamity Mountain and the Sichuan Sacred Land, alongside the immortal Daoist sect's 5 Elements Palace. Such terror. This is the fate that befalls those who provoke the Taichu Sacred Land, meticulous reckoning leading to total annihilation. The illustrious renown of the Taichu Sacred Land resonated once more throughout the cosmos. In the wake of this uproar, even more celestial prodigies flocked to the imperial state, eager to join the Taichu Sacred Land. At this moment, within the Taichu Sacred Land's heavenly emperor palace, Chinuan had already summoned the Chaos Cauldron, illuminating the second celestial pathway in its entirety. This celestial path bore a striking resemblance to the other 2, leading into a peculiar world at its terminus, atop the supreme immortal mountain. Here, a human race heavenly emperor was suppressing the heavenly gate. The aperture of this gate was somewhat smaller than that of the unmatched heavenly emperoress, yet it could still accommodate a single individual. This was a female heavenly emperor, engaged in combat with a formidable being from a foreign universe behind the heavenly gate. Her elegance was unparalleled. Chapter 66. The heart of the Qin celestial emperor stirred. The imperial universe. Thunderous roars echoed as the unparalleled empress presided over the terminus of the immortal path, clashing with the formidable beings from alternate universes within the heavenly gate. The terrifying might of battle engulfed the realm, shattering the fabric of time and space, revealing the tumultuous chaos sea beneath. This empress, possessing an ethereal beauty and a figure that commanded admiration, bore skin that outshone frost and snow, unparalleled in the world, adorned in a flowing silver silk battle dress. With a single hand, she held the heavens in check, suppressing the heavenly gate, rendering the extraterrestrial powers utterly defenseless. Empress, even with your celestial grace, your strength transcending the heavens, and your abilities rivaling creation, you cannot withstand our might. This universe's ability to give rise to a being of your caliber is indeed commendable. But that is where it ends. Empress, do not be obstinate. Join us now, or you shall find no resting place in death. Behind the heavenly gate, voices of overwhelming authority reverberated, reaching the peculiar realm. Come, try if you dare. The unparalleled Empress showcased her extraordinary elegance, exuding an aura of dominance as she thrust her palm into the heavenly gate, suppressing the 3 formidable warriors from alternate universes. Kill. The 3 extraterrestrial warriors exerted their utmost effort, engaging in a fierce battle with the incomparable Empress, yet they could only manage to achieve a stalemate. Their combat prowess was unprecedented. In the Taichu Immortal Mountain, within the palace of the Celestial Emperor, yet another warrior emerged, Cloud Unfurling, who could hardly contain his astonishment. The previously mentioned unparalleled Celestial Emperor was indeed a warrior of exceptional skill, capable of contending single-handedly against 3 warriors of the primordial universe. Now, this Empress, adorned with extraordinary grace, was also a warrior, possessing strength that resonated throughout the heavens and earth, capable of facing 3 extraterrestrial warriors alone. Among the 3 great celestial emperors of the human race, 2 were warriors, and the third was likely one as well. Truly fearsome, talents abound through the ages, each leading the forefront for centuries. As an antiquity of the immortal ancient era, he found himself unable to keep pace with the present times. After being trapped in the strange world for countless years, he had only managed to advance from the celestial emperor level to the pinnacle of the ultimate path. By the reckoning of reversing life through 9 generations, he had merely progressed from the 4th to the 6th or 7th. With these thoughts, Cloud Unfurling felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He glanced at the Qin celestial emperor, seated calmly at the center, whose demeanor was as tranquil as a still pond, and his despondence deepened. The Qin celestial emperor, though born after the 3 celestial emperors, possessed even greater strength. Indeed, one cannot compare individuals as they are all unique. Suddenly, a spark of enlightenment ignited within Cloud Unfurling, revitalizing his spirit. The likes of the true immortal of Crimson Clouds, the great emperor of Tao Obliteration, the great emperor of Ascension, and the great emperor of Martial Peak did not share as many concerns as he did. Chinuan remained unaware of Cloud Unfurling's inner journey, his gaze transfixed upon the extraordinary empress in the image before him, feeling a stirring in his heart. He was a celestial emperor, a being of the mortal realm, the foremost immortal of the ages, with scarcely a few worthy of being his companion. This extraordinary empress surely belonged among them. Her cultivation and combat prowess were akin to that of the unparalleled celestial emperor, both just a step away from entering the realm of the mortal celestial beings. Yet, traversing that step was no easy feat. It was a chasm, a shackle, the greatest bottleneck. Once crossed, it would lead to transcendence, surpassing the pinnacle of humanity, achieving eternal life, and becoming indestructible. All realms of the universe, all eternal time and space, heed my command, manifest. Chinuan suddenly executed a seal, merging it with the chaos cauldron. In an instant, the chaotic ding radiated an extraordinary brilliance, illuminating a multitude of scenes. What surprised Chinuan was that beyond the heavenly gate lay not a desolate land engulfed in raging infernos, but rather another portal, standing majestically above the sea of chaos. This portal, towering and boundless, was inscribed with countless enigmatic runes, emanating a terrifying aura. It was a temporal spatial passage. At the entrance of this passage, three formidable figures were seated in meditation, the very same transcendent warriors from alternate universes who had clashed with the unparalleled Empress. These three warriors united their strength to withstand the Empress's onslaught, safeguarding the temporal gate behind them. The aftermath of their battle was immensely fearsome, striking the temporal gate and rendering the passage unstable. An unstable passage meant that the alternate universe on the other side could not send reinforcements. Otherwise, they would be torn apart by the forces of time and space or cast adrift in alternate timelines, never to return. Who dares to spy? The three warriors roared in unison, their voices shaking the nearby sea of chaos. They searched the heavens and the earth, probing the annals of time, yet failed to uncover the source of the intrusion, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. They had journeyed from the distant imperial universe, traversing the sea of chaos for countless years, only to arrive at this vast cosmos. They had believed that their combined might would be sufficient to overturn this grand universe and bring it back to the imperial universe, allowing their native cosmos to devour it and strengthen its essence. They envisioned great rewards for their monumental efforts. However, they had not anticipated that this vast universe also harbored formidable powers. The Empress had obstructed their path beyond the heavenly gate, preventing them from advancing. After years of fruitless assaults, the three warriors entered a truce period and collaboratively refined fragments of the celestial realm. They crafted these celestial fragments into a temporal gate, imprinting a grand teleportation array upon it. The imperial universe possessed a primary temporal gate capable of sensing the subtemporal gates scattered throughout the sea of chaos. As long as the passage remained stable, they could initiate the teleportation, overwhelming the resistance of the alternate universe with their vast forces. Regrettably, the Empress had discerned their scheme and intervened, preventing the temporal gate from stabilizing for transport. Activating the temporal gate took time, and the process of teleportation required patience. The immense fluctuations could not be concealed from the Empress. Even during the truce, any sign of movement would prompt her to strike decisively and disrupt their plans. This left the warriors of the imperial universe feeling immensely constrained. Despite their overwhelming strength, they were unable to convey it across the divide. After yet another stalemate in their combat, they found themselves at an impasse once more. Empress, your arrogance shall not endure for long. At most, within 50 chaotic days, our reinforcements will arrive, the leading warrior declared solemnly, his words imbued with unwavering confidence. The imperial universe was immensely powerful. When the temporal teleportation proved unfeasible, they dispatched formidable allies based on the coordinates of the subtemporal gates. We shall send as many as needed and eliminate as many as we encounter. The Empress, exuding an aura of dominance, remained unperturbed. While she monitored the fluctuations of the temporal gate, her gaze pierced through time and space. Upon beholding Chinuan's visage, a flicker of intrigue danced in her eyes. Greetings, esteemed friends. The voice of the unparalleled Empress resonated within the heavenly Emperor's palace. What remarkable skill you possess, dear friend. I have observed your prowess against the three great war immortals from alternate universes, and it is truly admirable, Chinuan remarked, his gaze locked with that of the resplendent Empress. Though I am strong, I still fall short compared to you, the Empress replied, shaking her head. Her star-like eyes momentarily clouded with melancholy. She had long transformed into a war immortal yet had yet to step into the realm of the mortal immortals. Ensnared by a bottleneck, uncertain of when she might break free, Chinuan nodded with a smile, candidly acknowledging her sentiment. You must have recently entered the realm of the mortal immortals, correct? The Empress inquired. Indeed, it has been but a short while, Chinuan admitted without reservation. For countless millennia, you must be the first to achieve immortality amidst the mortal realm, truly the foremost immortal of all time, an extraordinary feat, the Empress remarked, her gaze inadvertently gliding over Chinuan's features in admiration. Upon hearing this, Yuanwanshu exclaimed in astonishment, Heavenly Emperor, you have attained immortality? It became clear to him why the aura of the Heavenly Emperor felt significantly more potent today. It explained how the Heavenly Emperor could bring back formidable beings such as the true immortal of Crimson Twilight and the Emperor Daoyan. The Heavenly Emperor had once been a war immortal, and unbeknownst to all, he had quietly ascended to immortality, rendering him invincible. Chapter 67. You bear a striking resemblance to a departed friend of mine, the third celestial emperor of humanity having previously traversed the celestial gate into the fragments of the immortal domain. He returned with a sense of enlightenment and, after a period of seclusion, achieved a breakthrough. Chinuan cast a glance at Yun Wanshu and smiled as he elucidated. This statement was intended not only for Yun Wanshu, but also for the unparalleled Empress. You are the Celestial Emperor. I, Yun, am wholeheartedly devoted. Yun Wanshu, filled with emotion, bowed deeply to Chinuan. In contrast, after entering the fragments of the immortal domain through the Celestial Gate, he had gained nothing and had nearly shattered his own Tao heart. Yet, the Celestial Emperor Qin grasped the essence of the immortal path and ascended from the realm of battle immortals to the domain of earthly immortals, truly becoming an immortal of unparalleled stature. In this comparison, he realized he was but a firefly, while the Celestial Emperor Qin shone like the radiant sun illuminating the heavens. Subsequently, Chinuan engaged in profound discourse with the unparalleled Empress, acquiring a wealth of intelligence from her. The adversaries she faced hailed from the primordial great universe, whose depths were unfathomable, and the strengths of both the primordial great universe and the original universe remained uncertain. However, one thing was clear. The formidable beings of the original universe were en route, with 50 chaotic suns yet to rise. Qin Daoist, how fares the situation with Wushuang? The unparalleled Empress inquired, her beautiful gaze glimmering. The Emperor Wushuang was her junior, having emerged into existence several 100,000 years after her ascension to the throne, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, ruling over the myriad universes. While the Empress presided over this path to immortality, she had sensed Wushuang penetrating into another path to immortality. Given the vast distances and the barriers of the immortal path, she was unable to ascertain the current circumstances there amidst the looming threats. Nonetheless, with the shattering of the immortal domain and the incompleteness of the immortal path, Wushuang could not have entered the immortal domain to attain immortality. The Empress had not sensed Wushuang emerging from the path to immortality, leading her to speculate that he was either cultivating in a peculiar world or contending against formidable beings from other universes. Things are quite well. They cannot breach our defenses. Chinuan replied with a smile. What of the other paths to immortality? The Empress further inquired. One path is occupied by Daoist Yun, with no incursions from other universes. The status of the other 2 paths remains unknown, as they have yet to be investigated. Chinuan succinctly responded. The unparalleled Empress nodded slightly. Shall I assist you in subduing them? Chinuan contemplated before speaking. As a transcendent, earthly immortal, it would not be arduous to eliminate those 3 battle immortals from the primordial great universe. Upon hearing this, the Empress gazed deeply at him, a radiant smile illuminating her features, surpassing all in history and future. There is no need. Focus on investigating the conditions of the other paths for now. After a pause, the Empress suddenly remarked, You resemble a dear friend of mine. With that, she did not afford Chinuan a chance to respond, gracefully waving her delicate hand and obscuring the scene. What does this mean? Chinuan pondered, his gaze flickering. He felt an unsettling familiarity with her words. As the Empress had requested that he refrain from immediate action, Chinuan complied, recognizing that both the paths of Emperor Wushuang and the unparalleled Empress were well guarded. He decided to first assess the situation of the last 2 paths to immortality. Upon completing the investigation of all paths, he intended to commence the eradication of potential threats, ensuring the annihilation of those battle immortals from other universes. With a deep exhalation, Chinuan calmed his thoughts, snapping his fingers to unleash a stream of profound light. Striking the Chaos Cauldron. The chaotic cauldron exhaled an infinite stream of chaotic energy, projecting the trajectory of the 4th celestial path into the heavens. Soon, the image of this celestial path was vividly reflected, observed by the myriad emperors and true immortals within the heavenly emperor palace. This celestial path differed markedly from the other 3. While the paths themselves were identical, their manifestations in this peculiar realm were utterly divergent. In this vast and extraordinary world resided numerous supreme beings, including 4 celestial lords from the divine ancient era, 2 divine emperors from the primal ancient era, a holy emperor from the chaotic ancient era, 3 ancient emperors from the primordial era, and 3 Tao lords from the far ancient era. Additionally, there were 14 emperors from the ancient, middle ancient, and recent ancient eras, including the 3rd human emperor. These 27 supreme beings were scattered throughout the peculiar world, each occupying a celestial mountain for cultivation. They absorbed life-prolonging substances to extend their longevity and drew upon the exceptionally rich high-level spiritual energy to enhance their cultivation. Countless ages passed, during which these supreme beings experienced significant growth in their strength. The peculiar world was notably unique. Once supreme beings lingered here for an extended period, they would automatically sever their connection to their original mark. When this connection was severed, the outside world would mistakenly believe that these supreme beings had perished. However, this was a misconception. According to Chinuan's observations, although these supreme beings had lost their original marks, their power remained formidable, even surpassing their previous peaks. As Chinuan's gaze swept over the myriad supreme beings, none noticed his scrutiny except for the human emperor, who merely sensed a presence without discerning its source. The 3rd human emperor possessed relatively low cultivation, merely at the pinnacle of the supreme realm, yet to transform into a battle immortal. In comparison to the unparalleled Empress and the matchless human emperor, he was weaker. Nonetheless, Chinuan understood. For this human emperor had only cultivated for a few 100,000 years, while the matchless human emperor had practiced for approximately 600,000 years. and the unparalleled empress had transcended 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Having cultivated for merely over 100,000 years, the boundless human emperor had already reached the pinnacle of the supreme realm. Given time, his future achievements would not fall short of those of the matchless human emperor and the unparalleled empress, firmly stepping into the realm of celestial beings. Chinuan's gaze traversed to the innermost depths of the peculiar world, focusing on the celestial mountain. At the summit of the celestial mountain, where the celestial path culminated, the heavenly gate remained closed, yet traces of blood lingered, intertwined with wisps of profound energy. A flicker of realization sparked within Chinuan, illuminating the events that had transpired. The celestial domain lay tantalizingly close. Opening the heavenly gate would grant one the chance to attain immortality. Would these 27 supreme beings remain in the peculiar world, diligently cultivating? The answer was a resounding no. Their current concealment and cultivation within this realm indicated they had previously opened the heavenly gate. It was likely that they had sacrificed a number of supreme beings, only to uncover the grim truth of the celestial domain after its opening. The celestial realm was shattered. The path to immortality incomplete. None could ascend to the celestial plane. Thus, these supreme beings retreated back to the peculiar world, choosing to remain in seclusion. The peculiar world was abundant in life-prolonging substances, capable of sustaining supreme beings until the limit of their lifespan, 100 million years. Here, there exists an abundance of high-level spiritual energy, enabling the supreme beings to further enhance their cultivation prowess. Were Chinuan in their position, he would not return to the Chinuan great universe, as it would serve no purpose. To reign supreme within the vast cosmos, only to live a mere 10 to 20,000 years is a folly. Remaining in the peculiar world is infinitely preferable to dwelling in a forbidden land, where one need not worry about the gradual passage of life and can continue to augment their combat strength. Chinuan communicated with the third emperor of the human race, Wujing, and after their exchange, he acquired more detailed intelligence. The situation aligned closely with his conjectures. These supreme beings had opened the heavenly gate in ancient times and uncovered the truth of the celestial domain. Consequently, the later arrivals among the human emperors were not met with hostility and have remained concealed in the peculiar world, diligently cultivating. Wujing inquired about the conditions of other celestial paths, to which Chinuan responded accordingly. He also advised him to allow their continued cultivation in the peculiar world, postponing their return for the time being. When the invasion from the alternate universe occurs and their assistance is required, Chinuan shall summon them. Chapter 68. Sacrificing the small for the greater good. To encounter the immortals without bowing, one's true fate is lost. To my astonishment, this celestial pathway harbors an abundance of supreme beings. The heavenly emperor of cloud and mist expressed his amazement. A total of 27 supreme beings, not counting the 10 who were sacrificed, would bring the number to an astonishing 37. He pondered the reason behind the congregation of so many supreme beings along this celestial route. Historically, in the span of millennia, only a handful of supreme beings had ventured into the celestial path he traversed. Could it be that this pathway harbors some anomaly that renders it easily discoverable by supreme beings? A conjecture arose in his heart, one that he deemed plausible. With a soft sigh, he chose to refrain from further speculation. The absence of external cosmic threats beyond the celestial gate was indeed a significant boon for the Chinuan great universe. The number of cosmic entities eyeing the Chinuan great universe was already considerable. Moreover, another aspect that lightened cloud and mist spirits was the realization that the boundless heavenly emperor was not a war immortal. Had even the boundless heavenly emperor, who had trained for over 100,000 years, transformed into a war immortal, it would have deepened cloud and mist's despondency. Chinuan glanced at cloud and mist, seemingly discerning his thoughts, and said with a smile, "Friendian, the boundless heavenly emperor is but a hair's breadth away from becoming a war immortal. In my view, his ascension to that status is imminent." Upon hearing this, cloud and mist involuntarily twitched his lips. "Oh, heavenly emperor, you need not share that with me. Must you be so heartless?" Desiring to evade the topic, cloud and mist swiftly redirected the conversation, inquiring, "Heavenly emperor, throughout history, numerous supreme beings have traversed the 5 paths to immortality. Could it be that the other supreme beings are on the final path to immortality?" "Perhaps," Chinuan replied, nodding slightly. "Over 300 supreme beings from the ancient past to the present have perished. Some have lain dormant in forbidden zones, while others have vanished or entered the paths to immortality. If a significant number of supreme beings congregate on the 5th path, our chances against cosmic entities will undoubtedly improve." Cloud and Mist responded with a smile, "We shall see." Chinuan lightly flicked his fingers, causing the Xian light to strike the chaos cauldron. The images reflected in the cauldron began to change. The 4th path to immortality faded, and the 5th path emerged. The clarity of the scene increased, revealing the ascent monument at the starting point of the celestial path, passing through the immortal gate, the reincarnation portal, the chaos cave, and the space-time bridge. Another substantial ancient stele appeared, exuding the aura of ancient epics. This marked the 3rd ancient stele Chinuan had encountered. 5 paths to immortality, 3 ancient steles, how intriguing. Chinuan's gaze flickered as his thoughts whirled. He froze the image, zooming in on the ancient stele to examine the supreme immortal script inscribed upon it. "I am the great Yin Dao monarch, having deciphered a glimpse of the future. The universe shall face a great calamity in 81 billion years, where emperors perish. Immortals are extinguished, and living beings suffer greatly, turning to ash. The great Tao consists of 50, while the celestial transformations number 49. There remains a slender thread of hope. To avert the cosmic catastrophe, I tread the path to immortality, seeking entry into the realm of immortals to discover the method of transcending the tribulation and rescuing the beings from their plight. This steel is left behind to convey to future generations. United in purpose, we shall weather the great calamity. The supreme immortal text faded away, revealing an imprint of the great Tao. It was a peculiar wheel of law, still in motion. This must be the life weapon of the great Tao, Lord of the Great Transformation. My friend Yun, are you familiar with the great Tao, Lord of the Great Transformation? Chinuan inquired, casting a glance at Bai Xiaoxin Jushu. This great Tao Lord must possess extraordinary prowess, at the very least a true immortal, otherwise he would not have left behind this substantial ancient monument. Judging by his title and inscription, it appears that the great Tao Lord excels in divination, capable of glimpsing into the future. In a bid to save the myriad beings of the universe, the great Tao Lord resolutely embarked on the path of immortality. Entering the immortal realm in search of methods to transcend tribulations, he sacrificed his own small self for the greater good. A true immortal can reign supreme across the vast universe and the myriad realms, yet once one enters the immortal realm, the situation becomes precarious. There may be numerous risks that threaten the very life of a true immortal. If Chinuan's conjecture were correct, the cataclysm the great Tao Lord spoke of, occurring 81 billion years hence, should indeed be the ancient immortal cataclysm. Upon hearing this, Yin Junshu fell into deep contemplation and ultimately shook his head. Typically, an epoch spans approximately 99 billion years. Should unforeseen events arise, it may be shortened by several billion years. If calculated according to the ancient immortal epoch, 81 billion years ago would trace back to the dawn of the epoch. This ancient monument bore no record of the time then. So the great Tao Lord may not necessarily have been a being of the ancient immortal epoch. He might have existed in an even earlier era. Of course, the likelihood of the great Tao Lord being from the ancient immortal epoch is considerable. Although the epochal cataclysm is fierce, it primarily targets the vast universe. The calamity he foretold should be the ancient immortal cataclysm. Yet, I have never heard of the great Tao Lord's name. After a moment's pause, Yin Junshu eloquently shared his thoughts. Chinuan nodded slightly, his brow furrowing. After some reflection, he decided to set his doubts aside for now, focusing on the matter at hand, and seek answers at a later time. With Chinuan's urging, the chaos cauldron continued to illuminate the scenes behind the ancient monument, revealing yet another strange world. However, this peculiar realm was vastly different from the previous four. It was suffused with a profound sense of dusk, as if it were nearing its end. The essence of life was nearly depleted, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had all but waned, leaving the landscape desolate. The images reflected continued to shift, gradually leading to the depths of this bizarre world, where numerous skeletal remains lay scattered. These bones still bore the lingering aura of ultimate power, indicating that their owners had once been formidable beings. Yet, it was a mystery why all these powerful entities had perished in this barren, peculiar realm. Judging by the sheer number of remains, at least 30 or 40 ultimate beings had met their demise here, which was indeed chilling. Each of these ultimate beings had once reigned over an era, suppressing all beneath the heavens, only to meet a tragic end in this forsaken place. How lamentable. Before long, the image revealed the most profound peak of the immortal mountain, exposing the terminus of the immortal path. It was a fully opened heavenly gate, yet devoid of any living soul. What could this mean? Chinuan furrowed his brow, urging the chaos cauldron to illuminate the scene beyond the heavenly gate. Upon witnessing these images, Yin Junshu and the others fell into silence, feeling a poignant sense of sorrow for the fallen, as if mourning for their kin. Before long, the scene behind the heavenly gate was illuminated. It revealed a continent engulfed in fierce flames of catastrophe, yet it was not devoid of vitality. At the heart of this land lay a sanctuary, brimming with abundant life force and the essence of longevity. An elderly man, clad in a gray robe with disheveled hair, sat cross-legged in meditation. His aura was vast as the ocean, overwhelmingly powerful, imparting upon Chinuan an ethereal sensation akin to that of a celestial being. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that he was but a half-step into the realm of the immortals. As Chinuan observed intently, he discerned subtle clues. At that moment, the gray-robed elder opened his eyes, his gaze transcending the boundaries of time and space, landing upon the heavenly emperor's palace. He spoke with a resonant voice. To behold the immortal and not kneel, your true fate is lost, yet your soul lingers on the bridge of helplessness. With each step, bow in reverence. On the path of reincarnation, sin shall be halved, and you may be granted rebirth. His mighty voice traversed through the fabric of time, echoing throughout the heavenly emperor's palace. The formidable presence was felt by the likes of the great Emperor Dao Yin and the great Emperor Yuhua, instilling a sense of trepidation even in the heart of the true immortal Qixia. Yet, the heavenly Emperor Qin remained unfazed, his expression betraying no sign of disturbance. Chapter 69. The immortal cannot be insulted. You have already chosen your path to death. To stand before an immortal without kneeling, have you truly lost your true fate? Chinuan gazed at the image of the gray-robed elder reflected in the chaotic cauldron and remarked, what audacity! The elder, who claimed to be an immortal, could hardly be deemed one. After all, he was merely a pinnacle battle immortal, teetering on the edge of the mortal realm, his combat prowess surpassing countless true immortals. Strictly speaking, the gray-robed elder was not an immortal. A battle immortal, no matter how formidable, remains bound by the limitations of mortality. Only upon transcending and achieving true immortality within the mortal realm does one attain the status of an exalted immortal. Thus, the gray-robed elder could at best be considered a quasi-mortal immortal. His opening words brimmed with pretentious bravado, far outshining even my claim as the foremost immortal of the ages. This incited a sense of displeasure within Chinuan. I once wielded dominion over the cycles of existence, revered as the Lord of Rebirth. Reigning supreme across the heavens and the earth, effortlessly overcoming the cosmos without a rival, overshadowing past, present, and future, commanding all under heaven and earth. I gazed into the path of the immortals, shattered the gates of heaven, and subdued the chaotic seas, where countless emperors and kings of old lie buried beneath my feet. The gray-robed elder's gaze pierced through the annals of time, his eyes reflecting boundless terrifying visions. The sun and moon waxed and waned, the cosmos lay in ruin. And the great symbols of the universe soared, stirring the heavens and earth. Seated in the sacred land amidst the cataclysmic flames of tribulation, the elder exuded an aura of immortality, shrouded in ethereal mist, his form both terrifying and majestic. His voice transcended time and space, echoing throughout the heavenly emperor's palace, resounding with the grandeur befitting a quasi-mortal immortal. In this lifetime, he was destined to achieve eternal life, unyielding and indestructible, to become the supreme immortal amidst the ages. Chinuan's demeanor remained serene. With a mere flicker of his eyes, he extinguished all anomalies and sealed everything away. Henceforth, the elder's momentum could no longer reach him. A modicum of skill, he conceded, albeit begrudgingly, acknowledging the elder's accomplishments. For a cultivator to attain the rank of emperor, they must descend upon the corpses of countless powerful beings, and arise as a battle immortal, advancing to quasi-mortal immortal status. They must tread upon the remains of many emperors and kings, becoming immortal amidst a mountain of corpses and seas of blood. Chinuan's tone shifted as he smiled faintly. You govern the cycles of the world. Surely you do not presume to oversee the heavens as well? Impudence! The gray-robed elder erupted in fury, shaking the chaotic seas, causing boundless waters to surge and form towering waves. With a single outburst, he triggered a cataclysmic tsunami that threatened to upend the very fabric of existence. As the chaotic waters cascaded down, countless celestial bodies were born, forming a brilliant river of stars, radiating with luminescence. In the next moment, this resplendent river was engulfed by the tsunami, obliterated, and plunged into the chaotic abyss. Like the sovereign of the chaotic sea, the gray-robed elder spoke with authority, his words manifesting as he pleased, unparalleled in might. Were those emperors and kings of the extraordinary world slain by your hand? Chinuan inquired, his expression devoid of warmth. All beings thrive under my care. Having nurtured them to fullness, it is only natural that I should harvest them. Assisting me in achieving immortality is their honor. The gray-robed elder replied, his tone chillingly indifferent. Born from the blood of emperors and drawing upon the royal essence to attain enlightenment, I have discerned your true identity. Chinuan's gaze flickered as he deduced the identity of the gray-robed elder before him. Do share your thoughts, the elder remarked, scrutinizing Chinuan as though he were mere prey upon a chopping block. He had fully immersed himself in the realm of mortal immortals, contemplating the consumption of this individual along with a dozen other great emperors and celestial beings. Such an act would surely elevate him into the realm of mortal immortals. In the mythic era, there existed a celestial sovereign who ascended through the path of devouring, waging war and consuming all in his path, ultimately earning the title of the devouring celestial sovereign. That must be you, I presume, Chinuan stated with an air of nonchalance. Such words are meaningless. I am the Lord of Reincarnation. The gray-robed elder scoffed. How pitiful it is that a once great celestial sovereign hides in the shadows, too cowardly to reveal his true name. Chinuan shook his head, letting out a sigh, his disdain for this prospective mortal-immortal deepening. From what he knew, the mythic era spanned nearly 3 million years and produced a total of 84 celestial sovereigns. Among these, 2 were later assessed to be of imperial caliber. The devouring celestial sovereign, emerging towards the end of this mythic age, did not belong to that elite group. His achievements merely approached the level of imperial strength. In those days, the devouring celestial sovereign was a reviled figure, practicing the sinister art of devouring and mastering the path of consumption. He could consume mountains, rivers, flora, fauna, celestial bodies, and even the very essence of countless beings. His adversaries met their fate at his hands, often facing the ultimate demise of their corporeal forms and spiritual essences, leaving no remnants behind, nor any chance for reincarnation. Such acts were considered deeply taboo. Consequently, many powerful beings emerged, intent on slaying the devouring celestial sovereign, some seeking to seize his nefarious techniques. The devouring celestial sovereign rose amidst the onslaught, growing stronger with each opponent he consumed, transforming his pursuers into sustenance for his ascent. After achieving the status of an emperor, the devouring of lower-tier beings held little significance for him. Thus, he set his sights on the celestial sovereigns residing within forbidden realms, intent on consuming them as nourishment for his immortality. After successfully devouring 2 slumbering celestial sovereigns, he ultimately incited the wrath of many. leading to a coalition of celestial sovereigns emerging to hunt him down, including an emperor-level powerhouse. Inevitably, the devouring celestial sovereign was overwhelmed and is said to have been vanquished by the collective might of the celestial sovereigns. Henceforth, no trace of the devouring celestial sovereign remained in the world. Chinuan's speculation regarding the gray-robed elder's identity as the devouring celestial sovereign was not without foundation. The peculiar realm was so devoid of life and spiritual energy, and the remnants of once mighty beings now lay as mere lifeless husks, reminiscent of the devouring celestial sovereign's handiwork. The gray-robed elder proclaimed himself the Lord of Reincarnation, yet Chinuan remained skeptical. The Lord of Reincarnation was also a celestial sovereign from the mythic era. Having been born 1,000,000 years prior to the devouring celestial sovereign, Chinuan surmised that the devouring celestial sovereign must have sustained grievous injuries and fled, too fearful to reveal himself, lurking in the shadows to survive. At some unknown juncture, he likely stealthily consumed the Lord of Reincarnation, subsequently adopting his guise. As for when the devouring celestial sovereign embarked on the path of immortality within this odd realm, preying upon numerous formidable beings, that remained a mystery to Chinuan. Immortals must not be insulted. The gray-robed elder rose, and a terrifying spectacle of the vanishing vast world materialized around him. He spoke coldly. You have already chosen the path to your demise. After a pause, the elder continued, at this point, since you have discerned my true identity, I shall no longer conceal it. I am the devourer of the celestial. The words of the devourer resonated with grandeur, echoing through time and space, stirring the realms of existence. After the cataclysm of the ancient celestial calamity, no immortals remained on earth, nor in the heavens. What then was there to fear? He was a quasi-mortal celestial. Even without taking the final leap into the ultimate realm, he remained invincible above and below, unmatched by any. I perceive that you are the one who has truly embraced the path to death. Chinuan's gaze was icy, brimming with murderous intent. With a wave of his hand, a cup of steaming, celestial wine appeared. Chinuan placed the goblet upon the table before him, surveying the true immortals of all empires, and said calmly, I shall return shortly. With those words, Chinuan's figure vanished from the heavenly emperor's palace. Chapter 70. The Emperor Qin, with wine in hand, slays the celestial being. I shall lead you to ascend together after the departure of the Emperor Qin, the true immortal Qixia, Yunwanshu, the great Emperor Daoyin, the great Emperor Yuhua, and others all fixated their gaze upon the chaotic cauldron at the center. The cauldron illuminated the vision of the path to immortality, and soon, a towering and invincible figure emerged, none other than the Emperor Qin himself. He stepped onto the path of ascension, advancing towards its ultimate destination. Truly invincible is the Emperor Qin. Yunwanshu sighed. That being, the devouring celestial, possesses unfathomable cultivation and unparalleled combat prowess, seemingly a transcendent of the mortal realm. The Emperor Qin ventured forth without even his life-bound celestial weapon, intent on vanquishing the devouring celestial empty-handed. This exuded unparalleled confidence. Reflecting on the fact that the Emperor Qin had achieved enlightenment and ascended amidst the mundane world, becoming the foremost immortal of all ages, Yunwanshu understood. With the Emperor Qin's unmatched strength, defeating the devouring celestial should pose little challenge. As Yunwanshu's thoughts swirled, his gaze drifted towards the wine vessel beneath the chaotic cauldron, then scanned the surrounding great emperors and true immortals. Suddenly, he proposed, Friends, shall we indulge in a wager? Oh, what sort of wager does friend Yun suggest? The true immortal Qixia expressed interest, being the first to inquire. Please, enlighten us, urged the great Emperor Daoyin, along with the great emperors Yuhua, Wuzhong, Jixing, Tuoba, Chifeng, Chinuan, and several others. The emperor has left this cup of warm wine, which surely carries significance. I surmise he intends to return after slaying the devouring celestial while the wine still holds its warmth. Let us wager on this, whether the emperor can achieve such a feat. What do you all think? Yunwanshu articulated his thoughts. The true immortal Qixia, the great Emperor Daoyin, and the others nodded in agreement, sharing his speculation. But what shall the stakes be? Inquired the great Emperor Chinuan. Yunwanshu, with a gleam in his eye, replied. Since friend Chinuan has raised the issue of stakes, let us establish some. The losing party shall offer one of their unparalleled imperial techniques to the victor. How does that sound? Agreed. That works. The great emperors and true immortals collectively expressed their assent. Now, dear friends, you may place your bets. Yunwanshu said with a smile. I wager that the emperor shall indeed slay the celestial being with his wine in hand. With such prowess, it would be effortless for him to dispatch the transcendent of the mortal realm. I am certain that he will return victorious while the wine remains warm. One by one, the great emperors and true immortals voiced their bets, and Yunwanshu's expression gradually soured. Upon hearing that all had wagered on the emperor's success, his countenance darkened. Friends, this will not do. How can you all place your bets on one side? This renders the wager void. Yunwanshu hastily exclaimed. But you still have the option to bet on the other side. The true immortal Qixia, the great Emperor Daoyin, the great Emperor Yuhua, and others spoke in unison. Are you attempting to outwit us? In your dreams. Yunwanshu's expression grew even more grim. He stammered. I wish to bet on the emperor slaying the celestial being. Dear friend Yun, perhaps you should bet that the emperor cannot accomplish it. In that case, you would gain access to all our imperial techniques and celestial scriptures. Would that not be splendid? Indeed, indeed. If you, Taoist Yun, were to emerge victorious, perhaps you could directly transform into a battle immortal? You have stated that one cannot place all bets on a single side. Thus, Taoist Yun must not utter what cannot be fulfilled. The esteemed emperors and true immortals urgently advised, urging Yun Wanshu to find his way back from the brink of folly. Ultimately, Yun Wanshu, faced with no other choice, could only wager on the opposing side. They are all cunning individuals, he mused bitterly. Is this not akin to lifting a stone to strike one's own foot? The fifth path to immortality. Emperor Qin stood resolutely upon the golden path, ascending steadily, surpassing the Ascension Monument, the Immortal Gate, and the Cycle Gate, among others. Soon, with a gentle flick of his fingers, he shattered the barrier of the strange world, entering this desolate realm. As Qin Chuan stepped into the peculiar world, the boisterous voice of the devouring heavenly sovereign echoed forth from behind the heavenly gate. To the immortal seekers, he intoned, reverent and obedient, having descended from the lower universe, bowing with each step, solely to pay homage to the true sovereign, beseeching for rebirth in the cycle. Why do you approach with murderous intent? Immediately thereafter, the figure of the devouring heavenly sovereign emerged from the heavenly gate. He stood at the end of the immortal path, gazing down upon the strange world from the supreme immortal mountain, his gaze as cold as ice. I shall slay you. Qin Chuan's expression remained unperturbed as he casually uttered those two words. They resonated with the weight of the cosmos, causing the strange world to tremble, the winds and clouds to shift, and the chains of order to shatter. Ha ha! The devouring heavenly sovereign laughed heartily, then spoke coldly. You have arrived at the most opportune moment. As the saying goes, when there is a path in the immortal realm that you refuse to traverse, yet you dare to breach the gates of hell, I shall escort you on your journey. With a light stomp of his foot, the entire strange world quaked. The earth shook and mountains swayed. Heaven collapsed, and the earth split. The universe turned upside down. Chaos surged forth. In an instant, the strange world underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The once desolate and lonely landscape vanished, replaced by the pure land of the supreme immortals. Fragmented imperial weapons materialized from all corners of the strange world, lying in disarray. Devoid of spirit, the deities of all ultimate imperial weapons had vanished, presumably consumed and refined by the devouring heavenly sovereign. These incomplete imperial weapons possessed little power, akin to lifeless imperial bones. Qin Chuan cast his gaze and observed that those imperial bones were trembling, seemingly yearning to return to life. Soon, indistinct and distorted figures began to emerge from the fragmented imperial bones. They were once formidable beings of unparalleled strength, celestial sovereigns from the mythic era, divine emperors from the ancient times, holy emperors from the chaotic age, ancient monarchs, and masters from the distant past, as well as great emperors from the ancient and medieval eras. All had met a tragic demise at the hands of the devouring heavenly sovereign, who had refined them entirely. Among these ultimate powerhouses, Qin Chuan recognized several familiar figures, such as the Supreme Emperor. Historical records indicate that in his later years, the Supreme Emperor seemingly transformed into a battle immortal, venturing into the path of immortality and subsequently vanished without a trace. The Supreme Emperor was regarded as the second strongest throughout the chaotic era. It was unexpected to find him in such a desolate state. Useless, he scoffed. You are left with nothing but lingering regrets. Even if you were at your peak, banding together to assault me would be futile, a mere act of moths flinging themselves into the flames. Since you remain unwilling to concede, I shall oblige you, treating you as the furnace that aids me in refining the three realms, forging the unparalleled supreme celestial artifact. The devourer of heaven cast a cold, indifferent gaze over the resonating remnants of imperial weapons, sweeping past the lingering essences of numerous formidable beings. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Emperor Qin, and he remarked with a hint of disdain, Young one, I merely provoked you, yet you could not maintain your composure and rushed forth to meet your demise. You were destined for annihilation. The devourer of heaven spread his arms wide, as if embracing the myriad worlds, and proclaimed with exuberance, from my vantage point, I shall oversee the heavens, subduing the ages, none can rival me. Today, I shall refine the three realms into my cauldron, and together, we shall ascend to immortality. His laughter echoed, brimming with arrogance and triumph. After orchestrating schemes for countless millennia, the moment of fruition had finally arrived, filling him with unparalleled joy. Once he subdues and refines Emperor Qin, he would devour him, enabling an ultimate leap into the realm of earthly immortality. With the supreme might of an earthly immortal, he would accomplish all that he had meticulously planned. Chapter 71. A single blow to shatter the celestial of mundanity. The Emperor Qin, unrivaled across the realm. At the Taichu Immortal Mountain, within the imperial palace, Yin Junshu gazed at the image of the devourer of the celestial, a sense of uncanny familiarity washing over him. Wait. ISNT that my previous line? He recalled, having once presided at the end of the immortal path with similar arrogance, believing himself invincible. Ultimately, he was thoroughly vanquished by the still warring Emperor Qin. Now, the Emperor Qin had ascended to become the celestial of mundanity, his combat prowess incomparable, and subduing the devourer of the celestial, who seemed to be on the verge of becoming a celestial of mundanity, should pose little challenge. With hands clasped behind his back, Qin Chuan strolled leisurely towards the innermost depths of this peculiar world. Despite the devourer of the celestial's bombastic rhetoric and overwhelming presence, Qin Chuan remained unperturbed. Upon activating the Eye of Dissolution, he penetrated all secrets and intricate schemes, revealing every plot that dared to elude his gaze. The entire peculiar world had been transformed into an unparalleled celestial weapon by the Devourer. It had become a celestial cauldron, with the Devourer's near celestial of mundanity cultivation. It was entirely plausible that he had spent millions of years refining this extraordinary realm. To Chinuan's astonishment, the Devourer's ambition was exceedingly grand. He aspired to refine the three realms into an unparalleled supreme celestial artifact. The so-called three realms encompass the mortal realm of the Chinuan universe, the peculiar world, and the fragmented lands of the celestial domain beyond the heavenly gate. The mortal realm teems with boundless sentient beings, countless celestial bodies, and an infinite expanse of the cosmos, along with innumerable cultivators, formidable beings, and a multitude of celestials, divine monarchs, and Tao lords of the utmost power. The peculiar world is rich with high-grade spiritual energy, life-sustaining materials, and the remnants of numerous emperors and kings, along with incomplete emperor weapons. This realm, once part of the supreme celestial domain, retains traces of its exalted mysteries. Meanwhile, the cataclysmic fire continent, a fragment of the celestial domain, harbors a sliver of its original essence and Tao source, rendering it a realm of higher order than the myriad worlds within the Chaos Sea. Currently, the Devourer had refined the peculiar world, and a significant portion of the celestial domain's fragments had also been absorbed. This allowed the Devourer to establish a sacred land at the heart of the cataclysmic fire continent. Should he truly manage to refine the three realms, he might indeed forge an unparalleled supreme celestial artifact. Chinuan mused, that is indeed the case. The Devourer stood proudly, proclaiming in an irrefutable tone, alas, you have chosen the wrong place, and success is not destined for you. Chinuan shook his head with a sigh. Had the Devourer been born in another vast universe, his scheme would likely have borne fruit. Not only would he have ascended as a celestial of mundanity, but he also would have forged a supreme celestial artifact. However, in the Chinuan universe, his failure was inevitable, for the Emperor Qin would not permit it. Arrogance. The Devourer bellowed, immediately summoning the celestial cauldron. This cauldron, forged from the entirety of the peculiar world, was an unparalleled celestial weapon, wielding unfathomable power. In an instant, the celestial cauldron radiated endless celestial light, illuminating the cosmos, the heavens, and the epochs. The overwhelming might it exuded caused the nearby Chaos Sea to surge tumultuously. A prospective immortal of the mortal realm summoned an unparalleled celestial weapon, capable of shattering the vast expanse of the universe with a single strike. In that moment, the sentient beings of the Chinuan great universe were gripped by fear, their hearts trembling in the face of an impending terror. Even the supreme beings from the 8 forbidden zones and 9 desolate lands quaked in trepidation. The overwhelming power emanating from an unknown time and space was simply too formidable. Any extreme path cultivator confronting it head-on would be obliterated in an instant, their existence erased. What transpired? Such might transcended the realm of extreme paths. Could it be that an unparalleled true immortal had emerged? It was the Emperor Qin. The Emperor Qin was once again traversing the path to immortality, facing an adversary clad in gray robes. This figure resembled the reincarnated celestial sovereign of the mythic age. Yet how had he grown so powerful? No, that aura, it was the devouring sovereign. Had the devouring sovereign ascended to the realm of mortal immortals? How many extreme path cultivators had he consumed to achieve this? The sovereigns within the forbidden zones opened their celestial eyes, seeking the source of this immense power, ultimately tracing the vibrations to the terminus of the path to immortality. What they witnessed sent chills down their spines. 5 paths to immortality existed across different dimensions of time and space, yet at this moment, the other 3 paths also sensed the fluctuations emanating from Chinuan and the devouring sovereign's domain. The peerless emperor remained firmly stationed at the heavenly gate, refraining from any rash actions, confident in the strength of Emperor Qin. The immortal of the mortal realm was truly invincible. The boundless emperor also refrained from intervening, instead calming the extreme path cultivators, urging them to continue their cultivation and disregard the chaos. Engaging in battle at this level was akin to courting death for them. The unmatched empress, however, found it increasingly difficult to remain passive. She felt an urge to rush to Emperor Qin's aid, no matter the circumstances. She would not permit any harm to befall him. Rest assured, I am well, echoed Emperor Qin's voice across the expanse of time, resonating in the empress's mind. Only then did she relax, a smile illuminating her countenance. Meanwhile, the 6 battle immortals from the original Great Universe and the Imperial Great Universe were left bewildered. Their observations indicated that the Chinuan Great Universe held a rather shallow foundation. How could it continuously birth at least battle immortals? The earlier figure peering into their realm was undoubtedly a battle immortal. The 2 engaged on another path to immortality were likewise confirmed to be battle immortals. The Chinuan Great Universe seemed to harbor depths beyond their comprehension. This realization simultaneously dawned upon the 6 battle immortals from the 2 great universes, prompting a newfound respect for the Chinuan Great Universe. With a resounding crash, the immortal ascension cauldron hurtled toward him, yet Emperor Qin exhibited no fear. One hand rested behind him, while the other rose to deliver a punch. In an instant, an infinite radiance of fist light erupted, blazing across the ages, shattering the eternal and suppressing all adversaries across the heavens. The deafening roar of explosions reverberated, shaking the great universe to its core. The unparalleled celestial weapon. The immortal ascension cauldron was obliterated by Emperor Qin's single strike, transforming into countless shards that scattered throughout the cosmos. How could this be? The devouring sovereign stood dumbfounded. This prospective immortal of the mortal realm had unleashed the supreme celestial weapon, only to have it dismantled by this man's fist, resulting in the complete annihilation of the immortal ascension cauldron. Could this individual possibly be an immortal from the mortal realm? Upon this contemplation, the devourer of heavens could not help but swallow hard. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly made a resolute decision to devour the heavens and the earth, to consume immortals and obliterate paths, transcending the cosmos and the myriad realms, achieving eternal immortality amidst the primordial chaos. Bring it forth. The devourer of heavens exerted his full strength to channel the sinister arts of devouring immortals, gathering fragments of the celestial cauldron, intent on ingesting the peculiar world and the largely refined fragments of the celestial domain. This would aid him in his ultimate leap. His aura surged exponentially, his power skyrocketing uncontrollably. In an instant, the devourer of heavens shattered his limitations, stepping into the domain of the mortal immortals. His presence was awe-inspiring, silver hair billowing, sweeping across the myriad realms, erupting in a boisterous laugh, utterly unrestrained. 3 flowers converged atop his head, 5 energies returned to their origin, refining the void to unite with the Tao, transcending to become an immortal, achieving eternal life. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. I have finally become a mortal immortal. South Heaven Gate, White Jade Capital, Purple Cloud Palace, Celestial Hall. Ha ha ha, I see it all, I behold it. Boom. At that moment, Emperor Qin acted, unleashing another powerful punch. With this strike, he summoned the strength of his corporeal form, harnessing the immense power of the mortal immortals, executing an invincible technique. The devourer of heavens, having just entered the domain of the mortal immortals, was instantly obliterated. Chapter 72, not for ascension, but to await your return amidst the mortal realm. Everything transpired with astonishing suddenness, shaking the very fabric of the universe. The heavens and the earth fell silent in awe. The great powers within the cosmos activated their celestial eyes to observe the unfolding events. The supreme beings from the 8 forbidden zones and 9 desolate lands also engaged their divine vision to witness the spectacle. The unparalleled emperors, such as the unmatched celestial emperor, the peerless empress, and the boundless celestial emperor, stationed at the end of the 3 celestial paths, were equally engrossed. Even beyond the universe, the 6 celestial beings from the original and supreme universes employed various means to peer in. Upon witnessing the formidable devouring celestial lord, a being suspected to be an ascendant from the mortal realm, wielding the supreme celestial artifact, the celestial ascension cauldron, to assail the Qin celestial emperor, an undercurrent of trepidation rippled through all observers. The power unleashed was utterly terrifying, reverberating across the 33 heavens and sending shockwaves throughout the cosmos. Yet, the Qin celestial emperor remained unfazed, casually resting one hand behind his back, and with a single punch, obliterated the celestial ascension cauldron. The display was nothing short of astounding. Even those familiar with the Qin celestial emperor's might, dominance, and invincibility were left in profound astonishment. Could it be that the Qin celestial emperor had already stepped into the realm of the mortal ascendants? Otherwise, how could he so effortlessly shatter the celestial ascension cauldron, an artifact refined from the entirety of an extraordinary world and activated by a quasi-mortal ascendant? Wouldn't even the battle celestial and true celestial beings flee in terror, unable to withstand such an assault? As countless beings stood in bewilderment, the devouring celestial lord surged with power, stepping into the realm of the mortal ascendants in an instant. The invincible aura of the mortal ascendants swept across the universe, shaking the ancient heavens, compelling even the most formidable beings to bow their heads. The resounding laughter of the devouring celestial lord echoed through the heavens and the earth, proclaiming himself a mortal ascendant, thereby confirming the speculations of many. The major powers, the supreme beings from various forbidden zones and desolate lands, the ultimate forces at the end of the celestial paths, and even the battle celestials from alternate universes believed that the tide of battle would shift dramatically. After all, with the devouring celestial lord's ascension to the mortal realm, even if the Qin celestial emperor was also a mortal ascendant, they would be evenly matched at best. However, no one anticipated that at the very moment the devouring celestial lord basked in his newfound glory, the Qin celestial emperor unleashed another punch. Just one punch. The radiance of his fist illuminated the past, present, and future, shattering the eternal and the immortal. It directly annihilated the mortal ascendant, the devouring celestial lord, shattering the hearts of countless powerful beings. This was a mortal ascendant. In this age devoid of celestial beings, a mortal ascendant embodies eternal life, an indestructible force, a truly invincible existence. Yet, it could not withstand the might of a single punch from the Qin celestial emperor. One punch, truly invincible. After the collective silence of the cosmos, a tempestuous uproar ensued, igniting fervent discussions. To obliterate a mortal ascendant with a single punch is an achievement unparalleled throughout history. Looking across the past, present, and future, one cannot find any being comparable to the Qin celestial emperor. I yield to no one, but I bow to the Qin celestial emperor. Even in the age of celestial beings, those who encounter the Qin celestial emperor would find themselves no match. Among the 300 emperors and sovereigns of history, the Qin Celestial Emperor stands supreme, rightfully so, with the Qin Celestial Emperor safeguarding the world. This era promises to be resplendent and glorious, ushering in an immortal golden age. In this era, where numerous emperors coexist, it is anticipated that 10 or even 100 sovereigns may emerge. Yet, before the Qin Celestial Emperor, they can only bow in submission. The Qin Celestial Emperor stands as an invincible, supreme being. Throughout the 3,000 Dao provinces, within the myriad forces such as the immortal Dao lineage, the long-lived clans, ancient dynasties, eternal empires, and the unparalleled sacred lands, countless powerful beings express their astonishment. Should the top 10 celestial emperors be reordered in this age, the Qin Celestial Emperor would undoubtedly claim the foremost position. No, it would be more accurate to assert that there exists but a singular celestial emperor. Compared to the Qin Celestial Emperor, the accomplishments of the other emperors pale in insignificance, dimmed in their radiance. The original 10 celestial emperors cannot even be mentioned in the same breath as the Qin Celestial Emperor. After all, whether the 10 celestial emperors have evolved into battle immortals remains uncertain, let alone stepping into the realm of earthly immortals. The earthly immortals are hardly a match for the Qin Celestial Emperor. The disparity is vast. This era belongs to him. Such overwhelming dominance renders us, even when united, incapable of contending with the Qin Celestial Emperor. He is the preeminent immortal of the ages. The earthly immortals, a realm we can only dream of, are effortlessly shattered by the Qin Celestial Emperor. I wonder when the Qin Celestial Emperor will establish his heavenly court. I must emerge to assist him and witness this resplendent era. I too desire to venture forth and follow the Qin Celestial Emperor. Perhaps we too may ascend to immortality. The voices of the supreme beings resonate within the forbidden zones such as the indestructible mountain, the dragon nest, Chaos Lake, the Emperor's grave ridge, and the immortal ruins filled with admiration. Throughout history, supreme beings have revered but a single entity in such a manner. Although some emperors of comparable might express admiration, none offer such profound reverence. Only the Qin Celestial Emperor possesses this unique honor. Even the dormant supreme beings within the forbidden zones yearn to awaken and follow him, to witness the Qin Celestial Emperor forge an everlasting era of glory. As for the devouring celestial sovereign, despite sharing the status of ancient supremacy, none of the supreme beings extend sympathy towards the devouring celestial sovereign's plight, nor do they lament in shared sorrow. The devouring celestial sovereign is fundamentally dissimilar to them. His malevolent nature views these supreme beings merely as nourishment, intending to consume them all. Fortuitously, the Qin Celestial Emperor's unrivaled might can subdue the devouring celestial sovereign. Were it not for this, the devouring celestial sovereign would have entered the earthly immortal realm, refining the three realms and crafting unparalleled immortal artifacts. All ancient supreme beings would perish, with none able to escape calamity. No matter how formidable they are, they cannot rival the earthly immortals. It is astonishing. I have yet to become a battle immortal, and already someone has stepped into the realm of earthly immortals before me. The boundless celestial emperor reflects deeply. He has always held an unwavering confidence in his invincibility, effortlessly dominating all around him, believing he could attain the status of a battle immortal and enter the earthly immortal realm. Only after witnessing the invincible prowess of the Qin Celestial Emperor does he realize he has become a former wave. Indeed, it is said, in every generation, celestial prodigies emerge, each leading the way for thousands of years. Can even the earthly immortals evade this fate? The matchless celestial emperor murmurs to himself. He is but a thread away from the earthly immortal realm, likely possessing slightly inferior cultivation compared to the devouring celestial sovereign. Yet he is confident in his greater battle prowess. Little did he expect that the devouring celestial sovereign, having entered the earthly immortal realm, could not withstand a single blow from the Qin Celestial Emperor. When he himself enters the earthly immortal realm, will he achieve such heights? Truly, he is someone I have long admired. The unparalleled Empress beams, her beauty unmatched, finally at ease. With a single strike, the red dust immortal was obliterated. A height she could scarcely aspire to. Could it truly be his return? Gazing from across the fabric of time and space at the visage of the Emperor of Qin, the unparalleled Empress murmured to herself, not for the sake of becoming an immortal, but solely to await your return amidst the mortal realm. Now, it appears she has finally awaited his arrival. Beyond the cosmos, the 6 great battle immortals of the primal universe and the supreme universe were expressions of utmost gravity. The depth of this indigenous universe surpassed their expectations. Time and again, battle immortals emerged, and now, red dust immortals had appeared, not merely one but several. The devourer of heaven had just stepped into the realm of red dust immortals, and the Emperor of Qin stood as a formidable force within this domain. Fortunately, they were engaged in mutual destruction, ultimately leaving only one red dust immortal. Otherwise, we would have no chance whatsoever. At this moment, the 6 great battle immortals of the 2 vast universes shared a singular thought. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Qin stood with hands clasped behind his back, elevated above the eternal continuum, his expression as serene as a still pond as he regarded the devourer of heaven. The red dust immortal is not so easily vanquished. After being struck down by his fist, the devourer of heaven reconstituted his form, shedding his previous arrogance. The red dust immortal is immortal and indestructible. You cannot slay me, he declared, his words imbued with a palpable sense of trepidation. Chapter 73. The World-Destroying Millstone. The Death of the Mortal Immortal. The moment the devouring heavenly sovereign stepped into the realm of the mortal immortal, he believed himself invincible. How could the formidable Qin heavenly emperor rival the might of the mortal immortal? He beheld the legendary southern gate of the celestial domain, the White Jade capital, the Purple Cloud Palace, and the Lingxiao Hall. Truly immortal, he was a being who had attained enlightenment. He was the unrivaled mortal immortal, the foremost immortal of the ages. However, the devouring heavenly sovereign's elation was short-lived, as a single punch from the Qin heavenly emperor hurled him back to reality. It turned out that the mortal immortal was not invulnerable after all. The mortal immortal could indeed be obliterated by a single blow. This revelation made the devouring heavenly sovereign acutely aware of the vast disparity in their strengths, a chasm so wide that his arrogance faded. Fortunately, the mortal immortal was undying and eternal. The Qin heavenly emperor should not be able to slay him, and that was his final shred of confidence. The devouring heavenly sovereign felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had already half immersed himself in the realm of the mortal immortal, and had he arrived a few years earlier, he would have truly entered that domain. Yet, the emergence of the Qin heavenly emperor shattered his ancient schemes. Had he stepped into the realm of the mortal immortal and forged the supreme immortal artifacts, the Qin heavenly emperor would surely have been no match for him. Now, with the supreme immortal artifacts rendered unattainable, he was forced to consume fragments of the wondrous world and the celestial realm. Stepping into the realm of the mortal immortal in desperation, the immortal ascension cauldron was shattered and subsequently devoured, leading him to become a mortal immortal. Yet he possessed not a single immortal weapon. How lamentable! All of this was the fault of the Qin heavenly emperor. Were it not for him, how could the devouring heavenly sovereign have fallen to such a dismal fate? In his hubris, the devouring heavenly sovereign had forgotten how audacious he had once been, deliberately enticing the Qin heavenly emperor in hopes of devouring and refining him to ascend into the mortal immortal realm. The mortal immortal is eternal and indestructible? You are mistaken. If I desire, I possess myriad methods to end your life. Chinuan gazed down upon the devouring heavenly sovereign, his expression cold, his tone laced with murderous intent. He possessed the most powerful physique across the myriad realms, his body invincible. The heavenly emperor's scriptures were supreme celestial texts, perfectly attuned to him, granting him immense strength, unmatched by any other mortal immortal. Furthermore, he had created and acquired numerous unparalleled techniques and invincible laws, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Thus, despite only having recently stepped into the realm of the mortal immortal, his battle power far exceeded that of his peers. He was confident in his invincibility, arriving without even carrying his innate immortal weapon. His supremacy was not mere boast, it was born of battle. The devouring heavenly sovereign, too, was a mortal immortal, yet he could not withstand a single punch. Did the devouring heavenly sovereign truly believe that by becoming a mortal immortal, he could attain eternal invulnerability? How preposterous! In theory, perhaps, but in practice, it was far from the truth. After all, even the celestial domain had been shattered, the path of immortality lay in ruins, and the exalted immortals within that realm had perished. How could the mortal immortal possibly be immortal and indestructible? As long as the disparity in strength was significant enough, one could still subdue the mortal immortal, extinguishing their existence and obliterating their essence. Qin heavenly emperor, do not think you can deceive me. The devouring heavenly sovereign trembled at the words, yet he remained obstinate. He could not believe that the Qin heavenly emperor possessed such formidable means to annihilate a mortal immortal. Yet, he could not ignore the overwhelming strength of the Qin heavenly emperor. What if he truly possessed such capabilities? He has finally stepped into the realm of the mortal world, achieving the path to immortality and eternal life. Yet he never anticipated meeting his demise here. Whether you believe it or not is of little consequence. Chinuan showed no intent to elucidate his stance to the devourer celestial. He slowly raised his right hand, forming a fist. Let the facts speak for themselves. He would subdue the devourer celestial, this being of the mortal realm, and then annihilate the 6 great celestial beings of the original great universe and the imperial great universe, offering them all as sacrifices to the cosmic source. Surely, the primordial yellow universe would reap tremendous benefits from this. His ambition to recreate the celestial domain naturally hinged upon the foundation of the primordial yellow universe, necessitating a continuous augmentation of the cosmic source. Wait, Emperor Qin, I still have words to share. Do not act hastily. Sensing that Emperor Qin was poised to strike at the slightest provocation, the devourer celestial grew alarmed, hastily intervening. After being obliterated by Emperor Qin once, his resolve had been shaken, and he could no longer maintain his former grandeur in the presence of the emperor. However, when confronted by other beings, he still perceived himself as the invincible celestial of the mortal realm. Speak, Chinuan replied, his expression impassive, yet his fist remained clenched, ready to unleash the emperor's fist at any moment. I am willing to submit to the emperor, to serve the emperor, to conquer other universes and recreate the celestial domain. The devourer celestial swallowed hard, reluctantly uttering words of submission. The true invincibility of Emperor Qin left no room for resistance. His unwillingness was futile. Otherwise, even if Emperor Qin could not slay him, being suppressed would spell his doom. Rather than face eternal suppression in darkness or meet a swift end, The Devourer Celestial chose to submit. Though this allegiance diminished his stature, survival was paramount, and everything else was secondary. You may perish, Chinuan interjected, losing interest midway through the Devourer's entreaty. Rather than seeking to subdue the Devourer Celestial, Chinuan yearned to eliminate this Celestial of the mortal realm entirely, offering him as a tribute to the cosmic source. Once the cosmic source flourished, ascending to the realm of the Celestial should become more attainable. Perchance the unparalleled Empress and the unmatched Emperor might seize this opportunity for a monumental leap into the domain of the Celestial. In Chinuan's eyes, the unparalleled Empress and the unmatched Emperor were his true companions, with the Empress being his chosen partner. Hence, Chinuan reversed the flow of energy, his combat prowess surging exponentially, his aura reaching terrifying heights. He unleashed a single punch, its radiant light illuminating the past, present, and future. Boom. Even as the Devourer Celestial desperately attempted to resist, it proved futile. He was once again obliterated by Chinuan's fist. It is of no use. I am immortal and indestructible, the Devourer Celestial uttered as he reformed his corporeal body. Chinuan remained silent, weaving a seal with his hands, manifesting the primal yin-yang Dao diagram. He thrust it forward violently, the diagram piercing through the void, descending upon the Devourer Celestial. At that moment, as the Devourer Celestial was in the process of reconstituting his form, the primal yin-yang Dao diagram suddenly arrived, suppressing him and halting his reconstruction while relentlessly eradicating him. Oh! The Devourer Celestial cried out in anguish, his process of reformation brutally interrupted. The diagram rotated, the primal yin-yang essence swirling with world-destroying power and unrivaled capability. With each rotation of the primal yin-yang Dao diagram, the Devourer Celestial was obliterated anew. The speed of the great Dao diagram's rotation accelerated, rendering the aura of the devouring Celestial increasingly feeble. No, Emperor Qin, spare me. I am willing to serve you as a beast of burden. Faced with the looming specter of death, the devouring Celestial cast aside all semblance of dignity, uttering a myriad of shameless pleas. Truly, he brought shame upon the red dust immortals. Chinuan let out a cold snort, and with a casual wave of his hand, summoned another primordial yin-yang great Dao diagram. The two diagrams merged into one, transforming into a terrifying yin-yang annihilation mill, its power magnified to an even more formidable extent. It was determined to thoroughly crush the devouring Celestial. Bereft of the noble spirit characteristic of the red dust immortals, Chinuan had no intention of sparing him any mercy. Boom, boom, boom. After the yin-yang annihilation mill had revolved 360 times, the devouring Celestial was utterly obliterated. A red dust immortal met his demise. His Dao extinguished. Chinuan raised his hand, and the yin-yang annihilation mill disintegrated into two primordial yin-yang great Dao diagrams, enveloping the essence of the devouring Celestial. Chinuan surveyed the remnants, forming a seal with his fingers, and bellowed, "Offer." Beneath his feet, a nine-colored altar emerged, spinning incessantly as it dedicated the essence of the red dust immortal to the primordial source of the universe. Chapter 74, A Whale Falls, All Things Emerge, ascending as the sovereign of the universe. In this moment, the vast universe trembled, resonating with an overwhelming fervor. The very essence of the cosmos quivered in jubilation, as if it had reaped immense benefits. The demise of a native supreme being invigorated the universe, enhancing its primordial essence. What more could be said of a celestial being from the mortal realm? The devouring sovereign had refined dozens of supreme entities, assimilated an enigmatic world, and incorporated fragments of the celestial realm. Upon consuming the essence of this mortal celestial, the universe's primordial essence expanded significantly. As Chinuan surveyed the cosmos, he perceived a newfound profundity among the stars, with countless celestial bodies being birthed across various star fields. The desolate edges of the universe were relentlessly expanding, as the vast cosmos fervently absorbed and refined the primordial chaos, enlarging its spatial expanse. He sensed myriad celestial pathways converging, as countless beams of light pierced the starry void, cascading throughout the universe. This influx would give rise to at least 10,000 exceptional beings, each possessing top-tier cosmic attributes. Moreover, streams of radiant fortune descended, destined to forge individuals of great destiny. Throughout the universe, myriad creations were gestating, both grand and minute, some even capable of elevating one to the status of an emperor. The primordial essence of the cosmos, lacking a distinct consciousness, acted upon a vague intuition, leading it to this course of action. The pathways of the cosmos became increasingly complete. Chinuan murmured, "A whale falls, and all things emerge." The mortal celestial was that great whale. By sacrificing a mortal celestial to the primordial essence, it gained tremendous advantages, which in turn benefited the beings of the universe, establishing a virtuous cycle. In this instant, the limitation that only one could ascend to the emperor's path in a lifetime was utterly abolished. Chinuan sensed that the universe could now accommodate 49 practitioners on the path to emperorhood. The essence of longevity within the cosmos had significantly thickened, extending the lifespan of emperors from approximately 15,000 years to 30 or 40,000 years. As the pathways further perfected, the opportunities for supreme beings to transcend into battle celestial forms increased. Additionally, The constraints for peak battle celestials to enter the realm of mortal celestials had relaxed somewhat. Could the unparalleled Empress and the matchless Heavenly Emperor thus step into the domain of mortal celestials? Chinuan pondered silently. The death of one mortal celestial did not imply that only another could emerge. Ultimately, the ascent to that realm depended on the individual. As Chinuan's thoughts spiraled, the sentient beings of the universe sensed the monumental changes, erupting in joyous celebration. In this moment, countless beings within the cosmos revered Emperor Qin. Even the multitude of powerful entities offered their faith. Chinuan, in a harmonious communion with the universe's primordial essence, was inundated with an unending stream of faith. Instinctively, he began to consolidate this faith into a corporeal form. As the faith surged forth, his embodiment of belief gradually solidified, growing ever stronger. He commenced as a quasi-emperor, swiftly ascending to the rank of emperor. Soon, the combat prowess of his faith embodiment soared from rivaling a singular emperor to that of a dual emperor. Fourfold emperor, sixfold emperor, eightfold emperor. As Chinuan believed that his embodiment of faith would lead him to achieve the greatness of the nine-world emperor and ultimately leap into the realm of the red dust immortal. The aura of his faith embodiment ceased to rise. Or rather, its increase was so minuscule that it was insufficient for him to directly attain the status of a red dust immortal. After a considerable time, Chinuan concluded his communion with the celestial beings, gazing at another version of himself, a smile gracing his face. He had not anticipated such a boon. The essence of the red dust immortal held little utility for him. Even if consumed, it would merely enhance his strength to a limited extent. Thus, he chose to sacrifice it to the cosmic origin, thereby enriching the universe and granting benefits to all within it. This act served as a foundation for the future reconstruction of the immortal domain, nurturing a cohort of supreme beings and even battle immortals. In the eventuality of warring against other universes, these supreme beings and battle immortals would be indispensable in his conquest. Chinuan had never contemplated relying solely on his own strength. He merely needed to maintain his dominion over this universe. He would allow his subordinates to engage in battle, intervening only when faced with formidable adversaries. He would crush all foes. The cosmic origin did not forget its most significant benefactor. Nor did the sentient beings of the universe forget their great leader. They offered an overwhelming and boundless force of faith, which, coupled with the aid of the cosmic origin, directly forged for Chinuan a faith embodiment possessing the cultivation of a quasi-red dust immortal. Chinuan raised his hand to contemplate the matter, arriving at a conclusion. No matter how much the faith embodiment absorbed faith power, it could not step into the realm of the red dust immortal. Only when the cosmic origin continued to expand and it became easier to attain the status of a red dust immortal could the faith embodiment progress further, truly entering that exalted realm. This was not without merit, and Chinuan accepted this gift. He also received information transmitted from the cosmic origin, which essentially designated him as the ruler of the universe, governing all within it. Chinuan did not decline. To gain the recognition of the cosmic origin was an entirely different matter from merely merging with the origin's mark. He became the true sovereign of the universe, capable of mobilizing the forces of the vast Chinuan universe. This power could be bestowed upon him, further augmenting his combat prowess. As long as Chinuan remained within the great universe or did not stray too far from it, this power would remain effective. As the local universe continued to grow, the might granted by the universe would also amplify. Should the Chinuan universe evolve into a new immortal domain, he would be able to harness the power of the supreme immortal domain. The benevolence of the heavenly Emperor Qin was unforgettable. Across the universe, countless unparalleled prodigies and formidable beings bowed in reverence to the towering figure at the edge of time and space. The heavenly Emperor Qin's sacrifice of the red dust immortal to devour the heavenly sovereign had bestowed immense benefits upon them all. They had gained opportunities to ascend to emperor status many times over. Furthermore, the cosmic longevity material became increasingly rich, the great Tao further refined, and the lifespans of all realms were extended accordingly. Even if they did not attain the status of emperor, as long as they cultivated to the quasi-emperor realm, they would live longer than the emperors of yore. Not only them, but even the sovereigns of the Forbidden Zones expressed profound gratitude towards the heavenly Emperor Qin. This gratitude was not born from fear of his invincible power, but rather from the merits he had accrued. Their lifespans, once dwindling, had now increased by at least 1,000 years, allowing them to endure within the confines of the divine source for an extended period. An increasing number of supreme beings solidified their convictions and resolved to emerge in pursuit of the Qin celestial emperor. Even if they could not attain immortality, they would not face retribution from him in the future. The contributions of the Qin celestial emperor to the cosmos are unparalleled throughout history. At the end of the immortal path, the boundless celestial emperor expressed his sentiments to the other celestial sovereigns and divine emperors. He sensed the imminent opportunity to transform into a battle immortal, and it would not be long before he achieved this status. The other supreme beings nodded in agreement, overflowing with gratitude towards the Qin celestial emperor. "We are nearly there. If the source of the universe expands further, we will be on the brink," murmured the peerless celestial emperor. He was already on the cusp of becoming a worldly immortal, and now, the bottleneck had loosened significantly, making a breakthrough imminent. With the further expansion of the cosmic source, he could instantly ascend to the realm of worldly immortals in the current milieu. It would not take much longer for him to achieve this. Break for me. At another end of the immortal path, the unparalleled Empress was striving to transcend into the realm of worldly immortals. She yearned for immortality, to step into the domain of worldly immortals, becoming indestructible and eternal. Sharing the passage of time with him. Outside the cosmos, in the primordial great universe, the 6 battle immortals from the supreme great universe appeared visibly shaken, finally contemplating retreat. It was no longer safe to linger here. They must withdraw swiftly. They hastily prepared to flee. The peerless celestial emperor charged forth, engaging the 3 battle immortals from the primordial great universe. Although the Qin celestial emperor did not take action himself, his embodiment of faith surged forth, targeting the 3 battle immortals from the supreme great universe. Chapter 75. Crushing the war immortals of alternate universes, subduing the red dust immortal, and refining the body of faith. Chinuan's gaze pierced through the ages, sweeping past the 2 celestial paths to the war immortals of alternate universes. He discerned the intent of the war immortals from the Emperor universe and the primordial universe to flee, prompting him to summon his body of faith. This body of faith carried with it the supreme immortal weapon, the diagram of the path to slaughter. Although the body of faith was not his true form and lacked his unparalleled physique and cultivation as a red dust immortal, it retained all other aspects, mastering all of his techniques and divine powers. With its quasi-red dust immortal cultivation, augmented by various supreme and invincible laws, it could contend even against true red dust immortals. The matchless heavenly emperor, stationed at the terminus of the 2nd celestial path, took the initiative to engage, detaining the 3 war immortals of the primordial universe. Once Qin Tiandi subdued the 3 war immortals of the emperor universe, he would rush to their aid. The unparalleled empress, guarding the end of the 3rd celestial path, contemplated making a move but chose instead to break through on the spot upon receiving Chinuan's telepathic message. She aimed to shatter the shackles of eternity and become the 3rd invincible powerhouse to step into the realm of red dust immortals. Meanwhile, Chinuan's true form departed from the 5th celestial path, returning to the 3000 Tao states. The mere presence of 6 war immortals from alternate universes did not necessitate his direct involvement. His body of faith was ample to vanquish all. Along the way, Chinuan observed the state of the universe, noting that everything was progressing positively, with vibrant life flourishing among myriad races and spirits. The matchless heavenly emperor was on the brink of a swift breakthrough to red dust immortal, while the boundless heavenly emperor was nearly transforming into a war immortal. Would the sacrifice of the 6 war immortals from alternate universes be sufficient for them to transcend? Chinuan pondered silently. Previously, he had experienced a resonance with the celestial beings and a communion with the cosmic source, ascending to the status of a cosmic sovereign. He had come to comprehend the highest secrets of the universe. The sacrifice of native cosmic powerhouses differed fundamentally from that of alternate universe powerhouses. Native powerhouses were born from their own universe, absorbing its energy to grow, perpetually surpassing limits, and upon death, their essence returned to the universe, enriching the cosmic source. This constituted a self-sustaining upward spiral. In contrast, alternate universe powerhouses drew strength from their respective realms. Should the native universe absorb and refine them, the total energy of the alternate universe would diminish. Additionally, these alternate universe powerhouses brought with them the principles of their realms, effectively aiding the evolution of the native cosmic source. Consequently, sacrificing alternate universe powerhouses would significantly amplify the growth of the cosmic source, potentially yielding benefits several times greater than sacrificing equivalent native powerhouses. This phenomenon bore resemblance to the mutual devouring among the myriad universes. The physical form of a living being is akin to a miniature universe. Consuming alternate universe powerhouses parallels the native universe, absorbing these microcosmic realms. The higher the cultivation and strength of the devoured alternate universe powerhouses, the greater the benefits reaped by the native cosmic source. Thus, Chinuan believed that sacrificing the 6 war immortals from alternate universes would alleviate the constraints on achieving red dust immortal status for the native universe, possibly enabling the matchless heavenly emperor to directly enter that realm. At the Taichu Sacred Land, within the heavenly emperor's palace, Chinuan's figure materialized, returning to the origin, seated upon the primordial lotus cushion as if he had never departed. He radiated the immortal brilliance of the celestial realm, surrounded by a river of purple mist, within which countless specks of light danced. Those were the myriad celestial bodies. We welcome the return of the celestial emperor, the true immortals, including the red cloud celestial. The unfathomable emperor and the feathered descendant rose to their feet in reverence and bowed respectfully. Chinuan lifted the wine vessel from the table, gazing at the steaming celestial wine, and said with a smile, "The wine is still warm, dear friends." As his words fell, Chinuan drank the celestial wine in one gulp. The celestial emperors took their seats, raised their vessels in salute, and then drank deeply. The celestial emperor indeed deserved the title of the eternal first immortal, his strength unparalleled, the foremost throughout history. With a single punch, he obliterated the celestial realm, completely subduing it, a might that commanded deep respect. Yun Jushu was the first to speak, extolling the celestial emperor's formidable power. The red cloud, the unfathomable. and the feathered ascendant exchanged glances, silently thinking, what a flatterer. Earlier, when Yun Junshu proposed a wager, his cleverness had ultimately led to his own downfall, losing both the wager and his troops. Before the Celestial Emperor's return, Yun Junshu had willingly conceded defeat and offered a supreme imperial technique. After perusing it, they recognized Yun Junshu's genuine talent, realizing why he was chosen as a follower of the Celestial Emperor. Yun Junshu cast a casual glance at them, his expression unfazed. Harboring no resentment, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the utmost realm, and wielding 4 celestial swords of annihilation, he could rival an ordinary battle immortal. Such strength placed him among the elite of the contemporary world, yet it paled in comparison to the Celestial Emperor. In Yun Junshu's heart, the Celestial Emperor was synonymous with invincibility, a supreme powerhouse. To praise the Celestial Emperor's invincibility, could that be deemed flattery? The Celestial Emperor sacrificed the celestial realm for the universe, augmenting the cosmic essence and benefiting all beings, truly the greatest achievement of all time. The Celestial Emperor cleared the path to immortality, vanquished malevolent spirits, and subdued battle immortals from alternate universes. The Red Cloud Celestial, the unfathomable Emperor, and the Feathered Ascendant also spoke in praise of the Celestial Emperor. A gentle smile graced Chinuan's face as he accepted their accolades with grace. He now stood at the forefront of myth, in uncharted territory, having shattered the previous limits of cultivation and become the foremost immortal of the ages. This was an extraordinary achievement, guiding countless beings toward their destinies. Not only had he ventured forth, but he had also elevated the ceiling of possibility, granting others the chance to explore this enigmatic frontier of myth. Receiving praise was a natural occurrence. The essence of faith had already manifested this truth. The battle is about to commence, dear friends, let us observe, Chinuan said, setting down the wine vessel with a smile. The Chaos Cauldron reflected 2 vivid scenes. In the first scene, the peerless Celestial Emperor engaged in fierce combat against 3 battle immortals from the primordial universe on the Fire of Calamity continent, gaining the upper hand. Previously, both the peerless Celestial Emperor and the unrivaled Empress had refrained from exerting their full strength to protect the Heavenly Gate. Now, unleashing their true power,